the glory days. Let me tell you now, it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. It just got better. just need a spark from somewhere to light up the night. Shake off the chains that I wear. I wanna
eyes up against the wall. This is the moment I break free. Nothing can tear me apart, but nothing in life comes easy. So we're gonna put in the time, climb to new heights, higher than mountains. Nothing can break up the stride, break up the stride. Oh, we go light it up. It don't matter what they say. We can face it all. We can fight it, we can beat it. Today we go light it up. We won't let it slip away. We can face it all. We can fight it, we can beat it. We can save another day. Nobody's leaving now. We gotta finish the last race. Nobody's stepping out. Cause how can you win if you can't see? We gotta put in the time, climb to new heights, higher than mountains. Nothing can break up the stride, to break up the stride. Oh, we go light it up. It don't matter what they say. We can face it all. We can fight it, we can beat it. another day. We can face it all. We won't slip or fall. We can face it all. Oh, ooh. We go light it up. We rise. Don't matter what they say. We rise. We won't take another fall. We can fight. We can beat. We can save another day.
I start a fire, strike a match. In all this light you see just who I am. See my raging flames take over land. Don't try to put it out, 'cause you can. Come and try to push me, I'll raise up like the phoenix I fly up. There's no doubt in my heart, 'cause I am living my own way. So I make it to glory, slowly fighting my own shame. I've got this spark in me, showing me all I can be. Don't make it to glory, don't make it to glory. Look in the mirror, what do you see? I hope someone that you like to meet. I watch my image grow every day. I'm reaching for the galaxy. Come and try to push me, I'll raise up like the phoenix I fly up. There's no doubt in my heart, 'cause I am living my own way. So I make it to glory, slowly fighting my own shame. I've got this spark in me, showing me all I can be. Don't make it to glory, don't make it to glory. I am paving my own way, so I make it to glory. I make it to glory. Slowly finding my own shape. Oh, I make it to glory. I make it to glory. I am living my own way, so I make it to glory. Slowly finding my own shape. I've got this spark in me, showing me all I can be. Don't make it to glory, don't make it to glory.
can do it better.
We made it back, and we're about to start again. On the right track, you are here. It's never over, and it'll never be the end. It's only one voice you hear. You go round and round and round, but there's nothing for you here. What goes up must come down. We create our atmosphere forever here. We are forever here. We are forever
ESL Impact is brought to you by Intel, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and White Market.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
Hello, and welcome back to ESL Impact. It's a new year, it's a new season, and it's a new intro, Brandon. That one really brought the energy, and I'm feeling like we're going to do the same. I'm really excited for the season to start again.
Yeah, look, absolutely. It's a season full of changes. It's the year full of changes as well, right? It's a new format. The teams, everyone, it just feels brand new. We're entering into just a brand new era of ESL Impact. Really excited to see how it all kicks off. And obviously, open day games means only one thing. A lot on the line. You kick off your journey, wanting to prove yourself, wanting to be the best. There's been a little bit of an off season. You want to kickstart your campaign. You want to show that you're a team not to be messed with.
Yeah, and speaking of off season, there has been a lot of changes from different teams all over the place. Yeah, check out my tweet if you haven't seen that already, because I kind of tried to map out all the different changes. We'll look at all the teams in a little bit, but there's been a lot that's gone on, which means there's a lot of question marks and a lot of storylines and a lot of new territory to go into. So very excited to see how that all pans out this year. I think there's only been like one team that's not made a change. I could be wrong about
we'll touch
but
on that
it's crazy.
Yeah, for sure, right? And open qualifiers as well. You've got to talk about the teams that have made it through and qualified for this event. And it was the teams that you kind of expect to see here, I'll be honest. You got Ents that have made it through, Astralis in Group A. Over in Group B, it's Spirit, it's VP Angels, back again. And look, you take a look at these teams, you think, okay, they should be here. They should be really trying to kind of elevate themselves. I say it every season. I'm going to get out of the way now, and then I'm not going to say it anymore, Lucy, but it's true. The competition, once again, it's leveled up. In a time of change, in a time of just complete, just overwhelm of what is going on when it turns to information, we're going to be the people to try and break it all down for you. But first, before we jump into, obviously, all the action as well, speaking of change, something has come through from one of the teams as well that we can take a look at. Because, look, Astralis wrote an open letter. You've seen it. We've seen it. And to be honest, it's a good thing. I think it is definitely the right thing and a step in the right direction.
Yeah, obviously it's something I very much agree with. I play with the Viper sister on the T side, and I play with the French lady on the CT side. I had to pay good money for those, and they're not cheap. So, you log into a lot of games, and when you see like 50% of the players are female characters, women characters, you're like, you feel that that's a space that you belong in. So it's a really simple thing. Just enable it as a default agent as an option, and we'd be sorted. So if you've not seen that tweet, definitely go look it out, because obviously it looks really tiny on the screen there. So go check out Josephine's Twitter. She's one of the players for Astralis, which is a whole new roster as well, which is also a very exciting storyline, because they didn't make it last season. So very excited to see the new team. But I'm also super excited, Brandon. I'm just excited in every flippin' respect. But I'm excited for our matchup today, because we've got some pretty exciting games headlining it. Kicking off with Na'Vi Javelins versus the Fearless Cheaters, which to you might, if you're not familiar, it's not a name you probably recognize, but Fearless might give you a hint. We'll dive into who they are in a little bit. Then Fluxo Demons and Atrix Esports will be on the South American broadcast. Same broadcast, but South American schedule. And then FlyQuest Red versus Shimmer for the North American regiment at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's, again, same thing, where you got Europe first and you've got South America, then it's North America. Here are the groups. It's the same format as last season, where Europe is split into two. North America, South America are now bulked in towards one. And that's really cool to see as well. And I'm glad that format stays the same. It made North America and South America, those regions, insanely competitive. It felt like every single game was a matter of qualifying through to the LAN finals or not. It came right down to the wire. There was 3 teams competing for North America. For South America, it was between Fluxo Furia, but there was a couple that were sneaking their way forward in there. And it's a large number of familiar faces that you see when you have a look at the logos, a lot more representation in the scene as well, but also a lot of change. And we can dive into that now, of course, kind of with Na'Vi taking on Fearless Cheaters, because it's just Na'Vi, a team that hasn't changed, but it's Fearless Cheaters that bring all the change with, for my money, the most surprising roster move in all of Impact, and there has been a ton of them.
Yeah, do we want to talk about... Well, first, actually, before we talk about it, I want you guys who are in the Twitch chat probably talking about things to start talking about hashtags. Put your hashtag of who you think is going to win this matchup. Hashtag Na'Vi for the Javelins. Hashtag FC for Fearless Cheaters. So, Na'Vi. Everyone knows who Na'Vi Javelins are. The perennial second place finishers of the last year. Fearless Cheaters, if you're not familiar, are the 9 Pandas core plus Vilga, the former IGL of Nigma Galaxy, the leader that took them to every single first place finish in the last 2 years, is now helming a different team. And then joining her as the extra piece is Krasi, who played with the G2 lineup, which disbanded last year. So a interesting little mix of players that have come together. I'm really excited to see what they have to show.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions just kind of around this team, because it's 9 Pandas Fearless. The storyline for those is they were always the dark horse. People wrote them off season after season, us included. I think it's fair to say towards the sort of the start of those ESL Impact seasons, they came through. They looked incredibly strong, and they have now got new leadership. So it'll be interesting. Matt Veto on the horizon here, Lucy. Permaban's out the way. Na'Vi are always going to get rid of Overpass. Inferno ban coming out for Fearless Cheaters. Obviously, we don't have a great depth of to what they're going to pick. Vertigo is the one map I didn't expect them to pick. I said to you before we went live, I cannot imagine Fearless Cheaters go for Vertigo. They do. Ancients there, which I expected, and Decider, for me, Anubis or Mirage.
Yeah, I personally think it'll go Mirage most likely, but both these teams, well, their cores have been very proficient on Anubis. I would only argue against Anubis because it's Vilga. And I feel like she probably doesn't want to send it there. But hey, nope.
She does.
Chat's about nuke, right? It's just like that map either. So Anubis is where we end up. So you got to look at this video and feel pretty good if you're Na'Vi, I think, coming into it. I'm interested to see what Vertigo looks like. It's definitely a team that the 9 Pandas core were very strong on, a team that Vilga is very good at calling on. So obviously they've been putting a lot of reps into it, but Na'Vi's the formidable foe.
Yeah, no, for sure. I felt like that would have been a Mirage pick for Fearless Cheaters.
Yeah.
Just because it's one of these maps where, especially if you're a new roster, I know the off-season's been a little bit of time now, but you've come together. you're still implementing, you're changing the way in which this core is played. You're bringing in 2 new players into your system. Mirage just feels like kind of a safe ground, maybe that, or you could even vie for the Anubis, but your rationale makes a lot of sense where Vilga didn't play it under Enigma Galaxy, and for 9Pandas Fearless, though, they did. They used to play Anubis quite a lot. So we're now, again, meshing the cultures together.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, for Na'Vi, they're now, they've been a team together, I think, one of the longest, I guess, in Europe now, with Enigma Galaxy making their change. They have a chance to overtake that massive number. But yeah, exactly, which is pretty cool for this team. Obviously, Letty was the latest addition to that squad a year ago, replacing Danu on the team after Katowice. So yeah, it feels like since Letty has taken over that role, that position in the team, that they've kind of stepped up to a new level where they've just been a consistent contender. Yeah,
for sure. And it feels like with that change, everyone can pop off and find meaningful impact. It was 365 days. We spoke about the longest one. Fluxo's just ended. They made a roster change, 555 days. Enigma Galaxy before that, 685 days. Na'Vi Javelins. Let's take a look at the players. Obviously, we're very familiar with how prolific they can be. Boot camping as well at Kingwin over in Poland.
That's scary.
Yeah, absolutely. You come into this prep, you've been getting some scrims, but you're all together, which means the vibe is obviously a lot easier to kind of get up and keep the mood high. But everyone playing together, you can kind of look down the line, you can feel the energy. That's really going to be dangerous for Fearless Cheaters.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with Na'Vi, just a very quick rundown of the who's who, but VQ is the star, Orpa, Letty taking over the calling role. They've changed the IGL a couple of times throughout the team, to be fair, but so that might be something everyone's up to date on. And then Hanker and Angelica are kind of your 2 extremity players, your star riflers. Angelica more so the star, but Hanker definitely can have those games where she just takes off. But normally we're looking towards Angelica and VQ as kind of the 2 standout players.
Yeah, no, definitely. And for Angelica, it's the fact that she can really come alive in a lot of these important games, and you feel like you just really need her to get online early, especially at the start of the season. Moving on now to Fearless Cheaters. Obviously, it's a brand new roster that we can break down here. We've mentioned Vilga, we've mentioned Krassi, but the players of the core remain Victoria, Shu, Tati, and these players also have gone through multiple kind of iterations of IGL changes. It always felt like there was never a real clear identity with 9Pandas Fearless of where they really wanted to go, where they wanted to end up. Here we still see the players from Fearless Cheaters. Obviously, Vilga is going to be taking the reins mostly, which frees up Victoria to kind of be that star or parole we know she can be, and that will hopefully help some of the consistency problems that she was showing towards the back end of season 4.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me, because we know Victoria is very capable with the sniper, but it's always felt like with this team that she's been a little bit hampered by having to call alongside it. And yeah, I think that Vilga coming through is just going to be a breath of fresh air into this team. I'm really interested to see the style of game she brings, because calling she brings, because Vilga was calling for the same squad, as you mentioned, 600 and however many days, like a long, 2 years, right? Over 2 years, a very long time. And even before that, that was just when they last made their roster change, that the core had been playing together for like 4 or 5 years, like forever. Yes, it feels like. Forever. So a completely different lineup, essentially, that she has to now get behind and get under and work through it. So yeah, really interested to see how that comes off crossing the server.
Yeah, no, for sure. And look, with Fearless Cheaters, you expect them to be a contender, but you expect them to take a little bit of time to mesh. And we got to predict here, Lucy. We got to say who's going to win. And for me, I feel like with the experience as well, it's got to be Na'Vi. They are the clear favorites, in my opinion, to actually win the whole thing. Not just the group stage, the entirety of ESL Impact Season 5.
Yeah, I mean, they're always my favorites to win the whole thing, but I think this time they'll actually do it. So I'm also going to go with Na'Vi. It's always felt like it's going to be their time, but now with the cracks appearing, with the opportunities that a change at the top has presented, I feel like Na'Vi is on a hot path. The fact that they're on boot camp for this as well just means that, in my eyes, they just have every advantage to win this series.
Yep. And Twitch thinks the same as well. 2/3 for Na'Vi, 1/3 for Fearless Cheaters. And it makes sense, right? Because you kind of want to never really go against Vilga and what she's going to bring. But the biggest difference for me now compared to Vilga IGL in on this team compared to Enigma Galaxy is that Enigma Galaxy had a really high ceiling of all of these players, and we still are raising some question marks on whether the players within Fearless Cheaters can really elevate and kind of match that standard. So that's going to be kind of the proving grounds for this entire season for me of online play. More spots in Europe, so I feel like there's a very good chance that they still make it to that LAN finals. I don't think it's going to be too much of a test for them to get there. It's just the manner in which they do it.
Yeah, this is the toughest opponent that Fearless Cheaters will have.
Yeah.
But it's good to get that out of the way early, I guess. Although I think they'd probably prefer to face that team later down the line once you've had more officials and reps as a team. But I think it's interesting also the core that Nine Pandas have kind of kept on here in this, right? Because there was a couple of players that obviously haven't been retained. I think Fatal was the one that I was the most surprised about, just because it has felt like she has been a very high impact player for them. So yeah, she's now with, I think, One Wing Gang, so we'll still be seen in the server, but on a different jersey.
Yeah, I think the thing with Fatal, though, again, it's just role clashing with Vilga. Maybe some spots overlap as well in the team. So it's just about making sure you kind of pick the right pieces that can mesh together the quickest rather than kind of having too many speed bumps along the way. And I think, look, you've got a really good pieces. Tati was showing some very good form at the back end of last season as well. Ever since she was integrated into Nine Pandas Fearless, she's been one to be reckoned with. Shu's always been the most dependable pair of hands on that squad, in my opinion. And now you've got Victoria that is having a clear identity of, this is my AWP role. I know exactly how I'm going to be set up. I've now got the in-game leader that has led success, and she's brought trophies wherever she has kind of laid her crown. So it's going to be a really exciting sort of storyline to see how they progress and how they continue.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's a lot of pressure on Vilga more than anything going into this season because of that precedent she's set. She's led so many, she's led that team to so many trophies, right? Every single ESL Impact trophy she has lifted. And now she has to do it with a completely different team, with a core that's been playing together for so long as well. And, how adaptable, are they going to be? How quickly can she implement her system? And you mentioned kind of the strong individuals on Enigma Galaxy. I mean, all those players are contenders for top 5 players every single year. It's not necessarily been the case with the Nine Pandas squad. They have their peaks, but there's definitely been some inconsistency, as you mentioned before. So I'm very curious to see how she can help kind of bring that consistency to the team that was present in Enigma Galaxy.
It's also important to note that we've got the community streams going on as well. The other game going on alongside this one is going to be Astralis, new roster, making it through the open qualifiers, taking on Bigger Keeper. Again, something familiar, new roster with lots of kind of transfers changing. I think Na'Vi is the only team in Europe that hasn't made roster changes, which is a sentence, one of the sentences of all time. We've had roster mania here in ESL Impact, but Bigger Keeper, I wouldn't touch on them quickly before we cover them in the weeks here in Europe. I think they are one of the strongest teams we've got in the entire competition now.
What makes you say that?
Oh, just the experience that they've got, right? You've got Giuliano coming in as well. You've got Kiosa. You've now got these incredibly young riflers that have also now got the experience factor as well. You've got also clear individual roles, which is similar to the whole narrative we're going with Fearless Cheaters. For Bigger Keeper, you've got Giuliano that will definitely rifle because you've got Zana that will AWP. You've got leadership now in that team as well. You've got experience. And also the most important thing for me that Bigger Keeper are going to gain from having these G2 players is structure. Because the structure shown from G2, and it's a real shame that that organization disbanded, but it's made all of these teams so much stronger. Notice how every single member of G2 Oya has now gone to a different team. They're fragmented, but they still remain incredibly ingrained within ESL Impact. But their structure was one of the best and most improved I'd seen out of any of the teams. Any of the teams in ESL Impact, G2 Oya were the most improved. And now Bigger Keeper are going to gain 40% of that when they were already looking so close. It's always a conversation of nearly with Bigger Keeper and making these LAN finals. And now they've been given one hell of a boost to try and make it there.
Yeah, definitely feels like they're one of the teams that came out maybe with the most ahead out of all of these roster changes for that reasons you've just kind of highlighted. And it's obviously very sad that G2 disbanded, but the fact that every single player has now ended up in another roster. Zaz obviously is now in Enigma Galaxy, having taken Vilga's role. The IGL swaps over to Tori, which is very interesting, and that's going to be a cool storyline to follow as the season progresses. And we'll be getting into this game very shortly, guys. I'm sorry, which is a little delay, but we're getting into it. But that's probably one of the more interesting changes. Astralis, as you mentioned, that's a really cool project, and I actually love it specifically because of the way that they've gone about it, right? They're not just trying to just pick some of like the old players that, we see recycled constantly. They've got Aurora, who's been a veteran of the scene, but then they've built the rest of the team around her, and it's all been about kind of nurturing and growing young talent, young Danish homegrown talent, which is a really cool approach, and I think kind of speaks volumes to like Astralis' approach. It's very much what ESL Impact's about, right? It's about giving opportunities. It's about lifting new players up, giving them the spotlight. So I really love the way they've gone about it, and I really hope they do well this season just because of that. And there's a few really strong players on that team. I think Marie's really good. Ismo is probably the one that I think a lot of people are excited to see in the server. I think she's a fantastic player, so really keen to see them play.
Hot take, I think Ismo is going to be one of the best players we've got in ESL Impact in the next 2 years. There you go. I've said it. Week one.
Flip it.
Yeah, we needed the hot take. I've given it to you. Ismo's 16 years old and honestly showing unbelievable amounts of potential. So I feel like she's got the capacity to do it. Never mind. I'll tell you what, I was going to go on another tangent, but I don't have to because fortunately, guys, we are here. ESL Impact Season 5 kickstarts right here, right now. Vertigo, the pick of Fearless Cheaters, and it sees them start on the CT side.
BQ already taking a fast peek with the P250. 3 players here on the CT side. Vilga's got a HE ready to throw on over if there is contact. They're really expecting this B hit, but Na'Vi are very spread out early. They're actually just holding across the map for any aggression.
They're taking their time. I feel like what they were hoping for is for an early fight at B to free up Angelka to have mid-spacing. Instead, the entire roster are going to reset under A. They're going to take the contact over here. But Angelka's purpose will remain the same. As soon as contact is felt, the rotation should come over from Fearless Cheaters. And then suddenly, she's a late lurk.
Shot smoke going over for the left side. Then they can accelerate through. It will certainly have to be a retake set up immediately. They start to come on over, but there's no denial utility. That HE has already been thrown. Smoke to enable the CTs to come forward. Victoria setting that one up. There's flashbangs as well to go on over if they want to pop through. Shu is ready for it. And there comes the flashes, straight onto the retake, over the top, finding no one in towards short. Krasty gets the opening kill. Shu walking on forward, finds her. This retake is going swimmingly. They've taken full control. Angelka's lurk is dealt with. Lena is sitting in the smoke, and it's the full 10 seconds. She doesn't realize they're still on it. She's walked through. They're just going to defuse right in front of her. Oh, just at the last second. Lena finds the kill, but Victoria had already defused the bomb.
She was so confused of where she was, and to be honest, so was I. We could see her on the screen. I'm looking at the minimap thinking, when's this Angelka flank going to come in? We pointed towards it, but unfortunately, Na'Vi Javelins, they just couldn't survive long enough on the site. Great retake from Fearless Cheaters, and it's so good because it's a togetherness. Everyone's on the same page. You throw one smoke, you throw the flash, everyone swarms at different elevations, up on a headshot, towards the top of default. And Na'Vi Javelins just get completely overwhelmed because they've not got everyone on that site in the first place. It's unfortunate for Lena. It's a great start for the Cheaters.
It was Victoria defusing, but I think Krasty actually had a kit the whole time. So that was the one little thing I can fault Fearless Cheaters for on that one. It's the waterfall smoke. You'll see that one thrown quite a lot on the A side of Vertigo because it just perfectly cuts off mid-ramp. So that's going to funnel them up towards Taddy. She's ready for it, but is she ready for this many players on the other side?
There shouldn't be a flashbang here. They should swing now. They've seen the utility. There it is. Hanker will find her. Vilga tucked in the sandbags. This needs to be cleared as well. There is a molly on Letty, but she's already scaling up towards headshot. Vilga is in the perfect position to shut down the javelins as she's communicating it around the corner. They will clear her. A 2-player advantage now for javelins.
That was about the worst timing possible for Vilga. Victoria tries to get cheeky around the smoke. Krasi's spam doesn't find anything. Well, they're damaged tail end, but they're immediately going to have to call this one off. And Navi's slow crawl up towards A and then just the full committal works out quite well with the positions that Fearless Cheaters were playing.
It's good micro from Na'Vi, but also when it comes to taking ramp control from Fearless Cheaters, I was going to comment on it, but then it kind of happened, which proved my point I had in my head, right? It's the fact that you're dropping that smoke that lands kind of on the girder that spreads. You highlighted it, but it was thrown way too early. And the reason why it was thrown early is because Fearless Cheaters didn't actually have any control on ramp to begin with. And that smoke is a much more defensive one that is normally thrown from that first sandbag. So it's quite predictable that you know if you're Na'Vi Javelins, there's going to be probably a player hanging around sandbags. You then hear someone else throw their utility. It's really easy for them just to group up and have these individual gunfights.
See Hanka getting very vocal and big smile on her face. I think that's something that Na'Vi, an extra element for them being on Bootcamp is that they're also a team that has a lot of energy when things are going well. So looking forward to seeing if we catch anything of Angelka getting fired up. They bring it all to every game. Victoria getting aggressive. Viku holding for it on the other side. Taddy is punished. This is a force buy around the saved weaponry. And unfortunately, they force their way straight into Na'Vi.
Yeah, they were not ready for, again, just the amount of players over towards the A ramp. At least Krasi will hold on to the M4 at least temporarily. It feels like Na'Vi are definitely going to hunt her, and they should. Look at Hanka, already scaling towards mid. Players have pushed through elevator. This is a very tough save, and one in which it would be more impressive if she gets out alive. But I really just cannot see it happening.
One, no. Hanka, a little bit too tricky to hit as she extends around the corner. So Na'Vi, with those 2 rounds off the opener, are now going to put Fearless Cheaters onto the back foot. So perfect start, really, for your T side. It's already going to get the Cheaters to call their first tack timeout. I wonder why they're called Cheaters.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel great calling them cheaters, you know? Like, it just feels like
very CS2, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's on brand for CS2, I suppose. But I don't know. I feel like obviously you had to kind of deviate away from 9 Pandas. So you went down the animal theme.
Cheaters go fast.
And cheaters are like a scary animal that can be like feared. Like if they were called like fearless hedgehogs, it'd be a bit like, okay, well, I get the sentiment, but it's not quite as scary. Yeah.
That's a good team name. If I ever play a Cash Cuff, I'm going to call them that. Fearless Hedgehogs.
This is probably also the worst scenario to be in terms of you win the pistol, then you lose the force, you've lost the follow-up, and now you're on an eco. Suddenly you've given all the momentum away to the javelins, and also the fact that the pistol could have been stolen away by Lena if she wasn't kind of lost in the source with the smokes. It's been very one-way traffic for this T side. Cool stack. Victoria has given us a nice little cinematic view of what it looks like on the setup. However, as soon as VQ peaks, even alongside the flash, Na'Vi can just completely extend and escape out of the ramp. They can reset, and VQ's more than happy just to kind of take all the kills. Is it an ace? Not quite, but a 4-piece will do just nice.
Yeah, should be happy to get all the kills there. Yeah. Spots them, gets back, finds them all. It was a cool idea with the stack, but the flashbang that set up VQ's swing, just the way they approached ramp kind of negated it. If you just went up the ramp side and we're like looking for the swing onto headshot, then it would have been very strong. But jumping up onto the sandbags at the back of a flash kind of undid the whole thing. Victoria gets the AWP out early. So you're not going to see that on VQ just yet. She's just holding over towards sandbags, it would seem.
It's a good angle, but it's one of those in which you feel like the AWP would need to get a little bit more dynamic. But this is nice as well from the CT side. Shu's taking good space under B. Krasy wants to be the first point of contact. Instead, it is Shu. Lena spots her out. Drops the nade as well, locking her into that fight. Flashbang is perfect. Good support. Control still remains at B for Fearless Cheaters, and it just means that Na'Vi now have to force and accelerate the play up A.
I was really trying to work out why Shu started shooting, but it was a bait for that flashbang. Very cool. Na'Vi are going to now take over grab control, but Fearless Cheaters are fully aware of this. Victoria spots one out. Is brought down a little bit low by Hanka's spray. Fearless Cheaters are playing very respectable. Showing a lot of respect, I should say.
They're also
respectable as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, for things are true. They have to fight forward. They've got no utility if it comes to a retake. They'd love to get a kill, but VQ getting one has made it harder. Victoria finds one through the smoke. That T-smoke is a little deep. It's going to fade. Letty just trying to get the bomb down, and she will achieve that objective, but only for a moment. Blown out of the server, and despite the low HP, Fearless Cheaters have all the advantage.
And here's the util conversation, right? VQ has to fight forward around the smoke. I like this spam, though. Hanka's laying it down to allow VQ to try and work and be a nuisance, just creep through. Hanka's trying to take this contact. Will find the first and the second. Hanka's doing everything. That completely denies the bomb defuse, and here's VQ, the extra element, lying in wait, and now shrouds herself back in the shadows. Victoria has got no idea what's happening. No kit, no time. Na'Vi just about hold on.
And no scope for Victoria for the last kill. And she gets to live, so that's something. We're to see a trademark no scope out from her, but that was beautifully played by VQ and Hanka right in the end there. Just the way that they set each other up. Hanka providing all the distraction, and low HP made the kills so much more simple. That one's kind of rough if you're Fearless Cheaters. You're up in a 4-on-2. They also had the lack of utility, so they just had to fight forward and swing onto ramp. They couldn't really like throw a Molotov forward or a HG on the smoke or anything like that.
They had a flash, and I feel like when you're in that advantage, you're in a 4-on-2, you can hold the flash until you actually get confirmed contact on one of the players, and then you could throw it. And it's the thing is, though, this is what you're going to see. Little teething issues from Fearless Cheaters. The micro's not going to be as on point as you'd hope. And as another consequence, it just means that players like Victoria, when they're in positions where they're the only one with an MVP weapon, such as an AWP, they will go for swings and potentially overextend. And Na'Vi Javelins are a team that are going to punish that.
That AWP is not going to be retrievable. Oh, Vilga is actually able to get the kill. The flashbang helps her out. Even if it does blind her as well. And they have armor, so picking up the AK, they can get the AWP. Things get very interesting. VQ is definitely going to make that more difficult. And Joker's hearing everything about this rotate.
You can just go A now. You've heard at least 2 sets of footsteps that have relocated towards middle, and you imagine there'll still be a B player. So for Na'Vi, obviously you're going to check every single corner. That's what they do. They're very disciplined, but they can just extend, and it's free. You drop the smokes. You can go for the bomb plant. You can also get VQ posted in a position where she can deny the potential of Fearless Cheaters giving it a look in. Boost up. Knocked down. Okay.
Oh, VQ, what? That's unreasonable.
That's not fair. That's literally, you're kicking them while they're down, VQ. That'd be a sick ace if she gets it, but she was going to run away and try and deny it.
Another quad kill. The flick onto the boosting player, and then just a shot in the smoke, and it's straight through the heart. Got that boot camp buff.
Let's be honest, though, it's just VQ things. Like that round is so VQ. Like the fact that she gets the opener, she then denies the fact that you can't pick up the AWP, and then hits just some sick shots to close the round.
Yeah, it's never like a crazy flick or anything for VQ. Like normally it's just like she's just hitting every shot, and she knows exactly where you're going to peek from.
It's like you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And VQ, it doesn't matter how many she takes. It feels like she still hits 100% of them, which is a scary prospect to face. And she's definitely one of the most consistent players we've got in the season. At least the guns are here, and she was able to hold on to that AK, but look at the variation. Mid has not been pressured in any one of these rounds by the CT side, and Angelika's called that, and Letty is just going to walk through elevator. There's no way they're going to be ready for this. There's no chance.
It's minute 30 in, and she's behind them. Oh, Teddy's going to get the kill.
You still go V here, though, I think.
Yeah, realizing what Letty can achieve. First kill is hers. How many more can she get? Her presence here alone should be threatening enough.
Yeah, you're waiting for the lurk here. Look at Krezi. She's about to walk and try and rotate. Angelika's going to kill her, and then Na'Vi going to go B.
Yeah, but Shu is actually getting work done. So it's into a 2-on-2. Letty finds both her kills. Angelika actually finds Shu as well, so it matters not. The separation. They still find the round. That was a bit of a weird one. I like that we just got to watch Letty's POV throughout and the way that she approached it. But there was like 4 different fights going on at the same time all across the map.
Yeah, that is chaos kind of being in shoot. Here's the replay of VQ just hitting everything in the round before, or just denying the AWP as well. Another pause. Second one immediately coming out for Fearless Cheaters, and it makes a lot of sense. You're not going to invest into this round, but 30 seconds, this one is just more acting as kind of a mental reset. Take 30 seconds, breathe, relax. You still need to try and put some rounds on the CT side because currently Na'Vi Javelins are running away with it. It's now 6 rounds in a row that they've won. And every single one of them, it's felt like they've been in control. They're dictating a lot of the tempo and where the fights are taking place. It's up to Fearless Cheaters to try and disrupt the default.
I imagine this won't be the round that we see it in.
No. But this could be a cool angle to try and put pressure on one area of the map so you kind of get a sense of how Na'Vi Javelins are playing it. And then when you've got the guns out in play, you just do it again with obviously more utility and more weaponry.
Shu's rifle is going to layer up in towards mid with Krasi, so this is a decent setup. If anyone comes around the corner, Krasi can pick up the rifle of anyone they find, but Na'Vi went their last round. They're not interested this time. Playing very passive until they start to crawl towards A, which seems to be the focal point.
They're just playing off VQ. They are blowing open the smokes. They're holding the utility. They are just waiting for another player to make a mistake that gets punished by the sniper. It's very disciplined out of Na'Vi. Hanka now just creeps into a corner that she can hold for a boost. Or also hold for a push. VQ's thinking about it as well. There will be a boost being assembled. And it comes in at a really nice time. Tati is currently not being held by any of these players, but can't find Hanka.
Shu's found her mark. And it's messy. Hanka can't find the kill. Vicky's just walking forward first, but Krasi's found one as well. Hanka does eventually get her kill, and this is really weird. Victoria actually deals with Angelika, and it's VQ with this AWP that's in the back lines, Glock in hand. Actually swapping to the AK. Gonna swing and try and find some kills, but time is running out, and Hanka is the only player remaining. She has to go towards A. She has to be loud about it. In the chaos, it looks like Fearless Cheaters have maybe found their success in towards short. There's no time, there's no chance, and there is no life left for Hanka.
Just trying to make a sense of that round because it felt like Na'Vi, yeah, call that pause. Because you've taken space, you got the opening kill towards A ramp, you then fan your players out to the point where they're holding and waiting for contact. As soon as the boost was assembled, that's where Hanka was really sucked into short. And it feels like that's where the communication breaks down for Na'Vi Javelins, because she takes some grazing bullets from the Deagle. She then retreats. You see it on the minimap all the way back down to the bottom, but that hasn't been communicated because VQ is still scaling up towards the site, trying to kind of cut these players off at gap. But there isn't any support of the rifles in the meantime. And they're being picked apart by Shu, who was flanked. So I feel like there's been a slight communication mishap there, which is why we're seeing a pause there, and why we're seeing Fearless Cheaters get back on the board. A round they didn't expect to do it in, a round they have done it in, and now a round from that needs to breed consistency.
Again, Victoria's going to be starting with the AWP over towards sandbags. Holding for Hanker's lurk, it looks like, if she decides to swing out the corner. She's walking straight in towards Gap. Now Victoria's repositioned here, ready to fight her, and she finds her mark. Hanker tried to jiggle it, but not ready for Victoria to be out on the corner.
It's much better. Much better from Fearless Cheaters. They're playing a much more regimented default. They're not overextending into angles in which were being punished originally by Na'Vi Javelins. And now they're forcing them to go up towards B, and they've rotated an extra player. Out quad, Shu swings, and now Krezi can take contact. It's nicely handled by Fearless Cheaters. It's an extremely clean round from them. It needs to just remain clean. VQ still on the server, swinging with her AWP and finding kills. Angelka follows up with a nade. Still a winnable scenario for the Javelins. Bomb picked up, and now they can escape.
VQ looks like she still wants to continue fighting forward, but there are 3 players if she peeks through. Oh, the flashbang though from Angelka is perfect. A tag comes on through, and Taddy uses a moment to sneak through the left-hand side. Angelka, who has not really been needed in a lot of these rounds so far, has to step up in this clutch. And the bomb is out of her hands. The swing is perfect, but she can't transfer onto the second.
That's expensive, though. That is really expensive. That was a 5-on-2, and it gets undone by really well-worked positionings from VQ, and then the support network of Angelka. A flash over the top. VQ's able just to pick her poison of which side of the generator she wants to swing and dismantle that defense. 4 kills. Fortunately enough for Fearless Cheaters, there are signs of life. And Na'Vi want to reset up B. They realize how easy it was to kind of breach that with not as many players as before. Fantastic utility this time around. They get hindered by it. Javelin's got to take a breather.
And a restart, perhaps. Fearless Cheaters finally settling into the CT side. Managing to keep Na'Vi at bay, where Na'Vi were just taking liberties across the map. And they're fighting forward over on towards B, but Angelka, sitting behind the smoke, gets the first kill. Trade is immediate. I don't know if they know that Lena is here, though. She was never spotted, I don't think, as part of this attack.
Look at Vilga. Off the back of seeing the Angelka in the kill feed, she's the mid player. So Angelka is not there, which means that Vilga's just pushed mid. She's down ladder. She's in the back lines behind Na'Vi.
She's about to drop the down. Oh, yeah. This is classic Vilga in the back lines. Everyone's back turn. They have no idea. She finds both of them. Hanker now has to respond, but the bomb is out of their grasp. She gets burnt down low as well. Perfect Molotov. Now the rest of the CTs can come through, and they know exactly where Hanker has gotten to. 4 CTs converge on this position. She's being held for. Nice little peek up from Victoria. And Lena might be in their backlines, but they're fully aware of this possibility. And Victoria finds the final shot to get it done.
Really good from Vilga. Immediately notices it as well. Angelka has always been in middle the entire half. And as soon as her name lights up at the bottom of B, she just takes the space. Very dynamic. Wins the entire round, leading by example and showing off her experience within ESL Impact. Look at this scenario as well, by the way. Off the back of winning a pistol round that got really confusing and disorientating for Na'Vi Javelins, Fearless Cheaters have now won 2 more in a row. They're up to 6-4. They've given themselves something to work with. They can even end the half even still.
That'd be quite the recovery. I mean, Na'Vi got 6 in a row, right? So, beautiful stuff coming through. It's so classic of Vilga to somehow end up in the back lines. Finding that gap, as you mentioned, by Angelka's lack of presence. So, gonna put the Na'Vi Javelins onto the Na'Vi Deagles. It's also a weapon, like a javelin. Can you imagine if in CS, You could like buy different melee weapons.
Don't.
Actually, if you could like buy a javelin and like throw it at someone.
No, why?
Like that Call of Duty game mode where like you shoot the knife out your gun.
What, like sticks and stones?
Yeah, you could like throw a javelin. It's like a knife, but it's at long range, instant kill. But it's delayed. Like it has to like
a tomahawk.
Yeah. But it slowly arcs through the air. Like it's not like a hit.
Well,
scan.
here we go.
Oh, hello. Oh, ignore me. VQ's got something to say for a moment. 2 kills. Oh, Ladies Eagle strikes as well. Not like this, fearless cheaters. Everything they have done to put them in the advantage, and suddenly it starts to crumble. A couple of Deagle kills. VQ running around towards the back of Headshot. An AK recovered. There's no armor. And Shu and Krasi have everything they need for the retake. Kits, smokes, Molotovs. They still need to find their marks. Comes forward on towards the bomb. Lena looking for it, but Letty over the top finds the kill. And it comes down to the 1v1. Shu's sticking the smoke at the defuse, and she's almost got it, but Letty is able to find her, and Na'Vi win a round with just the pistols.
How are they being given that much room up A? How is VQ allowed to just walk, not run, walk the whole way, not considered, not checked once? That's despicable. That cannot happen. After all the hard work you put in, you've been undone by simply overlooking a ramp, by not even considering that they could just walk up. Not quite a tomahawk, but it's a dagger to the heart.
That's so rough. Should have been a 6, well, potentially a 6-6 half. Now the most they can hope for is 5. It's kind of messed up their eco a little bit. Utility an issue once more. Jelka going fast up in towards mid. Boosted on up. Victoria's up though, peering over the top, is able to find VQ. Let's send Filker on a little bit of position. She's walking on through. Letty's lurk is caught, but are they ready for Angelka to be boosted up here? Not even going to factor it in and not come near her either, but maybe these mid players could be her prey. Victoria clears her. Lena walks on through, and Shu seems fully aware of it. Fully aware, but a teammate goes down, and Hanker is on the quick trade. But now she has to come up in the clutch. She's going to bail, fall back, feign the drop-off. That has caused some movement. It's given her the chance for the one-on-one. She's going to walk on behind through the smoke. Victoria is going to have no idea, but there's support from above. The trade. Oh, jumping. Oh, she thought she had the play, but not quite. 7-5 at the half.
And daughters, out it like a mobster, killing it for honor. Not a mystery, I'm making history. I call it victory, I call it victory. No, it's never enough. I won't ever sacrifice, I ain't ever satisfied. Going up, going up, going up. Spaceship elevator, golden gladiator. It's going through my head. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing's gonna stop me.
7-5 after it looked pretty dominant from Na'Vi Javelins. Fearless Cheetahs worked their way back into the game. It was an eco round that then succeeded a lot of expectations. I've been very impressed with their Vertigo, to be honest, and now it's a whole different beast on this T side. Vilga can pick and choose the amount of aggression and acceleration this T side want to bring up against the Javelins. A great start as well. Dink immediately on towards Hanka.
Continuing to press in towards middle, and Taddy has a good read on VQ's position. Doesn't hard clear. Okay, now they do. Booker gets the kill. And continue to push forward. The smoke is going to deny elevator access. There's a bit of a funky gap on the left-hand side, but Taddy's just going to walk on by it. Letty ahead, and Letty B heads too, but it's all a bit of a ruse. The real split was coming through mid.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you're trying to see how much damage you can get done towards elevator, and then you could maybe bring the bomb A. Instead, it goes back to B. Remember, Hanka's still low. That was the first engagement. She copped a bullet straight in the head, and now they need to clear. One flashbang on these players. Hanka goes first, and Hanka beheads. Now there's even more chances. Hanka's doing everything. Would need to be her in this one-on-one, and she hits the headshot. How on earth have you done that, Hanka?
That is insane from Hanka. Such a low HP, but it doesn't matter. Finds her headshot every single time. I feel like Victoria was set to win the 1v1, at least at the very end, but the fact that it even got to that position is a testament to the individual skill. That's a pop-off round from Hanka.
That's ridiculous. That is honestly just so ridiculous. I do not know how she has done that in the slightest, but the second shot looked incredibly clean. Let's take a look at this again. She's just darting back and forth immediately. It's so difficult to try and overwhelm these players. Not happening. So Na'Vi strike first in the second half. They get the pistol that eluded them in the first instance. Forced by for the Cheetahs, of course, came down to 1 versus 1. They're able to get... They get the bomb down? I think so.
Yeah, it was planted. So
Yeah.
Galil's Naked comes out. And maybe Fearless Cheetahs could just now beat what was done to them and have their economy completely reset. VQ. Gonna get confirmation of Vilga's position. Very passive from the Cheetahs early. Hoping to maybe lull Na'Vi into a sense of security. Now they know rifles are at play and present at the bottom of the ramp.
That smoker's definitely gone a bit wanting out of VQ. Wanted it to land actually quite deep to kind of where Victoria is currently standing. So they didn't feel any pressure. That's exactly what Villages were hoping for. Unfortunately, couldn't punish upon it with the kill. Might be able to punish the boost. Na'Vi Javelins, when they were scaling up ramp, they were very aware of this on their T side. Might be something that Villages definitely need to consider as they make their ascendancy up towards A.
I feel like it is often cleared, but sometimes good for one. Paddy, you can see, knew that was a possibility. The first kill given on over. VQ has to back off. Also support from Letty, who's almost caught out as she throws through the HE, but that's the bomb that they've spotted scaling. And VQ has a really strong position. That smoke dropped in towards short is giving her space to work with, and space that she will exploit for 2. Taddy comes back around for that trade, swinging out the smoke, but it's even now. Bomb gonna be planted on towards default. HE does a lot of damage onto Taddy, and she's stuck behind the side. They just want to fight her, take her out of the equation. Krasi at least gets one back. Brought down low in the process. There isn't a kit on either of these players. Smoke goes forward. Start to go for a bit of an adventure. Seeing if they can wrap around. Not seeing anybody down here begging for a kit. There's none in play. You can see how much Angelica's looking for one. They think there's one around, but they can't find it. And Fearless Cheetahs find them.
Yeah, there was a lot of indecision in that retake. It felt like initially they were going to hunt towards gap. They were going to take the fights out towards short, but they needed to go. You can see that one player was progressing. The other one is, as you said, looking for the kit on the floor, but you've then completely eliminated your ideals of trade space. And also similar things to Na'Vi Javelins creeping up as what we were commenting on for Fearless Cheetahs. A lot of utility there. They could have dropped the flashbangs over the top and everyone could have fought forwards. There was an unnecessary fight on headshot there for Na'Vi Javelins. They did not need to go for that kill on towards gap so quickly.
And this is how Fearless Cheaters get back into the game. Na'Vi go for the Force Buy here, so we can see the upgraded pistols come into the mix. Armor behind them, so certainly potent. And we saw them win around with just Deagles on the T side, so something to consider. Viku's Deagle is a bit of a menace. I mean, Viku's anything is a bit of a menace, I suppose. She is on 20 kills. Molotov isn't going to touch Lena, but her backpack is spotted. Victoria is able to find her. You don't have to commit off it either.
I like this. You just taking presence towards A. You've already shown that you can throw utility over towards ramp, so you can just group and you can execute onto a bomb site together. Most important thing in rounds like this is just numbers. Making sure you're not overwhelmed by any cheeky angles Javelins want to set themselves up in. Tati gets rid of Viku. Viku really needs help. It feels like she's the only player right now, bar Hanker in that pistol, to achieve a lot of impact for Na'Vi Javelins. Tati going for a little bit of a cheeky angle herself. Just tucked around the corner, off the edge of the map, whilst the players on shore are going to try and just bait in. It should be a pretty easy cleanup for Fearless Cheaters, and it will be. So they bring the round score to 7, just within 1 of Na'Vi Javelins. And now when the guns come out, which won't be this round, it'll be the next, you've really got to start asking some questions here if you're Na'Vi. Just play your default. Play rounds that you're familiar with, rounds that you're used to. Because it felt like there were a number of opportunities in that first half in which, if they did that, they would have been a lot better off. Instead, it actually kind of feels an element of that they're playing down to the level that Fearless Cheaters are currently at.
Yeah, which is exactly what Fearless Cheaters want, right? Bring it down into the muck. I mean, this round was just the kind of pistols coming into it, but yeah, this should be an evened up game, which is not really where it should have been, considering it was 6-1 at one stage. Yep. That's the sort of stuff that Na'Vi, as the team, we've kind of set this narrative as being the next trophy lifters. Can't be starting sloppy. All right, listen, guys. Just because you saw them do it doesn't mean you have to copy them.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Ow, that hurts if you're Angelica, and that's obviously been heard as well. It's just patient. And these are exactly the kind of rounds that Nine Pandas Fearless, their core, were known for. Just taking the sting out of the game. Waiting until the last 30 seconds. Hey, a flashbang. They're doing our stack, guys. And they're out.
Nice kills from Tati. Angelica. 1, 2. All right, that's good damage. And a rifle that can be recovered. Just like a little sadly. I don't know if there was an AK there at all. Look like Vilgo's trying to swap to one, but I think it's gotten lost. Oh no, it's an M4.
Oh, that's free. That's good. That's a fantastic weapon. And if you're Fearless Cheaters, you don't want to hunt either. The money, you want it just to be in a good position for yourselves. If Angelica holds onto an M4, ultimately, look, that's what she was going to buy anyway. Might as well just let her keep it. Prioritize your own wealth. But 8-8 is definitely a position that they didn't expect to find themselves in coming into this. But they'll take it. And now Vilga's got the opportunity to outcool Na'Vi Javelin. It's something that she has done a lot in her career, especially in the high-impact pressure moments.
We won't be able to get the AWP out of the VQ into this round. And I really need to see Angelica step online. She mentioned it's just really been VQ that's doing all of the work right now. Outside of that one little special round that Hanker brought through. See if these other riflers can start to fire off. Cheaters are going to be prioritizing mid. All the players present there. Angelica's holding a very fine line in case there's a boost that comes through.
standard util. You get Joker off the angle. That means you can isolate these players. Vilga just getting rid of the mid elements. Now, again, you can take this attack anywhere, but with this split, it's going to be towards B, and Joker and Lena trying to hold on, but only find kills apiece. Vilga is on for the ace in this round, unless Hanka can stop her.
This is all Vilga, baby. Hanka's going to walk around the corner, not ready for Krasi, and that round was flawless. Even with the layering of the Na'Vi players on towards B, Vilga just demolishes them, and the util setup was perfect for it. Molotov isolates Angelica so she can't get involved, but then the flashbangs that came on over just sent the mid defense that came through scrambling. Vilga was so sharp on all her shots. Very explosive and very successful.
Gotta talk about the timing of when they went for that as well, because there were players in ladder for Fearless Cheaters, and as soon as the nade gets blown open by Na'Vi javelins, or the progression smoke that was originally thrown by the T side down A ramp, they just went. They knew that there were players clear in that position, which means the rotate towards middle was not going to be as strong. And as soon as you throw the incendiary over towards construction, you put Angelica off the angle, you're fighting into 1, maybe max 2. And Vilga claims both. Talks about the kills for VQ and kind of her being the only one really delivering for Na'Vi. Take a look at Fearless Cheaters. Look at how tightly compressed it is. They are all within 1 kill of each other. It's a real team effort.
It's real Enigma Galaxy scoreline, actually. Oh, VQ. Her deagle just hits diff. I don't know, man. She just hits every shot. But it is only her, it feels. Going slow against these pistols could be deadly.
Hello.
Uh-oh. Angelica gets her kill, and she doesn't have to commit. She can
That's
just
nice.
smoke. She can just be a pain. Actually sticks around, and
Oh, okay. That's not nice.
she was not expecting that. I love that reaction. That was really funny.
That's so dangerous just to hang around there, though, because look at Shu. She could even go over towards B and come across. Lena, although she's half HP, now is fully anchored on B, worrying about it, where instead she could have been on A. Hanka, nice shot. Would need another 15 seconds left. You've got to remember, Fearless Cheaters, they've got to plant the bomb. VQ trying to deny it. They just about make their way through. It all comes down to this shot, but Krasi finds both of these kills. And our leader is on a quick flank, but the bomb, it's been planted, and now this round feels incredibly more unlikely. Grab the AWP, get out of there, but that's double digits for the Cheaters.
That's a little bit rough. At least you get the AWP, which we haven't got to see for VQ yet. But I feel like, you know, that's as great as that is. It's not VQ that's, you know, the issue right now. That's a real shame that panned out that way. I feel like Angelica could have really made a great play finding that kill and then smoking off, but really thought that she could get around the corner of it. Doesn't work out for her. And she might not even get to save this AWP. They're so close to her, and she's slowly skirting away. Getting away, and she survives.
What a game this is really shaping out to be. This is a series that can now go the full distance. Did not expect Fearless Cheaters to look this good on Vertigo. This was the turning point in the match, though, in the round, where Angelica recommits after she drops that smoke. It is unfortunate. Whilst this game is going on, obviously, of course, we've got Bigger Keeper versus Astralis. Bigger Keeper wins map 1, 13-7. So a good showing. And the first official for the Astralis squad. Shu is burning alive, needs a molly. In fact, no, she doesn't. Has found a little pocket of space.
Don't repick that one. Oops, on the line from Victoria. And after all of the pressure they put on mid towards A, it's to B now. Lena's the one that has to step up. There is a double layering in mid that can come support her. Looks like she's going to need it. Behind double, they're putting the pressure on. They want to isolate her, find that fight, and she can't go anywhere right now, but the support comes through. Lena gets her kill. Vilga fighting on 4, but Angelica has stepped in, and VQ arrives as well. Everyone here on the B bomb sites. The bomb is down in the open. Victoria is about to swing around the corner. VQ should be ready for the fight, and she is. Leaves it to Krasi. Comes on forward. Spots out the first. The spray does a lot of damage, but no kill found. And on the second time of asking, VQ gives up the kill. 1v1s can't be afforded by Na'Vi.
No flashbangs here.
As he takes the pause, the smoke's going to fade. Letty was isolated for a moment, but able to find the kill onto Cressy, and so Na'Vi finally getting something happening on this CT side.
They're making it really difficult for themselves, though. Even there, whilst Fearless Cheaters are about to commit on towards that B bomb site, they're all shooting at Lena. She had a smoke in her pocket. She could have right-clicked it. There was a chance for her to fall back a little bit or just get ready for that flash that was inevitably coming in, kind of as those standard protocols from Na'Vi Javelins. They do make it work. It is fine, but it feels hectic. It feels like that there isn't really much holding this default up. It feels like Vilga is now just poking holes and making it feel incredibly fragile for Na'Vi Javelins.
Fearless Cheaters going to use their last pulls as well. So they've been really prioritizing bringing those through. Knowing that Na'Vi are in such a tentative position. He starts mid this time. She might be given a fight. Vilga is here and has support, so two players about to be entering here. Angelica's up close too, so it's a great bait and switch setup. Vicky is holding very wide on the angle, I will say. And she starts to go further forward, peeking in, almost the collateral. Traded out by the orb, but the damage done, and Joker can't find the kill. That is frustrating for her. Good damage onto two. Now Shoot starting to make moves, keep Lena occupied over here. Fearless Cheaters have the option of going wherever they want right now.
Oh, they're going to second guess themselves. I felt like they were going to go up A ramp. The bomb was making its way over. Tati had good space, and now she's going to start to work her way forward. So there's still a chance they can reset. But this double push is brutal from Hanker and Letty because missed timings here for Fearless Cheaters means that Na'Vi could deny the bomb as it rotates back.
Oh, yeah, this is weird.
They can hit the util.
Yeah, they hit the full execute. Oh, but they're going to run straight in. Lena finds the lurk. Letty deals with Victoria. The bomb as well is brought on over. Crassi, though, steps in. Hanker gets hers back. And this timing in towards the middle, this gap that was found. It might be the gap that just lets Fearless Cheaters out of this map, but Shoot does get the kill. And she has to run. She has to run towards A, but Lena is already full committed B, so she's not hearing any of this. It'll have to be the retake. She's going to arrive too late. Shu will get the bomb down.
It's literally just a couple of bullets that will separate the victor of this round as well. Shu needs to play patient, but she also needs to worry about the fact that there could be a flank. Lena's taking her time. She's got a smoke. She's got a kit, but with this low HP, she won't be sticking it. She's going to try and look for this fight. Shu's so committed in on this angle. Lena taps the bomb, fakes it out, but is not looking the right way. Now has a look. That's the barrel spotted from Shu, and she just runs away. She understands the time implications. And this means that Lena has to commit, and it means that she'll just be on one position. Shu shooting, and finally, one of the bullets will connect. Shu clutches up a 1v2, and Fearless Cheaters just about survive.
Perfectly played by Shu. But that got way out of hand. Fearless Cheaters doubting themselves, second guessing. They get that control in towards A, and they think, okay, now back we go. Remember, this started with this beautiful, almost double kill. Angelica really feeling a bit unfortunate that she couldn't find something there. Some crazy rounds that have come through in this map. Na'Vi used their last time out as well. So no one getting on the mic for these squads going forward. Na'Vi, this is essentially their last full buy.
Do or die. This really is breaking point. Sure, you've got all your loss bonus. There'll be rifles brought forward into the next, but this doesn't feel comfy at all. Fearless Cheaters, they're in the best possible position to make Na'Vi Javelins bend the knee immediately on their map pick. Hanker pushing the smoke, trying to get active. Instead, it's Victoria holding the line. We know how thorough Fearless Cheaters can be with these clears. Shot rings out. Or maybe not. Just holding, waiting with bated breath, hoping that Na'Vi give a fight. And she's going to find one in a sec. Viku post on the line. When does she go round this corner? If she goes round this corner, she won't. She's tucked in just behind the fencing. Almost put in as a preventative measure to herself so she can't actually peek.
Yeah, that's true, actually. It's a pretty dicey angle. Like, it's obviously going to be very strong for one kill, but she has nowhere she can go. That's the scary part. But I guess with the support of Hanka being present in that angle, it's all okay unless they're explosive up ramp, which they might just pop onto her. First kill should be all but guaranteed. Oh my god, Viku! I thought she'd take a second to line it up, but she just hits the flick straight to the dome. Krasi is going to get 2 kills back and start to back off. Bomb spotted. But the advantage is towards Na'Vi. Lena is about to take the key fight onto Shu. Shu walks around the corner and Lena is not expecting that presence at White Box. And opening in towards B. Angelica running forward through the flames, but Shu is in the perfect angle. And despite a decent hold at A, it's all starting to crumble for Na'Vi. It's got to be Letty. She's been loud on the approach, gets that first kill, looking for the second. Krasi, she's committing to the plant, and she is put down.
How does that happen? How is Letty allowed to win that clutch? All of Shu's hard work in finding not only the first kill, but then relocating, making it so difficult. Angelica commits herself through an incendiary. That gets heard by Shu, and she's able just to hit the headshot immediately. But take nothing away from Lena and Letty. Letty finding those 2 kills. Keeping Na'Vi Javelins a conversation piece on Vertigo. And look at the money as well. This should be an equalization. This should be 11-11.
It's very fast up through gap. Do they realize there is an entire team there?
No way.
Oh no, the PT-50. Running back. Viku is in a position they don't know. They don't know Viku's here. She is completely an unknown. Is she unknown element? No, she's known. She's found. It was just pistols. It comes down to an advantage now for the cheaters. They've recovered some weapons. And they can back off. There's time to work with. This round is something else. Maybe Angelica. Oh no, she's going to be loud. It's going to be heard. Angelica is done for. No way. No way Angelica wins that. But the bomb site's still compromised over towards B. Lena's arrived.
It's still just pistols, Lucy. Like, this is still winnable. They have to swing together. No way. Victoria finds the kill. Angelica's got no HP.
Saving. Pistols. Just pistols and pace.
I don't think they were ready. I do not think they were ready for pistols. I thought, if you're Na'Vi, you look at this round, Fearless Cheaters haven't been knocked down in a couple. So you assume that they might invest into this. It won't be the best, but they could invest. And they're just not ready for the amount of pace that gets applied. Viku's known because as she runs through ramp, she then steps on the metal gap. And even though she's been incredibly silent, ultimately, she's then heard. Good utility as well. Vilga knows that they need to clear short regardless of any sort of disruption made. It really feels like Na'Vi have been undone by the complicated nature of some of these rounds that Fearless Cheaters are throwing in front of them. Na'Vi Javelins feel like they are always second guessing and they are always second best.
That's just devastating for Na'Vi. Viku's doing her darndest out here. Good HE. Hanka can swing if needed, and she's going to come around. Brilliantly timed, gets her kill, and gets out.
Much better. And now you have got the support network of Na'Vi Javelins. They can actually just play the default a lot more normally. There's a lot less chaos going on. It all hinges on Lena surviving at B. Because look, Fearless Cheaters, they apply pressure A. They didn't really find anything. And now they want to scale. Lena spots it, drops the smoke. It actually plays close to it. I really like this, especially with the MP9, as she can get all the info. Even though they're committing with utility, there's no presence over. Vilga's remained in gap the entire time. And by Lena pushing, it means that Hanka doesn't.
Yeah, I think Vilga was trying to catch someone on the flank from A, but no one from Na'Vi starts to poke out or yeah, do that information gathering, as you mentioned, Hanka not needing to do that. So Fearless Cheaters will regroup towards A. Na'Vi just has 2 players here that have MP9s though. I mean, in fact, across the board, there's no util. They just have to fight with the weapons they have, and Letty knows this, gets on board, trying to get ahead of it, and she's done well. A kill is hers. Hanka tried to swing to trade, but couldn't find anything. So it's Viku, again, needing to step up, but she can't find the kill. Neither can Angelica. And this might be it. Lena needs to clutch up. 3 kills required. Somehow, Fearless Cheaters have come through with a victory on the opening map versus Na'Vi.
Honestly, really well deserved. It was very impressive from them. I cannot believe it. It just kind of really amounts to that, Lucy. Because look, the way that Fearless Cheaters were playing, it always felt like they were in control. Na'Vi Javelins were just completely second-guessing themselves. There was a lot of chaos going on in which the Fearless Cheaters thrive in, right? That's kind of the namesake of Nine Pandas Fearless. They always get up close. They will always try and spring a trap, and you've now got Vilga at the helm orchestrating all of it. The master puppeteer and the Javelins, they're the ones on strings.
Yeah, what a crazy way for them to win as well, right? It starts with that pistol round that was meant to be where Na'Vi kind of got back into this game. It's where they started to get comfortable, but completely run down. And from the back of that, Fearless Cheaters, well, they didn't slow down, living up to their namesake. I'm shocked. I'm stunned that this was the opener. I mean, what a great game to kick off the season, though.
Yeah, for sure. But ultimately as well, like I will be critical of Na'Vi Javelins because we did mention it in the cast. It kind of felt like they were kind of playing down to the level in which Fearless Cheaters wanted them to come into. They wanted it to be scrappy. They wanted Na'Vi Javelins to break away from their default. Think about the rounds that Na'Vi Javelins were winning. It was where it was a lot more structured. It was where it felt like they were in control. As soon as that gets taken away from them, they are really struggling.
Yeah, and it's not a great sign early for Na'Vi. I think particularly because they're also in boot camp, right? We kind of set the narrative that they should just be coming through and running them down, and it definitely felt like it was meant to be like that. They were 6-1 up at one stage on that T side, but then as you mentioned, yeah, Fearless Cheaters were just able to get them to play their game, and that's what Vilga does to you, and I think that's what's always made Nigma Galaxy such a threatening team. Is it's not necessarily that the same thing coming at you all the time. It's just the different approaches that she's brought to the game, and it's really cool to see. That was definitely a different style of play than what we've used to seeing from that core in the past, and it's got to get you excited about this team.
It's literally how Vilga was able to beat Na'Vi Javelin so many times. It's the constant misdirection. It's also just the case of you are trapping players on one side of the map to force a mistake out of them. And it happened nearly every single round. Even that MP9 one in which Angelica shouldn't have won, where she gets the jump on Shu at Gap. It's all by design. Like the entire way that Fearless Cheaters played that T side was all just incredibly well calculated. It was set up by Vilga. She's already answering some of the early questions that we had for her. The biggest thing though is the T sides are going to be easier to call. And the thing that actually impressed me more for Fearless Cheaters was the fact they were able to get back into the game, because it felt like they could have just been run over. It felt like they could have not even had an opportunity to show us that they had the level to that T side, but they were able to show that resilience.
Yeah, actually could have even been a more dominant scoreline for them. Though. Remember the round that Na'Vi won with just the Deagles, right? The fact that happens as well. So 2 rounds where each team kind of won one with pistols. So I guess that's kind of fair. But, you know, what's cool is that it wasn't just like one individual popping off, having a sick game and kind of carrying them through. That did happen in the server, but it was on the Na'Vi side where Viku was, I think she ended with, 25, 26 kills?
Something like that.
Along that line, which is a phenomenal performance from her, but it was a real no-help moment, it felt, in terms of the fragging at the very least. Whereas on the other side, the best part that we saw was the consistency across the table. Everyone was contributing.
Yeah, and I really want to kind of bring up a head-to-head with Krasi and also Angelica, because ultimately the difference between these two rifles is the fact that you've got Krasi that it always felt like she was ready and going. And the thing is, they were being set up in the same style of fights, Angelica and Krasi. Angelica was not winning them, Krasi was. And that is the difference just with the couple of rounds, despite that. And that was the key factor. Despite Viku having an exceptional game, we can't take anything away from Viku. There was just no support to help her out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess going forward, we go to Ancient next. So that was the map pick of Fearless Cheaters. So Ancient comes up now. Navi's map pick. It's actually quite interesting because I feel like, and again, I'm going to harken back to the Enigma Galaxy days. Voka was very good at calling on this map. It was a map that Enigma Galaxy were first picking for a long time. So I'm very interested to see if they can continue this run that they've shown so far.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And we're going to have to see if they can do it. I will say, though, Ancient is a lot more aggressive for Na'Vi, and they're definitely going to be wanting to put their best foot forward. So let's see if they can bounce back, or if Fearless Cheaters going to commit the ultimate surprise and win 2-0 against Na'Vi Javelins.
Seems like better time, better days have been and gone, but you've still got lightning in you. Your words like thunder strike, your energy building around me like static. You turn me on, you make it rain like summer. You bring the clouds to life. Everything that you are, you are, you are. Going back to the start, the start, the start. Take your best shot. Tell them bring your A1 game. You're gonna bounce back. I can wish you best luck. It don't matter what I say. You're gonna bounce back. See it every moment, every day. You build so strong. You've still got lightning in you. That spirit in your eyes. For now, and I've never seen you stay there. You make it rain like summer. You bring the clouds to life. Everything that you are, you are, you are. Going back to the start, the start, the start. Get the strength in your heart, your heart, your heart. Yeah, nobody can keep you down. Let them take your best shot. So get up and get out there. Pick it up, yeah. Got the magic, it's so rare. Let them take your best shot. Tell them bring your A1 game. You're gonna bounce back. I can wish you best luck. It don't matter what I say. You're gonna bounce back stronger. You're gonna bounce back. Sitting in the same place too long, circle going round in my mind. It's time to leave it all behind. So what you gonna do with your space, with your time, with your life? nobody stop and stare when I walk by, no, I don't care. Ain't nobody stopping me till I get mine, no. Better get ready, ready, cause I might get it. I'm getting better every day. Best of the best, everybody east to west will know my name. Hashtag rise, I got the gold, yeah, I already won this game. Better get ready, ready, cause I might get it. I'm getting better every day, yeah, I got what it takes. Yeah, I got what it takes. Yeah, I got what it takes. I don't mess with no fake. Shake it up like an earthquake. I'll keep it real, cause I got what it takes. Yeah, I got what it takes. Yeah, I got what it takes. I don't mess with no fake. Shake it up like an earthquake. I'll keep it real, cause I got what it takes. Now every single dream I dreamt is coming true. If I can do it, then trust me, baby, so can you. That's right. No, you don't have to see it to believe it. No, close your eyes, visualize. That's how you get it. Better get ready. Tomorrow we will rise.
And we're back, but before we jump into map 2, Brandon, you wanted to highlight 2 players you mentioned before, a bit of a head-to-head that you were interested in talking a little bit more about.
Yeah, no, for sure. And look, we kind of mentioned it before we kind of came out of that break, but for Angelica and Krasi, it was a case of both of these players being set up for success, but the majority of the time it was Krasi that was coming out on top. I think even against Angelica, it felt like she was always kind of having the jump on her. And Krasi, a player that has played at the highest level, has won tournaments back in 2019, has kind of played with a lot of different cores and variations. Her potential was starting to be a little bit more unlocked on G2 Ouya. And now you've kind of got that back into a system where you've already got a solid core. You're now adding one of the best, if not the best, in-game leaders at ESL Impact. And it's already starting to show early promise. And I think that's a really good kind of place to leave it and kind of just say, okay, well, look, this is why we're highlighting her, because I expect big things out of Krasi this season. And the fact we're getting in map 1 is really exciting.
Yeah, I think you've got to be excited about this team now. I was, you know, maybe it's a little too early to say. It was just the first map. There's still a long season ahead, but to start with a bang and take a map off Na'Vi. I mean, beating Na'Vi would be an insane way to start the season. I don't want to say it locks you in for playoffs, but it almost feels like it does, just because Na'Vi are that team that never drops a map. I don't think they've never lost a series in ESL Impact online seasons. They've never lost a series. They always finish 6-0.
That's true. That is true. But what I will say is I kind of, like, if I can play devil's advocate a little bit, it kind of feels like Vertigo is one of those maps that isn't the strongest out of Na'Vi Javelins. Like, sure, it's up there for them, but historically it's been Vilga and Enigma Galaxy always beating them on Vertigo. It's also Nine Pandas Fearless. Like, they're really good at it when they were Nine Pandas Fearless anyway. So there's a lot of comfort there. And so it's just a little bit topsy-turvy for Vertigo. It kind of felt like it was a really good pick for the Fearless Cheaters to go into. You now look at the depth of the map pool rather than kind of tunnel vision in on one map, because that's where Na'Vi Javelins are going to shine. Ancient is one of their best maps. Anubis is another really good map as well for Na'Vi Javelins. So I feel like this will always go 3 maps. I don't think that Na'Vi Javelins will have too many issues on Ancient. I feel like we'll see a very different, like, more reserved Na'Vi Javelins compared to what we saw on Vertigo. I feel like the coach also in this break will say, remember to play the Counter-Strike that we know how to play. Remember what we've been practicing and working towards, because as soon as you break out of that cycle, that's where Fearless Cheaters are going to take full advantage. Yeah,
it definitely feels that Na'Vi kind of got themselves in a bit of a rut. I do feel that they are a team that can do that sometimes, particularly, you know, when it gets to kind of the more high stakes moments. We've seen it plenty of times on LAN when it gets to grand finals. So, you know, I think when things are getting a bit flustered, the opening game doesn't go the way you want, you lose to pistols. These things happen, but the break an important mental reset for them. And I think that for a team like this on LAN, also in person, right, on boot camp, to be able to sort of just talk to each other and have that conversation, I'm sure they'll bounce back. And I think, as you mentioned, Ancient, a map that is very strong for Na'Vi. So expecting to see them really shine here. And this is where Angelica, as you mentioned, I think Ancient is one of the maps that she has a lot of strength on. So really looking to her here.
Yeah, that's why I also wanted to kind of pick her for the head-to-head, because going forward, she's that win con, especially on Ancient. Also, Lena playing towards Cave normally. That's going to be a really interesting battle for Fearless Cheaters and whether they'll try and exploit that, because Lena was not having the best game anyway. Also, having a player like her in towards Cave and Jaguar could sometimes be a little bit of a hindrance for Na'Vi Javelins in the past on CT side. So I'm really interested to see how that sets up. Obviously, Fearless Cheaters will be starting on CT, probably, more than likely, because this is Na'Vi Javelin's map pick. And there you start to also raise some questions. How are they going to set up? How is it going to be the same style of Nine Pandas Fearless, but also ingrained now with the culture that Vilga is trying to kind of implement into the squad? And again, it's one of those things where I'm like, I've got all these questions, but I just need to know the game. I need to see the game to kind of get some answers. But here's all the hypotheticals I'm posing, and hopefully we can kind of have a game where we play along with the viewers and we can see how many of these questions can actually be answered.
Yeah, I think that's this season has the most questions out of any season that we've ever had, which is, it's kind of a cool thing. It feels like there's always been certainties when we go into a new season of ESL Impact. We have very set expectations for certain teams, for certain matches to go a certain way, but it really feels like everything has been thrown out the window this season, which, in my opinion, probably makes it the most exciting season to watch it in, well, since the opening season, maybe. I don't know. It's super cool. And yeah, I think Vilga is normally a pretty solid caller on Ancient. It was a map that Enigma Galaxy used to first pick into for quite a period, but then they started moving away from it, went more into the Inferno territory as their kind of go-to crutch map. We saw Ancient kind of being favored less by them. It's always interested me the way that Enigma Galaxy played around with their veto. And I wonder how much of that decision-making came from, I guess, Vilga's preference in terms of calling, or whether it was more just a conversation amongst the team and their comforts, because it definitely had its ins and outs with that team.
I think also as well how the veto will just change in this roster, because I feel like Nine Pandas Fearless, they did like to play Inferno. Obviously, Enigma Galaxy played Inferno. G2 Oya would pick it up from time to time. So I feel like once it feels a bit better for Fearless Cheaters in terms of where it comes to everyone being a lot more familiar with each other, whether we'll actually see that swap in the first ban actually not being Inferno. It wouldn't surprise me if it actually turns out to be Nuke at the end of the day. I feel like I could really see that being one of the maps that gets prioritized as a ban here for Fearless Cheaters moving forward. So again, I'm asking a hypothetical question when it comes to the veto. We'll have to see over the few weeks. I gave some hot takes, Lucy, kind of to start off the show. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit because I've given one, and now I want to see if you've got any for the season ahead.
I think this isn't a European hot take, but I think MIBR are going to win their group. Well, it's just not a group anymore, is it? It's just like an thing. I think they're going to be above either the Fury or Fluxo.
Oh, wow, okay.
I think MIBR is super exciting. They picked up Danny. I think that's the most important thing. Danny was playing on Divina last season, and she was the player out of every single region that impressed me the most. Like she was doing donk numbers in South America against Fluxo, against Furia. So now that she's on MIBR, which has got Fuzzy, it's got a whole mix of exciting players around her. It just gets me excited. I really want to see MIBR this season.
All right, I'll give an NA one as well then.
Okay.
Obviously 2 spots to qualify. Obviously FlyQuest is going to be one of them. I think Team Karma is going to edge it and get the 2nd spot in NA.
Ooh, or even Shimmer.
Yeah. There it is.
Interesting. That's interesting. We've got, Shimmer now has Phoebe, who's come into the mix, an Australian import to the team. I think she joined the team like late last year in the end of last season. But now she's a permanent member. So I'm interested to see her adaptation, because I think she's just gone back over to the States to play with the team.
She has.
The ping is awful from Australia. So there's also another Aussie, just like weirdly, it's weird, that there's one Australian. The fact that there's 2 playing in North America now. 3, sorry, in North America now is like outrageous, right? I think, it's WG Bandits that also have an Aussie. So I don't know how they keep finding them. Well, I do know how, because Australia is full of very talented Counter-Strike players. But how they end up in women's teams in the US is a very interesting and strange
crossover, right? Yeah. It's a wild crossover that is cool to see kind of developing, and maybe that becomes a meta. obviously we had kind of in the male scene, we had that period where North American players were going to South American teams. Maybe it's the same over here where we're getting Australians go to North America for ESL Impact. We'll have to again keep tally and tabs on that. I'm keeping tabs on the Astralis Bigger Keeper game as well. That one was a little bit closer, but now Bigger Keeper are kind of just settled into things that are a little bit more on that T side. It is looking quite comfy for them as well. They're winning 8-3 at the moment from what I can see. So over there, that looks like that's going to be a 2-0, which is something I expected. But I'm also quite impressed that Astralis are already kind of being a lot more of a force to be reckoned with, especially against one of the top contenders, in my opinion, for the EU scene.
Yeah, I feel like if Bigger Keeper just come through and just 2-0 this out the gate, you're going to be insufferable with your Bigger Keeper kind of stance. Are you still big on NIP? I feel like that was your baby team for most of last year.
I am, but the loss of Astra is very difficult, and obviously they picked up a fantastic replacement in Ramzin. It's unclear to me whether she's going to IGL an AWP. It would make sense to me if she does, because she's been known to IGL in the past, and picking up the AWP as well, it just kind of is a natural fit for NIP in the direction that they want to go in. And you've obviously still got the talent of the twins, the twingers, as it were, with Kiara and Naomi. So I'm still big on NIP. However, I feel like this season, my alliance and my bias might kind of shift it a little bit more towards Bigger Keeper.
We're all full of 4 of them on the Flames together. I know AIM was also on Flames.
I don't know if they were on Flames together at the same time.
Yeah.
But all 4 of them have gone through Copenhagen Flames, with the exception of Jenkin.
Yeah, that's kind of a crazy storyline as well. The Flames to NIP kind of pipeline that's going on
dropping
over
the
there.
shields and picking up the shurikens. Like it's cool. It's like a different variety for them. I guess it's also look, whilst we're here, and we are waiting for the game, guys. Sorry about the delay. We'll be ancient in just a few moments, I hope and pray. I might have jinxed it, casters are notorious for doing that. But we can also, the reason why we're talking about all the rosters is because there's just been so much change. And I said earlier, look, I feel like Vilga was the most surprising change of everything. I feel like when it comes to Pigeons, who are now ex-Nigma Galaxy, the fact they got Zaz, I think is a really good pickup for them, because it adds a lot of experience. And if you're Zaz, you come into a system that's already been well adopted, and Zaz does really well in structured Counter-Strike. And the most structure you're going to get is in Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I think that the big thing for me with that team that I guess remains to be seen is Tori as the IGL, right?
Yeah.
Because when I looked at kind of that team, and I mean, I've not played with them, I've not been in the server with them, I don't know what kind of the environment is like, but to me it always felt like Vilga was by far the biggest voice in that team.
Yeah.
And I never felt like there was a strong second voice, at least from the outside. So I'm really interested to see what Tori's calling style is like. It's her first time in that role, to my understanding. So, the decision's been made because they want to take the team to in a new direction, right? They want to change some of their approaches to the game. So someone else calling is obviously the way to go about that. And Zaza just be coming through as a fragger, which she was definitely doing during G2 Oyo in a way that I was impressed by as well. So firepower-wise, it feels like the team's got an upgrade. But yeah, the calling is the big question mark for me, and I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, no, we definitely will. Again, more hypotheticals, more questions.
So many years.
I love it. I love it so much. I like all these little experiments that all the teams are doing. And I've lost my train of thought, to be honest. But
well, FlyQuest Red, Emmy back into the mix. So we can just look through every roster change that's made. That's another big one for a top team, right? Emmy, who played with CLG Red for many a moon, is now back onto the team. EG Gold dissolves, and they pick up Vanessa to come into the team. So it's a little bit sad for Kelsey and for Mads, who were replaced by those two. But Mads is now in Shimmer as the entire kind of shift of the ecosystem continues. But it felt like FlyQuest Red had to make a change with kind of how last year went. 2 surprised me.
Yeah, no, definitely. I didn't expect 2 either, but I feel like in terms of the quality, they picked up a really good player in Vanessa.
Yes, absolutely.
I think for my money, one of the best players actually in North America, like when it comes to potential. So I think that's a very exciting one. I actually kind of, you know what, we're gonna do every roster, Lucy. Like we're gonna go through, we're gonna do it, and this is nice. We're in podcast mode. Like I kind of wanted to make a video just kind of talking about all the roster changes, but I don't have to now because
You just
I got it
clip
here.
this.
Yeah, easy, guys. I think. Do you know what?
You've been cut off. They were like, Brandon's doing a podcast. Turn him off. Get the
no
game
one wants
going.
to hear that.
Cast
No
us
one
stop talking,
cares.
Start game now.
And we've started it. Na'Vi Javelin starting on the T side. Their map pick after they go down to Fearless and Furious, I guess, Cheaters, Vertigo. CT side, dual Berettas up close, shoot. Waiting patiently, gets the contact and backs off. But it's Lena that draws first blood onto Vilga, a promising and good scalp to take.
Yeah, it's a massive kill to be finding. Taddy gonna get contact, and now they've spotted 2 players into Donut. Well, make that 1, actually. But Lena is dealt with. Taddy, great flash. Isolates VQ for a fight, but now she's the one that's being run down. Hanker doesn't even give her a chance to fire back. Letty with a follow-up kill, and Angelica with a final frag. It's a team ace from Na'Vi.
Really well handled by Na'Vi, because there's so many things that could have gone wrong there. The fact that the Donut player could have stayed alive for so long, which meant that Krasi could rotate out a cave and split on towards mid. Na'Vi Javelins are aware of that. They account for it, and they send everyone in towards Donut. It's a real team effort. Obviously reflected by that team ace as well, but the fact that they are all on the same page gets them that pistol. It gets them off to a much better start. A full eco out of the cheaters as well. USP is about to try and cause some mayhem towards A main.
This could get a little scary. The bomb is with Letty over here. So yeah, she calls Hanker back to support. She runs back and they just set up a little bit of a crossfire. Hanker runs straight into them. Uh-oh.
That's the bomb.
That's the bomb. You've given a rifle over. You can't lose the pistols again. That was both rifles as well. It's the Mac 10s that are left remaining.
Look,
It's okay as long as they keep all 3 alive.
Krasi can't get the rifle and Shoe's low. So it's all okay. And they pick up the kills with the SMGs. No need to panic. Sweat wiped straight off the brow for Na'Vi Javelins.
Did you just literally do that? Because you kind of like faded away in the microphone for a second?
Yeah, I do it. I do like to do that when I'm casting. I just kind of just... I think it helps me remember what I'm going to say as well if I actually do the actions. You know, bar like jumping up and down. I'm not going to do that. Maybe later. Guns are here, though. Bit of a bonus still for Javelins. They're fighting in towards mid. Lena, full blind. No one is coming through that cave smoke, though, thankfully. And because of the red smoke, because of the donut smoke, they got space. Krasi has pushed down. Aviku's been caught in the smoke. Angelica needs to hit this trade, needs to find the mark, but Krasi evacuates.
Yeah, great little kill getting away. It is a 4-on-5.
Look at Donut, though.
Oh, yeah, Donut is so open right now. With the coach's names kind of bugging the HUD for a moment. We'll get that one sorted. Don't worry, guys. Lena gets the entry into the site. There's Victoria swinging in from Brokey, but traded by Letty at long range. It's given them the space into the site. The bomb to be planted. And a fairly strong post-fire. A re-smoke can come on through from Hanker as well. That's going to remove CT as an option. It's planted for Letty, who even picks up a Molotov.
This can't happen unless Na'Vi give the fight. Flashbangs.
Nice flashes.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Is there a kit? I'm not quite certain. Yeah, there is. Vilga's just picked one up off the floor. Okay, now it starts to get dangerous. A fake on the bomb. That brings out Angelica, and now it is just left all on towards Letty. A swing and a miss. Doesn't deny the bomb. Vilga's able to defuse it. Na'Vi Javelins. They completely give it away in the 3-on-3.
Yeah, that got a little bit funky, didn't it? Yeah, it felt like the post plant was going to be strong. The Molotov was there. I don't think she had a specific lineup for the spot it was planted, so she had to swing, and it didn't quite land there. And obviously losing the other 2 players on site kind of threw the whole thing out. Angelica felt like she had to force the issue, and she was smoked off, which led to her demise. So Fearless Cheaters, a successful retake on the first rifle round.
A good one. And it felt like, again, it was Na'Vi Javelins making these little mistakes. So you got to give full credit, though, to Fearless Cheaters because they are making these mistakes happen in the first place. A tap on the bomb, it draws the contact out of A main, but I feel like it should be the Donut player that takes that contact there. Even though the A main player is stuck behind a smoke in Angelica, she can still wait. Because the bomb was planted so open to the point where it doesn't get denied either way. Letty could have confirmed whether there was someone on the bomb, and that's where Angelica can start to push through. It's these little tiny micro mistakes that are going to cost Na'Vi Javelins here. And it's something that I don't normally associate with them unless they are playing against Vilga. Maybe it's just a mental, one of these like psychological things as well. Vilga in the server.
It's in their heads rent-free, isn't she?
Really is.
I mean, she would be, right? This is the IGL that's denied you trophy after trophy after trophy. You think how many grand finals Na'Vi has been in against this team? Or, sorry, against this IGL. And lost. Every single one last year.
Yeah. 3 of them. 2 of them. All of them. Yeah, it was 3. It was Candidator as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Never do maths on broadcast. That is #1 lesson.
There's a few things you shouldn't do on broadcast.
True.
Maths. They want to be someone that does maths. Fast forward into the site. Angelica leading the charge. And good spray through the smoke. Just catches Taddy on the corner. This force buy back in is, well, it's not even a force buy. It's a half buy back in. It's pistols and a hero rifle. And that hero rifle is on Angelica, who we mentioned needed to step up, and she's done it in this round. It's not going to deter them from the retake, though. And it's a difficult post-buy, and that smoke is going to isolate so many players. Going to have to regroup, they realize. Lena's going to run around, come towards lane. Vilga's going on 4. There's a smoke up in the middle of nowhere. They would have loved that one on towards the ramp, but Vilga's sticking the bomb. Angelica can't find the kill, gets the one on the shoe, but the bomb's being defused the whole damn time. Hanker and Lena can't get anything done. It's a successful retake.
Yeah, there's so much utility there for Fearless Cheaters to work with. Nice from Lena, because she's so audible about leaving Cave and going over, ironically, towards Cheetah to deal with Victoria. But it leaves Letty in a position where she has to push the smoke. She needs to kind of be that player to deny the bomb. It's unfortunate for Angelica that she is really in a one-and-done spot. She's put herself in a position on ramp where it'd be a miracle if she gets more than 1 kill there because of how trapped she is feeling and kind of where she is positionally compared to the rest of their team. But that was just a bonus, and it looked quite close, which is a promising sign for the Javelins. They really want to exploit Donut. Again, another round in which they are thinking about pressing the issue. Good counter incendiary. Leaves Hanker vulnerable, and she needs to fall back.
Gets a kill though, and Shu using this moment to come forward, but Hanker found 2 in towards red. And Lena comes over the ledge. This has started swimmingly, but they have to get past Victoria. Posted at the back box with the AWP. She's found her first mark. Being flushed out by the utility. This fight towards red might be the key moment. Crassie's walked on forward and Hanker gets in the back lines. This has caused Lena to evacuate. She knows she's got the rotations locked in.
They might know about red room though. With this positioning from Lena, Krasny Victoria might be aware, which is why they've both reset. They're holding Donut just in case there's an elbow push, but also if there is a chance to go for a retake, they will go through. Victoria's now gutting out red as well, but only gives it a cursory glance. They will avoid Lena in the meantime, but Lena can now come up from the top of red and potentially have a little bit of a peek. VQ on the contact. Victoria can't connect the shot.
Kind of tricky retake. Victoria doesn't even have armor, so this is really crassy. Smoke is perfect. Lena has a Molotov, and she's going to hear them running on up. Victoria's just the target dummy. A distraction. And it works for the first kill, but VQ tucked into the corner, unknown. Even gets the AWP at the end.
Really well done from VQ. Just the fact that she feels so confident in her teammate that she actually lets the pistol just run past, because it really does feel like a fake out. Like there is another player there just waiting patiently to strike. And there was, but it was VQ. She was the player undoing everything Fearless Cheaters wanted to throw at her. And the money is battered and bruised now for this CT side. MP9's pistols again once become familiarized with this CT side. A push in towards Cave. Angelica might be feeling a little bit overwhelmed in the corner, but the counter utility from Na'Vi is absolutely fantastic.
Great call. Angelica hears them running through, calls the flash from Lena to support, and it couldn't have been better timed. This force buy from the cheaters is falling flat as Lena charges into the site. It's Shu who's in towards Red Room, about to be flanked by Hanker as well, so this one only losing the one player. Ideal for Na'Vi.
It's not just the first flash, it's the second one as well, which is put in as a countermeasure. And you can tell that has been really worked offline and really limit tested by Na'Vi Javelins. Lena throws that first one, then there's one that goes B ramp as well, and that prevents Fearless Cheaters from even wanting to split upon Angelica and the rest of the squad that were stuck and subjected towards the B doors.
It's a fun variation of kind of the mid-pop. So a flashbang's being set up, and as soon as contact comes through, it goes over the top. You get 3 swinging from Donut, and then Victoria will jump out through the red room. Unfortunately, they're not hearing anything mid, and there is literally no one mid, so we're not really going to see it interplay. I think I might get a fight. Flashbang didn't support, but the kill was still found, so Rifle can be saved on over.
There is that flash. However, Angelica dodges it. Lena is full blind and a little bit overwhelmed, but is able to pick up the pieces. So one casualty here is fantastic for Na'Vi Javelins as well. It's always kind of felt like at times, especially on Vertigo, that the money was never really there. So also just having a confident round against the pistol, something that plagued you in the previous. It's a nice feeling. And once again, if a formidable foe in Fearless Cheaters is being put to rest early, Na'Vi Javelins have once again assembled this lead. It's now all about just keeping on top of it, and this round management has got to be more precise than it was.
Cassie will get to save at the very least. Yeah, Na'Vi keeping 4 alive 2 rounds in a row is very good. I mean, they had a great start to the T side on Vertigo. They couldn't quite get to go on the CT side, so we're something to keep in mind as this progresses. First time out comes through for the CTs. Once again, they have all the guns out. I wonder if Victoria will go for that naked AWP again. She's prioritized it a lot. She always kind of has been that player that will get an AWP out without armor, if the possibility is there.
She's got it. Now the question is, how dynamic is she going to be? Where is she going to start? Because we're even with no armor, Victoria is one of these players that will still go for fights, but it will really interest me if she actually goes towards A, she just locks herself on one line, and then that frees up the riflers to be a little bit more flexible. The answer is no. She will start mid, at least temporarily, dropping util. Fearless Cheaters really want control of mid, and they've got it for now.
Just going to charge on throughout the back of the flashbangs, but they don't quite deal with Taddy. The spray is awkward, oh dear, but it is eventually found. Letty forcing the issue through. Victoria is just going to be a turret over towards A.
Yeah.
Which means it's essentially a 2-on-3, unless she does start to move.
Yeah, this is what I thought that she would do. I think in the 9 Pandas days, she'd be more than willing to kind of go and kind of have that impact, but they're using her much more as a late round kind of closer. Lena holding for the push, but gets overwhelmed. Krasi, again, hot fire form, finds that headshot, makes it a player advantage now for Fearless Cheaters, and Victoria can now feel a little bit more comfortable. She'll go back to A, she'll lock it down, and where have Na'Vi been prioritizing a lot in the mid-round? Donut. So by her just staying here, she's completely safe. She's locking off one area of the map. If they go for a plant, they're still going to be in a great position to retake.
That will come through at least. There's no way to deny this at the moment. So they will be able to get the bomb down. Oh, actually, maybe there is a way to deny it. HE goes forward, but doesn't blow the smoke. So they do have to respect it. And a re-smoke to CT is actually quite painful. The issue is there's no way to block off Donut, and you've got Viku who can post up with the AWP. She's going to be holding for this drop down, and she holds Victoria. A second player does cross by. Victoria gets over and somehow finds a smoke. That could not be more convenient. Viku can blow this, though. She's getting ready to maybe throw it forward and take it off. And nice shot through. Just the leg, though. Misses the opportunity. Swaps to the AK and needs to find Vilga. The shots are hitting, but it's not finding the kill. She runs out of bullets. The orb comes out, and it's a missed shot. Time, though. Time is enough. And it's off the back of that Na'Vi win.
I cannot believe that. The split second, the grenade blowing open that smoke gets Vilga off the bomb in the first instance. And when she puts herself back on it, that is when Na'Vi Javelins are able to win that round. But the post plants have looked really troublesome for Na'Vi Javelins. Vilga found a smoke off the floor. Still was difficult to try and throw in towards Donut because she was coming from that temple side. Had to dodge these AWP bullets. Just about managed it, but ultimately wasn't able to convert. So Na'Vi hold on.
A little bit of a spooky one. Oh, nice shot from Victoria. Finds one kill. Remember, there are these 2 rifles in play. Shugo's actually bought a hero rifle. So it's made this round a lot more deadly around these 2 pistols, and going 1 for 1 with the 5.7 is ideal.
It's good space as well, but look at how defensive the Javelins are being. They know that you're going to peek into them. There's a really nice angle there from Lena. There's a slight gap where you can see in between the 2 doors for players crossing and getting up close. So she deals with both. Having a great second map as well as Lena. Very important for the Javelins that it isn't just a single element raining down destruction. Everyone's got to harmonize and be on the same page, and that certainly feels like it now. This T side has always been strong for Na'Vi Javelins, and they set to continue to set that as a precedent heading into Season 5.
Yeah, another very clean round as well. I mean, it's just that first kill in towards a main that they lose. But it's okay for the cheaters, which is, you know, they've kept these 2 rifles. Shu keeping the hero rifle is critical as well because they'll be able to buy very comfortably around it. It is going to be Na'Vi at least guaranteeing a lead at the half. Potential to extend it further with the way that they've been playing this so far.
It did end 2-0 as well. Bigger Keeper 1 out. And whilst it looked even at the start, that ended 13-6 in favour of Bigger Keeper. So they 2-0 Astralis.
An expected result, but good from Astralis, a few of the individuals stepping up along the way. But early stages for them. It was a tough run through the qualifier for them as well. For a moment, like they wouldn't quite make it through. So I'm very glad they did get here. And Big Keeper, as you mentioned, one of the favourites in that group.
Tati. Oh, faked out nearly by a nade that flew over that wasn't a flashbang, but she's able just to hold strong. Krasny, however, can't. So that is the bomb site overwhelmed. It's still a 4-on-2. It's important that Vilga doesn't fall, and she won't. Shu's there as the backup plan. And now Viku would need to clutch up.
Has to be insane, though. 1 versus 4. She finds a slight gap, but Vilga is holding for it. So they might get the bomb down, but that's all they're going to receive in this round. A great hold from Fearless Cheetahs, not allowing Na'Vi to get into any sort of powerful post plant. And a bit of an unlucky death into a short from the spam, but Shu covering all bases.
He's in a position as well where if Fearless Cheetahs win this one, and they're in a decent position to do it because they've got the full buy, then the money, it'll be okay for Na'Vi Javelins. They'll be able to get an investment, but you also the conversation piece of making it 7-5, giving yourself something to work with. It was the T side that was exceptional on Vertigo, and now I'm really excited to kind of see every single T side on every map for Fearless Cheetahs. I feel like that is where they're going to do the most damage. And well, speaking of damage,
Great combo. KT slows it down. The flames eat her alive.
oh, what a nade!
Back the other way.
This round's explosive. Already kicking off just with a lot of spam, a lot of utility damage, resulting in nearly 2 casualties.
Around Hanka, she's in towards the red room. Her flash is perfect. Taddy can't even respond. She's full blind for like 3 seconds there. Great kill to find for Na'Vi, and you can see that smoke as well, just causing so many issues for them, and that's going to give Na'Vi plenty of room to work with.
Yeah, but I would have expected Viku to get a little bit more aggressive on this. I feel like they could definitely just walk through cave, but there was a smoke there that was put down. So the timing of Hanka is a little bit unfortunate because where she takes the kill, she then feels like she has to smoke, and then at that point it'd be Viku that clears and takes the cave space off the back of the rotations from the Fearless Cheaters. However, now you're kind of stuck in Jaguar, and now you're really hoping that Fearless Cheaters go searching, and they find you, but you win the gunfights. This is now got really concerning, especially for Krasi, because she's on her own.
She's low, so she can't even try and face forward. Gets pincered into short, and Angelica is ready for her. That was cool. They set up that Molotov to force her into a bit of an engagement, and Viku peeks straight onto Vilga. No one can get set up for this retake. Victoria can't even give it a look in. Na'Vi just pouncing on them at every single angle.
Yeah, timing actually worked out quite well there, because you never really know when there's mid pushes from CT sides, whether they're going to just re-walk and clear donut, whether they're going to push the issue in towards elbow, and they were a little bit uncertain themselves. Victoria really hoping she could hold on to this AWP swing, but not connecting. Angelica's up close as well, will deny. Na'Vi Javelins give Fearless Cheaters another clothesline. 8 rounds collected, and they are looking locked in.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit more confident than Vertigo, and I guess that was our expectation coming into this with it being their map pick. See this sick kill. That flashbang from Letty was pristine. At least Victoria does get to hold on to the AWP. Drop a rifle over to a teammate.
What a great round to call as well. You've not shown anything towards A, pretty much all half early, and now you're going for a full execute. Good shot from Victoria. That one actually drops the bomb, and she follows up on towards Lena as well. Finally, the Flames will come forward for the Javelins, but they are wounded.
Yeah, great round to call, but then the actual execute is not ideal. Victoria, yeah, 1, that's pretty cool. Should never, ever have been able to get a second kill. So now, Fearless Cheaters have the advantage in the retake. Good HE and a good follow-up kill. Okay, that advantage is gone. And now they know Vilga's in towards the donut as well. Smoke's actually going to give a bit of room for the T's to even work around. There's so many smokes on the site right now, and Krasi capitalizes on the chaos. A flash forward to continue fighting. Hanka is sitting around the corner as well. Might not be anticipated. Angelica, what a shot! And Hanka, now she strikes behind the side boxes. Victoria, how's she going to find her? Not at all. Na'Vi with 9 at the half. Absolute dominance.
You gotta know that you are the one always stopping you. You gotta be fast and gotta be strong and take all the growth that is hurting you. It's only a matter of time before you're in the right place and you get your chance. So I don't need all of that attitude. You have got nothing but brightness in life in front of you.
You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me.
Knock off the act, do you wondering if I'll ever fall or to tumble in. No matter the weather, I'm thunder and lightning. The darkest of clouds ain't stopping me from bringing it all onto you and turning you around to face the truth. It's gotta be hard to be so good, but it's only your lies that are good to you.
You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me.
It's only a matter of time before you get your chance. Don't need all that attitude, you only got life in front of you.
You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me.
I start a fire, strike a match. In all this light you see just who I am. See my raging flames take over land. Don't try to pull it out, 'cause you can. Come and try to push me out, raise up, I can be suffer. There's no doubt in my heart, 'cause I am feeling my way, so I make it to glory. Tomorrow we will rise.
9-3 is a very dominant score line, and it's very different to what we saw from Na'Vi Javelins on Vertigo. Now for Fearless Cheaters, it's about getting this pistol. It's about now just getting some rounds and feeling comfortable. We know this is a team that can grow into a game, but will Na'Vi Javelins even allow it?
That's the question. Fearless Cheaters out the gate going to A, and that means Letty is completely isolated. Smoke is dropped. Now, if they don't respect it, she's in danger. Oh, Hanker, though, pushed all the way through mid and took out Taddy. That was the utility thrower.
That's brutal. And now you're worried about where Hanker has got to. In fact, she's just retreated. But she isn't on island. She's completely isolated. It's Viku. She takes one shot, falls back.
But the thing is, they spotted a player throwing a smoke outside of A, and that's just enabled Angelka to push all the way through. They know that it was a setup to go A.
Yeah, but it depends, because you can still reset and go elbow here if you're Fearless Cheaters, but you might just be feeling so uncomfortable. And you know the one confirmed info is that VQ is in Donut. They want to swarm. They want to try and kill her. VQ needs to do something incredible, and she does manage it. And now the rest of the Javelins all completely constrict and restrict any options Fearless Cheaters had. It's a double digits when it comes to Na'Vi Javelins, and it's a double up when it comes to the pistols on Ancient.
Yeah, both pistols has a devastating effect on the Cheaters. No bomb plant either, so Na'Vi, they are looking like a whole different beast here on their map pick. That's a really cool little push from Hanker at the start as well. When you're not hearing anything, not spotting anything, there's no fast play up B, there's no presence in lane, there's nothing in mid. Yeah, you got to get a little bit inquisitive.
That's fast from Victoria. She's just on the site, and now she's gone. It's just Glocks. Bilga hoping that was enough chaos to get the bomb plant down. Letty gets dinked, but it's only by a Glock, so her task remains a lot more simpler. That was clean. That was everyone staying alive, and this is now Na'Vi kind of entering flow state.
Everyone's staying alive. 4 kills in the MP9s as well. Ideal. Bomb plant would have been loved by Fearless Cheaters, but they'll still manage a good buy into this one. It'll be superior with all the rifles against now 3 MP9s. So Na'Vi, let's see what they could do with these, where they'll try and maybe take some aggressive control somewhere on the map, potentially. Definitely going to be fighting mid at the very least.
Very simple, and you're just trying to enable the MP9s to be in all these nuisance angles for Fearless Cheaters to try and clear. In the meantime, because you've got that much space off of VQ, Hanker can re-smoke. She's here with Lena, and there's very limited utility of Fearless Cheaters. They haven't put the bomb down. in any of these rounds, which means that they had to make a decision to sacrifice a few weapons or sacrifice the cost of utility. So these smokes are really going to hinder and hamper the progression. And it means that flashbangs need to come over, but they are valuable tools that Fearless Cheaters need.
Like I said, opener, Taddy gets one Hanker's spray. A little wild, but she still finds her kill, but it's even. SHE does a lot of damage back in response. Viku's trying to slip into this gap that was made open, and she might be, the timing, but it doesn't matter. Viku gets both of them. Felt like she had no right. That damage done by the HE is everything. Shu eventually finds that kill. She has half HP and 2 players to find.
And everything feels unsafe. Well, the only contact and the control you had was over towards B doors and a little bit at ledge. And that's where you just come from. She can win this fight, it'd be great. However, already spotted, nade in hand. She's trying to close the gap and does manage it. So now there's a pathway. Bomb can be planted, but still, Angelica could be in any single one of these angles, and she's closing the door. But Shu is tucked behind default and has a read on the situation. One bullet would do it to the head, but it's Angelica that strikes first. It's Na'Vi Javelins up to that point.
Decent attempt from Shu, right? The HE was spotted on the jiggle, still commits to the throw, able to find the kill, but she's brought down so low from all the engagement she has to take on the pathway there. A 1 versus 3 attempt, and it's put in that position because Viku finds a double with the MP9 in the corner, which is outrageous that she gets those 2 kills. But a great bomb plant at the very least, but they need rounds, not bomb plants.
Very true. But it's, I guess it's baby steps, right? They came without a bomb plant and didn't win the rounds. Now they got a bomb plant and they didn't win the rounds. So hopefully for them, they can keep winning the rounds because that's what they have to do. 9 in a row required from Fearless Cheaters. See some of the highlights from the pistol. And something that's been a stark contrast to Vertigo has been the amount of team play that we're seeing out of Na'Vi Javelins, both on the T side and the CT side. It feels like where there's one member of Na'Vi Javelins, you always have to clear and be ready for a second one because they are really good, especially on Ancient, at just completely overwhelming their opponent.
Yeah, that's definitely been the story on both sides of the map. Viku's reposition, a good example of that. It's always, when you're at the 12-3 scoreline, when the momentum's all there, Na'Vi feel like they're in touching distance, that get a little techie-wacky. It happens.
There's no money either for AWPs for Victoria. She can't even glass cannon, which is something we saw in the first half. The prioritization of getting her on this weapon is quite high in the ranks, and that still remains a feature piece. Angelica is big chilling right now. Like she's actually just loving life.
Yeah, just take a little quick moment to breathe, have a snooze. Don't go completely to sleep. Not much else to do. It's just all like, it's all good.
And we're
all right,
fine.
Wake up, Angelica. Action's happening.
Yeah, the AWP becomes a Galil for Victoria. Not much utility either. There's 3 flashbangs for the whole round for this T side, which doesn't fill me with the greatest amount of confidence, so I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, it's going to rely on some headshots. And again, it's an A setup at the immediate instance. Laddie spots on the jiggle. Flames are deployed. Comes out on over. Hasn't had anyone come over support just yet, and you know, this presence actually, if they just committed, would have been fine. But they're gonna reroute, and Na'Vi never budged.
They didn't need to. There was no pressure. You see that Krasi has even taken a much more passive line over towards B because obviously everyone else was over towards A. You get worried about it. This utility is redundant. BQ knows. There's no one here. The spam will confirm it. The flashbangs are traded. And for Fearless Cheaters, it's again no map control, and you're going blindly into a bomb site.
At least that red smoke and tiny bit of pressure brought Hanker over for a second. But it is just a second. VQ's holding the line. And the X2 comes through. Everyone committing onto B. Angelica gets ahead of it, and it's all a bait for Lena. They go even, but Victoria is low. Extends forward. They actually missed their smoke in towards short. I think it got caught on the Molotov that was thrown, so there's a massive gap there. It's picking off Cave instead. And Hanker just swings on through. Victoria gets that immediate trade, but that's the bomb plant denied, and she's caught with a nade in her hand. Shu, again, forced into a clutch. Time is not on her side. The reroute round long is perfect, and Na'Vi demolished the Fearless Cheaters on Ancient.
Yeah, I thought it would be pretty comprehensive when it came to the victory, but I did not expect the scoreline to be that one-sided from Na'Vi Javelins, and that is a statement. That is them putting their foot down and grabbing control right out of the hands of Fearless Cheaters and just saying, look, fair play on Vertigo, but we are the ones to watch now. We are the team that all eyes are on us, and we're going to prove it for a reason. That was, in essence, a perfect Ancient coming out of Na'Vi Javelins.
Yeah, it was really great to see. You kind of mentioned throughout the just the synergy they had, the amount of crossfires, the setups, the utility, just everything was running like a machine. Everything was just executed perfectly. The crossfires, every setup ready for what the Fearless Cheaters sent at them. And picking up both pistols definitely helped, but it never really felt like Fearless Cheaters had any way into this map.
No, it didn't, and it relied a lot of individuals to try and make these rounds close. Here, highlights it with Shu nearly pulling off a 1-on-3, but there were just so many like, just multi-layers for Na'Vi Javelins in which I'm Panda's Fearless. I guess I'm wrong immediately. Someone was gonna do it. I'll take it. Fearless Cheaters. Yeah. I mean, it always was going to be me, wasn't it? Fearless Cheaters, look, I don't really have the experience kind of as this team yet. And the lack of reps is really going to come back and punish them. And for me, it's all about kind of doing the simple things correctly and kind of the most efficiently when you are a new team. That didn't happen on Ancient whatsoever, but also you're going against Na'Vi Javelins that are trying to suffocate you out. If you look at that CT side, they gave no room whatsoever for Fearless Cheaters to work with, and that results in just a complete loss of control, especially when you're down 9-3. You just think, okay, well, we go third map.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like that just Ancient was just not happening. So yeah, I guess there's still some questions to the map pool, the depth of it. So yeah, that's something to be keeping an eye on. It is obviously, as you mentioned, a new squad. Guess it's the same core, but changing IGL has such a significant impact on every single map. It changes. Yeah. You have to relearn everything from scratch because someone else is calling. The entire dynamic shifts. So any past performance can kind of be considered out of the equation outside of individuals having strong spots that they play. I guess on Anubis, again, it's probably a conversation where it's almost a map that probably favors them a lot more than Ancient, I would say.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, but I can also see a world in which this is a pretty good one to call if you're Vilga. But what I will say is, guess what the permaban was of X Enigma Galaxy? It was Anubis. So we've never actually seen Vilga on this map at all ever since it came out, which was like about a year ago. So in terms of what to expect, I wonder if she actually just relies then on not only the coach but also Victoria to say, how did you set up in 9 Pandas? What is the way in which you want to call this, and kind of where do you feel comfortable? And from there, that's where mid rounds can start to take shape, and it'll be very interesting to kind of see that dynamic, especially on a map like Anubis.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe we see Victoria. I mean, this is a question we can maybe ask after if we get a chance to interview them if they win the series. But something I'm interested in finding out at some point is Victoria taking on any calling in this squad, even if it's just in the secondary capacity or even, I guess, primary on some maps while they go through this adjustment period. I'd be pretty confident in saying she's definitely having a strong voice on maps that Vilga isn't as proficient on. Anubis in particular, as you mentioned, it does feel like that's a likely situation.
Yeah, I feel like she'll have more calls when it comes to setting up the team rather than plays that she wants to make. And again, that's going to be another shift that Vilga's going to have to get used to, because Anna, you're playing with the best women's player in the world. She grabs the AWP, she goes, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there, I'm literally going to go everywhere. And for Victoria, it's more about setting up the team. She's a very systems-based AWPer. So there's a lot of things to kind of unpack where it comes to the questions we've got around Fearless Cheaters, they've got to show up with some answers, especially after that disappointing Ancient performance. Anubis, our decider between Na'Vi and Fearless Cheaters, up after this.
Better than me, and I'm so insignificant. You act like the bee's knees. Well, I'm here to spell it out different. You try to hurt me, deserve me, you burn me so bad. Well, knowledge is a beautiful thing. 'Cause I've learned to hold my head up high, to stand firm upon my own 2 feet. Now I know I'm not wrong, and I'm strong. I'm the one you need. And I've got what it takes to reach the top. And I'm not just a pretty face thing. And I feel a whole heap better off alone. The lights on, the fight's on. I'm like way better now my mind got blown. Had to cut my way through the jungle. Had to fight my way through the fire. Had to crawl right back to the top. But watch me, I can climb higher. Had to cut my way through the jungle. Had to fight my way through the fire. Had to crawl right back to the top. But watch me, I can climb higher. You like to think you own the world. That must be so exhausting. You love yourself so much it hurts. Too bad I don't give a damn. So get back in your box. So get back in your box. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. You tore the rock from under my feet, and you sent me reeling. I swore I never would let me get beaten down. I smashed this feeling. I'm coming back for you. If you know what's good for you, just run,
Don't you ever call me princess, I'm the king and queen. 'Cause I know what I want, yeah, I do what I please. If you threaten me, you're not ready for me. I know that I'm blessed, but I ain't taking less, 'cause I always wanna be successful. Never second guess, you know what I expect. There ain't no way that I'ma settle. I ain't gonna stress, I'll give you what I get. So boys, you better be respectful. I ain't gonna rest, so I'ma be the best, but I don't do it to impress ya. Better keep your focus. Wouldn't wanna show you up if you hadn't noticed. I've got the royal touch. If you've always got to lead, then you're not ready for me. Don't you ever call me princess, I'm the king and queen. 'Cause I know what I want, yeah, I do what I please. If you're threatened, you should leave, 'cause you're not ready for me. Rise above the drama, boosting up my karma. Won't fall for your show, no, I'm hard to please. Gotta raise the bar now, never I'm in charge, yeah. Think you're smart, I'm smarter, you're not ready for me. I've been working harder, see me living larger, buy my own damn Prada. Gotta raise the bar now, now that I'm in charge, yeah. Think you're smart, I'm smarter, you're not ready for me. If you've always got to lead, then you're not ready for me. Don't you ever call me princess, I'm the king and queen. 'Cause I know what I want, yeah, I do what I please. If you're threatened, you should leave, 'cause you're not ready for me. I know that I'm blessed, but I ain't taking less, 'cause I always wanna be successful. Never second guess, you know what I expect. There ain't no way that I'ma settle. I ain't gonna stress, I'll give you what I get. So boys, you better be respectful. I ain't gonna rest, so I'ma be the best, but I don't do it to impress ya. If you always gotta lead, you're not ready for me. Don't you ever call me princess, I'm the king and queen. 'Cause I know what I want, yeah, I do what I please. If you
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL Impact. I'm taking a lounge just like Angelica was because that map was just so clean for Na'Vi Javelins. I just wanted to do it. I kind of
doesn't lounge enough.
Yeah. So, like, I'm just really impressed with how they did, to be honest. I thought it was always going to be a victory for them on Ancient. Vertigo was always the question mark, but Ancient was incredibly one-sided, and it kind of goes back into the conversation of which we were talking about even before the maps went live, where it was the depth of the map pool Fearless Cheaters are really going to have compared and contrasted with the amount of experience. And obviously we highlighted it, 365 days this roster has been together for Na'Vi Javelins, so all signs kind of point towards Anubis being the decision factor. And I feel like Na'Vi Javelins have got, obviously, again, experience and just repped on this map to be able to pull them through.
Yes, however, as mentioned, this was a map that the 9 Pandas were very well known on. That core still part of this mix here in the old Fearless Cheaters. So we'll see. They start on the CT side. Flashbang for Victoria, double dual Berettas.
Look at this push. Shu getting a little bit inquisitive over towards A main, but not quite happening. Hanker might test it. There is a flash potentially that could be set up here for A main, but Letty, her prioritization will be to get onto the bomb site. So big fight about to come forward, and it's exchanged. So many players here, but it's Hanker that delivers both kills.
Hanker lives in the walls of A main. I swear, like, we're going to see that throughout this map. That smoke doesn't quite hit the mark. It's not going to cause any issues just yet. Kratz caught on her leg by Alina, who was looking for a follow-up kill. So this pistol, continuing the success of the pistols on Ancient. Feels like Na'Vi having no issues.
Oh, okay. 1 kill for Tati. Can she find any more? Can she do any more damage? Potentially not. Would like to hold on to her Kevlar. So we'll retreat back through Temple onto the B bomb site. And this A bomb site is going to be the main contention point, in my opinion, when it comes to Na'Vi Javelins on this map. They're really good at just executing upon it. And also their mid splits. I feel like they really define the meta, especially in ESL Impact, with kind of how to take mid on Anubis. They were one of the early adopters of this smoke that lands and creates a little bit of a one-way for you to scale up on the T side.
You love really that smoke.
I do. But they were really in the workshop when this map really first came out. They were the earliest adopters of it in ESL Impact, and they're kind of laying down the groundwork for all the other teams to kind of have a template of.
Do you remember we were in Ceuta,
yes,
the North African coast, with the Na'Vi Javelins.
Yes, I do remember this.
When the patch came out, and we were like, "Hey guys, guess what? New map. By the way, Dusty was gone." They're like, "Damn."
They're really excited about it, and we were like,
Yeah,
okay, well, are you gonna adopt it then? Are you gonna play it? And they were like, oh, I don't know. And it turns out they did instantly.
Yeah. Adopt it with style, which was a particular strength for them because, as you mentioned, Enigma Galaxy they hate whatever's new. they just banned it straight out the gate.
Look at
Didn't
this
want
stack,
anything to do
by
with
the
it.
way. This is really fun. So everyone is on top of each other, bar Tati. She goes around the corner. And, oh, in fact, you don't even get to see the stack. All the utility just kind of prevents it. Hanker, yet again, just finding kills. Would love it for the Mac 10 to get involved. Instead, it's Hanker with 3. Angelica picks up the AK and adds a lot of money to her bank account.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Cool stack. We didn't get to see it fully in play, but the idea was very sound. See a lot of stacks on Fister rounds for the CT side so far. Now we're going to get all the rifles back out for the first time for Fearless Cheaters. No head armor on 4 players, and this will be an issue when you've got 2 Galils and a Mac 10 in the server.
They might just run it into A again. You can see they're immediately considering it. They're really wanting to test the limits of Fearless Cheaters and really prioritize this setup. It's common for there to be 2 players on this A bomb site, never a third. You always stack a third one towards B. Shu being tested, being tagged, and Angelica overwhelms. Vilga can't see a thing. And just like that, now Javelins, they got the bomb site, they've got the round. It has to be a save.
A is theirs. They love it. Straight on through, no issues at all. Great entries, utility setup was great, and I feel like this sort of top played, like the sort of aggression out the gate, the synergy that they present, just forcing through the smokes, the flashbangs over the top. That's the sort of thing that when you're a new roster and you're kind of getting used to coming to each other and the call outs for things and kind of how you set up, that's where it's really going to be punishing. It's kind of why on Vertigo it felt like Na'Vi playing to Fearless Cheetah's playstyle was counterintuitive, because it's more, well, the direct approach that they've taken here where it's so decisive is way stronger.
Okay, Vika's being loud, which means that Krasi will turn around. So that's okay. I was worried. However, Angelica is also here, never mind. Krasi is killing everyone. No troubles, which means 2 rifles saved at a bare minimum, but that's only a consolation. But I feel like it's way easier to execute onto the A-bomb site, because the way you can accelerate onto the site, the way that you can adjust yourself, just means that you've got such a wider entry path in, which means more players get involved faster. I feel like there's such incredible choke points that happen on the B site of Anubis. We haven't even seen any presence in towards mid. We've seen limited in towards dark and water as well. Hello. And so for me,
I was like picking my nose.
I'll just monologue in. But Na'Vi Javelins, they're going to keep going A. Like, this is the point. Oh, we've missed a kill. But yeah, guess what? They keep going A. They've done it again. They dropped the utility. And guess what? Now the conditioning's been set to the point where Angelica can keep the pressure here. Na'Vi can reset and go through dark. And look at these rotations. They're so far away.
Yeah, Angelica's just going to lurk on out here, just being an ever-present threat. Now the rest of the squad is just going to walk through dark. There's no one at B because they haven't been here yet. Taddy's incendiary is perfectly timed, but I think VQ has walked ahead of it. So she doesn't know that VQ has walked through. Okay, now she knows. But now you're seeing a very passive setup from the CTs, and you can just take the space.
Oh, I thought they were going A. It looked like it for a moment. Instead, they recommit. And this is where Victoria in the back lines is so potent. Angelica can also be on her flanks. Now it's the timing of how long can these players on site stay alive for both teams.
Taddy, not very long, and I think you are expecting main at some stage coming through, but not when Victoria strikes. And now they know double dark. Angelica's position, this flank, is kind of a little less powerful now at this point, because you kind of suspect that maybe someone could be in this position, and indeed she was, but Letty through the smoke. Lena with the follow-up, that HE giving them the space to work with. The bomb planted for dark. Victoria, she is out of there. So Navi's T side continues with this strong run.
Nice conditioning as well there, just from Na'Vi. They threw all the utility down and then just took a pause. Got the space back over at B. We're thinking about resetting again, but that is something they can pull out as a different variation in the future. So rather than show their hand so early into this T side, they can just run it right back on another.
Guys, we'll be keeping this commentary running. Don't know what it's like for y'all at home. We're currently a little frozen on the screen, so okay, we could keep waffling. And we've got an alternative way we can view this. There's a secondary little screen we can look at, and that's working. So I'm gonna hop onto that one. And it's like nothing ever happened to you guys.
No, true.
For us, we were in the middle of being a little bit afraid, but everything's okay. There's no need to fear, especially for the cheetahs. Well, actually, maybe there is a reason for fear for the cheetahs. It's not. So it's in the name, but
they won't be fearing.
Yeah, it's kind of implied, isn't it?
I feel like they just need to take more space, not only over towards B, but also in towards mid. Like, you need to be showing just an aggressive front somewhere on this map, because otherwise you're going to get pigeonholed completely in towards Na'Vi's territory. You're given a lot of respect over right now. Look, there's no fights in towards dark. It's always with a smoke. There's no one pushing middle whatsoever. There's a third player that's now gone over to A just because of all of this utility.
Smoke goes forward, and they're ahead of it. So they know that there's nothing behind this, or at least they will when this first one fades. And that means they're going to be on a fast flank. I mean, the key thing is Victoria needs to be an active element. She's the rifle. But I think that's going to have to be a retake if they want to go through with it. Na'Vi have perfectly brought the cheaters over towards A, and then they've just walked into B.
They keep playing retake B. They're so worried about the fact that this split could happen because it did last rounds, to the point where you're on this lower weaponry, take a risk, go through a smoke maybe. There's no util. You kind of just have to go for something outrageous. And instead it's Hanka just lighting up the feed. It always feels like Na'Vi Javelins are here. Viku with another. Krasny can't get involved. She's too scared to peek the corner. There's just not anyone else there. Finally, a response. But that's all it will be. Just a singular response. Na'Vi Javelins are in complete control and they are annihilating the cheaters.
That was a nice idea from the Field Cheaters, where they were ahead of the smokes on towards A, but we just found out that no one was at B walking into it. And I think now that you've walked into B twice, right, I feel like you're really realizing that your conditioning is working, which gives you a lot of options on this T side.
I feel like Victoria should be A here. I feel like she's got the AWP out finally. She should be on that A bomb site trying to lock it down. Instead, cordoned off by smokes. Can't see. Not only at B main, but also over at water. Finally, there's a push. Shu gets a little bit aggressive. That demands some respect. But for the Javelins, they're just up mid. Vilga's now scared. And this is exactly what Na'Vi wanted. You can smoke them off. It doesn't matter. Because they are coming and they are scaling onto this sniper.
They're stuck now, though. Spotted out, and Ahichi through the smoke deals Alina, tagged down low by Victoria's AWP, who is on 1 HP herself, just about surviving. But they're straight into A. Victoria can't get involved. These A players need a hold. Vilka gets hers, but it's all onto Shu. 1 kill is all she'll find. And that Malta might even be the end of Victoria. Viku throws it behind her. Worst case scenario, Na'Vi just deciding to commit to A.
That's such a shame. And again, this relies a lot on fundamentals here from this CT side. They'll give this retake a look in because they know they've done damage to Hanka. So we can break down the round in a sec because it's still live. Flashbangs to set up Tati. But the smoke, not helpful. There's no time to really get involved. There's too many angles to clear. You've just got to concede and give the round. And coming back to what happens there, pretty much, as you mentioned, Lucy, Na'Vi were trapped in mid. And you know that if you're the cheaters, you can see that if you're Victoria, you're communicating that they have to be in middle. You've got the push that's come out of Tati. She's walked B main. She's on that flank. If you are the A players, you completely drop what is happening over at camera. And this player here needs to start pushing in Shu. Needs to go towards A main. Needs to be with Vilga. Because then you can retake. But then you're also cutting off the ideas that Na'Vi Javelins are flanking through A main and splitting onto this bomb site. That means that Tati, after she goes B, can then go to mid, can then group with her teammates. Instead, where they're so static on the bomb site, that is ultimately their final undoing.
Yeah, and also they had the confirmed damage onto Hanka, right? When she pushed out, she knew that she got a few tags onto her, so Hanka was playing a very passive role in the round, so that feels like a natural path to punish once you know that mid is kind of trapped in. They can't go anywhere else. Victoria's locking off Temple, so yeah, it feels like that's the logical choice. And these are the kind of mid-round decisions that I think is going to be where Fearless Cheaters is going to struggle a little bit early on while they're adapting to a new IGL and a new way of approaching the game.
Absolutely. And where this round went a little bit turbulent for Na'Vi, you can see they're now spread out into a default. This is a very similar shade of what we got in the previous, with players taking middle, but they are giving it a lot more respect. They're dropping utility, they're blowing open these smokes to push. Vilga is, again, feeling the intense amount of pressure. Flashbang, completely perfect, blinds absolutely everyone, but the sheer numbers outscale Vilga.
That was hilarious. The flashbang comes through and everyone just almost like freezes in place for a second. Oh, Krasny comes around the corner, and I thought she was done for. She kind of fell off the step, and she still finds the kill. Tati steps in, a double, and the bomb given on over. She is worried about behind, and it's Vicky walking with the AWP. Victoria didn't budge. Victoria didn't budge. Hanka can't believe it. The AWP still holding A main while the bomb is in towards Temple. It leaves it onto Vicky, who has managed to walk all the way in. Maybe a chance, but the double swing should come any moment. Viku, no way. No way has she done that. Known for her incredible moments in the clutch, this is something else. The no-scope. The trade wasn't fast enough and she finds her mark. And now she can set up. There's no way for Victoria to isolate this angle. There's no kit. She manages to find one. Gets a Molotov. That's something to work with. Swaps to the AK as well. But VQ's line is perfect. Time is ticking. And she hears her. She sees her. The arm exposed. The flames not on her mark. She is burnt. Has to fall back. HE4, Victoria starts to stick it, but she gets off, hoping for the wide swing. Back onto where Victoria finds her in the end, and she will have time for the defuse. VQ denied the incredible.
That round should not happen in the way that it does. That is ridiculous. VQ nearly victorious, but not going to be the case. Navi Javelins with the same ideals in towards mid. Here, this is a little bit worrying when everyone is blind, but it works out fine. But then they're just simply not ready. But you got to give credit where credit is due. The fact that Victoria has to be in a position to clutch in the first place from a 1 versus 3 is damaging.
That's insane from VQ. I can't believe she gets both those kills.
That no scope should not have, like, it's just...
I feel like Taddy was a bit slow to respond. Such is the way of online CS. Straight up B-split. That's the call.
Yeah, I don't mind it. You've not shown anything over at B yet if you're Na'Vi. Krasi has to find a multi-kill, and she just nearly does. Swaps to the sidearm. Hanker overwhelms Victoria. Still here on the bomb site, traded out by VQ, who's proven to be such a villain for Fearless Cheaters. A 2-on-2 retake, it's still entirely possible.
Certainly is. Both these players a little wounded, but there's no kit. Smoke is available. It's going to go to dark, so not going to be enabling these players at all. VQ has a free line of sight to take her shot. Vilga does recover the kit. 2 players need to be found, and Hanker's just been tucked in this corner the whole time. Swing is good. And it's given an opportunity. VQ's got the AWP. Vilga's just sticking it. VQ trying to bait around. VQ charges on in, and VQ wins it out. Finally gets her clutch.
Well played from Vilga. That's the only way you win that round, is if you get the kill onto Hanker and then you stick the bomb. Vilga notorious for going for these defuses. I felt like this round was perfect because Krasi does find both kills. Victoria's here in close support, hits the trade, but from here it just completely spirals out of control. Na'Vi Javelin's just able to still make the most of the very limited that they had, and they tested B once, and now they're going straight back to A.
VQ gets the kill. They wanted to set her up for a swing. The flames forward were, I think, a little bit delayed onto the stairs. So VQ's able just to stand and take that peek. Managed to get control, but Hanker as well, given free reign to find that kill. It's a nice idea, but you can see how early it is in the stages for this team. Victoria at least does get one back. But some mismatched timings mean that Na'Vi still have something to work with.
Vilga can still unravel things, but VQ actually holding towards mid. Angelica needs this fight, and the shoulder bait means that VQ can get on the angle. Victoria wins out the fight, though, over at B main. So it is still a 2-on-2. Shoes rotated deep in support in CT. And Na'Vi feel like they don't really know where to go. The only confirmed intel is that Victoria was over on this B bomb site, hoping for a push, hoping for a mistake to be made from the CT side, but they are not giving Na'Vi anything. Uh-oh. Yes, they are. Victoria swings, gets the kill, Shu is there, and you know VQ was in close proximity. You know that VQ was always lying in wait. 12-3 right now on the scoreboard. Shu wants to take the fight, and that is an unwise decision. Na'Vi yet again pulling the round out of the hat.
And again, it's VQ who clutches it up at the end. And I love that pause from Na'Vi as well, right? Particularly in towards dark, which is such a common position to go if you're on the CT side, either on the rotate or just for the information. So it makes sense that they want to kind of double up and take a look in. 1 for 1, but VQ just holding the line. Shu needs to get information, and she finds it, but it's at a cost.
It's unfortunate early as well. You did highlight it, where you said, look, you're showing struggles on the CT side. It's the fact that Tati is in the water and there's no support from Shu. She had to be out A main there. She had to be holding rugs because it was just such a free kill to find. And the money, again, it's just incredibly limiting consistently for the CT side. There's been no real elements where they've had a strong buy. MP9, I guess, works. Angelica not happy with that whatsoever.
It's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Peek through from Vilga. VQ misses a shot. It can happen. Document that one. It's given the Cheetahs a 2-player advantage. They can't afford to let this one slip. It's a stack over towards A, which looks to be a really good read. It's all going to hinge on what Lena can find here. And she finds Vilga. That's going to start to activate Hanka. And they do want to split him. Lena going first, sees one, bomb dropped. Letty now behind her. Hanka coming through the back lines, but Victoria getting her kill. And Hanka, at least with the trade. Bomb to be recovered. Oh, that's not what she was looking for. No smoke means that these two CTs can fight forward, and they've gotten onto the line. Hanka wasn't able to get the bomb. A double up. First is hers. The spray can't quite transfer. Good damage, but it will be a second round for the Cheetahs.
Well played by the Cheetahs as well, especially in that 5 versus 3. Look at how passive they set up to the point where Na'Vi can't find anything. Vilga could have tucked herself and burrowed her way into the bomb site a little bit more. Ultimately, doesn't end up mattering here. But at least there is good initiative there, and there are safe protocols. You can see it. They are just a little bit touch and go. 4 would be a requirement. Look, Anubis is T-sided. That is a conversation piece, but if they get blown out the water, that's where it gets difficult. Viku is trying to get up to her old tricks of being aggressive, but shut down. Victoria runs out of ammo. Tati on the follow-up. This was Tech 9's Mac 10s, and they've now got the bomb site.
Yeah, that was with Fearless Cheetahs fighting the openings, right? So Na'Vi able to equalize it and even get the bomb down, which is already fantastic. They've got a great amount of utility to keep the Cheetahs out as well. And now's the decision to be made. You feel like you need the rounds, so I think the retake is definitely going to be going ahead. Flashbang 4, there's no way to blow the smoke, and another Molotov. Shu is starting to take space. They're not seeing anyone. Over towards Glyph. Time is ticking on down. Shu trying to get flashed forward. It's a double up in dark, and Angelica is just skirted around the corner, but she's being loud about it. Finds her kill. Trade is there. And Vilga's spotted one. Lena gets the kill, and it's all on to Shu. Sticking the bomb. The HE doesn't hit her, but Lena's bullets will.
Unfortunate. Really unfortunate. That time in there, Angelica literally makes her way around the obelisk exact same time as the molly fades. Fearless Cheetahs are tunneled in on dealing with dark. Not ready for the Mac 10. This feels like a walk in the park right now for Na'Vi Javelins. Feeling so comfortable on this pick.
I did actually blow it.
It didn't look like it, to be
tell
fair.
From her POV.
Yeah, it didn't look like it. But the protocols were there. Safety net implemented and a 9th round gathered for Na'Vi. Krasi hoping the Deagle will pop off. Viku overwhelmed by utility. Tati's there to, again, find an opener, but doesn't necessarily guarantee a round here.
Flash forward. No, Vilga's trying to grab the AK, right? Yeah, I like it. Drop the MP9 back. A rifle recovered, and the Cheetahs now with a much more powerful position. Still keeping 3 on B. Na'Vi again. Go back to mid.
They're going to focus heavily on mid here. They're going to be quite vocal about it, Na'Vi, after the initial contact. And the entire idea is to help this play. Letty finds the first and the second. Completely decapitates them. And now this gets tricky if you're Fearless Cheetahs, because you worry about this important one for Krasi. As she knows the rotate is here. Anchor's walking through the smoke, not ready for it. Lena needs to trade. That's the bomb dropped as well. Krasi might have done everything here through the window. Angelica fells Victoria. A 2-on-2. This can't be given away now.
Feels like they're getting flustered, doesn't it? But Krasi stands tall for one. Angelica tries to swing on through, jumping in the air, but jumping straight into her bullet is Shu, and Na'Vi with double digits.
came to climb higher. I ain't going back. Now I've come so far. Up out of the fire. I've whispered my dreams to the moon and the stars. I've done my running like everyone else. I was scared. I was scared. Now I feel it coming. It's coming to pass. It's my time. It's my time. The whole wide world just under my feet. I feel invincible, unshakable, unbreakable. Now I am indestructible. The whole world just under my feet. I feel invincible, unshakable, unbreakable. Now I am indestructible. I've paid my dues, yeah. I've had my share of pain. I made friends with my demons, time over again. But it's time to move on. I've opened the door to love and forgiveness. I'm no longer at war. I've done my running like everyone else. I was scared. I was scared. Now I feel it coming. It's coming to pass. It's my time. It's my time. The whole wide world just under my feet. I feel invincible, unshakable, unbreakable. Now I am indestructible. The whole world just under my feet. I feel invincible, unshakable, unbreakable. Now I am indestructible. The whole wide world just under my feet. I feel invincible, unshakable, unbreakable. Now I am indestructible. The whole world just under my feet. I feel invincible, unshakable, unbreakable. Now I am indestructible. Whoa, I'm indestructible. Tomorrow we will rise.
These maps have been nothing short of dominant for Na'Vi Javelins. First Ancient, now Anubis. 13-3, it wasn't Ancient. Potentially could be 13-2 on Anubis. It all depends on how this pistol round goes. For Vilga and the gang, they need to respond, and it all begins with this journey towards A. Notably, the bomb is out on an island over at B. It's not going to be a commitment. Instead, it's going to be a little bit of a default. They're trying to find any sort of gaps in this defense.
Well, the gap is B, and that VQ is just holding very passive from Temple. Triple mid setup, so they're really expecting something to come this way, but it's just going to be a split onto B. Very simple for Fearless Cheaters, but definitely going to be effective in this round. Utility is going to signal. That's the play. It will be a very fast flank. That's the key thing.
Being held. Vilga's there.
Oh,
no, she's not. Like, she was. However, they just didn't anticipate it whatsoever. Now the double dualies are on another mission to try and eliminate Krassy, but not quite. VQ going over the top. Krassy finds the first. Would be a massive kill if she's able to get it. No, but is holding VQ at bay for the moment. But the rest of the Javelins, they're converging on this bomb site. Trades are plenty, and they're able to get the defuse. More than enough time. VQ at the helm of it again.
No, it's not her.
I know.
She's just something else. How'd she click the double Beretta so fast? I just don't know how people can do that. It's crazy. But yeah, great kills. The one onto Vilga is key. Finding her in towards canals kind of allows Na'Vi then just the freedom to come from every single direction. We'll see how they ended it there. But another pistol round goes their way. That's every single one in the last two maps. At least feels she's got the bomb plant this time, but it's a long road ahead.
I said it so convincingly as well. I was like, oh, Vilga definitely just cuts off this mid, and then it's just dual Beretta, just insta headshot. Like, what can you do? It's not her fault. Like, she was in the right place, just I guess wrong time.
The time being anytime VQ is on the other side.
Yeah, true. Good smokes as well early from Na'Vi. Look, it's over towards stairs, and it just makes things a little bit difficult. So the flash in towards Dark, Angelica not affected by it. Letty takes first contact. That baits Angelica in perfectly. They're not ready for her whatsoever. And they're just running them down. Space on the bomb site gathered, but VQ's there. Of course she is. She's always there. 12-2.
Yeah, it's the full spy through. Look, for a second, Victoria had breached the site, but never able to deal with VQ. She's just impossible to get away from. I feel she is obviously have to full spy into this, and it's full spies for the next 10 rounds out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if they're going to get 10 rounds.
No.
You know, you got to say, though, what a strong way to start this series. You know, for a team that has essentially only just come together with a new IGL and all the rest. 2 new players around this core. There's a lot of change that's happened. And to enter the season and take the opening map off Na'Vi is insane.
True.
But Na'Vi, who have never lost a series in the online season, I don't think they want to start now.
No, they absolutely don't. And look, it's literally just a case of that Vertigo felt like Na'Vi Javelins were making mistakes, and Fearless Cheaters were just punishing them. Here on the last 2 maps, it really feels like that we're actually seeing the Na'Vi Javelins that we're used to. Vertigo felt like a little bit of an interesting one, especially some of the mid rounds. VQ is now feeling so confident. She wants to take these fights. Gets flashed into the angle.
She's seen that smoke land there, and she's like, okay, it's not meant to land now. That's hit somebody. Something's gone wrong. She's calmed that over. I think that's caused Hanka to now come to support her. And that's needed because everyone's here, or at least 4 are, and VQ goes down. 2 drive-bys, Hanka, they've found a way in.
The utility from Vilga just kept everyone from Na'Vi over at B. They didn't want anything to do with this A bomb site, and I don't think they're going to retake either. They're going to give the respect over. They know they've got so many rounds to play with. Going to keep the double M4s. Lena's going to hope that she could upgrade potentially in the short-term future. Anka just was not expecting another player. You could see as soon as she got the trade kill, she went to turn her mouse to reset back because Vilga was being such a nuisance over in Dark. And it worked.
All right, well, it's the start of a very long journey for the cheaters. They've set out for them from their... God, I was going to do a whole metaphor, but I stumbled on the word from, Brandon. It's not a good start to a metaphor.
No. I want to hear it now.
It's kind of lost the magic, you know. I'll save it for like another day. Just be like, hey, Lucy, got any metaphors? And I'll be like, yeah, I got a metaphor for you.
All right.
Metaphor are these. These rounds from Na'Vi, which looks so good. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
What to say?
Holy moly. We've had a very long 2 weeks.
Real. Good molly. Oh, never mind. No, it's not.
Oh, what?
How's that not? How did that not spread?
That's insane. I guess the water.
No. That's not how it works in CS.
If you're a Molotov into water, what do you expect to happen?
I expect it to spread. So did Angelica. See, this is dynamic from Na'Vi. Look at how they're doing this. So now they're going towards B main. They're trying to take the contact. They've got the contact. There's definitely a shoulder spotted there. I'm 100% sure they know about it. Yeah, VQ is now calling it over. That's going to leave a gap towards Dark, but they're just going to reset because they know this is where the gap is, and they're immediately converging on this position. It's perfect. It's well handled. The bomb's dropped. Tati now needs to come out clutch with Krasi, and they have managed to get the kills on the bomb site at the very least. It's a 2-on-2. Hanka's very low. This round is winnable.
Yeah,
the dream can still be alive.
Saving things. Krasi swinging out at main. The perfect time is everything. And they want to fight forward. They have to fight forward. They've got no utility. They can't get locked out, but They don't know it's the same situation on the Na'Vi side. This round is all about Lena. She's the only one remaining, gets her first kill, and now it's a chance at 1v1, but not ready for the position in towards jail. And Krassi locks it in. Critical 2k. Her and Taddy combine to keep them alive.
Yeah, 2-on-4 and a good crossfire just being established. It was a little bit brave, the crossfire, where Krassi was at the very least, because she was open from certain B main angles. She was open from water. Like, it was brave, but you have to take risks, especially in those situations. And the fact that Lena isn't ready for it just works out perfectly. Na'Vi on pistols. Village Cheaters a chance to grow into the game a little bit more. Show us a flavor of what they've got on this T side.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, you always hate to be that person, but we look at the T side scoreboard and you can really see that Vilga is not hugely a fan of Anubis. You can see that Enigma Galaxy didn't play this map. It was their permaban. So there's a lot of learning for her as well, while still trying to call. Obviously, we had the conversation around how much.
No, don't get ecoed.
No, they're not going to eco. I'm continuing my point because I'm so confident that they're not going to get eco. There's just no way that Angelica can eco them. See? No way.
The way that you said no way, because I know you so
ready.
well, you were getting ready
for
to
the
do
moment.
it. Yeah.
I was setting up for it. You know my tricks.
I do. You were
It will
laying down
never
the beans.
happen. Oh my god, it's happened.
You were laying down the beans and Jack was trying to put them in the basket. It didn't quite work. No, I get it.
Whoever controls the beans controls the space trade. I think that's what Dune's about.
Maybe. Guns back out. Limited util. I'm looking at 2 flashbangs for Na'Vi. There's one of them. Perfect. Victoria overwhelmed, but there is a player that's made it to the doorway. Lena's got no idea Tassie had to get that kill when she does.
Yeah, it gets a little scary for a second, but she had plenty of opportunity to find it. And a great flashbang. Hanka completely blinded. That's more like it. Great control, and Taddy gets another. All right, fearless cheaters. I gotta apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game.
It's just simple. Like that round is just completely simple from Na'Vi. Sorry, not from Na'Vi, from Fearless Cheaters. It's just a flash play. They're doubling up in towards mid. It is very structured. Like there are minimal things that can go wrong there, which is a very good basis to how you want to operate this T side. Hunting in packs. Don't know if cheaters do that, to be honest. I'm not a...
I feel like they're like a solo.
Yeah.
They're the ones, they like drop out of trees on you? Or is that Jaguars? No, cheetahs are the ones that run. Yeah. Jaguars live in like the Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so cheetahs run you down, they make you like get exhausted, and then they get ya. Do you reckon you could win a fight with a cheetah?
No. Like, what a stupid question.
This is I've seen these polls where they ask people if they think they can win fights with like different animals, and the amount of like guys that think they could take on like a gorilla, it's ridiculous.
No, I know my limits.
Yeah, that's good.
I can't even find like the mental strength to like go outside and go to the gym. Why would I think I'd win a fight with anything? I'd lock my door and I'd sit in my room and I'd try and play some CS.
Maybe a hedgehog.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
fearless.
true. Tactical pause finally coming through for Na'Vi. About time. However, I don't know if this is the right round to do it in. I guess it's a decision to be made now. You're on the complete loss bonus of like whether you actually want to invest around the 2 rifles. My answer is no. You still got rounds to play with, Na'Vi. You don't need to do it. However, what do I know?
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to call like a pop play with them, maybe like a push out A main or B main. One of the mains would be an idea. You're going to be able to buy rifles again into the next round, so I don't mind it if they go for something cool like that. It doesn't look like they will with the utility they have. But they are going to double up over that direction, so they're setting up these 2 rifles on each side of the server.
Good smoke from Vilga, by the way. Observers saw it throw, but where it lands in the middle of dark, and it means that you can scale up it if you're Fearless Cheaters. I haven't elected to do that at the moment, but there's a potential just to creep around the corner and kind of get the kills. You can kind of see it from Vilga's POV here. So this boost is going to come into play. It's going to be relevant in just a sec. This molly is to allow Vilga to peek around the corner, but it won't be revealing that Angelica's here, especially with that incendiary as well. Good counter.
Great counter, but that's the only counter. They have to disassemble it. They know that as soon as that incendiary runs out, you cannot be sat up here. So VQ's going to be the one that goes in, and that's a great kill from Angelica. Set up. Victoria's AWP, though, is now spotted, and Angelica just slips on in. She's going to be feeling a lot of pressure. Only one over here. And the cheaters walk straight into her domain. It's a headshot, but not a kill found.
And now Letty's saving. And Lena's going to try and navigate this one. You see that she's holding. Great angle. The reason why she's also holding that on the right-hand side is so, in case she missed the initial timing, it's so that the Deagle can't push. Lena can't go into spawn and cut off the bomb that Victoria's just collected. So she's just making sure she definitely has mid under lock and key. Hanker's fired off a warning shot. That's enough for the cheaters not to peek, not to overextend. So they are back into this. This is now 7 rounds. Good kill. The AWP can be picked up though. Any damage is good damage here for Na'Vi.
Absolutely. It's now going to be what? 5 rounds in a row they managed to pick up. Hanker does pick up an AK. Ooh. They get rid of the AWP. That's actually huge damage, especially if they can pick it up.
Will Shu live in that corner?
Oh, that's a good question. Here we go. This is actually...
Oh, she's moved.
She's moving. I was hoping for the experiment, but I think Shu doesn't want to be subject to the experiment.
I think she actually would have been okay.
Yeah, she barely took any damage there, so... I guess so.
The more you know. This has proven my hypothesis, at least, that I thought T-sides would be a lot easier for Fearless Cheaters, and it is.
Especially on Anubis, right? It's like double. It's your point, kind of, about like a new team, but then also the fact that it's Anubis.
It's good that although Vilga isn't really contributing in the same way we normally associate herself with, everyone else on the team is actually like a close-knit, is there. VQ having a peek, but getting denied by the utility now. You can see Angelica's just holding like the edge of this smoke. This is the quite common counter to it, which is why nades are often thrown in towards that position. But with the scaling that Angelica's achieved, it completely locks sort of Hanker into this position at A main. And she has been exposed a number of times with these flashbangs by the T side. It just hasn't really kind of panned out in the same way. This time she's been a lot more passive.
Vilga is being very vocal on the microphone. You see, every time it cuts to her, she is constantly in conversation and in dialogue with the team. So I do think she is putting a lot of thought into this.
Look at this push out A main. How far do Lena and Hanker go? They're just going to burrow themselves into the corner. It's going to be a bait and switch here. You can't go around this corner here if you're Hanker, because then you leave Lena completely isolated. This is the better idea. Oh no, she's coming back.
She needs to stay here. So
they are worried about mid though. There is a timing on middle.
Okay, Lena's got the util, and that smoke timing couldn't have been better. They want to commit through it. They have to commit through it. They're on the other side. And Lena is right there. The bomb, I mean, what do? It lands at 35 seconds. They have to go elsewhere.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
Oh, what a way.
Tati at mid can try and pull potential distraction, but Angelica is hearing everything. Krasi normally gets the best of her. We'll find Letty at least, would need another, but VQ stepped in. And now suddenly things get a lot more difficult. Lena locks it down. Na'Vi able to close, and they take down Fearless Cheaters.
And Angelica goes wild. That's the energy we expected from this team, and that's, I guess, an extra factor when you're on boot camp. That's so cool. Also, great to see like all the angles from the cameras there. But yeah, despite a bit of a false comeback towards the end from the Fearless Cheaters, you have to say those last 2 maps were completely one-sided from Na'Vi.
Yeah, they were. And look, you got to give a lot of credit to Fearless Cheaters for making that Anubis look competitive as well, especially considering how Ancient went and how Anubis started. So I don't have fears for them, ironically, like at the moment. I feel like they will get better with time, obviously, as each week progresses. I expect to see them floating near the top, but in the ESL Impact finals without Vilga seems like a very alien prospect. And obviously week one, right? So
suspect it won't get to that, but and honestly, with the way that they look today, despite those last 2 maps, coming in to the new season with all the changes we talked about, you go against Na'Vi, the one team that's made no change, the one team that has always been in the grand final for all of 2023, the team that is now poised to step up and potentially lift the crown from Enigma Galaxy, the team that's never lost a series during the online season, and you take the opening map off them. I don't know. That's a pretty big statement of intent.
I do agree with you to a certain extent, but also they're the most team that I can't even talk now. They're the team you're going to prep for the most, is what I was going to say, and there's enough tail of the tape where they're the only ones that are actually going to be predictable, quote unquote, when it comes to stuff on the server. Now the rest of the games for Fearless Cheaters are widely unknown. You don't really know what you're going to encounter and come across, and that could be to their benefit, that could be to their weakness. We're going to have to wait and see. But for Na'Vi, a good mental test. It was good to see them bounce back after Vertigo, because it really felt like they weren't playing the way that we expect Na'Vi Javelins to play, and that really changed when it went to their map pick and then when it went to Anubis.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, it does kind of throw some concerns up in the air about your Vertigo, considering you have been playing it like fairly, like it's always floated in the pool when they're playing. So to have these struggles so early on, you do expect it a little bit against, Enigma Galaxy, for instance. But I guess, as you mentioned, it is Vilga, so there's something about her in the server on Vertigo which is causing issues for Na'Vi, but that's something they really do need to reflect on and go back in. We can see, here's the stats from that map, and no surprise to see VQ at the top, but everyone else kind of contributing, not being too far behind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's kind of what you want out of Na'Vi. You don't want there to be any weak links. I tell you what, when I look at Fearless Cheaters, the player I'm impressed with and will, I think, continue to be impressed with me all season long is Krasi. I feel like she is really kind of taken like a duck to water when it comes to this team. Showed glimpses of like promising ability in G2 Oya. Has always been that player that you can rely on consistently, especially in this region. And for her hitting the ground running, starting life against Na'Vi Javelins, putting up some very good numbers, I feel like she is going to have a very good season.
Yeah, really exciting addition to this team, and for her to hit the ground running, as you say, it's a great sign. Don't read into Vilga's score there. As we mentioned, permaban for Enigma Galaxy. Probably the first official that this team has played with Vilga at the helm. And the T side, honestly, we saw some glimpses of what to expect for this team to come. I think that's the key thing, right? I imagine Anubis will be a big part of their map pool, as one that we often will see get floated through. I don't know if they'll ever prioritize it as a first pick, but I definitely expect to see them play it again, and I expect to see continuous improvements.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's step by step, and it is week by week for this team as well, as it will be for the majority of the teams that have made changes. I feel like this is now going to be a season for proving your worth when it comes to the majority of teams, especially in the European division. So I'm excited to see how it all pans out. Focusing back on this game just for a second, though, there is a player that we have to highlight. It has to be Viku, because even though Na'Vi didn't win map 1, she was right at the top of the scoreboard. She needed help from her teammates. She got that on Ancient, she got that on Anubis, but still stood out, had some very impactful moments, was able just to clutch, nearly had that insane 1 versus 3 as well on Anubis. Like, she was everywhere.
Yeah, I actually think on that first map, she might have ended up top of the scoreboard despite the team losing. She had like 25 kills or something ridiculous. So in total, 56 across the series, which when you consider it was, a 13-3 scoreline on map 2 and 13-7 on map 3, that is an insane amount of impact that she was having just continuously throughout.
The one that actually surprises me the most is the fact that it was a blowout on Ancient. The fact that it was like kind of close on Anubis, but not really. Is the fact that she has a 70% cast. Like, she's involved in basically all of the action and is still just thriving. Like, that is really impressive to me. That is the one stat that stands out the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And maintaining 100 AGR also just across 3 maps is quite good. So yeah, really, really great to see that from VQ. And she was alone on Vertigo. It was worth a mention that Hanker in particular, but as well as Angelica, both those two were really stepping up on the following maps. They had a slow start to the series, but as soon as they got online, that's kind of when that switch happened in Navi's approach.
Yeah, of course. And we mentioned it kind of in the second map. It's important to bring it up as well. The community stream, the secondary game that was going on. It was Astralis Bigger Keeper. It looked pretty close on map 1, but then Bigger Keeper kind of ran away with it. And that was also the case on Vertigo. It was a 2-0 to Bigger Keeper, which means when we take a look at the standings, Bigger Keeper sit top of Group A. Na'Vi, of course, sit top of Group B. There's some really, really exciting storylines that I am beyond just kind of eager to kind of jump into just as this season develops. There's so
we've got a
many
whole season ahead of us,
storylines.
Brad.
I know, but I want it to be here now, and I'm so glad that ESL Impact is back today.
Yeah, me too. And if you're wondering, PGE, that's Pigeons, which is,
Yes.
again, you're probably wondering, who the hell are Pigeons? It's the Enigma Galaxy squad. So, yeah, they're hopefully going to find a new home soon. I'd be very surprised if they don't at any moment, considering the caliber of players and the history that they have. But that's who they are yet to play yet. I think they play tomorrow. So I'm very excited to see how they debut with Zaz in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, they flew the nest of Enigma Galaxy. Now they're looking for a new place to roost. I hope that's why they've done it, but I don't know why they've called themselves Pigeons, but we'll go with it. We've overrun it a little bit, Lucy, so I'm going to say, look, the time on the EU for today is over. Coming up next, Fluxo Demons taking on Atrix. Atrix is one to watch out for in the South America region. You picked MIBR. I'm going to pick Atrix. I feel like they can do some damage. Well, we'll have to see if they can. It's over to Veerless and Affinity for that one.
Sitting in the same place too long, circle going round in my mind. It's time to leave it all behind. So what you gonna do with your space, with your time, with your life? I ain't gonna get it right. Let's go. Let's go. On a mission to destroy what I don't need. Time to breathe. Fresh life to a brand new me. It's a fantasy. The people never change, 'cause it's all that we do. From ourselves to the moon, I'm an empress. I
within what dark eyes can do. Eaten in the dust as the dark rises in oblivion. In between my lips live words I locked up for you. I am a prison haunted by sounds. I hear their horses made of silver and still coming up after me. If I can't run free, make sure you die out every single part of me. You can't kill it whole. I light the fire inside my chest. I haven't died, I want to. Don't hear that. Looking up at the sky to get me out of here. You can't kill it whole. I let the chaos hold the rest. I'm gonna love I want to. They handed me a crown and free to keep my head. Just say how far have we gone? How far are we all gone? In here the price is freedom and stones. I hear their voices beating the drum for me and you. If I can't run free, make sure you quiet every single part of me. You can't kill it whole. I light the fire inside my chest. I haven't died, I want to. Don't hear that. Looking up at the sky to get me out of here. You can't kill it whole. I let the chaos hold the rest. I'm gonna love I want to. They handed me a crown and free to keep my head. Just say I live in days I want to my life, and you will not keep me quiet. I light the fire inside my chest. I live in days I want to. Don't hear that. Looking up at the sky to get me out of here. You can't kill it whole.
Wanna be in this moment till the daylight's breaking. Wanna soak it all up and never ever let it fade. Go a little bit further, cause it's all worth saving. Wanna look in your eyes and hold on to the better days. Oh baby, I don't wanna lose. Let's not just throw it all away. So if you wanna be someone who sees the light, then you gotta believe that start breaking, cause it's almost over. Better hold my hand, cause I don't wanna lose ya. While my heart's still beating, it ain't ever over. Better hold my hand, cause I don't wanna lose ya. So if you wanna be someone who sees the light, then you gotta
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back.
Tomorrow we will rise. Tomorrow we will rise. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back to ESL Impact, and we are here at the kick-off of the season, heading straight into South America, the most explosive region of all. Now, this is an exciting day up here beside Affinity, and we're going to be bringing you all the action here in the SA region.
Absolutely, it is a pleasure to be back, and what a couple of series to kick off this season. Na'Vi Javelin's Fearless Cheetahs going the whole 3 maps. Fluxo Demons and Atrix is going to be an absolutely killer matchup. And then, of course, FlyQuest versus Shimmer later, going to be one of the best matchups in NA. I think that's going to be an absolutely spicy one. So it is a pleasure to be back and be bringing you what is going to be our first SA match of the season.
Yeah, and I mean, we can take a bit of a look at the groups, of course, here already having been covered. Let's dig a bit into what is going on with South America, because none of the 8 teams that we got going on here kept the roster from last season. So much has changed, making this even more competitive than last season.
Absolutely, as you said, no team has been untouched by these roster shuffles. And it's quite nice because a lot of these players we're seeing returning but on new teams. Got a couple of new faces in the server as well. A couple of these teams we've had the pleasure of watching in, the Cash Cups, of course, across the winter season as well. So a couple of them we have some information to work on with how these new rosters are feeling and how they're going to be looking on the server as well.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. There's actually 3 players into the South America region that we have not seen in ESL Impact at all. They're just brand new to the league. We got fresh new blood coming in. It's so excited, and I can't wait to see what this region is going to bring to the table.
Absolutely, because of course we've got new teams coming in from the Open Qualifier. We've got some of our returning teams under different names, mind you, as well. For those of you that watched Season 4, you may remember Mokrias. They are returning here as Atrix Esports. So familiar faces, different names as well. As you said, some new faces, some old names as well. It's going to be an interesting one. This is definitely one of the regions I think is most exciting. And there's a couple of teams in this region, absolutely crazy, where you've seen teams with players, 18 or so different players over across the seasons. You've got players that have played on 4 or 5 different of the teams that we're seeing in this season alone as well. There's a lot of history behind these teams and a lot of interpersonal connections here.
For sure. I mean, overall, this is quite a banger of a matchup that we got going on, but just in general, so much has changed here within the region. It's kind of insane. It's kind of wild to see how much, one event, and then, we have a bit of an off season, and then boom, everyone is bringing all these changes, some perhaps more expected than others. And now, of course, we would like to know from you guys over at home what you guys' opinion is, because we can talk, we can have our own, but we want to know who you think is going to be taking the crown home on this matchup. Of course, we have on one end we have #Fluxo, and if you think Atrix can maybe pull off a win here, of course you can also vote for them. Let us know in the Twitch chat and we'll get back to you in just a second. So we can dig into these 2 teams a little bit, because they've faced off against each other before. So what do we expect here to come out in the Veto?
Well, funny that you say that, actually. These teams played each other for the first match of the last season as well. So Season 4 started with this exact same matchup. Of course, we've got a new fresh face on each side. But it will be interesting to see, how the map Veto changes, how the players change. Last time we saw them, Fluxo did storm this one pretty nicely, I will be honest with you. I believe it was 14-16 or the win to Fluxo on both maps. We didn't see a third map. But we do have the map veto coming in right now, which I think is quite interesting. Ban Anubis from Atrix. That's their permaban. Fluxo, permaban Mirage as well. Nothing new there. Atrix picking up Ancient, I think, is quite interesting. They banned it a little bit at the start of last season, but they played it in the one Cash Cup we saw them play, unfortunately losing to Bolodinas 11-13. So they have played it a little bit. They floated it a couple of times. Ancient being a map that we actually see Fluxo ban quite a lot, but in these best of threes, you can't always be safe from the maps that you ban initially. Nuke pick is quite interesting. It's something that both of these teams have played quite a bit, actually. So, again, could go either way. And then Inferno Decider. I'm not really sure about that one, because Inferno is a map that neither of these teams really play either, and one that Fluxo Demon bans a lot. So, really, from the veto alone, I'm leaning towards it favoring Atrix. But looking at the stats, Fluxo has usually and historically come off a little bit better, so it's swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, I mean, we can dig into some other reasons that perhaps could determine which way the coin will flip. If we look at Fluxo, for example, you know, we can talk about the roster and all the changes that have been going on, but perhaps we can also, you know, highlight a bit of one special person on the roster, because Poppins is just incredibly insane. She has been ever since she joined Fluxo. And I mean, the team already wanted to get Poppins on the squad, but she simply wasn't old enough. That's how good she was. And she's been performing super consistent. And even though I know behind the scenes, sometimes, you know, she's a bit shy and a bit nervous, and she sometimes does, she says it on camera, but in the server, it just doesn't show.
Indeed. I believe it was production that described her to us as the 17-year-old Wonder Kid. And I think that's a very sort of high praise title. Very excited to see if she can live up to that in this season as well. You know, first time playing, as you said, Impact, because too young to play previously. Hopefully we don't see that sort of impacting her in any way. It's kind of it feels different to play in front of such a big audience as well. And might I just say, it's awesome to see so many people turning up to support as well.
It is wild. You know, the whole history and the journey that Fluxo has gone through, absolutely nuts. And now it's such a stable roster at the top of the South American League. They've proven themselves time and time again. Even as of last season at the finals, they were going into things with sort of shaky domestic results. But then once again, you know, in Season 4 finals, they have proven themselves to be the better one out of the two that were sent there. So, you know, always sort of on top. But, you know, with the changes that are coming through, can we still consider them to be that Titan, to still be that top spot?
I'm interested to see, because I believe it was third place they took at the finals in Valencia recently. I say recently, it was, 4 months ago now? It feels like it's not been that long. So nice to be back. You were there, of course. You got to witness all this happening live as well. I unfortunately had to sit back and watch from afar, but it was an incredible match. And third place, you know, high standards to try live up to. I'm confident, though, you know, the changes that they've made seem to be for the better. They seem to be bringing in a lot more firepower as well. And then, of course, as we said, we've had a little bit of a switch up in player. We have unfortunately lost Nani, who was one of the really impactful, consistent players for them in exchange for Anna X. You want to talk about this one a little bit more?
Yeah, so Nani retired, actually. It wasn't that she was kicked from the team or bench or whatever. No, she decided to leave on her own accord. She just has a lot of personal things going on, which made her sort of put CS on a bit of a second place for the time being. But Anna X is stepping in, coming in, of course, from another very big Titan team, and she just has a lot of experience on herself. But I do have to say, you know, also looking at the statistics over there, she has generally a bit of a higher impact rating. She just, as an individual, has a lot more raw firepower. But I do wonder, you know, you can be incredible on your own, but how can you gel with the rest of the team?
Well, we have actually seen them play one Cash Cup. I believe it was Cash Cup number 5, recently just gone, actually. It was, yes. Cash Cup 3 and 5, we saw Fluxo Demons play together. And Cash Cup number 3, I believe they won. They might also have won Cash Cup number 5. But Atrix, we've got a little less to talk about on that front, actually. We don't see them playing in as much. I couldn't find any ESCA stats for them. They did play in Cash Cup Winter number 1, unfortunately being eliminated pretty early on. They had fairly decent results. They lost 4-13 on Mirage, their opponent's map pick, 11-13 on Ancient, their map pick. So, interesting to see whether, what little we have seen of them, we will continue to see maybe that slight dominance on their map pick. Was a little bit shaky from what we saw, and we really don't have much to go on with their new roster. Fluxo Demons, we've seen a little bit more of. Gamers Club Liga Series, February, they had decent enough results. We got to see the team playing together in its finality. But I don't really know. It's a difficult one. We really don't know much about how this new Atrix roster is gelling.
Yeah, no, not quite. Of course, the core remains the same. Okreas came 4th last season, so it's not like they, were bad at all. I mean, they perhaps have a little bit more to prove. They do have much veteran players, some of which have been playing since the very start of Impact. So, with the time that has come, we do want to see perhaps a bit more of better results. And now, having Sophia actually stepping in, they too had a roster change. She didn't play actually last season, so I do wonder how that's gonna, go off on her, because it is a bit tricky, having a bit of an off season longer than your teammates. How do you fit in within the squad right now? But she has still got that Impact experience. You know what it's like to play in a big team, and now with Atrix, beside them, I think that it can probably ramp up to perhaps climb even further in the rankings, make it even more competitive than last time. Because fun fact, last time around in the previous season, it was also these two squads facing off against one another in the opening matchup in South America.
It was indeed. Now, I believe that we have to put our own predictions in at some point as well. We've got to throw, our hat into the ring, put our money where our mouth is. So, Veerless, I ask you, who are you giving this to?
I mean, the stats don't lie, I think, just simply based off how much experience this team has gotten already. And even with the changes, I have to give them the benefit of the doubt here that they can still make it work. Has to be Fluxo.
I am going to have to agree with you there. Mokrias/Atrix, good showings last time, but I don't have enough information to confidently put in this. Fluxo Demons, however, have been absolute monsters in the Cash Cup recently. The stats don't lie, as you said, so I'm going to have to go with that. I'm going to say maybe a 2-0. I unfortunately don't think we're going to see a map 3 on this one. It might, actually, you know what? I think it might be the only series today we don't see a map 3.
It very well could be. It could be. Then again, we were a bit doubtful of the maps that we would potentially be seeing. Twitch chat is very split even on this one. Could be going either way. I mean, we have to find out, of course, at the servers if that's going to be the case. But I do want to... I want to see Inferno, just because I think it's going to be a really big test for both these squads, because they don't often play it. So I really want to see, at the end of the day, if they do play on that map, who's going to be the top team. I think perhaps that might even show more skill to, that's being brought to the table. Because you have to adapt. You have to perhaps pull tricks out of the bag that you haven't done before. So I hope we get a third map, but I do have to agree with you. On paper, this looks like it should be a 2-0 for Fluxo, similar like how we've seen in the past season.
It's a really interesting one because, of course, Season 4, we had the amazing CS2 drop mid-series for us, actually, wasn't it? I believe it was Brandon and Lucy, B-Dog and Lucy Luce were casting, and it dropped mid-series, and there was all the chaos about, which version we were going to be playing, the rest of the games on for the day, and the rest of the season on. And so halfway through the season, we just switched to MR12. And the drop-off for Inferno picks was like that light switch moment. The moment that CS2 dropped, suddenly Inferno pick rate plummeted. Even teams that it was their map, they picked it consistently every game. We're now permabanning it. And that hasn't really stopped. Inferno's not in a great place in the competitive map pool at the moment. So I think seeing it come out as the final map is amusing. I think it's very interesting. And I don't think there's any better way to end off a series if we get that far as well.
I would have to agree. As you said, it brings a whole new layer to the table in regards to Inferno, but that is, of course, sort of, you know, there's all this what if scenario. We have to find out first, of course, where we're heading first. Now, if we take a bit of a look actually at the first map, you know, Ancient. What do you think Ancient can bring to the table in regards to this specific matchup?
Ancient. So, having a look at Ancient, it was the decider map for their last duel. We talked about it being the first map of last season, the first map of this season between Fluxo and Atrix. It was actually the map that was going to be the decider, never ended up going there. I don't know necessarily how to feel. Fluxo Demons has a higher win percentage on it recently, but has also banned it more than Atrix has. Atrix had this incredible map during Season 4 where they went 28-24. It went overtime after overtime. So hopefully we don't quite see it going that far, because of course best of 3, you don't want it to drag out that early on in the series. But it's time to kick it off. Pistol round, map number 1 of the South America ESL Impact Season 5.
Oh boy, Fluxo gonna kick things off here on that CT side. Duel is in hand here for AnaX, the firepower already being brought to the table. But at this moment, Atrix perhaps not quite looking to go that way just yet, heading straight into middle. But they're already having a setup here. Poppins peeking. Oh, wow, that's one kill. Goddess finds another one, and they have crunched him completely, sending the last 2 remaining players straight here into that B-bomb. So it's still a fight being met, but they at least deal with Goddess for the time being.
Absolutely. I was so worried when that Molotov came out. I thought that maybe it could buy them that little bit of space towards Donut. Unfortunately, it doesn't. They're dancing around backside here. But they've managed to whittle it down to a 2v2, make that a 2v1. And Julie from behind coming out, spots both of them, unfortunately taken down. That'll be the pistol round to Atrix, and you could see them getting loud already.
That was a great round. And the adaptation there that they made was quite insane, because there was such a good start already in that round, and wasn't come easy to try and make something out of that round still. But that means money to the table. For Fluxo, it's not going to be sitting still whatsoever. Pistols, even an SMG being bought here. Poppins bringing that firepower, and a bunch of nades as well, raining down on mid and burning Sophia alive as well. So that's good early damage, but now how will they capitalize? And they go for a very aggressive push. So far, so good. And they find an additional player. Can they take Lilzy down? Oh, it's a bit awkward here. The rest of the cavalry slowly coming to arrive. A bit too late, though. Silent will find one, but is a bit of trouble. The bomb dropped. She's by herself. Now the rest is wrapping around for the other way.
Ooh, there's a bit of a pincer going on here. They've got to be careful here, Fluxo Demons. Gets the first second cleaned up, though.
Not quite in time, and now it's just pistols left for the 2 remaining players, but maybe it's fine. Maybe a headshot is all you need. Fluxo Demons steal the second round away.
Absolutely incredible. And on what wasn't a great buy as well, of course, losing that CT side pistol round initially can be really damaging to the long term of the beginning of the half. In fact, it can be really damaging to the first half in general. So to come back like that with the limited weaponry that they had, absolutely incredible. Atrix gonna be forcing up a little bit here as well, but honestly, not much of a buy for Fluxo Demons to contend against.
Very heavily here towards an A split, 3 down towards their main, and actually Poker almost sneaking through red room but decides to back out. Doesn't want to overstep, wants to stick to a teammate.
Might get caught out here though. You can see Younger.
Oh,
Fine.
Well, here's your opening. Smoke down here as well towards Donuts, so this makes things a bit awkward, but Atrix not picking up the pace just yet, being super careful, and of course they know that very easily behind those smokes is going to be the defense line set up. But a bomb plant, that's already a big win here for Atrix. How much more can they get out of this round?
Apparently a lot, actually. Couple more kills. They are at a player disadvantage here, but the resmoke coming out has held at bay those Donut players and bought them quite a bit of time there. But with Annex taking down Little Z, it's just Sophia left. Gets the first, goes for the second, gets the second, taken down, however, by the third from behind. Not quite able spin around in time, not quite able to keep enough ammo in the gun for that, but they definitely bring it close.
And it was almost too close for comfort that continuously these force rounds almost, well, in the case of Fluxo did win, but here almost winning against...
They're making it expensive, which is really good as well, because it means that even though it's a round win for Fluxo, they have to rebuy 4 weapons. Their money already not in an amazing place. It means that they can't build up this economy, and it stops them getting really far ahead in these early rounds.
And now Fluxo at least having 2 in a row, that's big. Even with it being costly, but Atrix's money is just completely down the drain. Have to go for bad pistols. Well, some upgraded.
A couple of deagles there, yeah.
I mean, we have seen what the pistols can do on the flip side of Fluxo, but man, they go in aggressive once more. Really giving no space to Atrix at all.
Absolutely, and both of those kills going untraded. So just a 2-player advantage. There's a bit of information off the back of it, I guess, but not much to work with here. Ogre gonna be peeking mid here. Ooh, might have spotted the head there.
Smoke certainly reveals the position either way. Information gained, but Atrix with 3 women still have to get a game plan on board. The bomb dropped close towards spawn as well. It's an awkward spot to pick up.
I'm gonna say not quite fed any information there.
Well, that's the case, but still 50 seconds, you have to wrap around, find a bomb if you want so, or maybe just try and go to see if you can steal some of these weapons away, do damage, but it's not really going to be the case at all. Now Goddess is activated, here's the footsteps, finds a bit of extra cash for herself.
Flawless round there from Flux as well, keeping all 5 alive. A lot of damage on it, a couple of those players, but honestly nothing too serious as well. Goddess going to be clinging on to that SMG for a little while longer, sadly. That's one of the difficulties, is having a flawless round like that. It's really nice, builds up that money, but also you are stuck on your slightly worse for wear weapons. But honestly, it doesn't seem like they need an upgrade right now. They're keeping this pretty calm.
Uh-oh, I see a lot of action here towards Speedway. Goddess surely should hear those footsteps. Poppin's also activated, but busy with so much util that is raining down in mid. In a very awkward position. Be right above her, but you don't dare to peek just yet. It could have been an opportunity to take Poppins out. Instead, ooh, well, there we go. There's the timing. Marie finds that kill. This time, opening in favor of Atrix. Ooh, and another hit spotted. Further information, but how much are you going to be giving this up? You continue to want to engage. Well, Fluxo continues to push. They've done this in a fair amount of rounds already, and now Atrix is just being patient, just waiting these pushes.
They have indeed, and they're not being very aggressive here. They're playing very passively, letting Fluxo play into them, and it's working so well for them, making Fluxo make the first mistake, first move as well, just reading and playing off the back of it. They do have to start moving towards a bomb site. They don't have much footing towards, got a little bit towards B, but they really need to get a move on. There comes the utility. A little bit of a peek around the corner. Molotov going to hold them at bay, though, and that timer starting to slowly creep down.
Decisions will have to be made. I think it's still... Well, I wanted to say still leaning towards B, but that's going to be a long rotation with very little time to get a bomb plant. So a lot here riding on Junger. Right beside the box. Signing. Walking right. Oh, there we go. Right towards the hands of Junger. That's the kill taken. 10 seconds surely, but now they're going to be walking straight into the mouth of the beast. Truly only one standing. Yeah, not going to happen.
Not going to happen at all. Beautiful bomb plant as well. Gives them that little bit of extra money as well. Just pad in the pockets. And kept a lot of utility over from that round as well, if I'm not mistaken. So, a little bit playing the long game here as well. Fluxo Demons, I think, finally an acceptable one to lose. But having said that, we talked about the weapons that they hadn't been able to upgrade. They still haven't managed to upgrade them. They're still on that FAMAS and SMGs as well. They're playing very much on the back foot here. Ooh, a lot of early aggression in mid. Smoked off as well. It will just allow them to take that control.
I mean, Fluxor has been punished for all the aggression they've been showing thus far. So perhaps tempted to be a bit more passive this time around. But, you know, at what time do you decide that maybe you do need to take some control over the map? Well, contact has been made. Poppin's alarmed. Rotation does come over, but that is one that has already fallen. And maybe you need more than just this SMG on the side, or perhaps not. That's another dink. Boker actually dies. And so far, the defense still standing tall.
Is indeed, but they're running out of utility now. Just that Molotov left, and they've still got to try to get this bomb down. Molotov, if they throw it towards Donut, will keep Goddess at bay here. That smoke just keeping Younger out as well. There we go, spotted on the corner, not quite able to get the kill. It's Goddess. And now forced out by that Molotov, but look at that. The team comes together. They annihilate what's left of that attack. And they put a 4th round on the board. What momentum we thought could start to be being built up here, immediately snatched back by Fluxo Demons.
And that ending was a bit awkward. You would expect that a Molotov would, you know, force a player out and you could peek them, but instead it resulted in a double swing in a very awkward position for Ajax to still stay alive. Yeah, it kind of backfired on them. But a new round, a new chance to see if they can make this work. Still AKs on board on the majority of them. Utility a bit more dire. But nothing impossible. Not if you have Boker on your squad. Opening kill once again secured.
Poppins, unfortunately, being the first to go down in a lot of these rounds, albeit not really affecting the outcome of the round too much. Ooh, caught on the edge is the smoke. Alex able to trade that right back immediately, luckily. Xenon gonna be forced back, however. You're just gonna fall back a little bit here. Play it a little bit more passively. Moving away from the site a little bit here. Maybe a bit of a miscall considering where that bomb is looking at heading. Peek down mid, and when they see that mid's clear, they maybe can have a bit of a suspicion.
Ooh, very important kill to be getting, but it was only the lurk player. B still completely open. I think they will hear that Util falling down. That's a great timing. Incendiary out on the side. Burns Marie actually quite heavily. They still keep those T's busy. No chance of planting thus far. And actually forces them to continue to peek on out. Will get Younger in the process. But still, one player heavily tagged up. 20 seconds. Oh, and this is so awkward. No one checking the close corner. But Little C stands tall, and the HP makes all the difference.
That got a little bit scary towards the end there. Could have swung either way. As you said, HP just not really on their side. But something I think is quite interesting about Fluxo Demons here as well is these Molotovs being thrown to force them back off the angle is just pushing them further forward. And in this instance, it does actually work out for Atrix. A lot of the times, it's just forced these firefights and backfired greatly. But I think it's quite nice to see, actually, you know, do you run back? Do you just take the fight? They've been taking the fight. Atrix making it close. They're not letting Fluxo Demons get too far ahead of themselves on their side here. Look how far they've made.
This is quite insane.
So
that was
quick.
a bit awkward.
A little bit awkward, but they get the bomb down. The re-smoke comes out as well. They are either going to have to disrespect these smokes or just fall back a little bit. And they really don't have the weaponry or utility to be fighting this. So maybe back away a little bit. Play for some exits, but this round already looks way beyond done.
I mean, you ideally just want to save. This is not even exit territory because they fully invested into this round. You need to hold on to whatever you got. You know, next round will be an eco, so if you can at least have an SMG, upgraded weaponry, or even, you know, something simple as a smoke or an incendiary here, could make a big difference here to the next round.
Indeed. And luckily they will all be allowed to live with their life. So if you're definitely having a look, hunting a little bit towards the end there, they have the money to throw a couple of players at it. Tactical timeout being called first of the map, first of the series as well. I like this being placed here as well. They had a very strong couple of rounds. They're starting to lose that momentum that we saw them start to build. try to figure out maybe what's going wrong, what's going differently. And I think it's very much been a change of pace from Atrix. We saw them very passive at the start. They are rushing these sites now. They're taking that space. They're getting the bomb down early. And I think Fluxo Demon's just struggling to counter that a little bit at times.
Yeah, Fluxus have kicked off with a lot of aggression early on, and I think they were perhaps taken aback with how well Atrix was dealing with those kind of pushes eventually. So now their game plan is perhaps a little too passive, and Atrix can sort of abuse it. So with that timeout having been called, I'm wondering to see what the approach will be, even with the lesser weaponry on their end.
Absolutely, and there is no utility to work with at all. Have a look, they are just running it down. Chips in the night there. The trigger discipline didn't really see anyone absolutely failing them there, and they're already on the site at Atrix. Beaten in one by one, just allowing these isolated duels to be taken. Now it's just Alex.
Oh man, straight into the barbecue as well. That's just rough. Yeah, at that point, just gonna have to try something. And you might as well just go for it. You're gonna be having a full buy anyway here in round number 10. But this is extremely competitive. I would reckon more competitive than I was expecting up front.
I'll say it. I am pleasantly surprised by this. I thought that Fluxo teams, especially on CT side Ancient, were just gonna run away with themselves. But it is, of course, first match of the series. Maybe warming up a little bit. Of course, they will warm up beforehand, but warming up into this level of gameplay. Here on the edge of the smoke, a little dance around. And they've decided to switch up the pace. This is something that's quite interesting, is we've talked about them having super fast entries onto these sites. Sometimes they like to just play it slower, and it completely out of the blue as well here. Keeps Fluxo Demons just guessing.
Oh, this is nice. So, to take things slow early on in the round, just see where Fluxo Demons has taken some space across the map, and then try and abuse the fact that here, for example, they're heavily invested into mid, and then go straight up for a B execute. Thus far, I wouldn't say so good. Spray down through the smoke. Punishes Younger, but okay, Goddess comes in with a raw firepower. Tries to abuse Atrix here, but still being a woman up. But before I say that, blink of an eye, and Poppins has taken out one more, making it a 2-on-2. But once again, rotation has come through, now forcing Fluxo to take the long walk around. Bomb heading here towards A instead. 30 seconds, easy plant. And this is going to be very troublesome. There's no util whatsoever for Fluxo, having to do it just with bare aim.
Absolutely, but same could be said for Atrix. No utility to keep them as bay as well. We saw that there's so many places where there's so many angles to watch here as well. They can figure out where they're coming from. They still got to try to figure out if they're going through the cave. Ooh. Nice little tap on the bomb, but look at that. Murray with 2 as well. A little bit of help from Little Zed in the donut as well. But they take the lead now. They start to consolidate that lead, and no matter how these final 2 rounds go as well, that's a really solid T side coming out from them. 6 rounds on T side Ancient, you take those as well, especially if you can secure that next pistol. If they can get another round.
Yeah, Fluxo invested so much into mid early rounds, so much util not completely gone to waste because it's still control that they've gotten. But Atrix decided to punish, and then by the time they have sort of, managed to retake up on B site, the bomb built, and it went completely to A, and then you have nothing for the donut crosser whatsoever. You're just panicking, freaking out, having to double swing, but at the same time, the bomb continuing to tick. So it's a very tough dilemma. Sending now Atrix up 6 rounds, Fluxo back on an eco.
Goddess choosing to back away a little bit. Good timing, I think, there as well, but has left a bit of a weak spot for Fluxo Demons there. They are very much huddled over towards this B site, readying the utility. It will be Fluxo Demons having to rush on over to the site as well. Actually, they've already started to rotate Younger over. Good sign, a little bit of extra firepower to try keep this bomb from going down, because once that bomb goes down, they've very much struggled on these retakes, losing so many people in the process. That'll be the call to action there. All of the utility comes raining down around them. Goddess up close with that pistol, immediately taken down, however. Younger trying to find something, but just so many bodies. Annex gonna get one, but Mari immediately biting right back. Bomb gonna go down, and we said once it goes down, a little bit of a death wish, especially with Annex going down.
Yeah, this round is very tough to still get going. At least you kind of hope that you can sneak in a kill or two. That would be very nice. Poppin's going for it. Only one still standing, and of course already a position being known. Kind of waiting, a bit of a death sentence here.
What else can you really do? Just firing off a couple of shots. Oh, I say that. Beautiful little headshot. But just going to run away now. Nothing more they can do. Wanting to keep hold of that deagle. There is some money in the bank available for this final round. I say that. Not even going to be allowed to escape with that pistol.
So 7-4 last round of the half, and a little update as well on another stream. We have, of course, the community stream going on with the fellow matchup with Furia against W7M. Furia is the first map up already, having won 13-10 close, but they have stolen the map pick away of W7M.
Absolutely, Furia definitely one of the favourites to win. Good to see them taking the first map, but you know. Underdog story W7M, a lot of people very excited to see them back, of course, because they did play a couple of seasons ago, if I am not mistaken, Villas. So it's nice to see them returning once again to the server.
Yeah, and then back to our game, because this is the last round of the half.
It is. We finally have warps.
There's a lot of riding here on this round, and oh, this is an awkward situation. You would think someone would be able to kill Poppins, but absolutely not. Crossfires galore, and Fluxo stays alive with the exception of Anna X. But that's just Little Z. An open hand. I think the first ones here being bought.
Seen all match, and it's in the last round of the half. And unfortunately, Little
they're not even
not
going to be
able
used,
to use it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has the bomb though. Only silver lining here has the bomb.
Now 1 versus 4. Yeah, I've seen crazy things, but this would be absolutely nuts if Little Z can pull this off. Players already rotating in, but there we have it. Goddess takes the final kill, making it still competitive. 7-5 here in half number 1, and catch us right after the break with half 2.
Take me back to where we were before. I know that you wanna go for sure. Take a chance and you will see some more. Come on, hun, what are you waiting for? Take me back to where we were before. I know that you wanna go for sure. Take a chance and you will see some more. Come on, darling, what you waiting for?
Hello, and welcome back, wonderful people. We are off the back of a 7-5 half. Not exactly how we expected it to go as well. Atrix Esports bringing out the fire for the first match of ESL Impact Season 5 South America. Now, Billis, how are we feeling going into this second pistol round?
This is wild. If Fluxo wants to get this map going, they need this pistol round, especially here. Ancient T side. Oh, so far, good damage dealt already. A player up here for Fluxo and a bomb immediately being planted. So they try to get every advantage they possibly can get on board. Trying to get a time on their side here as well. That smoke being up, further delays happening. And yeah, this kind of separates the CT side at the moment. We have Little Z still waiting here for the smoke to fade up in CT and being met with dualies right in the face. Boca only one still standing. There's still so many angles to check, not aware of the position of Goddess, and here we have it. Fluxo Demons get the dream back going with the pistol round.
Does indeed, and that should be the exact thing they need to equalize this scoreboard as well. Money going to be a little bit tight here for Atrix Esports. Now, we did see on our first half, this exact same thing happened. We saw the conversion round stolen away from under the noses of Atrix Esports. So maybe we see something a little bit of a reverse here, because they have decided to force into this one as well.
That's the day of the Force. And I think also, you know, with how in CS2 the rounds amount shortened, sometimes these teams panic, especially in a very close game like this. Thus far, there has been a kill found on either side. But Atrix kind of give Fluxo back a little present. This is similar like what Fluxo did on their own half with the pushes, the aggressive playstyle, and now it's Atrix doing the same. Mating up with a Mech 10, but once again, they do manage to trade.
Yeah, Poppins there had managed to weasel away into the back line a little bit. And that might have given them a bit of advantage, but only good for one kill there. It has really split this up. We can see that Goddess very much alone on an island here on that B side, but causing problems nonetheless. Has bought a bit of time and has actually brought a lot of attention over as well for these A players.
Marie's still close. Here's that smoke drop. Is in a very tough spot to try and deal with a bomb being planted. Here's the plantings down, not quite being made. Ooh, shot landed. Makes things even more competitive, and now has to wait for her teammate to get beside her. Maybe she wants to go for it herself. But that's extremely tricky.
That smoke doesn't help matters either.
Oh, missed shot. Very unfortunate, leaving Boca 36 HP in a dream, but it's being shattered down to pieces. And Fluxo with that, winning back-to-back rounds. No force buy. That wins it out again.
Sadly,
with that even scoreline.
It is indeed. What a way to kick off this series as well. But unfortunately, that doesn't mean the money situation for Atrix. Pretty miserable right now. We could see a couple of nades being bought, which I'm very curious to see what they want to do with this. Given that 3 of them have an HE, maybe we're going to go for a little bit of a nade stack here. There we go. Unfortunately, no one home to receive, really. Not a point of damage splashed onto a single one of these Fluxo Demon players. Gamble stack, unfortunately, that is where the name comes in. Gamble is not going to be paying out for them as they head over towards this A site. We can see Boca having a little bit of a nosy towards mid. Not really getting too adventurous here.
Yeah, the stack unfortunately not quite working up here for Atrix. This should be an easy bomb plant here. Smokes up, molly's up, bomb plant.
Yeah, there's not much I can see Atrix being able to do. They've got not much utility. They've got 2 flashbangs on Boca. But that alone, I think, they've got a pretty impenetrable defense here for this bomb plant Fluxo Demons. We can see maybe a little bit of poking. Flashbang to get them into Donut. They do actually get a kill onto Younger off the back of it as well. Xenon coming in from spawn. Actually, Julie going to be the one to keep it cool. And gets 3 pop-ins with the last 2. And what was gearing up to be maybe a little bit of an attempt at a retake immediately shut down with violence.
Yeah, I reckon at that point you just want to see how much damage you can do, considering how Luxor Demons, you know, their economy is somewhat there. Of course, 2 back-to-back, now 3 rounds. But if you can do at least some economic damage, try to keep it competitive, then maybe if you get, you know, for example, 2 rounds of your own, you can break their economy, get back in the lead, and see where that CT half can take you.
The orb coming out a lot earlier in this half as well. Of course, we only saw the orbs in the last round of last half. Actually, not going to be the weapon doing the most damage here, actually. It's just the rifle, as I say that. The USPS getting one of its own. 3v2 now. Now, orb finally making its way over. The Molotov gunner, unfortunately, be holding it back for a little bit, though.
Oh, the swing, it comes through. Boca, unfortunately, a misspray. And I thought this was perhaps a very tricky situation for Fluxo, being that the 2 players are very much separated. And now X now also spotted on the cross. At least both of them can group up here towards that A-bomb site. But the CTs have a faint feeling where that bomb is going to head. So already aligned up. Good flashbang. That will at least keep Marie here at bay. Oh, but that is absolutely disgusting. Orb shot through the smoke, of course, knowing where common planting positions are. That was a relatively easy spam, but likewise, Poppins gets spray through the smoke as well. Finds another kill, and now Little Z versus Poppins, but she looks away, expecting Little Z to come from a different angle. So that's just, it's just very, very rough. But man, what a wild retake that was.
Absolutely, that orb still in hand as well, so we'll get to see it played a couple more times this half at least. But again, just keeping the rounds even at the top of the board here as well. 8 and 8, keeping us on the edge of our seats. And again, as you said, all just a matter of looking at the wrong place at the wrong time. One too many angles to hold from there. That is the difficulty, is you have that little bit of safety. I do just want to stop for a second because I do see an XM. And for anyone that knows anything about me, I'm a big fan of the shotguns. Now, Ancient, not a map where we see the XM get a lot of love and attention, so I will be quite curious. Definitely a good place to play it here, but whether anyone's going to walk into her, another matter.
Quick aggressive peek. No one spotted at the moment, but she has a very cheeky angle if anyone were to come from Speedway. But at the same time, Fluxo takes the heat right towards that A-bomb site, takes the Marie, and already being a player down. Atrix will have to pick up the pace, get the retake going. And it's a bit unfortunate that Boke, of course, once again smoked off in a donut position, has to wait for the team to arrive. It's not impossible. 4 on 5 is doable, but so much U2 in place and still a bunch left. Definitely does not make things easy. Flash on the side, 2 players blind. Maybe now is the opportunity. First kill coming through, but on the flip side, 2 return, making it ever so competitive.
Initial missed shot, and a second one as well from you that has caused a lot of issues. Doesn't miss a third time though. Trying to stick that defuse. No, there's no other option, but that is Goddess's playing ground. Gets the kill, takes the 9th round, and manages to get just far enough away and in time that they don't die to the bomb there. But that was a difficult one. The retake, very scary, and especially with one of your players having an XM, just really not the weapon for a retake. You know, having to rotate from the other side. You're basically a player down that's just having to play with a pistol at that point, because the XM's good and it's semi-decent at long range, but you really don't want to be playing it at long range. It's not a taking space kind of weapon.
Just sad because, you know, I do understand the idea if you have limited cash available and you want to play the close angle.
XM's quite expensive though.
I mean, yes, of course. You could definitely invest into a cheaper SMG.
Max
I think just
swag,
maybe
seven.
But yeah, I guess you know, feeling the firepower of a shotgun. But in this case, the gamble not quite paying off.
It's about the ego trip that you get when you wield a shotgun and when you get that beautiful little thunk kill with it as well.
I know, it's satisfying, isn't it? Now, what's the plan going to be? Fluxo looks to ramp up here towards that B-bomb site. Of course, on the flip side, there's not that much to work with here for Atrix, so I think no matter really where they go, it should be a relatively easy affair. Well, maybe not if they
Maybe
go
not, yeah.
in one by one. A bit caught off guard here.
Oh, Goddess doesn't
no
know
tag.
quite where she's being shot from there.
A bit awkward. Of course, the
Did you manage
spam
to get a
right through the
bomb on
smoke. You kind of just hope that something like that connects. Similar like how that nade almost finished off Marie. Finally, the bullets of the AK will do.
There's not really much left for them to do on this retake either. There's no kit available, no utility available. Money is maybe enough to buy next round if they want to. But of course, loss bonus has been in a really sticky place for both of these teams, going back and forth so much. Finally, it does look like Fluxo Demon's going to put a two round lead. 2 rounds together to take that lead.
Oh, that's nice. So they do take 2 exits up on that round. That's probably, you know, the most you could ask for in this case. You still have an MP9 and Bocor. So, not the worst end result here from such a limited round. But this next round will be important. Fluxo is up on double digits here already. But it needs 3 more.
They heard you talking about how important this round is and called a timeout. They're like, yep, this is a big one. The AWP coming back out as well. It's really nice to see them because both of these teams have quite strong AWPers that we just didn't get to see at all in the first half. So it's nice to finally getting to see them in action with their signature weapons as well.
Yeah. I mean, Younger, arguably the best AWPer within the scene, currently on 9 kills. Still having a bit of a rougher game, but I think partially is also just that first half that didn't quite work in their favour. Only the last round you were able to buy up into an AWP.
It's been a rough round, a rough series, and a rough day for a couple of the players that we've been really talking about. I know that in the Europe game just before us, a couple of the players that everyone was really excited for maybe didn't have as strong of a start as we'd like to see. But again, it is just the week number 1 first series of the ESL Impact Season 5.
Ooh, well, speaking of the impact of the AWP, Little Z takes out Poppins. Of course, a player we highlighted on the Fluxo squad has been doing quite well. 16 kills for her. Impact certainly is noticed on the flip side as well. Little Z wants to keep Atrix within the round. But they have given up the bomb plant once again, and it often puts Fluxo in a very good spot. Oh, Shadow being spotted. That is information. Now, Yuli will take out that kill. Maybe not quite aware that there's another player coming in from behind. The timing is near to perfect. And now, being a woman up, Atrix on here for the retake.
Ooh, spam through the smoke's good. And look at that, touch forward as well. They're going to go for the defuse, just spraying down. And to switch to the pistol. They are just sticking this. Going for the knife kill. Oh! Misses! No! No way! Oh, so close. Gets the kill as well at the end. That one hurts for Fluxo Demons.
Yeah, well, you can see the reaction of Sophia there. She was ecstatic. I mean, yeah, that is just amazing. If you just hear someone walking around you, shooting around you, and you remain alive even after the knife.
The nerve.
Absolutely wild.
What a good round to win, though. That's a massive confidence booster. I'll be honest, when that timeout was called, I don't think that's quite what they had in mind. But
no,
a timeout off the back of that for Fluxo Demons, I think. Nicely called here. Talk about where we go from here. Because, as you said, that was a really big one for Fluxo to have win. That could have very much secured them, at the very least, I think, map point. But could have very much secured the game. But alas, we continue on. Very close first game as well.
It continues to be competitive. Flux is still a round up, but as you can see, the money is not in the best spot whatsoever. Yuli up on a Deagle, Goddess, a Mech 10. And if they lose this round, they're going to be sent straight down towards Eco territory. So that's something, a scenario they really want to try to avoid. Try to keep that lead going, march as soon as possible towards victory here on map 1. But Atrix, this is their shot to steal it perhaps all away.
Yeah, this is their map pick as well, so it would be a nice one for them to win as well. Especially with both of us putting our predictions against them. Twitch chat, however, was 50-50 about that. Maybe they knew something that we didn't. Murray sees the flashbangs, or maybe doesn't see because of the flashbangs, as utility rains down around them. Has a little bit of support. Really needs to get a multi-kill here. It does exactly what is needed of them. Look at that. The backup from Xenon, and it's absolutely perfect. And it's just Poppins left. So far removed. That bomb dropped in unreachable territory. And that'll be Atrix closing up the scoreboard, likely. That weapon probably just going to want to be saved because their money not in a good place.
We're just hoping to be able to save that AK. And how close do you want to get towards that bomb? How much do you want to risk that AK for just maybe an extra kill? I mean, the economy on the flip side is dire as well, but
yeah,
I think
just a bit.
At this stage, you value your own AK more than taking another one away on the flip side.
Oh, massively, massively. Because, as we said, this back and forth has meant that the economy's been not able to stabilize and build up for either team. But you don't really want to risk it at all. Because they've got 3 players, and 3 can buy 3 can buy a lot more than 2 can buy 4.
Yeah.
And
but, you know, you could, for example, have someone buy... Well, not quite, actually. I thought maybe an AWP can be invested into, but then I looked at the money and it wasn't quite there yet. But, you know, the impact is noticeable. Little Z up on 15 kills. Marie, Sophia, of course, who is new here within the squad, fitting in like a glove by, you know, by the looking at the stats.
On the other side as well, Poppins, the player that we highlighted at the start there, you know, the 17-year-old wonder player, has been stepping up in a big way. Struggled a little bit in the first half, was often the first to go down. And talking of first who goes down, a Molotov kill and then 2 back-to-back headshots has just left Fluxo Demons in pieces. Young are going to be the next to fall, and now it's just Julie with the pistol. Spotted, having to back away. I only just noticed Goddess has scored like 21-13.
Yeah, absolutely wild. I mean, Goddess is a very consistent player. We know she can step up, but yeah, I'm not sure what she has eaten for breakfast, but damn.
I need me some of that.
Popping off. Yeah, exactly. But on the flip side, you know, if it's just Goddess, this is it's still looking a bit rough. Fluxo at least got the money online. Still not in the most optimal form, but it is doable to get a round back going.
Is indeed. Ooh, look at this early aggression from Atrix. I like this a lot. Just storming down mid. Smoked off a little bit up here. There's no information. Fog of War gonna be blocking their sides, but they've taken so much space. They have just left the A site, however, completely undefended. I have a feeling that Julie might notice that.
Oh, punishment has been made here. Marie does fall, but at least Boca finds one back. But of course, that aggression has been noted. And it looks like, for the time being, Fluxo will respect it. It will go the other way. Oh, and this is just brilliant. Little Z already waiting, not giving up this A-bomb site just yet. And now, this is the game. They've played out pretty much perfectly.
That Molotov's so good. Them off. They haven't managed to get the bomb down just yet. So that timer hasn't started looming above Atrix. Ooh, beautiful shot there onto Bogor. They don't know if there's another donut player, however. Actually, there's 2 more now.
Now, this is a bit scary. Time will continue to tick, and there is no further util in the hands of Fluxo to get that bomb planted safely. But Younger. Yeah, this is the play that needs to make or break it. Not quite. This is so unfortunate. And now I reckon Fluxo maybe just... do you still want to go for this 5 seconds? And your heads just get ripped to pieces. Oh, man.
That's a difficult one. It didn't seem like they were prioritizing trying to get that bomb onto site whilst they still had the utility. Because they had the site clear and they had the space to for a while. They had the donut players held at bay. They had the CT players held at bay as well. And that bomb just was very hesitant to move forward. And unfortunately, the timer just dropped too low, and then there was nothing they could do at the end there. They ran out of utility, ran out of time.
I mean, is it just me? But it feels like Fluxo is kind of overthinking these scenarios. How,
just a little bit.
You know, on the flip side, on B, you know, they pushed so far, they got punished. And I think they were perhaps thinking maybe the side is not clear, and they were taking so long in order to feel safe on that bomb site, and by that time all the util had faded away. Yeah, Fluxy can't take forever, now being 2 rounds down, and in fact, Atrix is up on map point here. Of course, it is the map pick of Atrix, but it's gonna be quite better.
Defender this against as well. Defend 4 overtime.
Oh, what? Oh!
Through the woods, there's fire at their feet as well. What a start, so much damage.
No way, that was a double dink
I just had
as
the
well.
dunk. Oh, Sophia has a nice little angle here as well. Through the smoke, gets 1, gets 2. Damage on the 3rd. Unfortunately, it's seen on gonna fall. However, it's a 4v2 and Goddess low on health. Junger, not quite as bad, but still not looking particularly good. Sophia watching this angle, might have to be careful. Oh, that Molotov. Gonna force them out. Gets the kill anyway, gets the second, and that's going to be the game. 13-10, beautifully done, and you can see how excited they are. You can see how happy they are about that. That is not how I expected game number 1 to go, but my gosh, what a way to kick this off.
Absolutely wild. Also, hold on a second. Map winner. Hold on. Is this? I think that was a tiny mistake, but this is still so insane how this went down. It was extremely tight, extremely close, and I wasn't expecting this at all. It's really, Atrix is coming into this fully prepared, and I mean, yes, there's a lot here to study on Fluxo. You know, you can do your homework, know how they play, but then you still have to execute it and actively be able to make it happen, and thus far on that map pick, this looks amazing.
It does. As you said, there's so much to review for Fluxo as well. They played in so many of the Cash Cups. Lots to review recently. Whereas Atrix has been a little bit of an anomaly, has been very quiet as well. So maybe that little bit of mystery does bode quite well for them. Element of surprise and all. But first map, of course, the Ancient we never got to see last ESL Impact Series as a decider. Going to go the way of Atrix. And we move towards Nuke now, a map that I'm personally quite excited for.
Yeah, for sure. This is, it overwhelmed me a little bit. I wasn't expecting to see this coming out, but, you know, this is a very close affair. Just like how I love to see it, and that means that, you know, I mean, we could have a 2-0, like the reverse kind of
We did say 2-0.
The underdog story. We did say 2-0, but in all fairness, in favor of the other team.
Yep.
But who knows what? Because this is a completely different form than what I've been used to seeing them. I mean, we can take a look at the scoreboard here.
24 and 15.
Yeah,
Ooh.
this is just absolutely wild.
Look at that though. Little Z, 17 kills only, but 103 ADR.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Little Z had not just impact with the orb, I think towards the latter stages of this game, she had a lot, especially on the defense side. But already in the opening half, you know, even with just a rifle in her hand, she is super comfortable. And we have to mention newcomer, at least within a team, Sophia XYZ, because she stepped up big time, and she has proven that she gels in with this team perfectly.
We did say about that, both of these teams having a little bit of a switch up, and we want to see how they would gel. We didn't really have much to go for on Atrix, but going very well, as you said. Maybe a little less so for Flux, so maybe a couple of growing pains and stuff just to work out. And unfortunately, we'll lose. No, it's not their map pick. Sorry, Nuke is their map pick. So there's still time, still a chance. And it's just a bit unfortunate, of course, starting on T-side Nuke. It's a lot less T-sided than it was on CSGO.
True.
But it's a lot more even now. but there's still that little bit of a bias, you know? So starting CT side for Atrix, if they can get a good initial like spring load into the game, we might see this be completely the opposite of what we expected.
We could. I mean, even though Atrix overall has a bit of a tinier map pool, less experience, Nuke is still one of the most played maps. So I do wonder, you know, we see that they put in the prep here. What can they do on Nuke? Because surely they would have to figure out a Nuke is a possibility here to come out. But yeah, the only way to find out is in the server. But that's coming up right after the break.
We need to get by, never give up, and we never say die. Don't know the meaning of impossible, just give us the ball and the winner takes all. Always ready on the mark, put the countdown on the clock, just sit back, enjoy the show. Always running, never stop, know we're gonna reach the top, hold your breath away we go. We got the power, we got the speed, we got each other, it's all that we need. We got the patience, we got the fight, we got the focus and the desire. We got the power, we got the power, we got the Dedication is the name of the game. Gotta keep calm when they call your name. Keep your focus when the chips are down. Drive yourself with the roar of the crowd. Hear us coming, run and hide. We got all we need inside. Never gonna hit the wall. Always forward, never back. Solid defense, fast attack. We can be unstoppable. We got the power, we got the speed, we got each other, it's all that we need. We got the patience, we got the fight, we got the focus and the desire. We got the power, we got the power, we got the we got the power.
Oh no, there ain't no coming back, ain't no coming back from this. Oh no, there ain't no coming back, ain't no coming back from this. My life is a seesaw, riding it up and down yeehaw. Ain't no such thing as a last call, there's always one more round. So let's take the night for another spin. We're all the losers that always win. We ain't got time for what might have been, there's only now. So line 'em up and throw 'em back. Reality just makes me mad. Grab a hand, go round and round, we all fall down. So line 'em up and throw 'em back. Reality just makes me mad. Grab a hand, round and round, so choose your side. I'm your love, I'm your hate, I'm your pride and I'm your shame. I'm your dream, I'm your fate, I'm the bullet with your name. Oh no, there ain't no coming back, ain't no coming back from this. Oh no, dream, there ain't no coming back, ain't no coming back from this. Take a dive over all the lines, burn all the bridges we leave behind. Make a clean slate for a brand new life of hide and seek. I'm just a ghost that you think you saw, dragging my chains through all your halls. Ain't no one there for the curtain call, come take a peek. So line 'em up and throw 'em back. Reality just makes me mad. Grab a hand, go round and round. are the one always stopping you. You gotta be fast and gotta be strong and take all the growth that is hurting you. It's only a matter of time before you're in the right place and you get your chance. So I don't need all of that attitude. You have got nothing but brightness in life in front of you.
You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. But you never take me.
Knock off the act, are you wondering if I'll ever fall or start tumbling? No matter the weather, I'm thunder and lightning. The darkest of clouds ain't stopping me from bringing it all onto you and turning you around to face the truth. It's gotta be hard to be so good, but it's only your lies that are good to you.
You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me.
It's only a matter of time before you get your chance. Don't need all that attitude, you only got life in front of you.
You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me. You take what you want, but you never take me.
I thought I knew what I knew, cause I knew ya. But you take away my love, and now I'm lost. I thought I knew you were true, then I learned how to see it. It's like I've broken through the wall. No, I can breathe, take the weight off, and I can see past the pain of us. You're speechless with me when I try every time. I won't wait around for your words to come and knock me down. No, I won't scream and shout, I'll just leave it alone. I don't know what it's like leaving everything behind. Your love isn't easy. I thought I knew we were through, my heart's racing, that I can't tame this love. I gave up. I thought I knew how to choose, I don't wanna be lonely. Can we just try to carry on? But I can live in this moment if I can see past the pain of us. Yeah, I'll find some relief when I try to decide. I won't wait around for your words to come and knock me down. No, I won't scream and shout, I'll just leave it alone. I don't know what it's like leaving everything behind. Your love isn't easy. No, I can breathe, take the weight up. I can see past the pain of us. Yeah, you're speechless with me when I try every time. I won't wait around for your words to come and knock me down. No, I won't scream and shout, I just leave it alone. I don't know what it's like leaving everything behind. Your love isn't easy. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for map 2 after a banger, honestly, of map 1. A route we didn't really expect it to go, but here we are. And now we have Atrix kicking things off on CT side because it's Fluxo Demon's map pick coming up of Nuke. Now, we were already discussing how Nuke overall has become a bit more even-sided, already dispersed map scenes, very 50-50. And our past result we have of these two teams on Nuke facing off against one another was a back then and go 16-14. So if we've got any sort of game on our hands. I mean, this is just absolutely crazy, and I just can't wait to see what we got in store now a couple months down the line.
Absolutely. And once again, when we last saw this last ESL Impact season, we've talked about it time and time again. It was these two teams facing off to start last season. It's these two teams facing off to start this season as well. And it was, I do believe, Fluxo Demons' map pick last time they faced off on it as well. So history really repeating itself. It was back in Go, of course, when we were on MR15. So tables might be a little bit different this time. You know, if you can secure that first pistol round, it can really tilt the balance in your favor. You know, as you said, 16-14, pretty even scoreline. So I think we're going to be in for another tight match, especially if Ancient is anything to go by.
Yeah, and I'm very much excited to see what sort of effect the AWP will have on this particular map. You know, outside being such a very heavy spot. But if we have such a close affair once more, then who knows at what point we even will be seeing AWPs.
Absolutely. I've been privy to, luckily, seeing a lot of Nuke in CS2. It is my favorite map, and I say it every time. I am so sorry to the observers, because I know it is the map that, dare I say, is most miserable for them to observe, given the levels and stuff. But I'm personally a massive fan. I think sort of the stars just aligning for this series, really.
You know, equally, Nuke enjoyer here. I hope chat is as well. And I mean, this is just gonna be a treat. This is,
shall we ask them?
Honestly,
Chat, are you Nuke enjoyers?
I sure hope so. But
we're watching.
No, I mean, no offense taken if you're not. I kind of understand it as well. But you know, either way, you know, I reckon this matchup will deliver. It already did on map 1 against perhaps all odds. I mean, chat was kind of right, you know, being, you know, choosing this prediction to be sort of 50-50. It was relatively 50-50. And it means that there's even more pressure here on Fluxo than there already was. Usually, they tend to sort of clean sweep 2-0 in these kind of group stages. Now, they have to really work for their win if they are even going to take it.
Absolutely. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say this is a massive underdog story. Atrix back on, of course, ESL Impact Season 4 did do pretty well, as Team Mokrias was their name back then, for those of you who are watching. And so it's not necessarily the most uneven, but Fluxo Demons definitely coming into this as one of the prime top seeds. But it's time to kick this map off. We're done with if, buts, and maybe. We're done with hypotheticals. Let's just get into the game. And I already see a pair of Julies, which does make me very happy.
This time on the HX side. I'll have to see it come out.
Oppen's very wary of aggression. A lot of aggression here, actually, from Atrix. And it's just not coming.
It smells like a bit of demo reviewing that perhaps has been going on, but man, Atrix very much ready for this inner bomb site take. Everyone being slaughtered. Younger already, well, expected to come from outside. A player up the ladder. Look at them both facing. What the hell? Hold on a second. Younger just did the unthinkable up the ladder. Taking out both. We're just...
She was done for. That is the cleanest sequence I've seen all day. But still so much to do. You know, 1v5 clutch would be an insane way to kick this off, and already been an insane start. But, you know, Bomb very firmly in the grasps of Team Atrix here.
Just trying to see if maybe someone is creeping up behind her. Not quite the case. Everyone just sitting in their places, guarding their bomb. I mean, at this point, there's only 24 seconds. You would have to make some noise, and here comes the double swing. So, sure, a very cheeky double kill there from Younger, but the start already was near to perfect for Atrix. That, well, yeah, it would take a miracle for Fluxo to get back into a round like that.
Absolutely. And we talked about that opening pistol round being so important, and without a bomb plant, Fluxo Demons really can't afford anything here. You know, last map we saw them try steal these conversions away. They just do not have the money to buy anything to even try contest this. But having said that, we saw a couple of nice sequences. You know, maybe we see some snazzy headshots coming out. And we've seen a lot of damage already done there. Look at the splash on that.
definitely need outside up on the heads of the CTs, but on the flip side, Goddess, first one to be taken out of this round, and still, apart from the nades, it's just bag locks here. So I'm not expecting too much to come out of this, and X falls as the second one. And the rest still spread out. Maybe hoping to deal with an outside player at least. Try to take a kill home. That would be nice. Spam and all. Finally, the trade is there. How much more damage can be done? Oh, that's a rifle
nice
picked up.
weapon.
That's very nice. And Yuli straight down the vent.
And a bomb plant. Suddenly this round a little more thrown into contention than we thought it was going to be. But look at that, Sophia. Drive-by shooting. And they just have plenty of time for that defuse.
At that moment, it was just all about money. Trying to get the bomb plant. Trying to maybe cheek in a kill or two. And that's it. That's pretty much the goal when you have bag locks. And now weapons can be bought into. And look at that. Yonga immediately with an orb. So this is spicy
nice
because Yonga perhaps lacked a bit of impact over on the previous map.
Orb gone. No orb.
Oh, I mean, you can on-buy. That's the thing now in CS2. So I think the game plan changed.
It might
but
be done.
That's quite well. That's quite interesting.
There's an orb for Little Z though. So we still get our orb quota.
Yeah, she's holding it from outside. Garage flashes come through, but not quite blinding Marie at all. Still standing tall. Needs to be careful. Walks into the Molotov.
Unfortunately, not quite the weapon for holding ramp there. And ramp is just going to fall. The bomb site open for the taking now.
Oh, that's actually great timing on the peak there of Bokor. So really trying to catch these rotations. And already so close towards the lower bomb site. Use the footsteps. Has the awareness. Needs to be careful now because it can be peeked from multiple angles, but smokes off one.
HE grenade's not quite going to part the smoke there. Just coming through. There's a little bit of gap to work with, but it's a really awkward angle. And that re-smoke coming in a little bit deeper does mean that they have to fight for control here.
Now we're going to try and take it a long way around through radio instead. Still waiting on that door swing. The timing needs to be perfect for Atrix to still make this happen. But the bomb will continue to tick. The swing is good though on Bokor, but now only one standing in the trades on near to perfect. Fluxo take a round home of their own. This is great. You know, money online. Orb now picked up too.
See, they didn't buy the orb because they just knew that they were going to win that round and steal the orb back. It was just psychic premonition there. They were just like, no, guys, I feel it in the wind. We pick up the orb at the end of the round. Money
My
saved.
bones.
Good choice on when to invest and when not to.
Yeah. But on the flip side, the investment for Atrix is going to be quite rough. Little Z with nothing. And the rest just has MP9, FAMAS, and a single M4. I do like this aggressive push of Bokor, but early on, nothing really spotted, so just wants to get back out. Maybe sneak through beside red box. Oh, this is a bit awkward. Counter shot landed on the head of Yonga, so she is down to half HP. And on the flip side, she missed her own.
I think it did get dinked, was it? Oh, this is a difficult one. Sophia with nothing but a FAMAS has so many bodies coming their way here. Reinforcements quite far away. Much to do here. Flashbang gonna force her back down the ramp there. Does manage to get away safely and can call for teammates to come on over, provide some assistance. Annex. Gonna be watching for anyone coming over to help. Yeah, still just on their own. Keeps around the corner. Does not quite get the first. There is gonna fall that bomb site. Gonna be in the hands of Fluxo Demons. Look at Younger pushing up. Missed shot, however. Swung around the corner by Bokor, but Annex and Julie with one of their own. Seen on with two. And now it's a 1v2 health solo for Annex. Does have the bomb, however. A little bit of a tussle in Vent, however. Low HP, not going to work, especially close quarters with an MP9 against them. And that is going to be a third round to Team Atrix. They may have had that little bit of a speed bump, 1 round lost, but they come back fighting, come back swinging even more.
Yeah, and to consider, you know, the AWP of Younger had 0 impact in this particular round. And Atrix make it happen even with SMGs and very little U2 on board. So that is really what starts to worry me a little bit. When Fluxo have pretty much everything they desire, they struggle to make it happen. Now, early presence spotted. Another shot landed this time. Younger does make it happen with the Deagle, but that's pretty much all they do have. They do have an additional smoke and a flash. But in the first place, will have to be these upgraded pistols.
That aerial support there from Silo. But maybe not for much longer. Luckily, not quite peeking at the wrong time there. Very quiet. Bird coming out is going to block them off. Does provide them safe passage over towards Silver. I say that. There's someone ready and waiting to greet them, and it's Boko with 2 kills as well. Going for the third. Has to reload. Switches to the pistol. Unfortunately, their target taken down by their teammate, and now it's just Julie. Say that. Not just Julie for very long.
Atrix certainly not messing around, making this pretty clean. So that means timeout now for Fluxo trying to get the recipe on board.
Whilst we have that timeout, I have just received an update from our wonderful producer that W7M Esports versus Furia was 6-13 match over. That does mean Furia has won 2-0 in their series.
I mean, did we expect anything else
at this point? Think so. No.
I mean, yeah, Furia just has been pretty clean last season as well, and they're
pretty good in the off season as well. I've seen them in a couple of events as well. And they've been looking pretty good. But yeah, so they take that first one. W7M, not quite the warm welcome back to the big stages of ESL Impact that they were hoping for, maybe, but definitely difficult first matchup to say the least. On the plus side, at least there is one series today that we don't have an upset. We still got this one to finish. We still got NA later as well. But, you know, at least we've got one that's gone exactly how we predicted.
I mean, who knows what's going to happen to this one. I mean, it won't be a 2-0, that's for certain. Well, not our 2-0, let's just say that.
Oh, yeah, it's that's out the window already. Talking of out the window, Poppins throws Bokor out the window. Lovely opening pick there. Another one from Goddess, 2-player advantage.
Now, this is massive. Now Fluxo needs to find a window to capitalize on this. On the flip side, Atrix very much aware. Is not overextending necessarily, but Simon certainly up with a close position. Bit of a cheeky off angle. Well, actually, the fellow 2 CTs are pushing from B side down up on Secret. But this is so unfortunate because they are not aware that they went down on B.
It did indeed. Got us with another one finally being taken down. Look at that. Seen one hiding back of the site. Unfortunately, not the site where everyone is heading to. Mari is nearby if they wanted to go for a couple of exit kills, but I mean, with kits and utility available, but the player disadvantage just looming above them here. The money, decent enough should they want to go for it, but I don't think they do. It's just very disadvantageous. Just going to meet up and play together. Try hold on to these weapons, I have a feeling. Yeah, Fluxo Demons taking a second round. Already keeping it pretty even on the scoreboard as well. Nobody running away with themselves too early. What are your thoughts on the bomb radiuses at the moment, by the way, Veerless? That's my... What are your thoughts, my friend?
Yeah, some are a bit iffy.
I think that noise sums up the
Yeah. I do think it can be worse. I think at this moment, Inferno is still the worst. Partially, I think, you know, with that not quite being fixed, it's, you know, even more reasons to not like Inferno at the moment.
Except it might be our decider tonight, so we might have to pretend to like Inferno.
Very true, very true. I mean, it's not that I hate it, absolutely not, but I can see why teams maybe not quite like to pick into things. Now, as we were talking, action is going down, trades across the map once more, and Poppins continues to create a bit of space. It was a bit quiet earlier on. Now starts to wake up, tries to open things up, but does get taken out here by Sophia. Oh, and that's a great positioning here by Yuli. Immediately goes down the vent, continues to open things up for the team.
And right down there on ramp as well. Looking like they want to go for this. Ooh, spots the head, not quite able to confirm the kill. Running forward ahead of the smoke. Not quite able to find Anna X though. And Little Z just going to be falling back there. We said that the money last round was pretty decent, and even though that lost bonus kind of racking up a little bit for them, still not great. This CT economy so difficult to manage. Luxo Demons with a third round. Starting to build together a bit of a T-side for themselves, putting together a little bit of momentum as well.
Yeah, now it's once again a money on the HX side that's in a very tough spot. I kind of want to say, if they manage to scrap something by here, and they could once again steal a round away from Fluxo, that's really gonna sting. But I don't think they are gonna be going for it. I see Sophia unbuying, had a bunch of nades in her hand. So maybe they just sort of half-buy around that M4, have it as a hero rifle and see what they can do with it. Maybe stack a bomb site. Try to make the best out of this.
I agree. There's not really much they have the money to buy around this hero rifle. It would be nice to have a little bit more to support it, but the situation just doesn't really allow for it. That is going to be ramp already falling as well, doing their due diligence to clear it out, however. We saw on Ancient there was a couple of instances of people not really clearing out their sites properly, not checking their corners. Did lead to some unfortunate moments. Ooh, Little Z good for one, but that is all she wrote. Bocor dinked through the door here. Flashed off as well, having a miserable time here. All the utility in the kitchen sink thrown at her. And just has to fall back a little bit. Yeah, that's a rough one. Every piece of utility that could have been used there to keep her at bay is indeed. That bomb goes down. Molotov for Sophia as well. Tagged a little bit by it, just tickled. No way to get to that door, unfortunately.
Yeah, not
and that's
quite.
the save called. There's no kit available. Time already getting to a precarious stage for them. And that will be a fourth and equalizing round on the board to Fluxo Demons.
I mean, I kind of would like these two USPs to maybe see if they could go for an exit. Silent here lurking for it. Here's the footsteps now. Sophia beside. Oh, well, one at least went away. It was Marie finally finishing it off, but rest unfortunately can't stay alive too low. And the bomb radius, as we were already mentioning, yeah,
it's grim.
Becoming
It's grim. I've no nice words for it.
But with that, it's a scoreline all tied up, and once again, we've seen this before. I'm getting a bit of a deja vu.
I've just been in this place before. I'm sorry, we were going to get one eventually. We were going to get one eventually. It was, unfortunately, it's just an awful one.
It's not awful, but... Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, understandable. Right now with another buy coming into the mix, Little Z as well on an orb. Who, in fact, too, has been lacking a bit of impact. Now, Younger has woken up here on this map. Little Z is a bit more quiet, so do hope that she can ramp up with the orb. But outside has been a bit of a issue.
You know what I'd like to see? Little Z holding ramp, maybe, having a little bit more ramp presence, because it seems to be a little bit of a weak spot at the moment. So I would be curious to see what it would do, but it's actually going to go
heaven.
Interesting. Not choosing to send it
still like, I like the switch up either way. Outside...
They needed something fresh.
Yeah, outside has been a bit rough as well, and I think just changing up the pace, trying to get in the open, a bit of an unpredictable spot is always nice to have. But on the flip side, looks like they are lining up some util here.
Does indeed. Well, I hope they're lining it up. Be a bit difficult to throw without that. There we go. Smokes outside. Molotov ready and waiting. They're going to throw it on the minute. Ooh. There we go. On the minute. And seeing on as everything burns around them. Look at that.
Oh, that's an amazing flash. Further down the barbecue. And that's opening after opening. The orb, I mean, it's still alive, but has been forced out. Couldn't quite hold heaven. Too risky to just peek by yourself while the rest of the team
I think they're going to save it.
Like flies. I mean, you have to at this point. A 2v5 is not quite worth going for. Not in this economy situation.
Not with the AWP still. Yeah. Which is sad, because it does mean that we just have to wait down this timer. But it's good to see Fluxo definitely feeling a little bit more like themselves on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a really good wake-up call. Putting the pressure up on Fluxo, and a brilliant flashbang coming up from Poppins. Just as you like to see it. And now they have a free AWP for Younger. Been having a great game thus far. And I was a bit worried earlier, you know, Goddess actually being stuck on 0 kills for a large part here of this first half. And I was like, okay, Goddess being on top of the server at one point and now so quiet. But at the same time, you know, the rest of the team is stepping up brilliantly. And yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it is a team effort.
There is no Mari, there is only the monitor. For those of you that are... I do quite like seeing the player cams at the bottom as well. Ooh. Be careful. Ooh, caught with utility out there, not quite able to switch to their weapon in time and get the kill. That will be the opening once again to Fluxo Demons. Alright, gonna have the Molotov stopping them getting any sort of view here, and once again this A bomb site going full very early on.
I mean, at the end of the day, Atrix does only have pistols.
True. It should be pretty quiet around here.
Oh, absolutely denied. Nothing that Atrix can do. Even a nade on top of Sophia at a timing is just perfect.
They're just kicking them whilst they're down, just rubbing salt on the wounds.
Yeah. I was hoping that maybe Poppers could be taken out, considering how she was low, and, you know, you could do it with a pistol shot, but no, absolutely not. They account for every possible scenario, make sure that this round is, well, probably pretty clean. Well, not quite. Poppins there, taken out. Oh, that's another beautiful shot, but head armor. Yeah, saving Goddess there.
There's not much you can do there. Once that first kill came through and they knew where she was, all 4 of them swing out, and there is nothing you can do in that situation with a pistol. Absolutely. Yeah, there we go. 6 rounds, which means no matter how badly the last 2 rounds go, we were in this exact situation last map. We were 6-4 last map. We said, you know, if they could get 2 more rounds, make it even at the half, that'd be brilliant. But Fluxo Demons, 6 rounds on their T side, already looking pretty snazzy for them. So even if everything goes horrifically wrong for the rest of this half, albeit what's left of it, this is still a half they can be proud of.
Wait, Sandal's gonna push this! That is a massive opening, and she makes it out alive. That is big. There was so much spamming going on, and I really thought that Sinan was maybe going to fall back, try to get out of the back vent position. Maybe just take a quick peek behind it, make sure no one is there. But to go in that deep, have that confidence with so little information to go off of, absolutely wild.
It's ballsy, and it works so well as well. But Daylight Robbery, how they managed to get back through Squeaky without bullet through their head is beyond me. But as you said, it just works so well. And it's actually been a very quiet half other than that. A little bit of early aggression, just as a treat, you know, sprinkle a little bit of excitement in here. They are making us wait for this.
Oh, for sure.
I thought a little bit of spam there. We were going to get something. No, we're not. We're going to wait for the smoke to clear, however, I think.
But even then, it's pretty much only flashes and a single smoke left. Now Anax being taken up a little Z. Impact of the orb finally coming through. And it's just going to be a crunch. This players trying to create an opening by themselves. Well, finally one comes on through. A double, almost a triple kill. But how much can Younger now do all by herself? And 13 seconds. Oh, a beautiful no-scope, but now it's time.
Only 6 seconds though.
She could get the bomb down, but Little Z is going to be walking around the corner, and there we have it.
That's such a difficult one because you've either got to hold your nerve and hope they don't push you on that bomb plant, but when there's only 6 seconds, you know, there's no reason for them not to push.
Yeah, no.
But that was so close.
Yeah.
Knew that the last play was Heaven as well because I think they must have heard. But yeah, sadly not quite able to close it out by virtue of the timer there. There'd been a bit more time. I could have 100% seen that swinging the other way, but that's half of the game, isn't it? Is managing that big, slowly shifting down number at the top of the screen that so often we forget about.
I mean, it was a very good attempt considering there were 2
massively.
players down. So, to make it still that close, big props. But it keeps things close, and Boko in a very cheeky position. We haven't really been utilizing Secret all too much, but Atrix thinks of this round a bit differently. Tags up on X here as well. So there is a health advantage, but the weapons still don't quite favor Atrix as much. Now Siren falls too, making things a bit more tricky once more here for that CT side.
Does indeed. I like this push from Sophia though. Might be able to catch somebody off guard. Harry being very proactive here. Might be able to just loop round and find Julie.
Oh, this is massive. Sophia finds a double, making a triple. Absolutely wild stuff. And with that, we still lend ourselves a 6-6 half. It can't be any closer.
Don't you ever call me princess, I'm the king and queen. I know what I want, I do what I please. If you threaten me to leave, you're not ready for me. I know that I'm blessed, but I ain't taking less, cause I always wanna be successful. Never second guess, you know what I expect, there ain't no way that I'ma settle. I ain't gonna stress, I'll give you what I get, so boys, you better be respectful. I ain't gonna rest, so I'ma be the best, but I don't do it to impress ya. Keep your focus. Wouldn't wanna show you up if you hadn't noticed. I've got the royal touch. If you've always got to lead, then you're not ready for me. Don't you ever call me princess, I'm the king and queen. Cause I know what I want, yeah, I do what I please. If you're threatened, you should leave, cause you're not ready for me. Rise above the drama, boosting up my karma. Won't fall for your show, no, I'm hard to please. Gotta raise the bar now, now that I'm in charge, yeah. Think you're smart, I'm smarter, you're not ready for me. I've been working harder, see me living larger, buy my own damn Prada. Gotta raise the bar now, now that I'm in charge, yeah. Think you're smart, I'm smarter, you're not ready for me. If you've always got to lead, then you're not ready for me. Don't you ever call me princess, I'm the king and queen. Cause I know what I want, yeah, I do what I please. If you're threatened, you should leave, cause you're not ready for me. I know that I'm blessed, but I ain't taking less, cause I always wanna be successful. Never second guess, you know what I expect, there ain't no way that I'ma settle. I ain't gonna stress, I'll give you what I get, so boys, you better be respectful. I ain't gonna rest, so I'ma be the best, but I don't do it to impress ya. If you've always got to lead, you're not ready for me. Don't you ever call me princess, I'm the king and queen. Cause I know what I want, yeah, I do what I please. If you're threatened, you should leave, cause you're not ready for me. I've got the royal touch.
Hands up against the wall. This is the moment I break free. Don't matter what they say, we can face it all.
Welcome back, everybody. 6-6 is where we left you, and 6-6 is where we pick up on map number 2 of our first best of 3 ESL Impact Season 5 South American group. Now, how are we feeling, Villas?
Tense. I think that's really
Tense,
the
yeah.
only emotion or the feeling I got deep down my stomach, because this is extremely close. And Atrix perhaps are looking to make this a 2-0 affair. They're kicking off the pistol once again. It's style. 2 opening kills as if it's nothing. And the bomb planted. And now what do you do on this retake? It's going to be extremely tough to get inside the upper bomb site.
I was going to say, look at some of these crossfires established, although having said that, Murray going down does kind of break some of them as well. Spotted, however, in heaven, desperately trying to take down Boca. Not able to, though. Oh, I say that, Julie. Trying to find the bomb, just going to stick it. No? Oh, runs out bullets.
Oh, that's still extremely close. Almost too close for comfort. But Atrix takes it down. Of course, big props to those 2 opening kills. That made a massive difference. So much. You know, you speak immediately in tempo and you kind of overwhelm Fluxo. So, now we have seen a couple forces here and there. I didn't quite see them by just yet. This is an extremely tough situation now to be in. This is your map pick.
Yeah.
This is also your shot of still being able to win the game, and the pistol round once more not quite going in your favor.
Is especially CT pistol one that they really needed to win there. Of course, Atrix getting it with a bomb plant as well. There's not really much you can do. Trying to force on CT side after losing the pistol can be really hit and miss. If you get some nice kills, maybe, but still, it's never a pretty buy, so most people shy away from it. I'm a little bit of a fan of chaos, so I love it when we see a CT forced by second round off of a loss. But I think definitely the smart play here. Ooh, tagged down a little bit from outside, but look at all that information that they have now. Definitely spotted a couple, and that HE grenade doing so much damage, but Boca doing more. Sophia with 1 and a second. And then Murray. Yeah.
1 HP. But not
All they
quite. Yeah, all they need to still be standing, having
Sorry.
a clean round.
Look at Bocor's scoreline, quickly.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
I blinked
Keep
and
in mind
suddenly
that-
we're... Oh.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I blinked and suddenly 20 and 10. Perfect 2 KD. I interrupted you though. You sounded like you were about to make a really good point.
I wanted to say
I'm sorry.
how she was a bit more of a newer face in the ESL Impact, but she has so much proven her worth over time. She is a superstar within this team. Absolutely insane. And often, you know, our faces go perhaps a bit more towards Little C, who we've been seeing since the earlier stages of ESL Impact. But perhaps the new blood is where we need to be looking, and she just adds 2 more to the list here as well. Round not quite over, though.
There is a kit available, and Little C is low on health. Actually, both of these players quite low on health. Unfortunately, drops down into the open, directly into the gun of Little Z. As you said, one of the players that we often find ourselves talking about. That is a 9th round to Atrix Esports.
Pressure continues to build. And with that investment down the drain, there's even more riding on this. Atrix, I think, relatively easily is going to be making double digits here. Perhaps the nades can do something on the flip side of Fluxo. There's definitely a very heavily investment into Util. But everything dumped here in the early stages, just hoping to have some effect. And in fact, 4 HP down on side, and that is about it. I do love this double swing. Bit of a panic spray coming on out. Murray at least deals with it perfectly, so does Sinan.
That was... Poppin's being able to get away there as well is crazy. They've just been able to dodge some of these bullets, get a nice couple of kills, and either way, this has been an expensive round for Atrix, more so than I would have probably expected. And what's even weirder is that they had such a grip. They had 3 players in lobby waiting and still managed to lose so many people. But still got the advantage here. Younger being spotted, taken down quite low, and unfortunately the only one left alive now as Poppin dies elsewhere on the map. And what more can you really do? Pistol to your name, albeit a little bit upgraded, so you can maybe go down with a little bit more style, but there's not really much to save here.
No, and Atrix know where Young was last spotted, so they're just basically holding all the exits of where she can come from. If you're Young, there's plenty of money here to work with for the next round, so
True.
we try and see if you could get a kill going, especially Little Z being so low. Very good opportunity that you can do that. Well, there we go. Didn't even need a headshot. Okay, Younga doesn't get what's up with these double taps.
They're just a pistol god.
Absolutely. I mean, she has been on fire, let's be honest. 15 in 11. She's done extremely well for the team, but as we mentioned earlier a bit as well, Goddess, who was popping off on map 1, even though Fluxo lost that map, by the way, she has gone completely quiet here.
Ooh, I believe we might be having a couple of issues, so we get to have a look at some of our wonderful replays from this map so far. There's been some highlights as well. Look at this, going for a second one as well. So clean.
So satisfying.
So clean. I'm envious. I wish I had that level of skill.
I mean, yeah, on the flip side, we also have Vocal on 23 and 11. So on both sides, we have people popping off left and right.
And it's nice to see different people stepping up across the map as well. Because there's always a couple of consistent front runners. But it's nice to be seeing or saying as well for us some new names and getting to sing the praises of more people. Because, you know, I felt like sometimes with some of these teams, it's, as you said, the same names. We say Little Z a lot. And that's often the case with Orpas. We're singing their praises a lot. It's nice to see other people being the center of attention and putting up these crazy numbers, quite frankly.
For sure. I mean, we were already very much surprised with Sophia's appearance. Sophia having not played in the last season, but she did play season 3. But I was wondering, you know, that absence of play and now suddenly being in a new squad, how does that sort of make you feel? But she doesn't seem to have nerves whatsoever. Sure, her performance maybe this map not as impactful as the previous, but if we look at the scoreline, things are looking fine for Atrix right now.
They are indeed, as you said, double digits. Very, very close to that all-important map and series point. And it does look like we are back underway as well. Any issues that we had quickly resolved. And it's a pretty even buy, something that we haven't been able to say too much this game. That CT economy does mean that you're having to, you know, eco quite a lot more than is comfortable, especially with even more limited rounds. Ooh, Young, a nice position up here. Not quite able to see, however, the passage into secret. Those go either way, though.
Yeah, very much back and forth action. Oh, and that's a missed opportunity. Vocal not quite connecting the shot. With that, very much an opportunity for Fluxer to take home this round. It's a great haul from Yuli. Takes down 3. And that is exactly the firepower we were looking for. Yuli steps it up very much big time.
Absolutely. That is the little burst of energy that we need to see to try start swinging the momentum a little bit, because Atrix definitely started to piece some stuff together. They are feeling themselves in this series. And now the buy isn't great for Atrix. There's a lot of utility, which is good to see. A couple of less than ideal weapons. On a map like Knut on our T side, still equally as dangerous. And an X in a corner, but that's when they're the most dangerous as well. Anxious to get the pick onto Xenon and away with their life. Goddess holding this outside position. Whether they'll expect the boost up onto Red, however, or whether Little Z expects Anna there. Actually, Bokor that's going to take contact. I say that, Younger going to take them down before anything can be initiated. Younger with another as well. Keeping this outside on lockdown.
I love that off angle, very deep into CT. Not expected, because you saw little Z looking with her ult, being so busy with main. Younger's position, not quite accounted for, and now Yuli has found the contact. Finds the spray, easy peasy. Fluxo, but all 5 still alive, making it to 8. So they're starting to ramp up, break the economy of Atrix, and now there's a shot once more to type the scoreline.
It is indeed not much money in this round, so we will likely see them just, well, given what we've seen in this series already, probably a couple of nades. We have seen quite a few nades coming out. Although having said that, actually, just choosing to go for nothing here but a P250. So there really is nothing to work with here. But they're actually playing quite passively, all things considered. Younger, however, the ult really good for one target at a time. Doesn't quite hit its first shot. Goddess, however, with one of their own. All back, ready and waiting. Doesn't miss the second, however. They are flooding around her. Gets another Goddess with their own second, and suddenly the team has just melted, and Fluxo has found himself with a 9th round.
Now, I know Atrix had a very poor buy there, but that was so satisfying to watch on the side of Fluxo. Especially Younger. Now 19 kills for her, mind you. So yes, we were highlighting Bokor almost having 2 KD. Well, Younger pretty much does the same. Now round number 20, things looking closer than ever. And especially here towards the latter stages of this map. Economy is going to be playing such a big role, and Flux's economy currently quite heavily stacked with winning back-to-back rounds. So there's a lot riding on this for Atrix if they want to get this map home. Spray down a very long distance you have to account for. But Marie makes it happen.
Ooh, Younger, can they replicate the same success as last time? Gets the first as well. Unfortunately, that's all she wrote. Murray pushing through the double doors, clearing that site, being the spearhead for her team onto that site. On, careful. And back to back, basically. Up on that A side. Those positions very steadfast, very locked in here as well. It is a massive uphill battle if they want to try to retake this. There is kits available, and there is the opening kill to initiate this. But they do have to act fast. Oh, it's another player, double doors, but that's Mari taking them down. Xenon with one of their own, and now it's just Mari versus Poppins in the 1v1, but there's no time left. Even with that kit, just has to fall back, try keep hold of this weapon. But both escape with their lives, and that is an 11th round. 1 step, 1 inch closer to taking this series for Atrix Esports.
And once again, these duels so close. Constant trades across the board. This time, Younger couldn't quite get the multi-frag going. Couldn't quite do it by herself. And eventually, once that bomb was planted, there was so much space already being created. Atrix continuously keeping the fights busy, delaying Fluxo further. Continuing to put pressure up them now.
Is all the smoke's coming out for outside. Ooh, Xenon stepped in the flames a little bit towards the end. Smoke's coming out. They are just going to choose to disrespect them, and unfortunately that is Poppins' playground. Gets 3. Young with one of their own, and suddenly it's just little Z left. Upgrades their weapon. Still smoked off, however. So much to do. Unfortunately, I really don't think they can do it. They do have the bomb on their back. And Nuke is a map where you can find some slippery little timings and find yourself in places where your opponents don't expect you. It's such a monumental task. And with Yuli there, ready and waiting, not going to check their corners. And that'll be a 10th round to Fluxo Demons, keeping it even Stevens and keeping us on the edges of our seats, pushing for that third map.
Yeah, now economy's not looking bright here for Ajax. They have to give up this round. And then when it's 11-11, hope that they can win 2 in a row. But this is smelling like either it, you know, Fluxo is just going to be walking away with this, trying to really steamroll that momentum. Or perhaps it could even go to OT territory. Now, I don't want to jinx it, but it could. Very much could.
We have to mind what we say, because we could very easily curse this. I mean, we cursed it from the moment we said Fluxo Demons 2-0.
It is a realistic possibility. Not saying it will happen.
Some events I've worked, if you make predictions, they're like, nope, time out, not allowed here. Nope, don't jinx it. I like this position from Poppins, though. Up on the rafters, down into Hearts. No one is going to expect that. You know, you're looking there and you're looking, oh, maybe there's a player on Heart. You're not going, oh, maybe someone's on rafters even higher up, just looming above you. Ooh, look at that. Poppins once again just decimates the entire team. And in the blink of an eye, it's 11-11. Look at that. Nice big stretch from Poppins. All in a day's work for her. Now this is a big round. For, well, specifically for Atrix. Fluxo Demons is set on the money here. Like, Yuma is on 10.5. Well, sorry, he's on 10 grand. Just sat in the back pocket. They're set for the rest of regulation here. For Atrix, they really need this if they want to try close this out quickly.
Atrix go for this outside push a lot of the times. I've seen this wall of smoke plenty of times. Now, one player does sneak on through without getting spotted. Oh, but footsteps heard, and Younger can just easily adapt. Only has to hold the scope, and now Goddess, the hold is strong. The march onto 12 is there, and now they just need one more.
They do. That bomb, it went flying forward as well. So difficult to retrieve, even if they had managed to trade that. And it's a couple of these occasions where Poppins just getting a 3k, and there's absolutely nothing that can be done about it. That there's no trades coming through, and it's just daylight robbery, frankly. And these multi-kills really been what has led the charge to this point. And it's just Mac 10s and utility here for Atrix to try close it out. Still could be deadly. It's, you know, Fluxo Demons making a comeback here.
Sophia here already been taken out. It's not the best start. Not the start that Atrix is looking for. But they still have util. Well, when you're going to be using it, how much? You're going to be using this early already in order to take space. Oh, flash comes through. Not quite finding something just yet. They do know a player pushed further back. Yuli now as well. But what's the plan going to be? Do Atrix want to capitalize on this lower bomb side, or just want to wait and see what the response of Fluxo is going to be?
Yoga just running through the smoke. There's so many people around them. And they've just passed each other.
Oh,
like a
no.
discipline. Gets the first, immediately spotted. Gets the second as well. Knows that there's a third available. Gets the third. Knows that there's a fourth as well. Now switches away from the weapon. But look at that. Poppins to close it out. 13 rounds on the board. And we are going to a map number 3, Veerless.
And this looked actually like it very well could be going the way of Atrix in a 2-0 fashion, but Fluxo really redeemed themselves in that second half. Steamrolled almost through it, having so many back-to-back rounds, eventually recovered their economy, and that is ultimately what helped them stabilize and be able to save this map.
Absolutely. It did get worrying for a second. I think by virtue of having the CT side up last as well, it did look quite worrying when we were at 6-6 and they lost, you know, the couple of opening rounds. But of course, CT side, we said, a little more even, still quite in their favor. Just some incredible multi-kills. Poppins in that last couple of rounds. Just insane.
Yeah, and Poppins was earlier on so much more quiet, but she stepped up big time. Having multi-frag after multi-frag, and honestly, so did Younger. Impact of the orb can be felt, and we already thought so over on our first map, but Nuke is just, it's like Younger's home ground, to be honest.
It is indeed. It will be quite interesting to see how this is going to play on Inferno, because AWPing on Inferno, especially on the T side, can be quite uncomfortable with how claustrophobic everything feels now. So whether we see maybe a little bit of a switch up will be quite interesting. I mean, we didn't see the AWP for the first half of Ancient. Maybe we see something similar. But yeah, what a series to kick this whole season off.
It's wild. Absolutely wild. I've no other words for it. I mean, Fluxo Demons, who usually go pretty clean in the group stages, now this is definitely a bit more of a hurdle to have to overcome. This is not the easy sweep that you get for free to fight for it every inch, every step of the way.
Absolutely, and this will make it our second 3-mapper of the series. You guys and us as well, we're eating good tonight. We are being provided with the best level of Counter-Strike. We're being provided with the whole series. Potentially later in NA, we see all 3 as well. I hear those teams pretty evenly matched as well. So, long day of Counter-Strike. Lots for you guys to watch. Lots for us to cast as well. And yeah, as you said, super excited to see Inferno. This is a map that neither of these teams have particularly wanted to play recently. So I am quite curious how this managed to slip through. Maybe it's because both of these teams equally don't like it. They were like, oh, no, the other team will ban it. It's fine. But looking at this match's statistics.
Yeah, if we just recap of what happened here on Nuke and how that might transfer onto a map like Inferno, players that were quiet before really stepped up big time. Not just on the Fluxo side, but equally on Atrix too. Bokal, 26 kills, which is massive. And Younger having so much impact on the job. 24 for her, having 2 KD, by the way. Absolutely nuts. Now, surprisingly, Sophia then went a little bit more quiet. You know, she had sort of the game of her life over on map 1, and we were really praising her. But no, I don't think Nuke is quite her home ground just yet.
Maybe not. And it's quite interesting to see. This is exactly how we saw it go. Last time they played, we talked at the beginning a lot about how this went 16-14, whence last they played this map against each other all the way at the start of ESL Impact Season 4, as we said. First match of that season, first match of this season, and it was once again a really close one. 16-14, being won out by Fluxo Demons. It's almost poetic, isn't it?
Very true. I mean, this is, of course, sort of the end goal here for Atrix. This is the team to beat. And they're doing a pretty good job already. This was close once more. We know that Nuke last time around, even though it was a couple months ago, was a close affair as well. And it's like Atrix really stepping it up big time. And I have seen so much good evidence of how Atrix are really trying to outplay Fluxo Demons. Now, the only problem really being right here is the multi-frags that these individuals are able to get on the side of Fluxo, because yeah, once that happens, it's when the trading is just not there, Atrix is struggling and the team just kind of falls apart.
Absolutely. But, you know, I don't know what more we can say on that as well. We will have our third and final map coming up soon. I'm very excited for it. As you can see down below, our wonderful little graphic, Inferno Decider. It's still wild to me that this is our final map, but I think it means that both teams go onto this with even footing. But who knows?
Who knows indeed. The only way to find out which way this one will go is, of course, in the server, is on that map of Inferno. But before we head to map number 3, we will be back in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Is anybody listening at all? Is anybody even in control?
know you want us face down so you can't patrol, but you can't fuck us up. Oh, you want another episode where your villain's hiding in plain clothes, but you can't hide what he is inside, and we won't stop till he is dethroned. Don't want your lies, it's on you. You're out of time. It's our world now. It's time to take off your miserable disguise. Oh, we're taking over. Yeah, there's no point in keeping your pride. See, there's no point in saving your life. Yeah, we'll let the fires burning inside. Alright, till you burn down to ashes. No chance to ignite. The road is rocky, yeah, we're ready to roll. We're gonna throw you over. May God help your soul. And while you're falling, yeah, I want you to know that why don't you go fuck yourself, motherfucker? Don't want your lies. It's on you. You're out of time. It's our world now. It's time to take off your criminal disguise. Oh, we're taking over. Yeah, we're taking over. Oh, we're taking over. Yeah, we're taking over. Hey, I'm taking over. Let's go. Come on. Tick tock, now your time is running out. King Kong to the top, no stopping now. Keep calm, but you won't get to carry on. Taking you down, watch you fall to the ground. Taking you down, watch you fall to the ground. Yeah. Working my fingers down to the bone. I've been building my kingdom up on my own. Got a destiny, baby, in a set in stone. Look at me now, look at me now. Slaving away 8 days a week. I've been shaking all the leaves off the money tree, and I'm harder than a dealer on a winning streak. Look at me now, look at me now. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen before I make you a believer? You gotta dig a little deeper. Bow down and bless you like a preacher. Time to testify because you know I can make you a believer. You best be following the leader. If you don't know, then I'm a teacher. Time to testify, I'm making you mine. I'll make you a believer. I've been on my hustle every day and night. I'm flexing like a shark with an appetite. I don't need to bark when I got this bite. Look at me now, look at me now. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen before I can make you a believer? You best be following the leader. If you don't know, then I'm a teacher. Time to testify, I'm making you mine. I'll make you a believer. When you falling from grace, testify because you know you know. Make you a believer. You best be following the leader. If you don't know, then I'm a teacher. Time to testify. I'm making you mine. I'll make you a believer. I'll make you a believer. I'm making you a time to test. I'ma make you a believer. I'm making you a believer. I'm making you a believer. Have some faith, I'll make you a believer.
When I'm in the dark, I know I'm not alone. I know you'll guide me home. You're my northern light. When I see the stars, I know they'll shine for you. I know you'll see them too, burning in the night. So when you try a horoscope, I hope you'll see that the constellations are searing in the stars. Baby, you and I, we can shine so bright. I know the constellations are searing in the stars. Baby, you and I, we can shine so bright. I know the constellations are searing in the stars. I see it in the stars. Never far from where it all began. There's stardust in our hands, in between our hearts. So when you try a horoscope, I hope you'll see that the constellations are searing in the stars. Baby, you and I, we can shine so bright. I know the constellations are searing in the stars. Baby, you and I, we can shine so bright. I know the constellations are searing in the stars. I see it in the stars. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back, everybody. We are on the road to map number 3, a decider match here between Atrix Esports and Fluxo Demons. Now, there's a lot riding on this because Fluxo Demons thus far has not lost their matchup against Atrix. So right now, who knows which way it will go? It's on Inferno soon. But before we head into that map, we can talk a bit about things that caught our eye in the matchup that we've had thus far. And now, something I personally wanted to highlight is just the battle between Little Z and Younger. Now, on the previous map, things were looking a little bit dire here for Little Z. The impact of the orb, not quite there.
I would agree with you. Unfortunately, just not quite being in the right place sometimes. We said we wanted to see maybe where the AWP was switched up, and we didn't always get that. Some of the rounds that we did, we got to see quite nice results from it. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit of a difficult game. Sometimes you just have those matches where no matter where you try play, that AWP just getting shut down, or often was the case, the rest of the team just falling apart and dying, unfortunately, elsewhere, and just having to save it. But alas, we move on to Inferno, a map where CT side AWPing still feels pretty smooth, T side AWPing much less so. Now, interesting map here. Fluxo Demons bans this map quite a lot of the time. They were perma-banning it for a while as well. They haven't actually played it across the Cash Cups and Gamers Club Liga series, whereas Atrix played it twice. They played it a couple of times last season, 5, 16, 10, 13. So not good results by any metric, but they have played it and they are willing to play it. They don't actively ban it. They don't actively pick it. So really a map that I didn't expect to see coming up because neither of these teams have a particular affinity, dare I say, for it.
Not quite. Going to be from looks of it, just a B execute. Smokes lining up, Molotovs deep into the site, trying to get rid of these CTs. But on the flip side, look at a counter flash. Perfectly timed, but Ana X at the moment says, well, you know, you can flash all you want, but I'm gonna take the kills home.
Absolutely. Younger here, already pushed up on sandbags, waiting for the onslaught. Unfortunately overrun there by the two of the remaining CTs. Nice little crossfire established here, but look at that. Goddess doesn't even need it. Gets the first. Unfortunately, however, Team Atrix just a little bit better on these headshots. And they clear out the infestation.
Yeah, that was actually a very nice retake coming on through, and Atrix being player down in that scenario, and X, of course, going wild with that entry up on the site. But Atrix makes sure not to lose their cool. Of course, with a one plant, Fluxo is able to buy up here. Perhaps even with some better weaponry, at least an AK and a Galil on board. On the flip side, though, there's also 2 M4s, so relatively even. But which way will the coin flip?
I will be curious to see. First up, alt mid. Checking that there is nobody in apps awaiting them. Luckily, there is not. They've been awarded quite a lot of space towards the outer echelons of this map. Goddess spots player first, makes contact. I say makes contact. No actual damage done there. Waiting for their teammates, but unfortunately smoked off. Gonna put a little bit of a halt on their plans. Xenon, we've got the nice up close and personal with them as well. Their face cam right up on their monitor. Got the first Molotov as well. Xenon still alive down there in pit. Unfortunately being run down there. Ana X spraying them down from above. Little Z hiding backside. Can hear the bomb going down. Can't, however, do anything about it. 18 to pop, smoke. Gonna award them 1 kill as well. They're not quite able to spot anybody else as that smoke fades eventually.
Still smoke in their hands though, and now the flash comes out as well. Ooh, a bit of an awkward spot there towards Graveyard. Eventually the trade is there. But Marie running out of bullets and out of space. Atrix gets punished here in this scenario in Flux, so it takes home the second round.
These 4 spies are so dangerous as well on these second rounds. This is what, the second or third time we've seen a conversion round stolen? So it's nice to see. That's something I do quite like about the current meta, is these second round 4 spies being so potent. And that has meant that Atrix forced back onto pistols. Honestly, one of the worst things that can happen on the CT side is losing that second round. Push forward. Nice early aggression does award them the opening pick onto Poppins. A little bit messy. There's people all over the show. But it's Apps that is Fluxo's target.
It can become a bit tricky as an AK being picked up and answer silent here. And further damage being dealt. Boko lands a shot and so does the USP of Little Z. What the hell is going on? Atrix is looking for more, and so does Little Z. This is absolutely insane. And now you have those flashes that were invested into, the armor as well. Very much a round that can be taken.
Definitely trying to make a bit of a stand here, but look at that Xenon from behind. They know the location of the last Goddess. So low on health as well now. And a round that really they didn't have much business being in. Taken by storm there as a Goddess falls. They see you've raised us, you know, stealing our conversion round. We raise you stealing it right back from you, right from under the noses. As you said, it was just crazy. The armor that they invested, that couple of bits of utility as well, and just the foresight to hold on to it. Played out perfectly.
Yeah, this is wild. a great round here from Atrix and the confidence boost that this must give. Now, of course, they need to be very much aware that on the flip side block, so their economy is going to be very, very little. So therefore, forced by coming right on through. Leg spotted, not quite a shot, but it's information at least. So it is, of course, a Fluxo knowing that a warp is into play.
He already pushed up so far. Taken all of this abs control. Just be careful, there is Xenon hiding over there towards the balcony. And I like this boosted up position as well. Now it is against a pretty miserable buy, but sometimes the overwhelming force, especially when the numbers just come trickling out, running long like that. See, just pulling back a little bit, holding the edge of that smoke.
Oh, a bit of an awkward fight. And that opens things up towards B, potentially. We still have Vocal, MP9 only up on the side. We'll have a beautiful flashbang. And at least continues to further delay. Perhaps even take home this kill. Not quite. Running out of bullets, has to switch to the USP. But it's just Poppins now on the side. Nay flying on top. And only 22 seconds.
Already done so much though. Just holding off Poppins for as long as they did. Bomb does actually manage to go down. Ooh, gets the kill as well, but 2v1. One from Banana, one from CT. Trying to isolate these duels. Finds the first, backs away. They've reunited now. Made things infinitely harder. Towards the Cathedral, gets the first. Holds down the trigger for the spray. Not quite able to find the second there. Xenon has to act quickly. There is a kit available. Is just going to try stick it. Comes off, however, at the first sound of gunfire. He's so low. And now there's just no time left.
Yeah, no. And,
they don't get out alive either.
No, nothing she can do. That's just rough.
Outplayed
by Poppins.
Just dragging that timer down as much as they could. Played to perfection. All you needed to do. And unfortunately, that B bomb site, very difficult to try find ways out sometimes. Well, both of the bomb sites really on this map.
Wow.
Now timeout. I think it's nice that one's being called pretty early. These early rounds can be quite crucial to securing the game. I say that actually. Both of these games, they've been neck and neck for the most part. I think the furthest gap we saw was it 6 and 10? 6 and 9?
Yeah, I think 6-10, yeah. But even that, you know, the gap got bridged to 11-11.
11-11 and yeah.
Yeah, it's... this whole best of 3 is just so back and forth.
I wouldn't have it any other way though. What a way to start off this series. We got very lucky with this one, I think.
For sure. This is for certain delivering.
Do you know if the NA games have started yet? Because I know we've got one NA game being streamed on here after that. I don't know if the NA games, the other one has gone ahead without us.
I don't know that info. I reckon not. I think they are supposed to start at the same time, but maybe production can help us out with that one. Ooh, Little Z takes a heavy tag here already. On the flip side, though, they did manage to find a kill here off on Yuli already. Who knows what these pistols can deliver once more. This is almost a bit of a repeat. Siren once again pushed very deep into mid. Very cheeky corner. Oh, and almost lands the kill as well. Very good attempt.
Ooh, nice little kill there. Onto Little Z. And whilst there was a very snazzy opening pick here, this should be a pretty quiet round for Fluxo Demons. They do have a massive weapon advantage here. You're wanting to say something about it. Gets the first, not quite able to get the second there. Anna X bursts onto site. Doing their due diligence to clear it out, but no one's here. The B player's having to rush on over. That bomb's going to go down. And now they have to decide whether they want to go for this or whether they want to save those Deagles and that little utility they have, because money really not looking too good for them.
They have armor as well, so I reckon they do save. It's going to have to be Nico next round anyway, so at least
Yeah,
you
there
get
they go.
yourself that extra bit of firepower.
I do have an update for you, however. Our wonderful production team has provided the answers to all of our questions, and we have the NA game starting in 10 minutes. Now, whilst we would love you to stay and watch this, if you are here for the NA games, I know we are a little bit late, there are community streams going on. So maybe have them up on both monitors. If you've got 2 monitors, that means you can have one on each screen. That's what I'm hearing.
Exactly. Multitasking.
Multitask, multi-region multitasking.
Exactly. Fluxo with this round. A lot more clean than we saw in the previous encounter when Atrix had pistols. We'll see if they can do it again. That would really result in a nice boost to their economy. This Fluxo could really use it how in consideration into how close this beginning of the half has been going.
It has, and the rounds have been really expensive. Even the ones they've won have been quite expensive for them, which means they haven't had that chance to start racking up the money yet. Bocor having lots of utility thrown their way, not able to see, and unfortunately will lead to their demise there. Poppins with 2, we talked about last map, especially towards the end of Nuke, the multi-kills being absolutely huge as well. Them on the entries on Ancient as well, and then there you go, Younger just to clear up, albeit not the most amazing buy to go up against. But they do it, they keep it clean. We talked about the rounds being expensive for them. Must have been jinxing it because flawless round.
Now a very much important round. Orb in the hands of Little Z, who had so much impact when she had the pistol in hand. And I'll see if she can do it with the big green gun.
Is that so much ESL impact? That's Vila's going silent and hating me for the rest of eternity.
No, I don't hate you at all. No.
It's fine, we've got a whole season of awful puns ahead of us.
Poppins takes that Bocor. Banana fight currently being won by Fluxo, and with that Little Z rotates right on over.
They said they won the fight. They haven't quite managed to fully take banana control yet, but they did win that opening pick.
For sure. That smokes makes things very difficult as of right now. Something that makes me a bit worried, Atrix having that apps control. Yeah, leaving mid and long completely open as a bit of a sacrifice. Just hoping that then at least 1 or 2 players walk into their hands and they have this setup, you know, not gone to waste. As you can see, a bit paranoid. Instead, they leave the AWP, then on the B-bomb site. Rotate the rifler over back towards A to deal with that long angle.
Dude, time getting a little low, and with that pick from Little Z, that is going to slow them down a little bit, put a little bit of a damper on their step there. They have 20 seconds now, that defense. You can see the CTs rushing on over to try help, whether they get here in time, but it doesn't matter. Little Z doing it all on their own as well. Smoked off, going for pot shots in the smoke. 9 seconds, gets the no-scope as well. Have they done enough? That bomb will go down. I say it will. No, it won't. Sophia from Banana. 4 seconds left on the clock. Played to perfection there.
And there was so much riding on this. Of course, Little Z here grabbing that opening and eventually just continuing to keep them busy with that orb.
One woman
to
army.
deliver. For sure. And now, you know, we were mentioning how she was just very
Maybe a little
quiet
quiet.
on Nuke. So we needed to see her step up. Similar like how we had Ancient. She was doing so much work, and now I feel she's much more in her comfort zone. But, well, equally, Younger is as well. Finds another no-scope for her to add to her list. And creates just a massive opening here on that big bomb site.
Yeah, very much held at bay here, and I think that might be the call to save already. That Molotov, just the nail in the coffin. Team Matrix just gonna back off there. Money not in a place that they are comfortable even attempting this. They do have the kids, but so much utility that they could use, but better just to hold on to it, go even stronger into the next round. I'll be honest, I am very impressed with Team Atrix here and how they've managed to go punch for punch pretty much all series. And the fact that it's gone to a third map as well. We were both very adamantly, both in the pre-show and pre-production as well. We were both like, yeah, no, Fluxo clears. And they just haven't. I'm genuinely,
I mean, yeah, not
surprised.
in the fashion that we are used to seeing from them. Not at all.
It's the start of the season, you know? Everything's a little funky at the start.
Yeah, and to mention as well, back last time around that they faced off against one another, if I remember correctly, it was back then Nani topping the scoreboard for Fluxo, and of course Nani is not with the squad anymore. So big shoes to fill here. And Onyx, I kind of want to say she has been the most quiet out of all. While her stats technically individually are better than the one of Nani, but you know, individually she can really pop off, but right now in this team hasn't quite proven herself just yet.
It's not quite able to confirm that kill. They're gonna live just a little bit longer. Try swerving around the bullets. Not gonna be allowed to get out of dodge though. That's some banana control regained, but it doesn't look like that's where their final destination lies.
To take things slow for now.
They've got the time.
They still have Younger holding down middle. Of course, no peeking just yet. Now regroup. Still have a bunch of util. This is going to be super tricky. Sophia, the one to deal with B-side by herself.
Dirty coming on through. We've seen some of the Atrix players so good at holding down the side, but unfortunately only good for one. And that side is going to fall. You can see Murray and Xenon coming on over, but already calling for the save. You can see the look on their faces. A little bit dejected at that one, but I definitely think the right call here to hold fire, hold on to these weapons. They've just not been awarded any opportunity to try go for these retakes. They've had the utility. In all fairness, not this round having the kits, but for some of them they have had the kits. But just numbers disadvantage, being quite far removed from the situation as the bomb goes down as well, is quite unfortunate because it does mean that they have just had to concede some of these rounds really early on.
Yeah, it's been a while since Atrix has gotten the opening kills and the advantage in mid-game. It feels like Atrix, as of right now, is continuously like a step down, having to sort of, play catch-up almost.
I couldn't agree more with you there. The fact that Bocor manages to hide in the corner there, albeit not for much longer. 6-3. It's nice to see someone taking an early lead because some of the early game on our previous maps has been very close. Now, I'm hoping that Atrix can pull it back. I'd love to have a close third map. I think it would just be the best way to finish off for the day. But it's also nice to see a team managing to finally pull ahead. You know, a bit of a game of cat and mouse.
Bit of a gamble here for Atrix. 4 players up on that A-bomb site. 3 towards long as well. And there is some noise being made, but how much of that is bait? How much do you want to stick to this situation? And Fluxo just threw in that smoke, just waited out a reaction. Nothing there. So, decide to go with a different plan. Group up. Once again, they're gonna end up walking into the side that has the single player, and that player is relatively deep in CT.
They are, and have a look at that. They're toying with CT as an idea. They're having a look behind them. Now, these flashes coming out is going to see the rest of Team Atrix swarming on over, as you can see, on the mini-map in the corner. And they're actually hit pretty quickly as well, so it's going to be an all-out firefight. in the middle of the open as well. No man's land, and it is going to favor Team Fluxo Demons as only 2 members remain, trying to keep this bomb from going down. Goes down in the last 10 seconds, that timer now ticking. The Matrix, they have the ability to walk away here. That smoke giving them a bit of safe passage out that they will use just to save these weapons once again. We talked about how they've just not been able to go for these retakes, and yet again, we see that happening.
I mean, something like saving over an AK, I think 2 is even a bigger impact, but
yeah,
you could then, you know, it's just a weapon you don't need to invest into again. A lot of money saved economic-wise because they're just in a very, very rough spot economically. Plus, on top of that, it could result into, for example, someone buying an AWP for a little Z.
I hope so. We haven't seen the AWP come out in a couple of rounds. I think the impact is needed right about now as well.
Still
I'm
on
not
top
being
of the
cool.
board.
This is a sit down with you know, everyone go, can we afford it? Do we want to afford it?
They
And
can
there we
afford
go.
it, for sure.
They can afford it, and you can see in the hands of Little Z. Now I wonder where they're going to want to play this. Because banana control has been something that's been very back and forth. You know, Fluxo Demons sometimes just leaving it alone for a little bit, sometimes taking it early on. Sometimes absolutely just being shut down by Atrix early rounds, and then it sort of loosened up a little bit at the end of the round. We've seen a lot of B plants recently. So maybe we see it posted banana. I think maybe it's just a bit too risky though. They'll I couldn't quite see what spawn they had there. Yeah, that all
dumped. I like that. Util dumped here in towards CT, so that's very useful for rotation. So at least those 2 players over towards B, they can use some early Util in order to maintain banana control, because that has been an issue, but then also have some additional Util that they can pick up in order to, just in case, be ready for a retake. But thus far, been able to take home that opening kill. Little Z's AWP once again delivering.
2 players and apps. I like this. Very quiet over towards B, and I don't know if they've sort of noticed that yet, that they've heard absolutely nothing. Is he going to be called upon once again? Gets the 2nd pick, readies himself for the 3rd. Utility is going to force them back a little bit, not quite able to confirm another kill just yet. Peeks around the corner, stands in the flames and fights. Is unfortunately going to fall there, but done so much for the team already.
This kill from Sophia basically just locks it in. Anna X at this point, yeah, you can maybe try and see if she can pick up the AWP, try and run away. The players are already hunting down for her. Right around the corner, just holding their angles, waiting out the timer. Anna X does get home with 1 more kill, making it a bit more expensive here for Atrix. But surely with 15 seconds and a drop bomb, there's nothing that Anna X can do.
No, they've got the opportunity to isolate a couple of 1v1s here. I forgot about the timer.
She died after time as well. That's rough.
That one hurts a little bit. But 4th round to Atrix. I say trying to make sure that gap doesn't open anymore. 7-5 half would be ideal for them. It is their CT slate. This is still one of the most evenly distributed maps.
Very true.
Albeit the gap isn't massive on most of the other maps by any means at the moment. But it's still definitely considered one of the most even.
It's so far the biggest we've seen, but Atrix could still make it yet again another 7-5. A lot riding on this. They would love to get that 5 on board, and content already being made. Marie about to be tested. First kill is a fact that she went in favor of Sophia here. But it's a 2-for-1 trade. Bomb being planted. Fluxo are picking up the pace.
They are, and they have kits, and it's the final round. We finally get to see them go for a retake here, but it is a difficult task on that hand. We could see a little bit of presence over towards Church. However, the re-smokes a little bit difficult to contend with. Sophia peeping out, has the support of Scene on there. Spots the player jumping up, catches them. Look at that, Lil Z with one of their own. They're storming the site. They've got to be careful though, that time they're getting very close. I think that Molotov gonna seal the deal there.
Oh,
that
is massive. 7-5. And once again, an extremely close scoreline. And once more, we're going to go down to the wire.
Cause I'm rising up, up, up. I've been hiding away under the darkness, but now I can see the light shining in through the cracks, and I'm waking up. Feel like I'm ready to play, feel like I'm ready to give my best. I'm ready to show you who I am, who I am. I ain't gonna stay down, I'm climbing up again, I'm rising up again. Take another look, cause I'm rising up, up, up. I ain't gonna stay down, I'm climbing up again, I'm rising up again. Take another look, cause I'm rising up, up, up. Rising up. I'm rising up again. Take another look, cause I'm rising up, up, up. I've been running away, afraid of the real me. There's something inside me wants to break down the door. I ain't hiding no more, feel like I'm finding my way. So good just to be myself. I'm ready to show you who I am, who I am. I ain't gonna stay down, I'm climbing up again, I'm rising up again. Take another look, cause I'm rising up, up, up. I ain't gonna stay down, I'm climbing up again, I'm rising up again. Take another look, cause I'm rising up, up, up. Now I'm rising, now I'm rising up, up, up. Yeah, I'm rising, now I'm rising up, up, up. Now I'm rising, now I'm rising up, up, up. Yeah, I'm rising, rising up. Now I'm rising up, up, up.
Seven, 5 at the half on map 1, 6-6 on the half at map 2, and 7-5 once again at the half on map 3. We could not have a closer series on our hands as we go into the final half of our best of 3. And Fluxo Demons on the upper hand here. Team Matrix on the back foot starting this. If they can get a good pistol, they may well close this gap up once again. Something we have said so often. I'll let you take it away, Veerless.
I mean, we have seen similar affairs already in this best of 3. Matrix very much could do it. They've been pretty stellar, actually, when it comes down to these pistols. A big highlight here at the beginning of this particular map, too. And thus far, things once more go pretty back and forth. Younger is the one actually keeping Fluxo in this pistol. 3 kills for her. Now leaving it on the shoulders of Poppins, but she sure made things possible again.
Button on the jump up. Not quite able to close out the end, though. And Younger, we talked about doing so much to try keep their team in the pistol. Not quite able to secure the round, and that will be Atrix taking the pistol round once again. As you said, really good on their pistols this series. And we won't see, I don't think, the force buy on this one coming back out from Fluxo. We've seen that quite a lot this series, and honestly, it's a great success. But not
It has been a
this
good
one.
success. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it when you are ahead of your opponent in scoreline and then you force. Now there's at least a round wiggle room, and sure, the scoreline will be tied up, but if you can get rifles on board, who knows, maybe even more, because Junger didn't even invest into armor last round, mind you. She still got 3 kills, by the way. But then maybe she could already afford an orb in the next. We know how much that impacts their game.
Does indeed. Vocal. Back a little bit, meets up with the team. Leaving a player banana just to keep that pressure applied. Vocal off to pick up the bomb. Gonna head towards A, I have a feeling. You know, toying with the idea of both here. That banana control absolutely perfect, and in the blink of an eye, 3 kills in the way of Team Atrix. And now there's no defense, or what defense is left is on this B bomb site. They've called A clear. That bomb is going to go down. Have a look at that. Mori desperately hunting down these players, wanting no survivors. Unfortunately, it's going to be them that falls. As we can see there, Little Z from CT wanting to have something to say about this. There's nothing really for them to say other than that picked up Mac 10 now. It is going to be put to good use.
Oh,
finally.
Almost another. Very close. Now, how much does Little Z still want to hunt with 14 HP? Just jiggling around the corner. Young are very much tempted. Oh, here's the footsteps.
Low HP, all it takes is 1 bullet.
It should. Oh, no way! Younger wants to go for the head! Maybe she didn't know that Little Z was that low.
If she'd known, she 100% would have gone for the little slither of the arm that she saw. And it would have been enough, albeit not enough to change the trajectory of the round. It still would have firmly been lost there. But would have been a nice little kill and might have let them get out with their life.
Mm-hmm.
But 7-7.
Yeah.
What?
7-7.
Could be a closer series if we tried. So many times we've been saying, you know, neck and neck, tied up. However many of the million ways we've already phrased it this series. Once again, we are back here. Nice boost up.
Looks like Atrix wants to go for a default A setup. Flashes out from apartment. And surely those are being noted. Pagoda's moved away from pit into an aggressive short position with a teammate. Now, teammate still is busy with mid, but Goddess does a good job. That's the bomb cod, in fact.
These players very much pigeonholed in the corner of the map, trying to fight their way out a little bit. Seen on 1 health there. Teammate much lower and worse for wear now than they were 20 seconds ago. 2v3. Oh, really, with 1 HP, it feels more like a 1v1 at times. That flash could be perfect here. Peeks around the corner. Unfortunately, that is going to be both of them falling there. Doesn't need vision to do the job. There we go. There's an 8th round. Fluxo Demons finally breaking the curse, breaking the streak, and not letting Atrix get too far ahead of themselves at the start of this half. Once that bomb got dropped there, that was a really awkward position. They were very much stuck in the corner of this fight there. Difficult one to fight your way out of.
Beautiful spray down by Yuli as well. Overall, Fluxo really shining for it here. To not let go of that lead that they have created already. Oh, and look at this early peak! And it works out brilliantly. Didn't they throw Molotov into apartment or...
I don't think they did.
I thought I saw something flying over and I think it might have just missed.
It might have done. I'm not quite sure. Oh, look at that. Gets 1 kill, but immediately bamboozled from behind is Little Z. And now it's just Bogor left. Really strong player this series. I say it being quite a quiet map for them. And unfortunately, it's not going to get any louder. 9 rounds on the board for Fluxo Demons as they start to close in on double digits and on a map series point.
Something that I really appreciate right now is Fluxo just all being sort of a couple kills off of one another, being very evenly spread out across the board. Everyone doing their bit. It's all coming together here on this final map. But of course, they still have to close it out. There's a margin, but it's only a small one as of right now.
Absolutely. It's going to be quite a quiet round here, just against the likes of the Pistols. So what I'll do is I'll use this time to remind you that the first NA game, I do believe, should be underway as well. So there are community streams. If you've got a second monitor, you know, whack us up on monitor number 1. Monitor number 2, NA community broadcasts will be going on as well. We are a little bit delayed on that one. We had a couple of tech issues earlier in the day. But it's fine, because we are here as long as this game takes. And it's going all the way. Leave
damage.
Now it's FE versus Wanted Goons Bandits. And I believe the scoreline is 5-5 right now. So they've also got a close game.
Damn. Everything going down to the wire. And even our EU matchup as well went all 3 maps. So level is high here in the season. Now, wonder how much more these Glocks can do. Currently walking right into the trap here, set up on a site. No one getting away with their lives. Just a single kill up on Goddess, but not much damage.
Not much at all, and that does afford Fluxo the luxury of having that money in the back pocket, save for a rainy day. A couple of these players start to build up a nice little bit of a trust fund in the background there. You know, Poppins on 6.2k, Younger on almost 6 as well. Does mean that's a little bit worrying for Atrix, especially now with Fluxo on 10, so close to map and series point. Means that they're going to need to win a couple in a row to try and break that economy. They're not going to be handed an easy eco anytime soon.
Great setup. Got us so ready for it. Not quite for the second, but still tagged up there on Sinon. And I do like that Fluxo right now is trying to change up these positions, trying to take control and really leave Atrix with empty hands. But looks like perhaps the plan is to go the way of PD. I'm already heading that way. Oh, and the util is really getting the better of them. Burning alive, having to be forced to peek. And with that, Mari left with no impact whatsoever.
Absolutely. A couple of these players on Team Atrix having quite a quiet game. And sometimes just not able to find the kill. Sometimes it's a little bit messy. Oftentimes just being caught a little bit off guard by multiple people as well. But on an individual level, we do want to see some of these players stepping up a little bit more. And unfortunately, sometimes you just walk into Younger's Orb. Sometimes that's one of the inevitabilities of life. So clean.
Completely denied. Entry is locked. No one setting foot on either side. And I love the setup. Fluxo looking comfortable right now. Trying to really, bring some creativity into their hold. Not wanting to do the same thing over and over again. Be read like a book. Can really appreciate that. Now, Atrix. Yeah, in a very tough position. They will go for a half buy. Just upgrade a pistol, some armor, some util. But not the biggest investment. Have at least a buffer in order to play for potential overtime.
Indeed. These Tech 9s can be quite powerful, especially when they're overwhelming, but look at that. There's a beautiful crossfire, one on each side, and they just line up there for Anna X. Taps away with the pistol for the last as well, and it's absolutely beautiful. Almost an ace there. Almost. Yeah, we get to watch it in all of its glory again there. Hobbit's taking the first, but Anna X just absolutely beautifully played, albeit against just the Tech 9s, but still keeping your nerve like that and not getting overwhelmed and overrun. Beautiful to see. That's map. Oh, that's map and series point here.
It is. Pressure is on Atrix here to deliver, to crawl back into the series. And to think that it was so close to potentially closing it out 2-0. It has to sting if this is the way it ends. The round not quite done just yet. Slowly taking mid-control and in towards Abs they will go, but they are met with Younger. And if there's something we know about her, is that she is not shy of getting these multi-frags.
Absolutely not. Has been stellar on this map, kill after kill, and so good at these sequences, you know, back-to-back picks. And just making sure that, you know, these early opening, not even really opening kills, but these initial duels just going their way. And look at that, lines up. They know where the last two are now. You can see the reinforcements coming. Lil Z and Mari, so much to do. Lil Z putting up a last stand here. 1v2 on their hands. Little bit of utility to work with here as well. Odds not in their favor. They still have to get this bomb down. There's only 25 seconds left to do it as they creep through church. Has to plant at some point. The moment she does, gonna be a peek. Get it round the corner. Gonna be spammed to the edge of the wood. Gonna live, and it's gonna be up close and personal. Run down. That's the kill. That's the defuse, and that is the series. It's been a long one, but it has been incredible. You can see how happy the Fluxo Demon Girls are. What a series.
Yeah, and it looks like part of them is also together up in perhaps a bootcamp location. But yeah, celebrating together the victory is even sweeter, especially after the tough road that it took to get here, because this certainly wasn't an easy best of 3 for them.
No, it wasn't. The fact that Atrix took a map as well and took it so close, we cannot state that enough. And I say it's not really reflected in the scorelines. It was, because, you know, a lot of these matches very, very close, neck and neck for so much of it. And I think a little bit towards the end, it's stamina as well, is that you can just see that Fluxo Demons have put in the reps as well. They've played a lot more officials and a lot more best of 3s recently, from what I have seen at least. So maybe it's just that when it's getting, you know, late in the evening, when each map is so mentally draining, going so long as well, just having that energy to push over the finish line, I think really helps. And Younger just being on fire here. So many of these players stepping up.
Yeah, it just was a magical best of 3 to watch, honestly. I really liked how the Opus still shine through, even though, you know, a lot of debate has been going on about the impact of the orb. Well, if there is a matchup that showed its significance, it has to be this one.
Absolutely. And look at that. You can see the stats there. The orb has really shown us how it's done today, I think, especially on this final map. Been a little bit quiet, you know, on some of the maps, but that is just how the game is. As you said, it's a hotly debated topic at the moment, from everyone at the lowest levels to the highest levels of Counter-Strike, how the AWP is feeling. It's a little bit better. It's not quite where we want it to be, and you can see that, but look at that, still putting up the numbers. And even when Younger wasn't on the AWP, just the sheer rifling firepower as well. Just massive kudos.
But 100%. This was a wild matchup. And it went the route in which we didn't quite expect it to go. We thought this was Fluxo all the way, and of course, Fluxo still won, but we expected perhaps a bit of an easy affair. But it has, you know, it has proven that over time, we had so much downtime, so many roster changes, that perhaps now is the time where the level is just closer than ever amongst all these teams.
Absolutely. The South American region has so much incredible talent, And I think this season we're starting to see rosters really gel together. We're starting to see puzzle pieces that fit a little bit better coming together. Of course, Poppins, we talked about how she wasn't quite old enough to play up until recently as well. So, you know, that puzzle piece finally slotting into place. So, yeah, very exciting stuff. And if this is week number 1, I am so excited to see when everyone is warmed up and feeling it, you know, week 5, week 6 onwards.
For sure. Well, I mean, if we can just sort of summarize here the matchup, we can also take a look at who we think is the player of the match. Because honestly, there was one player that stood out across all the maps, and that is Younger. She had so much impact. Just, you know, 57 kills in only 35 deaths. Often multi-frags. So much impact in the round.
Look at that cast score as well. That's monumental. And, you know, ADR being that high, it's incredible. And of course, there's moments where we were like, oh, a little bit of a quiet map, but generally just really stand out where she needed to be, when she needed to be, doing exactly what she needed to be doing.
Exactly. And we know that she is, you know, the veteran here within the squad. We know that she can deliver. She is deemed to be the best AWP within the region, but you know, the move into CS2 hasn't been easy. Now also having lost Nani in the process as well, having to recover, maybe even readjust your map pool because you have a new player, which maybe came from a team where things were completely different. A lot of things you have to adapt to in a relatively short amount of time, but it looks like Younger is not faced by that whatsoever.
Not at all. So yeah, that will be our player of the match. Looking at the groups as well. So we have done with Europe for the day. We've done with South America for the day. We do have North America up and coming as well. Having a look at the standings, here we go. So we've only had 2 series done and dusted. Furia taking theirs 2-0. Fluxo, of course, as you guys have just witnessed, taking this 2-1. A little bit more up for contention there. And unfortunately, Atrix and W7M find themselves at the bottom, which looks daunting. But again, half of these teams have not played yet. That is tomorrow's problem. And tomorrow we can see maybe a little bit more how we're feeling. But it's early days.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing that is good, though, here about Atrix, if I rewind a bit back to last season, it was because of round difference that they made the 4th place last season. Because it was a freeway tie, actually. To see that this is already such a close affair to get the rounds in early, even with a loss, you never know what it could, you know, result into towards the latter stages of the season.
Absolutely. So, yeah, that's it for the games tonight. As we can see below, best of 3 for FlyQuest versus Shimmer, which I'll be honest with you guys, I'm gonna level with you, is gonna be one of the best matchups of the series, and I am very jealous of Freddie and Sam, who are going to be the wonderful casters bringing you that matchup. Now, I don't want to spoil too much because it'll be stuff for them to talk about. These 2 teams have competed a lot recently. 4 Cash Cup finals in a row they have been in the finals against each other. FlyQuest has won every one 2-0, but it's been close. So that's going to be one. If you are able to, because I know a lot of you are European, if you're able to keep yourself awake for that much longer, absolutely do. To those of you in North America, hello. To those of you in South America, also hello. But also, before we go, I do just want to say, it is Freddie, Mr. Grimmy Ranar's birthday now, because of course it has hit 1 a.m. in the time zone that he is in. So if you guys can wish him a happy birthday when he gets on, that would mean the world to us and to him as well. So say hi, say happy birthday, send lots of love to him when they appear on camera.
Yes, so we will throw to a break, but be sure to wish him a happy birthday.
Take it slow, take it slow, take it slow, take it slow. That is hard to when you know you found the one. They say let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Better keep on running back to you for fun. 'Cause I see the look that's in your eye. And as hard as we try, we just can't hide it. Around.
'Cause I see the look that's in your eyes. And as hard as we try, we just can't fight it. Look a bit harder, and you'll see that our love comes back around. Stay a little longer, and you'll feel it coming. It's finally coming around. Look a bit harder, and you'll see that my love comes back around. Stay a little longer, and you'll feel it coming. It's finally coming around. Look a bit harder, and you'll see that my love comes back around. Stay a little longer, and you'll feel it coming. It's finally coming around. Seems like better time, better days. I've been there and gone, but you've still got lightning in you. Your words like thunder strike. Your energy building around me like static. You turn me on, you make it rain like summer. You bring the clouds to life. Everything that you are, you are, you are. Going back to the start, the start, the start. Got the strength in your heart, your heart, your heart. And nobody can keep you down. Let them take your best shot. Tell them bring your A1 game. You're gonna bounce back, go with your best luck. It don't matter what I say. You're gonna bounce back. See it every moment, every day. You build so strong, you've still got lightning in you. That spirit in your eyes. You've been down on your luck before now, and I've never seen you stay there. You make it rain like summer. You bring the clouds to life. Everything that you are, you are, you are. Going back to the start, the start, the start. Got the strength in your heart, your heart, your heart. Yeah, nobody can keep you down. Let them take your best shot. Tell them bring your A1 game. You're gonna bounce back, go with your best luck. It don't matter what I say. You're gonna bounce back, stronger. Pick it up, yeah. Got the magic, it's so rare. And if you need me, I'm right here. So get up and get out there. Pick it up, yeah. Got the magic, it's so rare. Let them take your best shot. Tell them bring your A1 game. You're gonna bounce back, go with your best luck. It don't matter what I say. You're gonna bounce back, stronger. You're gonna bounce back.
this moment till the daylight's breaking. Wanna soak it all up and never ever let it fade. Go a little bit further, cause it's all worth saving. Wanna look in your eyes and hold on to the better days. touch the sky. You gotta believe that we can touch the sky. You gotta believe that we can touch the sky. When the walls start breaking, 'cause it's almost over. Better hold my hand, 'cause I don't wanna lose ya. While my heart's still beating, it ain't ever over. Better hold my hand, 'cause I don't wanna lose ya. So if you wanna be someone who sees the light, then you gotta believe that we can make it right. I'm never far away, I'm always by your side. You just gotta believe that we can touch the sky.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back.
Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Impact League. I am super excited because we are about to kick off North America. We have had two absolute banger best of threes, both of them going the absolute distance. Almost two upsets, only one so far, and we're going to be jumping into FlyQuest versus Shimmer. Who is we? I am Nauri. I'm going to be one of your casters this evening, and I am joined by Freddie, who, happy birthday, Freddie. Let's get some happy birthday in the chat. How are you feeling on this birthday of yours?
I'm feeling very blessed, 21 years old, and I'm already washed up. But no, I'm really excited. I'm really happy to be here. And I think what makes it even more, even more special is that we have probably the best game that we're gonna see in North America this whole season, right here on day one on my birthday. I do not know what more I want.
Honestly, ESL Impact doesn't know how to do anything but hit, right? We never miss here on this broadcast, and to have FlyQuest versus Shimmer on day one opening matchup, super excited. And of course, you've got the groups on your screen here. You should be somewhat familiar with these teams by now. If you're not, where have you been? What have you been doing? And as mentioned, we're over here down in the bottom right, the top right, over in North America. And again, some very familiar faces, but a couple of new faces as well. This season of Impact, with all the roster shuffles and all the new teams that have come in, it's going to be, I think, the most exciting one yet. And here we are. I'm really looking forward to this season, Freddie. How are you feeling about Impact this season and the changes that we can be looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, Impact this season is crazy. There's been a lot of roster changes pretty much everywhere. Like, I don't think that's been exclusive to just one region. Like, you go in Europe, and I remember I did a recap for Group A, like an overview for Group A. I think everyone's made roster changes within a minimum of 4 months. And if you discount Australis, it's within the last month. And then you go to Group B in Europe, exactly the same. You go to South America, well, you saw right there, Fluxo, they don't have their full 5 that they had last season because Nani retired. So you have like roster changes there, and then in our top 2 teams in NA, which we are going to be seeing right here, roster changes in both of those teams. And what's really interesting is that the roster change from FlyQuest, well, she's playing on Shimmer. Mads is playing on Shimmer, so there's a bit of revenge there as well. I think this is a really exciting season. I think so much is up for grabs, and because there are only 2 LAN finals this year, it makes it so much more important, and you cannot underestimate or overstate how important it is that these teams make anything they can get.
Yeah. And with this being day one, obviously we don't have a lot to talk about in terms of what's happened this season because day one. But this is like year 3 of ESL Impact. So we have a lot that we can talk about in that regard at the very least. And between these two teams, Shimmer and FlyQuest, there's a rivalry brewing here. This has become the new David and Goliath story. And we kind of spoke a little bit about how these two teams have come up against each other a few times in the past. They've butted heads once or twice, but FlyQuest seem to just almost always come out on top.
Be it on LAN, be it online, I feel like FlyQuest have always had Shimmer's number. I think the statistic that our lovely Mr. Newt provided for us was that it was 15-2 in map wins in favor of FlyQuest, and within those maps, series, FlyQuest won 6 out of 7. So Shimmer were only able to beat them once in a series. And also when you take a look at a very recent history, the Cash Cups that both these teams have been playing, there's been 4 so far this year, and every single one, FlyQuest have won over Shimmer in the finals. 2-0, very dominant. Yes, Phoebe is now back in NA. She's not playing from Australia, so she isn't on 200 ping anymore. Is that going to make the difference? They can at least get a map, maybe.
I don't know, man. Like, Kaede often played from France. So, sometimes you have that handicap. So let us know, chat, who do you think is going to be walking away with the win here? Hashtag Fly if you think it's going to be FlyQuest. Hashtag Shim if you think it's going to be Shimmer. Do it. Do it now. We need to know what you think, all right? Don't let this slide by. Let your voice be heard. So we actually, we're ready to go with the veto as well. So this is really exciting. And hang on a minute there. There's a surprise in there, Freddie. No, wait, that wasn't where the surprise was. That came later on. I've ruined it. I've ruined it all.
Yeah. So the first two, very, very normal. I think Shimmer having an insta-ban of Inferno is actually maybe quite rough for them because it's the one map that FlyQuest Word actually lost recently in NA, and that was against Nouns in the semi-finals of Cash Cup 5, if I'm not mistaken. So that is one with our Shimmer. I was like, I could target that, but it's their insta-ban. Coming up on Mirage, it is the 5th time in a row now that Shimmer has picked into Mirage versus FlyQuest Red, and then Overpass as a pick for FlyQuest. That is a little bit interesting because that is a map that normally floats. They normally lean into the Anubis or potentially a Vertigo pick, but they have thrown a left, not really a curveball because I think they didn't lose a single Overpass last season and played it every single time. So they're obviously quite good at that map. But in this specific matchup, that is a bit of a curveball. And then finally sitting on that Vertigo, as I was saying, you either have Anubis or Vertigo normally played and picked by FlyQuest. They have chosen to go Vertigo as a decider, opting that over Anubis. And I think they control this veto. Just 100%, undoubtedly. Like, they have so much control, and the fact they throw an overpass is something that I definitely think is going to not confuse, but shake up Shimmer.
I will say that FlyQuest became synonymous with Overpass for the longest time, right? You look at FlyQuest, you think Overpass. That's where they go. That is their absolute home turf. So picking that in here, really looking forward to seeing how that's going to work. So now we get to focus in on these teams. We're going to kick off with FlyQuest, and like you said, a couple of roster shuffles. Kelsey and Mads no longer on this roster. Instead, we see the return of Emmy, and we see Vanessa coming up from Shimmer. Very, very exciting there. The rivalry continues, but it's not just the players that have changed, Freddie. You were saying that we might see some role swap-ups as well.
Yeah, so I'm going to give a big shout out to Park here because he gave me all this information, and we would have come into this looking like idiots if he hadn't told us this. So, changes. Heyday is now IGLing. I bet you didn't anticipate that one. Goose Breeder, who is synonymous with being the captain and the leader of NA Counter-Strike, let alone just FlyQuest Red, well, she's not the IGL anymore. I do believe she still will be the captain, and she still will be, the leader of the team, and she will push the team as, morale-wise as the leader, but Heyday is the IGL. She'll be AWPing and IGLing, so that's really interesting, and we've got Goose Breeder being enabled more in the frag departments, and I think she's been moved to more of a lurk role, and sometimes calls plays around her, which Monster was telling me about. So that is the straightaway super interesting change, apart from the roster changes. That was a change within the team.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that this change for Goose Breeder is such a good call because we have seen it so often with this FlyQuest roster. We've actually commented on it a few times where if FlyQuest are being pushed pretty hard, Goose's performance seems to kind of drop a little bit as she hard focuses on making sure that everyone is doing what they're meant to be doing, making sure that they're focusing on what they're meant to be focusing on, calling the plays, and you can't hard frag. I mean, you can, but it's so much more difficult. And then in the maps where they aren't being hard pushed, where FlyQuest are absolutely dominating, Goose is like way up there, top frag, she's killing it. So I think that this is such a good call for the roster as a whole, and I look forward to seeing how it's going to play out. But now we can take a look and really zone in on Shimmer as well, because we've just mentioned it, Vanessa has moved over to FlyQuest, and the swap, Mads, who you might be familiar with, as you mentioned earlier, from FlyQuest itself, has come and joined the Shimmer roster. We're also seeing Phoebe, we're seeing Empathy, some of these more familiar names coming back or sticking around, whatever the case may be. And really looking forward to seeing how they're going to fight back against FlyQuest, because we said it, right? This is a bit of a grudge match.
Yes, and well, speaking of changes, there has also been changes within the team role-wise. So, obviously, you still have Abby as the IGL, and Empathy was your AWPer who was destroying everything last season. She was the highest rated player from all the regions during last season. However, now she is going to be on the rifle. LX is the main AWPer, and Empathy has turned into a star rifler. So that is incredibly interesting, and I think that's something that we're going to have to be zoning in here and seeing how Payday versus LX shapes up, and also is Empathy going to be able to still perform on the rifle. And also something that is good to note is that Phoebe, as I said at the very beginning, is not on 200 ping anymore. She has traveled to North America for Impact, so was on high ping previously in all the cash cups, but now on your screen is not playing on 200 ping and is at a very less disadvantage than she was before.
Yeah, I love that. I love that she's now able to be here to compete. And of course, we're seeing the BB versus Phoebe as well, because BB obviously also an OCE, an Australian player who has been an absolute cracked out star. Somebody in chat asked for it. Well, there you go, BB, the GOAT. We don't not mention her because we don't care. We don't mention her because what's there left to say? Everybody knows she's phenomenal. But there's going to be a little bit of pushback here from Phoebe. I think she's got a little bit of a some to prove, because there is that kind of other half on the other team. The storylines between these two teams are so fun, so in-depth, so intricate, and I can't wait to see how it actually plays out once we actually hit the server, right? You've got Mads versus Vanessa, the two players that have swapped teams, Phoebe versus Bibian, the Australian representation coming up against each other, the changes in roles, the changes in IGLs. There's so much happening between these two teams, and we're going to be kicking that off very, very shortly. And just as a reminder, there on the banner, it's Happy Birthday, Freddie. I'm not going to let that go. I mean, Freddie is finally 21 now, okay? This is a really big deal, so I'm going to keep harping on about that one until the end of time. But before I get a chance to do that too much more, Freddie, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Happy birthday. Who do you think's winning?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think this is really putting my spot that much. Like, it is just obviously FlyQuest. Like, I mean, I don't want to talk down upon Shimmer, but like, it has to be FlyQuest. Like, it just has to be.
Do you know what? I want to say that that's fighting words, but we gave the stat, right? FlyQuest just consistently coming up on top. So as much love as I have for Shimmer, I gotta agree with you. I think it's gonna be FlyQuest. I would not be averse to a 3-map series. I would not be averse to a Shimmer win, to be honest. Kick off the season with the biggest upset. Maybe not the biggest upsets because of what happened earlier in EU, but a pretty big upset, all things considered. I think it would be a pretty great way to kick it.
Like, I don't think in EU we had the biggest of upsets. I think it was like fairly somewhat standard with like Big being Astralis. I think that was bound to happen.
I mean, that was expected.
I think with Na'Vi versus Fearless Cheaters, I think like, yeah, it's with the new Vilga, but Na'Vi, in my opinion, are the best team in Europe right now because they will be taking over what I guess Pigeons now had done before because they've had their changes. In my opinion, if Shimmer win this, that is potentially the biggest upset in Impact we're going to have this season, and potentially like we've had online maybe ever, because when Nigma lost, I don't think it was never in Impact. It was in other tournaments, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's something really good to note. And yeah, I do want to mention as well, for Shimmer, the fact that they made the finals last season with a change of IGL midway through the season, and they also had roster changes within that, they had no stability. They also made finals. I feel like this is going to be their season where they can settle down. And I feel like if there's ever a season to maybe not necessarily beat FlyQuest, but at least go into the finals with that practice and stability, this could be one where they're looking good.
So let's focus in a little bit here, right? We've spoken about the teams, we've spoken about the storylines. Let's take a look at map 1, right? It's going to be Mirage. What are we thinking is going to happen here? We know there's a lot of history on this map as well, but with all of these changes, what are you feeling? What is your gut telling you for this one?
They're going to destroy? Is that
Jeez,
fine?
Freddy.
I was talking to Monster before this game.
Pull your punches, man.
And Monster was like, look, when you play against a team 4 times online, you start to kind of read into it a little bit. You kind of tend to start picking up a few things. And not only were they playing them 4 times, but if you take a look at some of the score lines, if you literally scroll them, 13-8, 13-4, 13-10, 13-3. So there were some at least close occasions, but Monster told me to look out for some stuff that's quite exciting. He is, of course, the coach of FlyQuest WED. He told me to look out for some stuff that was quite exciting, some boosts and some one-ways, which especially for Mirage, I saw boosts and I was like, what do you mean by this? But Sam, I don't know if you have a different opinion, but for me, Mirage it's set in stone.
So what I will say is that whole thing of like when you play a team 4 times, you learn stuff, that goes both ways. Right.
True. Very true.
I would love it if Shimmer came out with the most unexpected shenanigans and just like sat FlyQuest down, right? I want that 3-map series.
Like that.
I would love that so much, right? But I remain unconvinced. I'm hopeful, but I mean, you read out the score lines, right? There was one close one that was like a 13-10. There was like a 13-8, which is like reasonably, you know, it's kind of there or thereabouts. But the rest of them have been pretty darn one-sided. I would love to see some innovation. I'd love to see something creative, unique brought to the table, but I don't know. And I mean, you were saying it in my DMs. In your opinion, Munster is the smartest person in NA. Just there you go, Munster. Shout out from Freddy himself.
You didn't have to out me like that. But
of course I did. It's your birthday.
I genuinely think that goes without saying, in a sense, because his knowledge. You can't contest that in the sense of like he's not smart. He was analyst for Game Elation that made this to the finals of the major. Whenever I speak to him and I speak about CS, it's very clear that he knows the game. What he has to improve on, and what he admitted to me in an interview when we were at Valencia, was that he needs to look outside the macro, look outside how the team plays in a sense of a stylistic way. Look at the emotions, become better at controlling your team, and get a coach that isn't just there for stats. Like basically be better, like get better at not being an analyst, but as a coach. And I think that's something that's going to be really interesting to see his development, and especially if we see them go to the Season 5 finals, how he performs on the stage the second time around.
Well, we shall see how things go here. We also have a head-to-head available between FlyQuest's 2 newest players. So let's have a look how they are stacking up. Vanessa and Emmy, we mentioned it, right? Emmy returning, Vanessa coming up from Shimmer. And honestly, Freddy, both of these 2 players look pretty damn strong over the last 3 months.
Yeah, I will say, I don't want to step on your toes, but Vanessa has come from Shimmer, but most recently EG Gold. She played last season with EG Gold, so I do want to just inject that in there.
That is correct, yeah.
But yeah, Emmy's coming from Valorant, and you will know more about this than I do, because you actually follow Valorant, and I don't. But she played for FaZe in North America.
Yep, she did.
But let's ignore that for a second. Yeah, she's been away for a couple of years. When she was playing CSGO, it was CLG alongside Goosebreeder and the other kind of like older NA players, they were the best in the world. And that is something that people might forget. It wasn't they were the best in America. they were going to consistent lands, either placing top 2 or winning it outright. Emmy's going to be coming back in with a whole host of experience of competing not only in CSGO, not only in Valorant, but now in CS2, joining up with Goose Breeder. I'm seeing if they can create this dynasty once more.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a bit of talent returning from the other TAC FPS. Most notably, you know, Team Karma, quite a few of the players there that have come back.
Yes. Yeah.
And returned to Counter-Strike. Very, very exciting. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two players do. I think that for FlyQuest, and this is a really important one, FlyQuest have dominated in North America, and it's felt like they've always been kind of, you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride when it came to the international events. And they maintained their core and they maintained their core and they really tried. And eventually, I mean, we were saying this earlier in ESL Challenger League, you know, sometimes when you've had the same roster for the longest time and you're not quite getting the results, something's got to give. And it's heartbreaking for the two players that they unfortunately did decide to replace. But I'm looking forward to seeing if this is the change, if it's the, you know, the nitrous oxide that FlyQuest needed to just pip them over the edge and finally get them into a more competitive, because it wasn't that they weren't competitive internationally, but that's not good enough for these players, right? Competition, it's all about being number one, and I want to see if they've made the right changes and if we are actually going to see that happen.
Yeah, something definitely to say is that they have done well internationally. Like, before I go on this, I do not want to say they've never done well. Season 1 and Season 3, they made playoffs. They have done well internationally, but the amount of dominance they had in NA, especially last season, they went into the finals and my God, they crashed out. Yes, they did okay against Fluxo, and they actually, I was very impressed. They were down and out, they pushed into overtime, it was a best of one, unfortunately it didn't go their way. Against HSG, nothing was going their way. And like, you talk to the players afterwards and they accept, you know, that they understand what went wrong. Monster was like, this just isn't good enough. Like, we need to be better than this. And for me, my storyline for them is they should be topping NA, like, undoubtedly. It's what do they do internationally? Do they redeem themselves and get back to their form that they were in Season 3 and in Season 1? Do they get back to that form, especially with their new roster change? Because it felt like roster changes had to happen after Valencia. Can they firstly continuously be the best at NA, and then they need to go internationally and they need to make playoffs? From my opinion, that is a must.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, guys, unfortunately, we do have some slight tech issues at the moment, which is why Freddie and I have just been yapping away for the longest time. It's been a lot of fun. There's so many great storylines that we love to just dive into it, but we understand maybe it gets a little bit tiring. So we're going to take a quick break or refill your drink. We'll be back in just a few minutes to kick things off with the first matchup of North America.
I'm tired of wars raging inside my mind. It's time for the sword to swing at someone I say.
I knew, cause I knew ya. But you take away my love, and now I'm lost. I thought I knew you were true, then I learned how to see it. It's like I've broken through the wall. No, I can breathe, take the weight off, and I can see past the pain of us. You're speechless with me when I try every time. I won't wait around for your words to come and knock me down. No, I won't scream and shout, I'll just leave it alone. I don't know what it's like leaving everything behind. Your love isn't easy. I thought I knew we were through, my heart's racing, that I can't tame this love. I gave up. I thought I knew how to choose, I don't wanna be lonely. Can we just try to carry on? But I can live in this moment if I can see past the pain of us. Yeah, I'll find some relief when I try to decide. I won't wait around for your words to come and knock me down. No, I won't scream and shout, I'll just leave it alone. I don't know what it's like leaving everything behind. Your love isn't easy. No, I can breathe, take the weight up. I can see past the pain of us. Yeah, you're speechless with me when I try every time. I won't wait around for your words to come and knock me down. No, I won't scream and shout, I just leave it alone. I don't know what it's like leaving everything behind. Your love isn't easy. I won't wait around for your words to come and knock me down. No, I won't scream and shout, I just leave it alone. I don't know what it's like leaving everything behind. Your love isn't easy. My, look it's so fly. Give a girl a rocket and she'll take it for a ride. Like, my, doing just fine. Get a girl an arrow cause she hit the bullseye. So fine, yeah she did fine. Yeah, she up so high. She ain't never coming down, down, down. It's about to go off. Make 'em say, ayo, ayo, ayo. Gonna give 'em what they want. Yeah, like, ayo, ayo, ayo. Tomorrow we will run.
What is back? What is up? We are back. Notice what is back. But yeah, we had a bit of an extended break there. We had some tech issues, nothing we can control. I find it quite poetic that my birthday is starting off with delays. I feel like that's, you know, like it sets me up for the year. But I'm quite excited. I think I was talking to Sam. I was very happy we actually maybe had that break because there was so much to talk about and we were able to get it all in. But enough of our rambling, enough of our antics. We are here. The first day of NA, the first map. It is Mirage, number 1 and number 2 best teams in NA, battling it out. Let's get it.
I mean, Freddie, you don't have to lie to the people. It was definitely just us holding the game hostage, okay?
Yeah. Like
We
it
can
was.
be honest.
Yeah.
It's okay. We found the start game button, and we're finally going to kick things off. Shimmer now posturing over towards that B site and already making it a pretty quick push out. Only 2 players here so far. Nice distraction being made from main, but FlyQuest. 2 players? That's okay. That's all we need. Completely shut down the entirety of Shimmer. Empathy, last player left alive. Bomb in no man's land. And Emmy just playing Duck Duck Goose here while the rest of her team rotates in. And finally, from the backline, well, wouldn't you know it, it's Goose Breeder. And of course she wins Duck Duck Goose.
Not gonna lie, I don't even know what to say about that because it was just quite perfectly played. Like that boost on sight, Emmy, it's not something that I would usually like to see in a pistol round, but it works out fine. Like she misses the first few shots, and that got me a little bit scared. You know, when you miss those shots and then your aim goes a bit awry, but like she connects, BB gets 2, and then as you said, Goose gets the final. That was just a very simple, clean pistol round where FlyQuest just had the rotations, they had the players on that bomb site immediately, and Shimmer didn't get the bomb down, so they will be forced on an eco. And let's just see if FlyQuest can farm up with those SMGs and keep as many players alive.
Feeling so confident here. K-Day going on an exploratory mission into mid. Good for one, good for the second with no HP at all. But that's okay. Her team is there to back her up. Alex, last one left alive. I mean, doesn't feel like there's too much that she can get done here. The best that they could have hoped for was a little bit of damage, right? And one player down, that's something, but it's not terribly much. Goose Breeder picks up the MP9, cleans it off, picks up the M4 again, and around we go. A fairly clean round for FlyQuest.
Yeah, very simple, very easy, not really too much to write home about. And this game, I'm just keeping my eye on Goose Breeder. Like, she's taken herself out of that, well, not maybe she's taken herself, but she's not in an IGL role. She is opened up for a higher fragging potential. I want to see that come into action. I want to see that come into fruition. And I'm also intrigued to see how K&A's AWPing might be affected due to her having this extra responsibility. But what is interesting right now, not playing con. They're playing 2 players aggressive towards that A-bomb site. Vanessa and Goose Breeder in tandem. Goose Breeder wasn't even needed, but that's a wonderful opening kill at the cost, though, of mid control.
That means that there is a lovely little rotation here for Shimmer, but they still haven't actually committed to anything just yet. This is very much exploratory. See what we can find, see what kind of an advantage we can garner before really committing. You've got a lot of extremity control, but still, for the most part, on their own side of the map. Bomb will now get retrieved. Start making its way over towards this B site. Beautiful shot there from Abby in the underpass. Evens out the numbers. Was it ladder? Oh shit, it was ladder.
Yeah.
There you go.
Cuts off the rotation, and now this wonderful boost. I don't know if Emmy's going to anticipate this, but she comes around the corner and she nails down 2. That's the round over. You have 2 players coming short, 2 players coming apartments. Emmy is able to basically deal with that whole part of the attack, that whole prong by herself. It should just be this round over. Shimmer, they've been spotted now towards B. It's a confirmation that it's going to be towards this site. 30 seconds, they're charging forward, and BB plays it very nicely. Drops a smoke, feigns that she's going towards bench, but doubles back towards car, and Emmy finishes off with a third. 6-0. She's having a pretty good start.
Decent amount of extra cash farmed up as well. A couple of MP9 kills over the last couple of rounds, so you'll be happy with that. FlyQuest absolutely feeling themselves already. Only 3 rounds in. Shimmer have yet to make any sort of a dent yet. Now, this could be the round where they start to turn things around a little bit. They did have a little bit of a spend into the last. We'd really hoped that they could have made something happen there. No, in fact, it is just going to be full pistols here. Once again, not too much to write home about. This time they're going to angle towards the A side. They've done B. They've done a little bit of mid, presence. Now we'll see if we can get something done on A, and it's not to be.
Bold. K&A is dueling them from top ticket. I kind of respect it. That's a bit brave from her, but I guess she gets the kill and is able to survive. And a perfect flashbang coming in from Goose Breeder. Vanessa doubles down. K&A adds another to her tally. And well, that's the round over. And honestly, great flash from Goose Breeder. I don't think that round was ever in contention, but she basically puts a nail in the coffin, so it's clean with that flashbang.
I love how Vanessa is just extending this MP9, bro.
She's farming so much money and just isn't dying.
I love it. It's redonkulous. Another 2 little kills for her here, and it doesn't look like she's looking to upgrade it. She's just gonna hang on to it and try and farm up more cash. And for Shimmer, very early timeout taken here, but very much necessary. They've invested into the AWP. We mentioned a little bit earlier now, Alex going to be playing that primary AWP role. It's the first time that we're going to get to see her in action this season. and already 4 rounds down. They're going to need something really big to pop up here. Absolutely no util on Alex as well, right? Like, it's a full investment. Thankfully, the rest of the team able to make up for that slight deficit. Because now, again, they start making that move over towards the B site with a little bit of mid control.
Interesting enough, no AWP for FlyQuest. They didn't lose anyone last round, so they're not going to, throw away an A1S and pick up the AWP. So that's going to be interesting to maybe limit KOD a little bit. She is still playing towards Ticket, which she played with an AWP. And ooh, now that is how you start off ESL Impact with your first time on the AWP as a primary AWPer, and also a great first kill. I think LX got naded quite heavily in B apartments, but still pushed forward and was able to snipe off BB. That is a really good opening kill, and the first time we've seen Shimmer in a position this game where they've got the advantage. And now let's see if they can take this further towards the B-bomb site.
Already Goose Breeder taking a little chunk of damage here. Util comes out, pushing FlyQuest off of their positions, and they just cannot bite back. Goose Breeder takes down Abby, but unfortunately is instantly traded off. 2 players left alive here. This has been such a good round from Shimmer. That opening pick made all the difference in the world. Now FlyQuest still going in for this. They farmed up so much cash. They know they just need to make it expensive. Not going to be given the opportunity though. Vanessa gonna chill here, try and get exits, try and get even more money with this MP9. But Shimmer, spidey senses tingling, and they're not gonna let that happen. They retreat over towards the A site, and Vanessa left to hold on to the MP9.
Yeah, honestly, great round from Shimmer. It's getting that first pick and instantly having a reaction up short. And I was speaking about that KOD no AWP. I feel like this is a round where if she did have it all, she would have been able to maybe fight a little bit more from connector, for instance, or if she was maybe... what a shot.
Wow.
That's a great kill. BBR was jump peeking, and what awareness for LX to understand that she was going onto the right and, maybe not switching around. They like flying back and forth. And that could be, as you were saying, they're playing so much against each other. But yeah, KOD no AWP, it gave full mid control up for Shimmer. And this is when I'm now seeing if FlyQuest can maybe start battling for mid control a little bit more.
And there was a world where I could see the AWP in the previous round if Vanessa doesn't hold on to the MP9, but hindsight is 2020. We'll move into the next, and now that AWP is in play for KOD. Abby making a ton of noise over in apartments, trying to sell it, right? Lot of smokes dedicated, but no follow through. And FlyQuest, they have to read into this. They have to be aware. There ain't nothing happening over towards that B side. Goose is all the way down into mid, looking to see if she can catch something on a rotation, if there's a default happening, but no. Now she can go in for a backstab. The problem is, the backstab could get backstabbed. Is Goose Breeder aware? She is. She wins the duel. Now, while the bomb has been planted, FlyQuest do have the numbers advantage, and they can pincer in towards this site. Goose Breeder narrowly survives that HE, which means they still have that numbers advantage. Now Emmy pushing in through the smoke, looking to find a body, looking to find anything, and there you go. Phoebe will get taken out, but it does get traded out nicely by Mads. Bomb's ticking away. FlyQuest not making a move. There is a kit available, but something's got to happen. Vanessa's on the bomb. Mads gets one instantly traded out. KOD will get the final kill of the round, and it's a beautiful symphony being played by FlyQuest on the B site retake.
A lot closer than I wanted, though. You have Goose Breeder top middle. She had all the information. She hears the footsteps going towards A. The bomb, I can't remember who it was exactly that had that bomb, but they were running through T-spawn. It was not unbeknownst to Goose Breeder that there was something going towards the A bomb site, and you could hear it. You could see her calling it. Emmy never rotated off. She only rotates off when the bomb site was basically capitulated and lost. And that round basically comes down to the interaction between Abby and Goose Breeder in middle. If Abby had won that, that's round over for FlyQuest. So a little bit harder than I would have wanted, but great ending there. Great coverage with the AWP from KOD. And overall, they do clean up that fifth. But look at this. Straight foot is on the pedal, and Shimmer charging out towards this A bomb site. Molotov's going default and under balcony, and the rotation are scrambling.
Already so much damage taken by Mads here, but they will look to commit. Oh, that damage slightly, ever so slightly mitigated. Alex survives with just a sliver, but they're on the site. They're in. Nice little bit of util to deny some sightlines and to deny some space while the bomb does get planted. There's that extra cash in bank here. And as the trades come out, it's Mads that goes down. She was already low HP.
He died. Abby was on the lurk. She was in middle. No one was watching her. At the last second, someone turned around. That's huge, but it might not change the course of this retake. Goose Breeder in that 1 versus 2 already clutched up the first. There's a kit on the ground, but she doesn't have one in her belt. Trying to bait out Empathy, and now because of no kit, that's round over. Shimmer, a round that very looked difficult. And especially with Abby dying in middle, I thought it was all over, but because the kit doesn't get picked up, Goose Breeder does not succeed.
If Goose does pick up that kit, that round very possibly goes a completely different way. Well done on the patience, though. The bomb gets tapped first time. Don't overswing. Don't overpeak. Give it just a moment. Let it breathe and bait out just that tiny little bit more of time. Exactly what Shimmer needed to get them yet another round on the board. Was it expensive? Hell yes, it was expensive. But it was absolutely worth it. Yes, they're going to be able to buy in here feeling comfortable and confident. On the other side, FlyQuest, they're taking a timeout. Their money has definitely been impacted. And speaking of, there's our impact player of Phoebe in round 7. 2 kills for her. Making her her debut on this roster. Not debut. Her debut back in NA. On this roster. Yeah. Pretty damn impactful. We mentioned it, right? No longer on 200 ping and definitely seems to have made a difference.
I also do want to mention, I spoke about Abby's lurk in middle. Even though she doesn't get a kill, she actually did loads of work. So she shows presence as the XQ was kind of coming in over towards middle. And Vanessa charges out of connector and basically away from the A bomb site to go and try infiltrate and basically just negate her in middle. And Abby just plays her life perfectly. She goes all the way back in middle. They spend a good 10 to 15 seconds trying to clear her out behind boxes when she wasn't even there. And then comes back up short on the perfect timing. Unfortunately, doesn't get a kill, but I think the damage she did was in time and making FlyQuest very uncomfortable. So I want to see more from her on the lurks. But Goose Breeder, who was boosted herself actually into ladder room with the SMG, is able to get the first frag, but quickly traded out. And now, as the B bomb site seems to be quelled, BBR needs to see if she can hold it off all by herself. A1S on the back of the bomb site, but Empathy on that rifle now snaps off her head, and Emmy and Vanessa are forced to save.
It was over in the blink of an eye. Goose actually very nearly escapes with her life there, but unfortunately she gets taken out, and that leaves the path to be, or the pincer, the prong, to be free and clear. And with only BB on the site at the time, it's just an overrun. Unfortunately, BB not even able to get one on that one. So Shimmer come through with this pretty damn confident. 4 guns saved, including the AWP. And of course, forcing FlyQuest to have to go and save. I was a little surprised to see that FlyQuest opted to force so heavily into that. I figured maybe they go for a half buy, they come back with full guns in the next round. And unfortunately, the gamble just didn't pay off for them. So into this next round, it's just the 2 saved weapons and not very much else to try to bite back. That's going to put Shimmer on 4 rounds, and slowly but surely that deficit is closing.
Yeah, and you were talking about how expensive that kind of inaugural round was. I guess the second, but the one to get them kickstarted here. 4 players alive, was it last round? That's pretty nice. That's pretty good for economy. And now you're looking to keep equal amounts of players alive. FlyQuest, MP9, A1S? Yeah, sure. I'd expect a kill. I'd hope a kill. But Shimmer, they really don't seem to be defaulting as much in this game. They kind of seem to be going for maybe some set plays and set execute, and it is kind of working. Going stuff off spawn, quite poppy plays, maybe a bit of fakes here and there. And this round, I feel like they were trying to go towards A from underpass early on, but did get caught out by Emmy and Vanessa, which was actually both of the saved weapons. Emmy gets 1 damage on Mads, and now with just 3 USPs, Shimmer, what they need to do is regroup, hit someone together, and don't lose a single player.
Just don't lose a player, lol. We do see 1 kill coming through there, like you predicted. Abby is down and out, but the 2 players who actually had guns get taken off the board very, very early on, and the odds of those guns being recovered are slim to 0, as they're also busy being babysat by Empathy. So FlyQuest, they've just completely backed off. They're chilling. They realize that it is very likely going to be a B hit. Maybe they'll come back, try and get a couple of exits if they can. You can see them start to move back towards that B site. Trying to flank around from behind. Look at these angles. This post plant from Shimmer is fantastic. And regardless, they've got such superior weaponry. Oh no, it's just going to be a mission to retrieve the lost weaponry.
Yeah, they've actually done really well here. Kit as well, Goose Breeder, you know, remember? Kit's always... remember that time when you didn't have a kit? But I think it's pretty well done overall. And something I do want to bring up, because the B bomb site has actually been attacked quite a few times, is that BB yarn is now the B anchor. And this is something that's a little bit interesting, because both Mads and Kelsey were anchor on City side, with Mads sometimes having some better roles on the City side. So it was basically Emmy and Vanessa direct, you know, they pretty much direct just take one out, put another one in, and they've had mostly the same roles. So Vanessa, I was seeing, is playing A anchor, but Emmy is playing short, if I'm not mistaken. And I think I'm correct. Yeah, I think Emmy's playing short, and BBL's playing B anchor. So that's a pretty interesting move for her. Where I feel like, you know, she's the golden child of NACS as a rifler. I want to see if she can still get that impact on the rifle on the B anchor. But now, speaking about mid, they're crushing in mid, and well, maybe Emmy should be the short player.
Well, that was pretty damn nasty, especially because Abby and Empathy just about lined up. And it's a great little spray down from Emmy. Great way to kick off this round for FlyQuest. I was a little disappointed that BB lost one of those saved guns at the end of the previous round, but, well, it doesn't really seem to have made that much of a difference. 2 players left alive here for Shimmer as they try to make their way in towards the site. Last one left is the AWP, and surely Alex just, backs out. Unfortunately for her, look at how much map control FlyQuest has taken. It doesn't matter where in the world Carmen Sandiego decides to go, she will be found. We don't need a TV show about this one. She is not long for this world.
Yeah, I don't think she can save. I think wherever she goes, she's probably going to get torn down. And what I do want to say is that's great from FlyQuest. This game could have got scary. For the early times, that is. Oh, what? What a shot on Goose Breeder. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Regardless, that was just one shot. But yeah, FlyQuest do mitigate a lot of danger here by winning that one gun round, because it takes a bit of momentum out the sails of Shimmer, and also in the way this round was won. Very aggressive in middle, you get those early frags, and then the round just fizzles out. I think it was a very big confidence round for the FlyQuest Red girls, and now Shimmer, they basically just have to be able to reset themselves off that last and pick up where they left off in round 9, basically.
It also felt a little risky as well, that super aggressive play all the way out into mid, but it pays off, and
I rate
of course, the AWP shot from K&A also absolutely pays off. That's going to be the first opening kill here again towards mid. Shimmer losing too many players early on in the rounds over in mid. Now BB pushed way up against the apps wall there. She's going to get the second kill of the round. And Shimmer, flounder. They're forced to have to rethink their entire round now. As they start moving it back over towards that A site. And FlyQuest, with all the patience of a saint, unwilling to start rotating early on. Beautiful smoke for Palace. That means that Shimmer have very little sightline to work with. They've got the one lurk and... Oh. No!
Timing.
K-Day, how have you lived?
Timing. I have no idea how no one's died in that altercation, but surely for Shimmer, this round fizzles out, and okay, sure, that's the kill that Goose Breeder gets on Abby, and that's the 3rd time now she's killed Abby in a bit of a mid-lurk, and even though Alex anticipates that Vanessa's going to be skulking around that smoke, it does not matter. She picks up 2 with a FAMAS, is able to upgrade to the AK, and now we head into the last round of the half with no bomb plant for Shimmer. They have no money. They're going to have to try and throw everything they have at this round, scrape the bottom of the barrel, and basically pray they don't lose to another opening frag, because when you lose to an opening frag of that manner within 10 seconds, you lose all your momentum, and then on top of that, 10 seconds later, you lose an extremity. That's round over.
Vanessa looking pretty snappy with it as well. Gets way up close and personal.
B-rush.
It's happening. It's gonna be an apps pop.
They haven't been very good at defaulting, to be fair, Shimmer. The success they found is when they just popped onto a site, and the issue is they've been segregated here. BB on 1, 2, 3 headshots for her, and she's not going to be able to get the ace because Emmy steals it away from her. But Empathy, all by herself, moved to the rifle, and we haven't seen her pretty much perform whatsoever in this half so far. And BB on shows us why she's the Bianca, because she is just a turret.
Empathy has everything to play for here. Deagle versus the world, but BB is looking for that 4th kill of the round. The ace not possible, but she can at least get an extra one, pad those stats a little bit, as if she needs it. This is why we said we don't have to talk about BB. She is the GOAT. The GOAT has... There it is. She butts heads. She takes it down with the pistol. 8-4 half. What a way to kick it off.
Flashing lights never end. Where shell shock never to mend. Walk a mile for a friend. Times how you choose it to spend. Strike a match, burning in. We're waiting for the descent. Close your eyes for the bend. We're driving up, so when we roll, we're always home. Will this day never end? We're stuck, we playing just how it goes. So when you're far from home, with no place left to go, you shouldn't feel alone. No, don't you ever slow, 'cause you're a ghost. Yeah, we are never letting go, never letting go, 'cause you're a ghost. Yeah, we are never letting go, never letting go, 'cause you're a ghost. Lost out at sea, and then my hopes capsized and I sunk again. I've been searching the broken wreck, piecing together what's left of that. So when we roll, we're always home. Will this day ever end? We're stuck, we playing just how it goes. So when you're far from home, with no place left to go, you shouldn't feel alone. No, don't you ever slow, 'cause you're a ghost. Yeah, we are never letting go, never letting go, 'cause you're a ghost. Yeah, we are never letting go, never letting go, 'cause you're a ghost. Tomorrow we will rise.
Last half was ended with BB Arm trying her best Cold Zero impression, and it worked. Not with an AWP, but with a 5-7. FlyQuest Red, they take 8 rounds. It got a little bit scary in the middle when it was like 5-4. However, taking those last 3 rounds on the trot gives them a very nice footing into the second half. As they go into the pistol round, let's see if they can continue their momentum forward.
Shimmer have a little bit of an uphill battle ahead of them here. At quite the deficit, but 4 rounds, it's definitely recoverable. As Empathy takes a pretty advanced position here. Hopefully she doesn't get too eager, too, antsy She can just hold the line. She might just be able to make this one work. Some of the util comes out over towards that A site. Little bit of a fake. But much like FlyQuest themselves, Shimmer unwilling to give that space just yet.
I kind of love this. Goose Breeder actually holding the rotations. Alex is not able to rotate, and that Molotov goes a little bit too deep. But as they walk into the clutches of empathy, she nails down to Phoebe over on the other extremity, is able to deal with the lurk of Goose Breeder. And there we go. The Star Rifler finally coming into fruition, but the round's not quite over just yet. 2 versus 5 and empathy. Well, she's putting an end to it with a illustrious 4K.
Empathy? Nah, fam. That name is not right. We need to rename her to something like psychopath.
Yeah.
God damn. I mean, there was no empathy in that round. And I was saying it, right? Like, if she just holds on to that patience, if she just sticks there, and Mad's jump spotting spots out so many of them, empathy is ready and waiting. The molly, it is a bit deep, but it does force a couple of players forwards. And they walk straight into her crosshairs. It was beautifully done, exactly what Shimmer needed. No bomb plant for FlyQuest. So this should theoretically be a fairly easy round for Shimmer. But don't count FlyQuest out just yet.
Also, what a hero from Mads. Buying a flash and Molo and dropping one of the flashes. Hero. That's hero type play. And well, the apartment is going to be occupied once again by a Shimmer member. This time it is Phoebe, who was over on the A-bomb site last round. And once again, it is going to be success for them. As you'd anticipate, A1Ss against Glocks. What do you really, like, what do you think? Maybe if there was more of the Glocks, they could have overrun Phoebe, but eventually it would have been chopped down by Empathy. And yes, as you said, this round is going to be over. Well, should.
Should be. I mean, at best, FlyQuest can maybe make this a little bit expensive. Not terribly so, but, you know, you can get maybe 1 kill out of this. Maybe 2. That'd be quite nice. Of course, nothing to lose, really, for FlyQuest, so they are going to commit to this. Trying to pop out of apartments, but... it's just... Okay, K-Day, actually good for 1. And then she runs away. Bye!
Bye-bye. Something I do want to highlight, and I guess she wasn't too needed, but I wasn't... You know when you watch K-Day, especially in NA, she seems to farm with the AWP? I didn't really see that in first half. Like, I think she got 1 really nice opening kill once, and that was the round where it was like 5-4, and it was a very crucial round to get an opening kill. So she didn't not have impact, but I really... I don't want to start already pointing the finger and being like, oh, IGL, she's lost some of her mojo. But I think it's still early doors, and I'd like to see what she can do for the rest of this series. But the first half for me was definitely not the K-Day I'm used to, so I'm excited to see what we can see on the T side. But speaking of aggression and speaking of enthusiasm, Mads alongside LX charge up middle, and they go 2 for 1.
A lovely trade-off. You take that every day of the week now. 1 player spotted out over towards apartments. Emmy will take a little bit of damage from Phoebe, and she can call that back. Now, having got 2 kills over towards mid and 1 over towards apartments, that kind of stinks of a B hit. However, FlyQuest do have time to rethink the situation. Now Phoebe's going to hold a little bit further back, and this is great because this allows her to hold the line, but it also puts her in a great position to rotate to A if that is what the call is going to be. And it seems like there's a very good chance FlyQuest might just opt to change trajectory and head towards that A site. Little do they know, Shimmer have got that fairly locked down, playing off-site, but positioned in such a way that should they need to turn around, the pincer will be immaculate. Does that molly just draw a rotation? Does that really just happen?
I was going to 100% agree with you. However, look at their positioning now. You have Empathy pushing very deep into Palace, so she's not going to be there immediately to deal with this bomb going down. And by the looks of it, Shimmer have maybe over-rotated slightly, so that bomb should be able to go down. And now what I want to see is I want to see these 3 FlyQuest red players group up and take fights together because they are being encircled. Every single side there is a Shimmer player, so take these fights together. The information is there. They have the sound cue. They are players going through CT, but Emmy, wait, what? There was a perfect flashbang to her 2 teammates died, but Emmy just gets a three-man spray down. That's fantastic. And she's able to get through the Molotov, but Empathy's heard her. Empathy has the information, and unfortunately, that insane 1 versus 4 comes crashing down. And my God, what a spray in CT, but unfortunately, misfortune strikes.
What I've loved about watching these two teams is the lurks on lurks. It's just been absolutely ridiculous. So Shimmer, they over-rotate off the back of one molly strategically placed. When they begin to re-aggress, they realize, okay, very likely they've pushed all the way into ramp. So the flash comes through, it gives them those 2 kills, but nobody is watching for their own flank. Nobody is looking behind them to see, is somebody coming up behind them at all? They get absolutely mowed down by Emmy. A little bit illegal, to be fair.
Insane. An insane spray down. That is something that's hard in CSGO, but CS2, near impossible. But unfortunately, they didn't win the round. So, we come into round 16, where Shimmer not tied up, but they are close to tying it up. With the bomb down, FlyQuest will at least be able to have some sort of purchase, but it doesn't have strong legs. And alongside that, they're looking to try to take some contact towards that B bomb side, but they've got to be very careful of Alex, because she is lurking in the apartments.
Not gonna lie, for like half a second, I thought that my feed had just like frozen, and then I realized, no, the players are just chilling. They're just chilling. Oh, this creep up. Oh man, no!
Oh no!
She lives! Oh my goodness, that must have just clipped the wall. Emmy survives, and Alex is forced off of her position. Now they know exactly where the AWP is, and it's baited every single rotation imaginable. Okay, Shimmer, they realize, hold on, we've jumped the gun a little bit here, but it's too late. FlyQuest have already made their way in over towards the site. However, great timing from Shimmer. They managed to make their way back into position. FlyQuest going to be absolutely perfect, or need to be, and so they are. A site free and clear, but they haven't taken the space. They're still holding so passively. Bomb yet to go down. Phoebe already in position to try to deny the plant to come through, and yes, she will. She will drop Kaede like a ton of lead bricks. 3 versus 2 here. Bomb finally has the opportunity to be planted. The response... Gone.
They need to survive because, wait, Goosebreeder's on the lurk, but no, it doesn't matter. Empathy catches off Goosebreeder, and now it's down to the 1 versus 1. Empathy picks up the AWP, her old primary weapon, but Vanessa secures the 1 versus 2.
What a round from FlyQuest. I can't believe how that panned out. They get in onto the site, and I'm getting seriously concerned because they haven't taken as much space as I would expect them to have taken. And Shimmer are already in the perfect position to absolutely shut it down. They're doing so much to make it happen, to bring it back into their control. And a beautiful clutch from Vanessa just stops it dead in its tracks. And so, you're talking about Kaede and how she's been a little bit quiet, right? I raise you, Alex. I know that it's a new position for her. Yeah. She's not used to being the primary AWP. But, and to be fair, to be perfectly fair to her, she has had some nutty moments. There have been rounds. There's at least one round that comes to mind that they won off the back of a beautiful opener from her. But she hasn't had that opportunity. And also, on the CT side, they haven't really had the money, the funds to allow them to buy into that, really. And FlyQuest have just been so dominant round after round. But when you have the entirety of FlyQuest already on double digits and so many of Shimmer's players just trailing that little bit behind, it starts to paint a picture. And it's not a picture that Shimmer want to send home to Ma and Pa.
Yeah, I think both AWPers have had at least one round where an opener has led to success, and a big part of the success was their opener. But that just needs to be something that's continuous, not something that's just a one-off. And Vanessa, continuing from where she left off in that last round, 12-5. Hold the front door. What? That's an insane scoreline. And getting 1 kill onto, I think, one of the 3 upgraded pistols is a really good start. And FlyQuest, they're playing this slow, they're playing the long angles, and it looks like they want to end up towards that B-bomb site.
Can we just take a look at Empathy, though, on 16 and 12?
Yeah, I think she's had a great early CT side. I think she kind of ended 8-8 on the T side and had a really good pistol round and has had some really clutch rounds. But unfortunately, that last round she lost the 1v1. But this bomb's gonna get denied. Oh,
No, it's
never
not.
mind. Great from Emmy. Okay, never mind.
Denial gets denied. Yeah, I mean, Empathy is really just trying to put the team in her backpack at this point. She goes down so early on in the round there as well, which makes things that much more difficult. But Abby, gonna yoink a little AK there and save that into the next round. FlyQuest just continue to look so strong and dominant. And reminder, this is Shimmer's map pick. Now, this is a lot closer than a lot of matches that have been between these two teams in the past. And I think that a lot of that comes down to, I don't want to, like, downplay the cash cups, but I think that there is a marked difference between Cash Cup and ESL Impact, right? There's that higher stakes. It's that much more important and, dare I say, impactful to win these matches. So Shimmer really nose to the grindstone, tooth and nail to keep themselves in this. And they're falling short so often.
Something that's really interesting to note as well is the difference in like the level of Phoebe. So I've just taken the two Mirages that they were as close, you know, the close ones. One was 13-10, one was 13-8. Phoebe had 11 kills combined between those two games. She is already beating that in the server right now with 13. She's back on home soil. Well, I guess home soil for us, foreign soil for her, but she's back on ping that isn't 200, and you can see the difference that is making. So now she's been upgraded. She's in a more comfortable situation. Can the rest of her team upgrade around her? That is something that I am more looking at now. But yeah, I guess we can take a look at those games a little bit as well. In the 13-8 game, it was actually a 6-6 half, but as soon as FlyQuest Red went onto the T side rather, they won 7 out of 9. And when it was a close affair, it was actually it was 10-8 to Shimmer at one stage, and then FlyQuest just won 5 row. So the T side has seemed to be their stronger side. This is when I get a little bit more scared for Shimmer as well, after I see when, you know, a 6-6 half, and then FlyQuest Red wins 7 out of 9.
Sorry, folks, we do just have a slight tech pause at the moment. We're going to get that sorted out as quickly as humanly possible, so we can kind of deep dive into what we think the next few rounds are going to look like, because FlyQuest have just hit that double-digit marker, and that is terrifying if you are Shimmer, right? Still only on 7 rounds, need to start catching up. So they're going in for the force here. They're going to spend every last cent that they have on a gamble that they can win this round and start bringing things back within their control. Freddie, do you think that that's a possibility here? Do you think that there is still comeback potential for Shimmer, or do you think that FlyQuest have just created too much of a gap here?
I don't think the gap that's being created is too much just yet, but this is the round that, from my perspective, maybe dictates it all. So you win the pistol round, you even win like the anti-force buy, you do really well for Shimmer. Actually, no, it was the full buy on the third round. So like Shimmer had a really good start this half. It went 8-7, and they lost that really crucial 1v2 to Emmy, and then there was a full eco. So Shimmer at least have the economy to head into this round, and this is a big confidence round as Goose Breeder just chugs down her coffee, I think, just inhales that. She's ready to go. She's getting pumped up. She is actually yet to frag so far on the T side. So it's been 5 rounds and she's yet to post up a kill. She had some really good impact on the CT side.
Like that.
And yeah, I'm sorry. So I'm kind of looking at her a little bit now to see her impact. But I think for Shimmer, this is a do or die round. And you know what I'd love to see?
Go on.
Just mid-push, mid-aggression with the rifles. You know what FlyQuest Red did when it was 5-4 and it was super close and they just pushed mid? I want to see that. Confidence. Get in their face. You know, change the tempo. They were very aggro on the T side. They didn't like to default and play too slow. Push, aggress. Keep that same format.
So just a quick update, guys. Our other game has already finished up, as we can see from Parks bringing in the community watches.
Parks.
Shout out, heart fingers, and all that cute stuff.
Do pot dance.
What?
Do the pot dance. It's an NA thing. I'm just trying to bandwagon on it.
Cool. Sorry, I'm not NA enough for that reference. Despite being like constantly on NA Impact, it is what it is. But yeah, Nouns won their second map 13-8, so they will take their series against the WG Bandits 2-0. Yes, chat, we are still on our first map, and all of the community streams are done for the night. Y'all are in for the ride of your lives.
We're here. We are. Oh, it's Pot Friend, not Pot Dance. It's a pot doing a dance, and it's called Pot Friend. Honestly, I don't get it, but there's like a T-shirt, and it seems to be an NA Impact thing, and I don't really get it, but like I kind of just sat there in Valencia and was like, yeah, Pot Friend.
I will say that like I feel like the story of my life with NA Impact is just not getting the NA memes, but being here for it. I'm 100% here for the NA vibes. So because I've done NA for basically the entirety of Impact, like, these are my people now, you know? And then we get to the finals and I'm like, let's go NA, you know, let's go FlyQuest, because invariably they're the ones that make it far. And a part of me is like, but Sam, you technically fall under EU. But I just, you know, they've grown on me. I do. EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa.
That is a big region. We don't really have like, the whole like EMEA kind of like that like having that kind of collective is quite a big thing, right, in Valorant. But
yes.
That like you don't see, you never see that in CS, right?
Yeah, I mean that's true. But to be fair, like nobody cares about Africa.
You guys did have at least, you had 3 teams in the RMRs, but then forced to play on either 200 ping or fly to Dubai. So, you know, not great, but at least, you know, like I swear Bravado boot camp to Dubai with Poison. So like it was kind of cool to like have that at least.
And apparently, Mr. Beast's girlfriend bought or like part owns one of our organizations now, which is really cool. Flew them out to Dubai as well.
You know, that's a thing. Yeah, sure.
Shout out. Yeah, I think it's Emma Boyson, I think her name is. Like, shout out. What about you?
I swear she's a writer, isn't she? I don't know.
I've got no clue, man.
Yeah, no clue.
I will say that at least Nip and Complexity care about South Africa. Gang, represent.
Yeah. 80K.
Guys.
Used to be there.
Boyson, my bad. Thank you, Newt. Shout out Newt. We love Newt.
Boyson.
Yeah, Thea Boyson. She's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know where I got
80K used to be a thing.
80K did used to be a thing. 80K actually competed in the first season of Impact.
Yeah, of course, right? With their women's team, and then yeah.
Unfortunately, South Africa just not competitive enough as a region. Like, we've got a few competitive players, and again, you know, you look at players like JT, players like Mistim, players that are like making names for themselves. You know, Sonic that's now retired. There's a lot of talent in South Africa, but to try and like. Anyway, sorry, I'm digressing. This has nothing to do with Impact. Sorry, guys.
Okay, bringing it back to Impact, however, we do have one ZA. Is that it? Is that a South American girl in Europe?
ZA is not South America. That is not the same thing.
Sorry, it's South Africa. We do have one ESL Impact player who's actually focusing on content right now, so it's a little bit shame. But Wabi Sabi, she's level 10. She's actually pretty crisp. And she's grinding out streams. So she's your kind of one South African representation in Europe, but has chosen. And I asked the question. I was like, genuinely, why do you not compete? Because you probably could like do well. And she was like, oh, I just want to focus on content creation. I was like, fair enough. Can't back you for that.
100%, you know, focus on your brand, focus on your thing. Competition is not for everyone. Competition is definitely for these ladies though, right? Like just bringing it back to FlyQuest and Shimmer, the actual teams. Apologies for the yapping chat. But competition is definitely in their blood. Competition is what they live and strive for. And one of the great things about ESL Impact coming back, when I say coming back, obviously newish initiative, but bringing back the women's scene out of the trenches and bringing it into light and allowing these ladies the opportunity to show what they can do and what they're made of and giving them a platform. Like, we love that. We love that we have these initiatives for women to showcase what they're capable of. Yeah.
Well said. Very well said.
Thank you. Thank you.
And sorry to digress, but the Twitch chat has caught up and the pot friend has emerged. You see what I mean now?
Right. Okay. Do you know what that reminds me of? There is a boss in Elden Ring.
Pardon?
Do you not play Elden Ring? Do you not watch Elden Ring streams?
I don't think I've ever touched that game. It's not really, like, I know it sounds crazy, but I feel like I just don't do anything but CS.
I mean, that's fair.
Oh my God,
I'm not a
live?
big Elden Ring fan either, to be
We're
fair.
live.
Yes,
Cut everything.
We're back, chat. All right. No more waffling. No more yapping. We're going to get back into the game. FlyQuest versus Shimmer. A quick reminder, chat, if you are just joining us, it is ESL Impact North America. First game of the season. FlyQuest versus Shimmer. Map 1. And as you can see, it is 10-7. Shimmer, everything to play for here as they force into this round, hoping to bring things back.
I literally called this. They're going for a mid push and it worked out perfectly. They did this on the first gun round and it equally went their favor. Here again, Mads gets the frag. There is no trades back and forth. So Shimmer maintain that 5 versus 4 and also the space towards top middle.
This is an unprecedented start for Shimmer. Getting those 2 early frags, that super aggression that just pays off massively. Now they have numbers advantage. Now this round is absolutely winnable. And take a look at FlyQuest's money. Winning this round would be a massive feather in Shimmer's cap and could propel them to greatness as they get another 2 in mid. This is just illegal at this point. And Vanessa's the last player left alive. She doesn't have control of bomb. Shimmer should know exactly where it is. They would have heard it. And they're just going to babysit it. What can Vanessa do here?
Nothing. A frag. There is some low HP, but I think Empathy has picked up an AWP from KD's body, so that's a free upgrade. That's a big upgrade. LX should be able to potentially pick up a rifle when the round ends. I can see a few AKs and Galils on the ground. And as I said, there will be that 1 frag. Mads flushed out with the Molotov. Not really much she can do. And this flashbang, it is going to catch 1 player, but Empathy at range is going to be there to deal and dispatch with the AWP. They came into the round with a really bad buy. They come out of it with AWP, AKs, full rifles, big confidence round, as I said. They go for that mid push. They make FlyQuest play their game. And FlyQuest now, their money's not looking great.
Oh, Freddy with the buzzwords. We just played our game.
They played that, like, they forced FlyQuest to play their game. Like,
And I
well,
get
Shimmer's
you.
game.
100%, yeah. That's exactly what they need to be doing. Yeah. Oh my God, Alex. Almost gets absolutely deleted there. Just survives with her life. BB, only good for 1. A great flash to stop her and shut her tirade down in its tracks. But Goose is in a good spot. So able to trade that off nicely. And Shimmer taken so much damage. However, taking Emmy off the board brings them back to 3 versus 3. Now, of course, the advantage definitely still for FlyQuest in terms of, you know, health overall. But Shimmer have a decent amount of utility to play with here. They can make it happen unless Vanessa just does that. Site free and clear, open for the taking. Only 2 players left alive on Shimmer. They still have to rotate in. And part of me is thinking, just save.
But the amount of time it's taking is making me think otherwise. FlyQuest completely halted so they could allow for Gooseberry to come and join them. She was lurking in middle. Some would say that she could have stayed there and cut off Phoebe, but no, she goes and joins her teammate. And if they plant for short, they're in the scope of Phoebe. If they plant for CT, Well, LX, she could be raining down fire, and she does. What a immaculate shot onto Palace, a lovely flick. Bomb being planted, shot through the smoke is a miss. Bomb shall go down now. Phoebe closes the gap, but Kaede takes off her head. And now the save you were talking about on 20 HP, it feels like LX will be forced into that position.
Poor Alex. Yep, just manages to escape. Gonna hold on to that and just chill out. FlyQuest gonna be very happy with that round. I was so looking forward to this round, right? Like, Shimmer come through with an absolutely fantastic round previously. Unprecedented, but they only show that confidence and that aggression when they're on like a low buy, which is a little bit disappointing. Because when they have the weaponry to back up that confidence play, they play scared. Which, you know, you could say they're playing safe. And I don't think it's just that. They really are. I mean, you've got to put respect on FlyQuest, truly. You've got to put respect on them. You can't, like, take anything for granted against this team. And so, Shimmer, I think as we get closer and closer to the finish line, maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and they can tell us a bit later, but it feels like they're kind of getting in their own heads a little bit here. So hopefully now we'll see a little bit more of that aggression that you've become so fond of. But instead, it's going to be FlyQuest taking very early mid-control here. Shimmer showing a bit of aggression out towards A, though. And the scary thing is that is where the bomb is. If Mads just pushes just a little bit further, she could completely shut down this push. But, oh my god, Emmy from Palace, that's going to pull Phoebe away. Empathy completely unchecked.
But then Kaede is in ladder, and she's going to miss her timing. What a bizarre early round, and now look over towards ramp. Bomb, and it crossed. Mads is being cleared, but it does not matter. The MP9 goes burr. Bomb has been dropped, and one by one, FlyQuest are falling like flies. Emmy had a insane good timing out Palace. Here's the gun being sprayed from Abby. Chooses the right moment to swing out. No one's checking for her, but as soon as she gets that success, everyone but Kaede falls one by one. And now, 2 versus 4. 45 seconds left. They know Emmy was in towards Palace. They're going to hear Kaede. And Emmy... What? How does Empathy get that kill? Kaede put Empathy away from looking Palace, brought her towards Con. Emmy peeks out on a great timing, but Empathy, 22 to 13. Maybe she should have been put on that rifle sooner.
Honestly, Empathy is a demon. Like... I am always so impressed by how she performs. She's been a standout player for Shimmer for so long. She's always someone that I'm watching that I've got in my own crosshairs. And it just feels like... this has become so difficult. There you go, impact player, 390 damage in that last round. Just absolutely blasting. FlyQuest now taking their 3rd timeout of the map. Last one, because they need to close this out. Money in a very, very tight spot here. Because it's been fairly back and forth in the last few rounds, they've struggled to build up economic momentum. So here, I think they try and just... Okay, I thought they were going to try and save a little bit, but no, they're going to go for a full force here. They know that they're going to have a little bit of a loss bonus. But how much can they realistically get done with this against Shimmer and their full buy?
It's legitimately looking like Shimmer might win this map. This is looking like 11-11, straight up. And I love this from LX and Abby. Pushing into the underground, taking so much space, and that's exactly where the bomb is. If they end up pushing aggressive even further, they could find that, but no. BBR comes in from middle, strikes them both down. However, the round is not over yet. Yes, A1S and AWP have been brought into the mixture, but all of a sudden, we're back to a 3 versus 3.
As long as Empathy is alive, it's winnable. Great kill from her to bring things back, but no, traded out. Kaede has her number. Takes a little bit of damage herself, and it's clean up from Phoebe. We're back right down to a 2 versus 2. Bomb will get planted. A little bit of cash available for FlyQuest. Yeah, they have kept this unreasonably close, considering what they came into this round with. And now Shimmer, this is a must win for them. Losing this round could be the end of days for them on this map. And as BB on open hand gets that kill. Mads now has to be the hero. She has to take down her former teammates a little bit. No, not even damage. Some shots fired in the direction of Vanessa. And unfortunately, she will not be able to make anything happen. That FlyQuest up to 12. Map point here on Shimmer's map pick.
BB is the goddamn GOAT. I have no idea how she's been able to swing underpass like that and get both those kills. I have no idea where the connector player is. I have no idea why Abby isn't looking towards middle. But regardless, that round was won because of BB. Both Vanessa and the aforementioned Australian had the AWP A1S in that post plant. Yes, it got way too dicey for my liking. I have no idea what everyone else was doing, dying one by one. But now we go on to map point for FlyQuest, 12-9. They have 3 opportunities. And look at this buy from Shimmer. 2 for mass, 3 MP9s, no kits, 2 smokes, 2 flashes. This is what they have to do to try and hold on to their map pick.
This is, you know that meme, this is what, you may not like it, but this is what peak gaming looks like. That's the energy Shimmer gonna try and channel here. Have to somehow make this work. I love that FlyQuest keep it patient. Get those util lineups perfectly on point as BB, tip of the spear, only good for one, will get traded out, but Goose Breeder is right behind her, followed up beautifully by Vanessa. It's an immaculate execute onto the A site with only 2 players left alive for Shimmer here. They have to make this push in from ramp, both of them together. And this could just be simple cleanup for FlyQuest. Now, there's quite a bit of low HP here. Some of these players just need a tickle, but as you mentioned, no kit available, so they have to be fast. Smoke will come out to try to cover the bomb, but Kaede swings out 7 HP, and she absolutely does not care. Into the smoke, Empathy goes, she sticks it, she's holding it, and unfortunately, she just cannot survive. The spray through the smoke works out perfectly, and that will be FlyQuest taking the first map in this best of 3.
Oh my god, does that get nice and toasty close? Yeah, like you really couldn't get any closer. Yes, 13-9, sure, you get 11 rounds, but the way that game was played out, it could have gone either way. I genuinely thought in that last, not the round we just had, but the one before where BB got that 3K, I thought that was a round that Shimmer were taking for sure. They had a nice little push underpass, but somehow they miss a massive gap in middle, and that is their downfall. Very well played to FlyQuest. 5 times in a row, they have won Mirage. 5 times this year, Shimmer have picked it against them, and every single time, it goes awry.
Some of the multi-frags in this map were absolutely nasty. We just had the BB 3K in apps. We had the ME 3K towards CT as well a little bit earlier on. Like, there was some beautiful moments coming through here from both teams, honestly. But it's FlyQuest who walk away with that very first map win. And of course, that does leave a few question marks for how the rest of the series is going to go. That was Shimmer's map pick. That was the one, it was their map to lose. And lose it they did. And the big concern is that we head to, realistically, FlyQuest's home ground very, very shortly. So it feels like Shimmer are really going to need to dig deep for this next one. They're in a little bit of hot water at the moment. It is just the first matchup of the season. And arguably, it will be Shimmer's most difficult matchup of the entire season. Barring if they make playoffs, and then they'll probably have to play FlyQuest again. But for now, it's definitely the most difficult matchup that they're going to have. So at least we know that it's all uphill from here. But here we have our match statistics and empathy. Oof. What a monster.
Jesus. 23-15, 102 ADR. What more do you want?
Oof.
Like, does she like, genuinely, what else do you want? She has almost as many kills as LX, Maz, and Abby combined. One more and she'd have exactly those 3 players combined. PB was stuck on 13 for quite a while towards the end, I feel like. I think she had like she got those last 3 kills. It took her quite like it was on a few rounds where she got the last 3 kills that she got. And overall, I feel like it was just consistency that brought FlyQuest forward. Like we saw kind of everyone having rounds. Yes, Goose Breeder only got 2 kills in the second half overall, but great rounds from Emery, great rounds from BB, Vanessa, KD, and Goose on the CT side. Like you can't really fault any of those players, where for Shimmer, it was just the empathy show, and unfortunately that is not enough.
Can we just talk about how Vanessa had basically a 2.0 KD? She only died 8 times. Like, she just lived forever. Super impressive performance across the board here. And I feel like a part of this is also shaking off some of those cobwebs. Because again, we spoke about the cash cups and they have been happening during the off season, but this is the true test for a lot of these teams. This is the tournament that they take that much more seriously, that they elevate to that higher height. And it is the first one of the season, so shake off the cobwebs a little bit. Yeah, first map's a warm-up, as I like to say. We'll see if on our second map, maybe Shimmer have something up their sleeve. Maybe they've allowed Overpass to float through because they've got something hidden, an ace in the sleeve that they might just pull out for us. We'll find out in just a few minutes though, folks. We're going to take a quick break, fill your drinks, grab your snacks. We'll see you here in just a bit.
Jumping in my getaway, wanna live to see another day. Run fast and run far. I think there's a better way. Spin me into disarray. Heal all of my scars. Feeling that fire, fire, fire. I'm going wild. Ready or not, here I go. Ready or not, here I go. Ready or not, I've been waiting for this. I'm so ready for this. I'll give you all that I got. Ready or not. Swoop you like a hurricane. I'ma take your breath away. She tell me more. I can't seem to get enough. Like a kid in a candy shop. I keep wanting more. Feeling that fire, fire, fire. I'm going wild. Ready or not, here I go. Ready or not, here I go. Ready or not, I've been waiting for this. I'm so ready for this. I'll give you all that I got. Ready or not.
like a butterfly, rising all in the wind. When you find your wings, that's when life begins. Who said it was always gonna be an easy ride? Who said there was never gonna be no pain? There's a lullaby floating all in the wind. When you found your wings, then your life begins. Hold up your freak flag, fly it up high. Blood on the walls, ain't gotta live a lie. Shoulders back, walking with my head held high tonight. Put on my best shoes, now come out cold. Swim against the tide, won't do what I'm told. Back in the ring, cause I'm chasing down gold tonight. Back in the ring, I'm chasing down gold tonight. Back in the ring, I'm chasing down gold tonight. Someday you're gonna come out and show you're beautiful. Someday you're gonna wake up and feel no shame. Don't need an alibi to rise against the wind. When you found your wings, then your life begins. So hold up your freak flag, fly it up high. Blood on the walls, ain't gotta live a lie. Shoulders back, walking with my head held high tonight. Put on my best shoes, now come out cold. Swim against the tide, won't do what I'm told. Back in the ring, I'm chasing down gold tonight. Back in the ring, I'm chasing down gold tonight. Back in the ring, I'm chasing down gold tonight. Hold up my freak flag, fly it up high. Blood on the walls, ain't gotta live a lie. Shoulders back, walking with my head held high tonight. Put on my best shoes, knock 'em out cold. Swim against the tide, won't do what I'm told. Back in the ring, I'm chasing down gold tonight. Back in the ring, I'm chasing down gold tonight. Back in the ring, cause I'm taking home gold tonight.
Yeah. Working my fingers down to the bone. I've been building my kingdom up on my own. Got a destiny, baby, and a set in stone. Look at me now, look at me now. Slaving away 8 days a week. I've been shaking all the leaves off the money tree. And I'm harder than a dealer on a winning streak. Look at me now, look at me now. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen? Before I make you a believer. You gotta dig a little deeper. Bow down and bless you like a preacher. Time to testify because you know I can make you a believer. You best be following the leader. If you don't know, then I'm a teacher. Time to testify, I'm making you mine. I'll make you a believer. I've been on my hustle every day and night. I'm flexing like a shark with an appetite. I don't need to bark when a guy did bite. Look at me now, look at me
make you a believer. When you fall in from grace, feel like you can't be saved. There's only one thing left to do. Hit the ground and repent. 'Cause my love's heaven sent, and I'll make a believer out of you. Before I make you a believer, you gotta dig a little deeper. Bow down, I'll bless you like a preacher. Time to testify because you know I can make you a believer. You best be following the leader. If you don't know, then I'm a teacher. Time to testify, I'm making you mine.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Impact North America. It is day 1, and we have kicked things off to a fiery start with FlyQuest Red winning out their opponent's map pick over on Mirage. Now, Shimmer fighting for their lives. We're going to be heading over to Overpass. And Freddie, we were saying this a little bit earlier on, but this is kind of FlyQuest's home turf.
Yes, some would have called it Mads Pass in last season, but Mads is over on Shimmer, so maybe Shimmer becomes Mads Pass. But yeah, last year and last season, FlyQuest really did just dominate on it. There's no real way around it. In every single game they played it in the regular season, including the game against Shimmer, their final one of the season, they dominated, and they never lost more than 6 rounds. And against Shimmer, it was only 4. So Overpass, yes, it hasn't been played in the 4 cash cups they play against Shimmer this year, but it's always been there as a decider, and I feel like it's a very nice home ground for them to lie on. And even if it does go to a 3rd map, Vertigo is still a very strong map for FlyQuest Red, one that they have played most recently and picked against Shimmer, where they won 13-5.
And I think the great thing about Overpass, there are so many teams that are at the very least willing to play Overpass, that if you understand your opponents well enough and you understand their veto well enough, you can kind of game the system a little bit and ensure that Overpass gets floated. So you essentially get 2 map picks. In this case, however, I think that there was a strong inkling that maybe Overpass would get banned out. So you pick into it, and then as you say, we get to finish off on Vertigo a little bit later if we get there. However, we've had a day of 2-1 full 3 map series, and I think that this could be, touch wood, the streak breaker. Affinity already tried to jinx us a little bit earlier on. We'll see if we actually allow that to happen. But given how dominant FlyQuest were looking on that first map a little bit earlier on, this is where things start to look a little bit shaky. I am, however, looking forward to seeing how Mads is going to perform now in a new team with slightly updated roles. You know, we kind of spoke a little bit about Alex and how she didn't really have a lot of opportunities to show off her AWP. Obviously, starting on the T side, you're not going to shine as bright, generally speaking. But now, and then over on the CT side, they just weren't winning enough rounds to actually be able to afford it consistently. But now, they're more than likely going to get to start on the CT side. And this is where I'm really looking forward to seeing how she steps up and becomes kind of a pivot role for the team on this one.
She's going to have to. She brings in a lot of experience, and I want to see Maz doing better. I want to see Alex finding more opportunities, especially because they're going to start on the CT side of Overpass. I want to see her, and I would assume that Empathy's playing A-site with her. I would assume that's their setup on the CT side. I really want to see more from Empathy as well, in the sense of continuation from what happened before, because if she continues like that and they lose map 2, she's still my MVP regardless. I don't care. Empathy's played fantastic. She was insane on map 1, and let's see now as we head into Overpass if this is the form that she can continue. Shimmer starting on the CT side. Will they take us to a 3rd map, or will FlyQuest start off ESL Impact NA Season 5 Day 1 to a very good start?
For now, Shimmer just gonna vibe. Not really taking too much map control early on. Waiting to see what FlyQuest do. FlyQuest have installed some players in some really strategic positions here. And the potential for a pincer or a crunch is very strong, making a lot of noise over towards bathrooms as they moonwalk their way over towards the B site instead. And this is, of course, why Shimmer opted not to do too much early on. They wanted to first wait and see what happens. Now Abby tucked in is only going to be good for one, instantly traded out. B site almost home free here. FlyQuest yet to overrun the site. Mad spots one over towards Monster. The spray is labored, or the tap is labored. But she does eventually connect the headshot. She will get traded out, however, 3 versus 2 in favor of FlyQuest. Empathy down to 1 HP, and bomb is going to get planted. Now, Empathy and Alex, they're going to have to hold hands, but it looks like they're just separating here. They're trying to create a crossfire. Yep, there you go. Hands held, but it doesn't matter. The 1v1s are isolated. Vanessa gets the final kill off the back of K-Days, and that's a first round in the pockets of FlyQuest Red.
A really weird round for Shimmer, because they had all the information that the players were in con, but I think they might have thought they were going up towards the A bomb site, and there were 4 players there. However, Empathy rotates up with the sound cues from Connector, places herself in heaven, and then gets smoked off, completely negating her position, giving Mads no support on that bomb site. So a really poor trade in short. Mads only able to go 1-for-1 because of the lack of support. And then the last 2 players, I don't really know what you could be doing in that position. So FlyQuest, a very, very good start. And especially on the T side, getting this pissed around and getting that early momentum is so beneficial.
Very quiet start to this round so far. Okay, a few HE explosions, but nothing off the back of that. Interesting little gamble stack from Shimmer. So far away. It puts them in a fairly good position to rotate. And now, of course, the B site does get overrun. Shimmer gonna have to play the full retake. Oh, Molly onto Empathy. She's able to survive. Just wait for her team to come into position, but position known, and Emmy will completely take her out. And I mean, this is just looking like it's going to be a little bit of cleanup here for FlyQuest. Maybe a little bit of economic damage for Shimmer, and there you go. Abby's good for 1, but for the most part, this is going to be a fairly easy round for them to take away. 2-0. Shimmer should be able to buy into the next.
Yeah, wasn't a round that we were anticipating too much from the City side. 1 more kill, I think, would have been a really nice cherry on top. And maybe if they were going to get the kill they did, it would have been on one of the rifles. However, look, you can't really expect too much. You know, like there's not too much to write home about from either side. For FlyQuest, just making sure they keep everyone alive, and I think they did. Yeah, so the MAC-10 does catch out Empathy, does eventually go a little bit too far, but overall we go into our first proper gun round. MAC-10, 3 kills, an AK for FlyQuest Red, and even though Shimmer did bring in a MAC-10, I think they're opting to drop that, go for the rifles, 3 primary A1Ss, a FAMAS, and an MP9. Good, healthy amount of utility, 2 kits, and this is a big round because if FlyQuest are able to win this, that's a lot of momentum early on, especially off the back of a map win on Mirage.
I like this push from Shimmer. Going for that map control, already pushed past where that Molotov would have landed. Abby taking an aggressive stance here. Spots out BB. Loses the duel. Alex not in position to trade it. BB just follows up. Oh, that felt like a misplay. And Shimmer, that's going to be heartbreaking for them. That's their pincer done. That's their map control given away. And it's also the numbers advantage handed cleanly over to FlyQuest. Now FlyQuest can chill a little bit. Should be another round in their pockets, but they're still going to play this patient. They're still going to play this safe and smart.
Abby and LX just follow each other to the grave there. BB plays perfectly, complete awareness of what is going on. And now, as control's taken towards short, it appears FlyQuest are looking to just pop and bombard this B bomb site. The issue is, this is where the majority is laid. 2 players here, and Actually, never mind, I eat my own words. Even though Goose Breeder has got all of control towards short, the bomb's actually heading over towards the A bomb side. Goose Breeder pops out, gets the first frag, is going to send the rotations in a flurry. Empathy's in a very awkward position where she's going to have to try and run through this truck smoke while also being flashbanged. And now, as she regains vision, they are on top of her. First frag, to be fair to her, does get taken and make it a second. Hold on a second. Oh, runs out of bullets. KO'd 15 HP, but Mads is here. It's Mads pass for a reason, and it's a 1 versus 1 up against her former team. 7 seconds, bomb has to be planted, and KO'd will be able to get those digits tapped in. But now, we reset ourselves. Mads, coming from bank, barely has taken any damage. Spots out KO'd, and how'd you like that? Revenge, best served cold.
This is indeed Mads pass. Good lord, they had absolutely no right whatsoever. Honestly, the fake towards B from Goose Breeder, not even necessary. They have such a huge numbers advantage. I think if they just push together as a stack, they take control of that. But I will say, lack of utility in towards the site gives way too much space control over to the truck player. I'm trying to remember. Of course, it was Empathy. Of course, it was Empathy. Double kill from her here. Almost makes it a third. And look at that. She just has all of the sight lines imaginable. She's eventually stopped, her reign of terror put down, but Mads is there to back her up and to clutch out the round for her team. Beautifully done by Shimmer there. A great recovery that they had no right to pull off, but they do it, and it's a masterclass.
Yes, Empathy's first 2 kills in the game, and what a time to come. And remember when Abby and Alex died straight away and it was a 3 versus 5, and they still won that round because FlyQuest Red maybe overthought that round completely. And hold on a second, Abby completely makes up for what happened last round by getting 2 in connector. And Empathy should be boosted up, but Mads has the awareness, holds true for Emmy, and this round has just completely slipped through the fingers of FlyQuest. They attempt to take control towards connector and short, and just not allowed anything.
Cool. MP9 and underpass go Burr.
Burr.
Yes.
Also, what a nade on Vanessa, just chunks down to 50.
Somehow, Vanessa and BB have to claw this back. It's going to take damn near a miracle. 2 defenders on each site. I mean, that effectively, if you can isolate it, that makes it 2-2v2s. When you put it like that, it almost seems doable. Cut noise, not giving away their position yet if they can help it. Nice flash comes through there. Just to get a little bit of paranoia going. Now the util starts to come out. Now the rotations are going to come in. If FlyQuest are going to commit to this, it has to happen quickly. It has to happen before the reinforcements can arrive. Bank play taken care of, but instantly traded out. And Vanessa cannot win her duel. And there it is. It's another round in favor of Shimmer.
Very decisive trades. Phoebe coming through. Very good reaction. That's her first 2 kills of the game, and equally coming at a very important time. So now Shimmer, they even up the scoreline, and they'll be up against the Eco. That was just a really good round. Abby, with a lot of conviction in underpass, just does amazing. Great team play as well to take control of short. And Mads going, hold on a second, I'm not going to boost you because I'm pretty sure it's going to be a player coming through short water in that smoke. And she couldn't have been any more correct. Now, with just the pistols, FlyQuest, they have a lot of utility. They have a lot of flashbangs. Mission, get to the bomb site. Mission, get the bomb down.
I don't know if it's just me, but you said mission, get the bomb down, and the Mission Impossible theme song started playing in my head, especially now that they're shift walking, or crouching rather. It's on repeat. It's either that or the James Bond theme, right?
I had, seeing this as an eco, we can maybe potentially waffle on a little bit. Oh, never mind. Okay, I had a whole funny thing to say, but speaking about that bomb going down, I feel like this has actually got quite a big possibility. Flashbangs, as I said, they had 4 of them coming into this round. They get used very nicely. Everyone's blind. The Glocks are getting fragged, but the rotations are really crisp. And BBion's in CT. How on earth has this happened? I mean, she's not going to win the round, but she definitely can get a frag or 2 from this. And weirdly enough, Empathy's actually anticipating this. Yeah, Empathy's clearing out Dumpster and doesn't even get a kill. Don't know how B's got there. You can tell she's smiling. She's like, I don't know how I've done that either. But I do have a funny... So do you remember, I think on an apps, you were like, she lives. For some reason, all I could think of was Voldemort. You know when it goes, the boy who lived.
Oh my.
You know that, for some reason, that was all I could think of. And I had to mute my bike because I just started laughing to myself for no reason.
Freddie, it is 3 a.m. on your birthday. You're allowed to be a little bit unhinged.
A little bit goofy, a little bit silly.
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. for me. I've gone past that. I'm no longer unhinged. I have now, like, I've hit that second wind, and I'm just totally cool, calm, and chill. And we're back on track here. I've become the mom of production now, as everyone is like exhausted and is half dead.
Everyone got their cookies. Everyone got their water. But okay, wait. So we're getting really I know we're getting really sidetracked. Alex, first round with the AWP. I highlighted her as a player, and you did as well. But I was more specifically going like, okay, CT side overpass. This needs to be her domain, and doesn't get a frag on that interaction along. But most importantly, gets away with her life and with her full belt of utility. But unfortunately, they've given up so much information, so much space, and look how close FlyQuest are to just pop onto this bomb site.
Alex forced so easily off of her angle is not great. We needed to see her get that value, and unfortunately now the space is totally given up, and FlyQuest, you give them that space, they will take it. Site is now firmly within their control. Some great placed utility allows them the space that they need. Emmy gonna sneak past Bank here. She knows there's at least one player down towards the stairs, and she's just gotta hold the line. She's just gotta hold this smoke. Even the re-smoke coming through here from FlyQuest to just deny any sort of a push to come through. Shimmer being held back by smokes and the fear of angles, and honestly, it's a good thing. It's fair, because this is what happens. Emmy holds that smoke, exactly what she needed to do. 2K for her. No, Alex! The shot does not connect in a meaningful way. That's the AWP lost to the ether. We needed to see her step up, and unfortunately, just couldn't make it happen.
That is a round where as soon as Alex is forced off, they just evacuate the bomb site. There were 3 players on the A bomb site pretty much the whole of that round, and Abby gets cooked alive over on truck, and then apparently no one else is there. Abby, I feel quite bad for her. Like, she's supposed to have support, and no one else is there. Great utility usage from FlyQuest Red to push players out of the bomb site, and as well, speaking of util usage, Empathy had a Molotov that she puts down as the bomb gets planted. Could have saved that for a retake. Could have at least forced one player out of position, but FlyQuest Red a wonderful response and rebuttal straight after they win their... after they, you know, struggle a little bit and lose 3 rounds on the trot.
All right, Shimmer going for the map control again. Presumably this time it won't go quite so badly as before. They're not being held for, but look how much space Goose has already garnered for herself. She's literally on the A bomb site. And kills are going to come through over on B. Goose is going to win her battle on A. And now the 2 players, I mean, the irony of this, because a few rounds back, they took this aggressive push and they got shut down instantly. Now they take the aggressive push and the rest of their team falls around them and they're forced to try and play a retake. And because of the way FlyQuest took control of the site, they know exactly where these last 2 players are more than likely to be coming from. Goose is just going to hold for it. Oh, looked away there.
Yeah, saw the shadow, but double guessed herself, I guess. Didn't know where the second player was.
You know what? Losing 1 player there, while not ideal, not the end of the world. They do give over a rifle to Shimmer. Shimmer going to be fairly happy with that. For the most part, pretty damn easy round for FlyQuest.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I don't know how they had a player up on both bomb sites before the first kill. That's a bit of a weird thing to be saying. You have 1 player on A and 3 on B on the site, then the first kills come through. But that was a weird, like, half buy where they still had like, 1 A, 1 S. But, oh, my eyes. Whoa, Goose, it's already late for me. But she's
raving.
excited.
What do you mean? Put on that German music and off we go.
Put on that, yes, culture. But as I was saying a little bit, and I think I've seen Goose in the cams still doing it, is that even though she's not the captain, she's most definitely still the leader of the team. I think that has to be the case. Like, she's still the leader. She still is probably the leader of NA Counter-Strike for the women's scene.
Oh, yeah.
And she should be showing it still in this squad. And I think she has more space to frag out and more space to also show her personality a little bit more and keep on bringing her teammates forward and maybe pick up in the close games where K-A maybe struggles a little bit.
Yeah, you probably find she does a lot of the pre-rounding, and then K-A will do more of the mid-rounding because Goose is on the loose, honestly. She's been let out, and she's been an absolute menace. I don't think they're going to allow her to pull the same shenanigans, though, as she pushes in towards bathrooms. Yeah, oh, hiding out in the smoke.
You were saying about shenanigans?
I mean, it's not the same shenanigan, okay? It's still a shenanigan, but it's not she's just walked up into A completely uncontested and now she lives there. It's not quite the same thing.
Okay, she finally does get shut down. I think she also did just spot out that there were 3 players over towards that A-bomb site. That's something that Shimmer are doing as a default. But I think a really good flashbang from Phoebe. She threw a flashbang into the smoke and it completely blocked what FlyQuest were potentially trying to do. And this is when I want to see K-A get on that mic. UIGL, you're in a 4 versus 5. Goose died a little bit too early on the A-bomb site after finding so much space. And now, where do you reset? You've allowed for 3 players to come back towards the B-bomb site. Empathy is going to be shot off with a smoke in heaven, jumps down and instantaneously throws a Molotov towards short, separates the prongs of attack. Emmy goes out before any of her teammates, and one by one, they fall like flies. It's red on the trigger for Shimmer, and they're looking like they're going to get a team ace.
Empathy is terrifying. Like, she's dropping out of window, throwing a smoke all at the same time, and then literal milliseconds later, a flash comes out, which she's then able to play off of perfectly and gets herself a kill. Now, K-A just, I mean, the fact that she's good for one, cool, but I mean, that was a masterclass from Shimmer, honestly, and we need to see more of that out of them. They've done a really good job of clawing their way back in, getting themselves to an evened out scoreline now, but make it more, right? Make it more.
Yeah, like, that's a really weird round where I know Goose, she's done well with aggression, but like, she loses them that round. And a minute 15, she has full control of toilets. Why are you peeking sight with a Mac 10? If she had an AK, she would have actually got the kill on Alex, because I think she got an insta-dink. But like, still, oh, Emmy's gone into the abyss. Yeah. Oh, she put paper over. Okay, whatever that was. But like, I really am gonna critique, Goose Breeder there, and I think unfortunately that 4 versus 5 just laid really flat. They tried to instantly react after the kill from onto Goose Breeder, but were shut down. And also, once again, Shimmer going for this three-player stack towards the A-bomb site very early on. I wonder when FlyQuest read into it and just pop B straight away.
And again, I don't hate this map control, but the fact is, FlyQuest are moving as a unit. Despite that, Alex will get the first kill of the round, and Empathy will die for Alex's sins. BB, 4 HP and a dream, but they have cracked open a lot of this quadrant of the map. And they can now take that space. Shimmer forced back to their hidey holes. Have to give over a little bit of that space now. They don't want to give over any bodies unnecessarily. And look at Emmy. Look how much space she's got right now. We can't even ask how she got into their backline because Shimmer have just allowed it. Except that they're now gonna... Alright, cool. That's a thing that happened. It's traded out. It's still 3 versus 3. BB, 4 HP and a dream, and she's still able to get the kill into Abby.
Unfortunately, Emmy just caught off on her default, maintaining the ground that she got early on. Just gets bamboozled by that double push into Monster. And Phoebe, well, she's going to bamboozle them straight back as well, deep into their spawn, drops the 4 HP BB, gets the information there's one more player there as well, and just has to survive. Every second she survives, it gives them such a higher chance to win. But finally, the trade does come through. Smoke is planted. They're going to have to run through that smoke. And once again, they enter Mad's Pass. You cannot enter her bomb site. 11 and 3. And she's smoking them left, right, and center.
Great stabilization there from Shimmer. I love that they go for that early map control, but like I said, the problem was that you had this massive stack of FlyQuest players just moseying their way over, but they managed to trade out quite nicely. And Mads, like the flanks on flanks have just been immaculate so consistently. But Shimmer finally get themselves into a lead.
Oh.
This is such a strong position for them because, well, they're 1-0 in the series. Well, like 0-1. FlyQuest down onto pistols as well. Gooseberry with a scout in hand. See if she can get much done with that. Not something you see terribly often, but it could make some magic happen.
I kind of saw Goose by that and I was like, is she just going to drop it to Kade? But no, I guess. Weeble, the scout in play. And yeah, once again, 3 players towards the A bomb site for Shimmer. I'm honestly surprised that FlyQuest have not maybe anti-stratted this a little bit because they've done it every single round. So, and it's worked. The B bomb site is on lock because of Mads. And it's just gone really, really well. But a lot of space has been taken. BB asks to boost. They have the information. 2 players are towards bank, but that 3rd player catches them off guard, and Empathy swings out for 2. 2 versus 4, and this should be round over.
You'd think. But I'll let FlyQuest cook for a moment here. Molotov to deny some space. Abby takes a chunk of damage. But there you go. It's Kade knocked down into the grave. And Vanessa shortly to follow. It's a 4K for Empathy. Hot on the heels of her teammate. Only 2 away from evening out with Mads there. But that round goes more or less to be expected. I think that FlyQuest make it a little bit more expensive than it possibly needed to be. And they'll be happy for that. But aside from that, Shimmer have now hit the halfway mark for themselves. At the very least, this will be a 6-6 half. And if they can string together these next 2 rounds, what a boon that will be for them when we swap sides. Because realistically, they need as many rounds as they can possibly string together here on this half.
I think 4 is something that you can be happy about, but it's just in the manner of they got them. They got them very early on. So for Shimmer, if I'm them, you have to get 8. FlyQuest can be happy with 4, but they're going to be rejoiced with anything more than that. So it's going to be a very interesting last 2 rounds of the half. And what is also interesting is that Empathy is now gone over towards that B bomb site and is going to be leaving Alex and Abby, who also have a lot of space towards A, but I've seen this a lot. Abby in connector, all by herself, seems to be playing very isolated when sometimes her teammates are trying to do a move and she's just stuck in connector. But I want to turn my attention to that failed boost. Goosebreeder gets away with murder with her surviving, and now FlyQuest will be transferring their attention over towards a bomb site, leaving Emmy once again in this lurk up short.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, Goose should not live there. There is no world
way
in which she should survive that. Definitely a little bit of a misplay there. Emmy might, find her life forfeit as she starts to rotate back towards the team. Abby catches her off unawares. Now FlyQuest will make their way up long towards this A site. Only 2 players here for the time being, and Goose's lurk has a chance to activate here, but Goose is always on the lurk. So Shimmer are going to be very much aware of this possibility. They're going to keep their eyes open for it as the bomb is going to get planted. Kade has been spotted out, knows that there's 1 player at the very least. Are they aware that there's 3 players there? They should be now, as Abby will take out Vanessa. And this should be a relatively easy retake. However, it's BB who's still alive on the site. And unfortunately, when that is the case, it's always winnable for FlyQuest. Now Mads is the last one left alive. She's done so much, but I think that this is just too much of an ask for her. And it looks like she's just going to commit to the save instead.
How did they win that?
What do you mean? BB was alive.
Oh, sorry. However, could I forget? But like, yeah, fair enough. I know Goose also spotted 1 out deep on long. But yeah, I guess BB is the go. And she, isn't God, so she can't survive the bomb blast. But 5 rounds, FlyQuest, you gotta be happy with that. The money's not great going to the final round of the half, but that was a very nice round from them. It got a little bit close towards the end. It's a bit scary that we were focusing and relying on a hero play like that from BB. An individual that hero play from an individual cannot be replicated. But yeah, they had a great default, taking short control, rotating back over towards that A bomb site, and overall very nice. And Shimmer, they're gonna have to do a 7, even if they can even get that.
BB just heard you say that cannot be replicated and said, hold my drink.
Yeah, yeah.
BB of all players, never underestimate. What was that, Molly? Alex, where were you? Oh, I wish we'd like seen that up close and personal. That is rough. And that's already a player disadvantage. FlyQuest massively in the driving seat here again. Mads now playing this. Oh my god, what a flick! She's going for 2 in the spray. Oh my god. Okay, it was Phoebe. I was like, there's no way that was Mads that actually got that 3rd kill there. Beautiful spray transfer, great follow-up from Phoebe, and now what was looking like an absolutely lost cause for Shimmer, they have so quickly brought this back under their control. Vanessa's the last one left alive in this last round of the half. Shimmer holding on to their hopes and dreams of a lead in the half by their absolute teeth. Vanessa will get 1, but it's all she's good for. It's 7-5. We'll be back in a moment for the second half.
After a pretty rough start on CT side overpass, Shimmer, they do claw their way back in, because it is Mad's pass after all. But now, is this something they can continue on the T side? This is a big pistol round to be picking up, and for FlyQuest, well, if I'm them, I'd love to close it in 2. However, Vertigo could actually be on the cards.
It definitely feels like a possibility. Yeah, we were talking in the break about how it's so difficult to do those mid-round calls on a map like Overpass, and for Kaede, with this being her first season being the caller for FlyQuest, maybe that is something. We can only speculate. We don't know enough, but that could possibly be a contributing factor. However, they now move on to their CT side, having managed to string 5 rounds together on the T half. I don't know if I see a world where Shimmer are able to string enough rounds together on their T side to snag this map. I want to believe. I think that they definitely have the individual skill to make it happen. They are really great, but I don't know. I don't know if I believe, Freddy.
I want to believe just on the basis that as much as we have maybe portrayed this as against Shimmer, I'd love to see them go third. Like, I would love to see them in this series reverse sweep. I know reverse sweep in a best of 3 is a tenuous term, but I'd love to see them win over Pass and Vertigo. Like, I think that'd be awesome. I think that would be a really cool Cinderella story very early on, completely shifting up the whole of this league and sending ripples to the rest of the teams that, firstly, FlyQuest, not invincible, and secondly, Shimmer, well, maybe they are a force to be reckoned with. And look, I'm all here for it. If that's something that is going to happen is another story.
We shall find out. It seems that we do, yes, as you can see there, a slight tech issue here, so we'll try and get that sorted out as quickly as possible. But you know what this does give us, Freddy? It gives us a time to waffle. And boy, do we love a good waffle. Yeah, I feel like, so we were talking again during the break, and I wasn't going to bring this up because I was saying, like, I don't really like dogging on people too much, but since we do have this slight break, it's probably worth mentioning. Alex was someone that we had pointed out needed to be a step up, needed to be, you know, someone that we saw a lot more life out of on that, you know, main AWP. But unfortunately, it just did not happen on the CT side. But I'm not going to have a lot of time to dog on that because the gods of CS have decided that we should move on past that. And we'll be jumping straight into the second half here as Shimmer, Deathball, making their way over towards Party, potentially.
It's the Triangle of Death. Deathball versus Triangle of Death. Who comes out on top? This is a lovely setup. You've got players taking contact for each other left, right, and center, but, well, it doesn't matter because we come out of it with a 5 versus 4 in favor of Shimmer, plus a dink on Emmy, who is stuck on long. If they charge her down, she is dead. There is no way she survives this. If she gets one here, hats off to her, but that will not be the case. And what's also important is that Abby's still alive with the utility. Smoke double flash. And now, yes, FlyQuest have got in a position where they've completely pincered the T side, but in this 2-player disadvantage plus a dink on Vanessa, I think this could be the T side, the second pistol round, going in favor of Shimmer.
I'm such a fan of the Deathball play on a pistol round.
Yeah.
I think that, especially when you're on that T side, because the CTs have to split themselves up unless they've gone for a gamble stack, and a gamble stack can be so deadly to yourselves. So I love that this is what Shimmer do, and they absolutely decimate on their way in so far, yet to lose a player, and still, okay, I was about to say they like held on to a lot of their util. Now there's only 1 flash left here, but that's okay. They're in, they're on the site. Kaede is separated from her teammate. Now BB has to swing all the way around. She's good for 1, struggling to make it a second as the bomb is planted, but she doesn't have too much to work with here. No kit, no util. Barely can get too much done, barely any health left. She's gonna try and isolate these duels, but they know exactly where she is, and they will put her to rest.
I had it in my eyes. You know, she literally had only 7 bullets left in that whole USP, and I was just like, 1, 2, 3, 4, play of the day. I was like, that. I had it in my eyes. But what's now in the reality, Shimmer winning pistol round, up against the Eco, 9-5. If they win that first gun round, Sam, I think we're going to Vertigo.
I'm not gonna lie, Freddy, this sounds like cope.
I don't know if it is, because there's a legit pathway that Shimmer take a 10-5 lead really early on. I don't think that's copium. I think that's legitimately FlyQuest just unfortunately not maybe getting that 6th round that they needed at the very end, and losing the pistol round has so much weight in CS2, and it's being exemplified right here. Maybe 7 was enough.
Well, there's a big caveat on that, in that Shimmer needs to get the
massive.
next 2 rounds. And of course, FlyQuest will have a rifle round next up, so we won't count our chickens just yet. I will agree with you that if Shimmer can get to 10 here without FlyQuest getting around, things look infinitely better for them. But we have to get there first. And so far, Shimmer looking good here on their force, off the back of winning that pistol round. First kill coming through, the stack decimated. Bomb still lingering, still kind of angling, but looking to possibly swing across. And realistically, I don't think there's too much here that FlyQuest can do. They've put a little bit of a stack over towards B. One player already taken down. They leave Goose over towards A. She's always been their lurk, and you want to have a little bit of presence there for some early information to call the rotation across. But realistically, 1 or 2 kills at best. There's one of them.
Oh no. No way. Full USP round, surely not. Okay, yeah, they're all on the B-bomb site. Bomb should be getting onto the A-bomb site and getting those digits in. So this round should be over, and they are death-balling up connector. And Bad's a very well-placed microphone. Might not get cleared, and she could tear them down. But no, they come jumping into a crosshair. Eco frags for her, and okay, only gets 2 and does get saved, and they almost lose 3 players. Now that could have been very dastardly, but Shimmer hold on, and they come away with 3 rifles. This is the round. This is the big one. This is where my whole game gets defined for me.
I think if Goose gets a 3rd there, that is woof. But completely denied the opportunity. And now this is it, right? This is what you're saying. This is our potential swing round. This is very much make or break for both of our teams. Shimmer definitely have the advantage. Gun advantage, util advantage, everything to play for here. But it's going to have to be perfect. They're deathballing it up. Still got a little bit of an installation over towards B here. See if they can catch a cheeky player getting a little bit too aggressive or a little bit too confident. But FlyQuest, they've also realized just how important this round is going to be. And they're not willing to give away any of those kills unnecessarily.
Yeah, they just have no utility to actually fight for A, so they're forced to push back. But a very nice rotation. A bit of a gamble rotation, might I say, because you have Emmy and Vanessa with no real information on the B-bomb site, and they're just playing double monster. It's a big gamble rotation, but unfortunately, they might have to revert that, because look at where the bomb is, outside of that B-bomb site, and it looks like that Empathy and Abby are looking to come down connector and join in with their teammates. If I'm FlyQuest, taking information over towards the A-bomb site could be the difference maker here. And as Empathy gets spotted, she could walk into BB-Ann's crosshair, but she will get dinked first by Payday on site. And I think her time might be short-lived as Goosebreeder is coming down and closing her from long toilets. But now, the issue is that B-bomb site.
There you go, the backstab from Goose, if you can call it a backstab. She's able to get one. Now the pop comes through Monster, and it is held down. M1 held down. Vanessa goes absolutely huge there. Abby gonna try and chase her down, knows where she is, and the backup's there, but Vanessa doesn't even need it. Beautiful little 3K for her there to deny that 10th round for Shimmer, Freddy. We said that that was a potential swing for Shimmer, and unfortunately they couldn't make it happen. Back down onto potentially just pistols. There's a little bit of cash there, but not much to write home about. So yes, upgraded pistols. To be fair, a successful Tech 9 rush here could swing things back in their favor.
Yeah, issue is only 2 players of armor, but a very poor mid round there from Shimmer. They have the right play, but they take way too long, and Empathy gets caught off just by herself, and I don't know why Shimmer haven't sped up there, and it's great from FlyQuest to take that space and take that initiative. You said a great Tech 9 round would do well here, but if there was just a little bit more, I would have believed, and a great supporter flashbang, but oh no, here comes the Rec 9s. KO by herself will get some support from Goosebreeder, and well, everyone's charging up. Emmy's going to come join join the fun. And the bomb getting naded, shrapnel flying everywhere. And Gade will bring it back to the advantage, but at the cost of a lot of her HP. Regardless, Shimmer still looking to take control as a bomb site. It might be too tall of an ask.
Yeah, there's not going to be too much done here. Emmy gets a little bit confident, but oh my god, Alex, what have you done? What have you done? A 3K with the Tech 9s to bring things back in their favor. Bomb gets planted. Rifles recovered from the bodies of their enemies. And Vanessa, she got a 3K in the previous round. She has to replicate that now. Low HP, and Alex may have brought this round back from the absolute brink. Vanessa does have a kit available, so she knows that she's got a little bit of time to play with here. Going on the exploratory mission, looking for these player spots. The first kill confirmed. Doesn't know where the second one is. And Alex is not going to peek this unless she has to, and there she does it! Alex! Oh my god! We called her out, Freddy! We said that she hadn't shown up, and my god, to clutch it out with a phenomenal 4K and to bring Shimmer to double digits.
Shimmer's in glory. That's actually perfect. I was watching it on the screen, not believing what was happening in front of my own eyes. You called it. A good Tech 9 round could be all they need. They had 2 pieces of armor, one of them on LX, and my god, yes, she struggled in the first half. Yes, it wasn't the brightest of series for her, but it does not matter when you come out with those high impact clutch rounds. Left, right, good night with the Rec 9. Charges onto that A-bomb site, and bam, bam, give her at least a place in the top 5 of the round of the day. Play of the day, rather.
Man, like, my adrenaline, my heart is still absolutely pumping. Because, like, I'm, like, looking at my second monitor, and I'm making sure that, yeah, because I'm like, whatever, Tech 9s, I look back at my screen, and I'm like, oh my god, Alex just got 3.
They've all, yeah.
You gotta, like, zone in, right? You gotta, like, hyper-focus, give it the justice. So, chat, I hope I gave the love that Alex needed for that round, because wow, what a phenomenal way for her to show up there. And there you go, opening kill in this round as well, just to add a little bit more to the stats there. Unfortunately, she is traded out, but she did her job. She did exactly what she needed to do. Now FlyQuest with pistols and a couple of Zeus's as well. You know what, if Vanessa gets a kill here, fair freaking play, honestly.
Yeah. If they swing right out monster, which they are, Phoebe does not get electrocuted. Scary, scary, scary. But the song I wanted, we brought up at the very, very beginning. If anyone was tuned in, they would have heard it. 15-2 is the score in regards to FlyQuest versus Shimmer on maps. 2 out of the 17 of the maps that have been played, Shimmer have won. 1 out of the last 7 series has been won. 4 times in a row have they been 2-0'd this year, quite decisively overall as well. And right now, we are 2 rounds away from history kind of changing itself. Yes, there's still smiles on the FlyQuest Red's face. Yes, BB is still smiling. Yes, I assume Goosebreeder is still trying to hype up her forces, but their map pick could slip through their finger. Teams could trade their map picks, and we could be going to Vertigo to fight on that 3rd map.
That Tech 9 round was literally... We said that the momentum shifter was going to be the round before that. Apparently not.
But this is the round, though. This is the one.
I mean, this is the one that's the final nail in the coffin, right? Winning this round... I mean, this will put FlyQuest onto no cash whatsoever. Done and dusted. However, for FlyQuest, winning this round, it would be great. Shimmer will still have a little bit of cash to fall back on. And FlyQuest still have a long way to go. They've only managed to pick up 1 round so far in this half. It has been terrifying, I think, for the FlyQuest ladies, particularly because we said it, this is generally their home ground. They haven't found the success that they would have wanted on the CT side. Last chance saloon here to give themselves an opportunity to turn this back around.
Empathy spots out the player on barrels, but the boost is not quite in the right position, and the Molotov's going to have to force them away. They know there's a player there, but they can't do anything about it, and now the boost from Goosebreeder comes back to bite them, and what? How do neither of those boosts find any sort of success? They don't find solace in victory, and it's going to have to stay on a 5 versus 5. I don't know what we've just seen, but both sides need to go buy a lottery ticket because everyone's alive. And now, with 45 seconds, Empathy, okay, straight through the smoke. Emmy's the first to fall. But it's not looking like it's going to be this B bomb site. That's their point of attack. It looks like they want to head towards A, and Empathy has to survive. She's already got the first kill. She's applied so much pressure with this very aggressive lurk smoke. There's only one player on that A bomb site, and Empathy could just get one more. Vanessa dies towards barrels. Empathy's done it all, dragging all the rotations away. But now we turn our attention to BBN, lurking, skulking in that smoke. They're planting for CT, but Alex gets caught off guard. Heyday finally utilizes her AWP, and Goose Breeder coming up from the shadows. Mads, 1 versus 3, 5 seconds left. There is no time. It felt like that was Shimmer's round to win. Empathy did so much on that B bomb site, but it's all in vain.
A sigh of relief breathed there for FlyQuest as they make their way through that, with a few players left alive at the end of it as well. Shimmer, of course, not terribly deterred. We said they would still have a little bit of cash left at the end of that, even if they lost it. And cash they have. Mac-10 handed over to Alex. She's really stepped up on this T side. There's going to have to be that much more. K-Day open hand still. Haven't been able to take that away from her. She's going to be playing in this underpass. Oh, no, doesn't spot anything out, so she's just going to back away. Great map control here once again. But Shimmer, Spidey senses are tingling. They're going to put a lot of presence over towards the A site. Put a little bit of pressure with some of that utility. No commitment just yet. Oh, man. They're going to walk straight into K-Day's crosshairs. But K-Day, is she scoped in? Is she ready? Is she prepared? Has she heard the footsteps? Oh, no, it's BB. Apparently, I don't know numbers. Empathy with the Ferrari swing of her life. But K-Day will trade it out. She knows Empathy is there. She spotted her out. Cannot connect the shot, however. She will escape with her life.
And it's forced out of Molotov as well. Brought back to the 4 versus 4. K-Day get caught rotating off, but will stay and remain on this A-bomb site. Would have loved to have that Molo now. Could have utilized it to front the toilets. But here comes the full execute. The surge, the charge of the Light Brigade, brought down first by a zinger of an AWP shot. Goose Breeder goes 1 for 1, and they're just biding their time for those 2 flanks. The 2 big lurks. Emmy gets 1, Dink onto Mads, and once again, she's called up into this clutch. 30 seconds left, and they have her number. Shimmer, so close to victory, they can taste it. But FlyQuest, they can just snatch it away at the final moment, and that is 1 step closer to closing it out in regulation, potentially for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest have really kind of pulled themselves towards themselves a little bit here. It took a moment. I think that, so with the first half being that little bit closer than they would have liked, they didn't have a lot of wiggle room to bounce back if there was, you know, if there was a little bit of a slip up, which there evidently was. But now, potentially, they found that rhythm. It's a little early to call it. They are going to be on an anti-eco here. So we can't read too much into this one, unless they lose it, right? They've lost the Tech 9 round before. See, can they survive this onslaught?
Oh,
God,
no.
Empathy. Like, just what an absolute monster. K-Day wiped off the board here by a deagle of all things. FlyQuest going to continue to play this safe. They know that they cannot go too aggressive. They cannot lose another body. And in these close quarters combats, generally you'd favor the pistols, but BB-on exists. And there you go. That should be round, Freddy.
Yeah, great fight from Emmy. Sets up BB perfectly. I think she did actually get a bit blinded by that flashbang, but it did not deter her. Goose as well swoops in for 1. I was actually just about to start singing the praises of K-Day and say that we saw the AWP come out for the first time in round 18, 17, basically 3 rounds ago. And yeah, it would have been round, so 20, 21, 2019, 18. Round 18 was the first time we saw the AWP come out for the CT side and instantly found success. And then the next round gets a double. Kaede has struggled this game. I think she had 6 kills before she brought out the AWP and is still only sitting on 9, which is not, amazing. But this AWP has to change everything. We didn't see the success or an impact that Kaede has already had from Alex whatsoever on the CT side. So that's already looking quite bright for Kaede. And she tries to go for a short pick here, which would have gone well for her, but a teammate misses the Molotov, so they decide to just call it off and maybe go for a late retake.
So you and I were in agreement that we're not the biggest fans of the AWP IGL. But we can discuss that a little bit later, as unfortunately BB, who has been a little bit of a linchpin, has already lost her life over in towards mid. Not a great start to the round here. For Shimmer, again, they're in that position where winning this round could potentially ruin FlyQuest's economy, and that could be the end of the line here. So FlyQuest need to keep this clean, especially now that they're already player down. Kaede not finding success through the smoke for now, but she is laying down suppressive fire. Speaking of, Emmy is going to be good for one. Survives through the flash. Thankfully, it does flash out the enemy as well, but she will eventually lose her life down to a 2 versus 3. Kaede still spamming through smokes, but not managing to connect. And unfortunately, Goose Breeder is still in Narnia. The lurk is not yet activated. My apologies.
Yeah, look at Empathy. Speaking about Narnia, Empathy's in her own sense of a magical wonderland because she's coming in. However, might be a little bit too late and shows her cards, shows her hand. The bomb, it's not planted for heaven. It's getting stuck, but Empathy is still able to find that spam. Kaede with a P250 and a dream is able to clinch up the first, and she's gonna stick it right away. Empathy, is she gonna go for a spam? Wait,
no way, no way, what?
Kaede gets the ninja defuse. No way in hell should that be allowed to happen. A 1 versus 2 for the new IGL, crowning her team with double digits.
Like, my brain kind of lagged out a little bit there. I get what Empathy is trying to do, right? You know that it's not necessarily planted for you. You know that you don't necessarily have the resources to deal with the second player sitting on bomb, so you want to reposition. But Kaede is so quick with the kill and stick that Empathy doesn't have the time to make that rotation. She doesn't have the time to get into a position where she can actually spam the smoke. The plant works against them. And Kaede just snipes that round away. Just snatches it away from their claws. Props to Kaede, like really good, thinking on her feet.
I mean, massive props to Kaede, but I can't get over the fact that BB's played super aggressive when she stood on a bomb site. Gets caught off guard. You have Empathy on a lurk in heaven. She's able to get one, and then the very poor entries onto that B bomb site to open it up anyways. I feel like Shimmer should be on 12. Yes, it's a great clutch. Yes, it's a little bit unfortunate, but it should never have come down to a position where you were in that 2 versus 1. I feel like they should have done that so much more cleaner, and well, they might still be snatching 12 rounds. Vanessa down to 20 HP over on that B bomb side. We turn towards the A bomb site, and that's 2 rounds in a row now that BBN has died first.
It was a bit of an issue for FlyQuest in the past. And they'd ironed out most of those kinks. But BB can sometimes get a little bit impatient. And unfortunately, she has paid the price for it here. They really can't afford to be letting this happen. Kaede, you can even see she's just like, what have I done? 3 versus 4 now. Shimmer firmly in control of the round, firmly in control of the site. Mads will shut down Vanessa before she has any chance to do anything. Goose Breeder is on the other side of the planet. And she's just gonna have to moonwalk away and hold on to the gun. I like the lurks. Generally, big fan. But I feel like FlyQuest have leaned into it just a little bit too much. And Shimmer have right into it. They're like, we are going into almost every fight 5v4 because Goose is somewhere in the world. And if they can leverage that to their advantage, it's a round win.
Yeah, building upon that as well, that was not a round where you need a lurk. That's a round where you need instant rotations. Kaede was just stuck. Front toilets, like, it was such a hard position. Even if she did get that first kill on Empathy, it would have had to be a miracle round for her to be able to turn on her 6 pins, be able to clinch up more kills. But yeah, poor rotations. I'm not a fan of that extended lurk, especially when your teammate and your AWPer needs help. But going into this potential final round of Overpass, Shimmer, they could be vanquishing the beast, beating and battling their demons. Phoebe's back in NA. She's not on 200 ping anymore, and Empathy seems to just be done with this game. She's running up, and she's just silencing players left, right, and center. And with BBR dying twice in the first, dying first 2 rounds in a row, is she gonna spell a third? And is that gonna be Shimmer taking us to Vertigo?
This round is gonna kind of hinge heavily on that opening frag.
For sure.
If BB ends up being the first to go down, because we talk about what a linchpin she is, and when she's still alive towards the mid to late round, it's always winnable for FlyQuest. She is that good. But if she goes down early again, they severely handicap themselves. But it's going to be K&A who gets the first kill of the round onto Phoebe, but instantly the pop comes through from Monster Shimmer. They can see the end within their sights. They do trade out. But a beautiful line of smokes to deny a lot of those sight lines as now Empathy makes her way in towards the site here. Absolutely no fear, but perhaps fear she should have as Goose is now in on the site along with Emmy. Once that smoke clears, Emmy will absolutely pop. Only good for one, however, instantly traded back. Bomb is going to be planted. Spam through the smoke, does not connect. Goose Breeder has to fall back because her position is known. Moving in behind Pillar. Unfortunately, she cannot make it happen. Alex, good for 2 as BB is only able to get 1. Now K-Day has to somehow retake this with an AWP. That's all she has to her name. Hits the first shot, has to make it a second. She misses the shot. She needed to hit the shot and she cannot connect it. Alex clinches the round there for Shimmer. Freddy, we're going to map 3.
Jesus, I thought Kede had that. I thought she was just going to double down and go back-to-back 1 versus 2s. And that round terrified me. So slow on the entry. They just did not make any space. Emmy is uncleared over at barrels. Utility was quite sparse. And I think, honestly, I know it sounds really rogue. The MVP of that round for me is Abby. Do you know why? It's because she falls back, throws a heaven smoke, and that is massive. That gives them so much more space to work with. They also recycled smokes onto the middle of the bomb site. They put 2 down. That allowed the bomb to go down. That gave them so much space so they were covered by CT and water. And even though it was a 3 versus 3, even though the post plants weren't ideal, they stand true. And a 1 versus 1 at the end. Finally, Shimmer overcome their demons, overshadowed constantly by... They're all the sisters of FlyQuest. But this time, they take us to a third. They've challenged the beast. David and the Goliath. And maybe they can even take the series 2-1.
That's got to be such a great feeling for Mads in particular, right? We kind of spoke about the rivalry here between these 2 teams and the fact that until very recently, Mads was a member of the FlyQuest roster. So for her to come out of that and to have been definitely one of the MVPs. Empathy had a bit of a slow start to the map. She really picked it up towards the end, but Mads, it felt, was really consistent a lot of the way through this map. So I think she's going to be feeling really happy with her performance on that one as we head on over into our match statistics. And yeah, clears everyone at a 23 kills. Everyone else still chilling, except for Empathy, of course. Everyone else still chilling in like the 10s.
Yeah, it just felt like FlyQuest was very even, and then towards the end, they kind of maybe dropped off individually as a collective. I will say, Coyote really stepped up into it. I think she had 6 kills very close towards the end, so was doing very well at getting a few multi-frags along the way. But yeah, Mads, as you rightfully said, she was, I think, more the kind of linchpin of this whole game. She had 120 ADR going into the first half, going into the second half, and kept going. Like, she transformed their fortunes the whole way through. But Empathy, last 8 rounds, I want to say, I think was the MVP for those specific last few rounds. To push them over the edge on that T side, she was getting triple kill, double kill, lurk kill, entry kill. She was doing so much. And, you know, she was the highest rated player across all Impact seasons online last season for a reason, and she's continued that. She's had a stellar performance and is looking to book herself an MVP performance if they can succeed on Vertigo.
That's right. We do have a match MVP or a series MVP that we will announce at the end of the series. So like you said, right, Empathy looking to try and snag that one for herself. She's well on the road here, but first they've got to get through Vertigo, and definitely going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, I think, although I did say that about Overpass. We do, however, have a head-to-head available for two of our players that really stood out for us on this map. And of course, it has to be none other than Mads and BB. Mads, of course, goes without saying. We've said so much already. Yeah. And BB as well, you know, despite the opening frags that she took when she was alive in those clutch moments, she was a massive linchpin for the team. So there you go. It's our two kind of quote unquote MVPs for their teams. And honestly, I can't think of anyone else that would deserve it more.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely some parentheses over and like a caveat over Bibion because she did have a really quite troublesome last 4 rounds, and I think in 2 of them she was the first to die, and those were 2 rounds that were won by Shimmer. So like she was having a good game until the end, and that was when it mattered the most. That was when they went 11-10. It was a 1-round game, so Mads was very much continuous across the game, and that's when we would bring up this head-to-head. It can very clearly show the reason why Shimmer did close it out 13-10. It was because of that consistency, something that FlyQuest Red, even though they had it in map 1, didn't quite utilize it in map 2.
Yeah, and so next up, we are going to have Vertigo, and really looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go. And obviously, we've had Mirage, we've had Overpass, and we get to finish it out, our third full 3-map series. Thanks, Affinity. Just thought I'd throw that one out there. But honestly, with the way that this particular matchup has gone, I don't hate it. I said at the beginning I would love to see a 3-map series because I think that there is so much talent on Shimmer. We will find out in our next map, however, if it's going to be enough for them or if FlyQuest will kick off this season with that beautiful 1-0 start. We're going to take a quick break, folks, and when we return, it's map 3 and it's do or die.
Is anybody listening at all? Is anybody even in control? You want us face down so you can't patrol, but you can't fuck us all. Oh, you want another episode where your villain's hiding in plain clothes, but you can't hide what he is inside, and we won't stop till he is dethroned. Don't want your lies, it's on you. You're out of time. It's our world now. It's time to take off your miserable disguise. Oh, we're taking over. Yeah, there's no point in keeping your pride. See, there's no point in saving your life. Yeah, we'll let the fires burn and inside a riot till you burn down to ashes. No chance to ignite. The road is rocky, yeah, we're ready to roll. We're gonna throw you over. May God help your soul. And while you're falling, yeah, I want you to know that why don't you go fuck yourself, motherfucker. Don't want your lies.
Every time I look at you, ooh, there can be no mistake. I've got my ways out of time. Where you gonna run? 'Cause you love the games that I play. I'll be so cold. I'll lead you into the fire. Think by now you should know you're going down. You know that I'm taking you down. Yeah. Nothing more you can do. I didn't say that you could talk. Ooh, let's just say something sweet. Begging me, please. Only one gonna take control, and that can't be you when it's me. I'll be so cold. I'll lead you into the flames. Give it up now. You know you're going down. You know that I'm taking you so down. Yeah. Nothing more you can do. Live and learn, or crash and burn. Giving in would be wise. Call the fight, do or die. Or I can go easy on you if you like. You'll never see it coming. I'll break your soul slow. I think we both know you're going down. Have you had enough? I'm taking you so down. Yeah. You should get it up. You're going down. You know that I'm taking you so down. Yeah. I'll never stop. You know you're going Where my girls at? We're gonna sing it again. Let's go. Where are my Old school on the track, yeah. No rules, better watch your step. High heels, got a new direction. Ladies, stand up for procrastination. This goes out to my girls all around the world. This goes out to my girls. Let me say it again, hey. This goes out to my girls all around the world. This goes out to my girls. Let me say it again. Where are my Let me say it again. Where are my Where are my girls? Ooh. All around the world. Let me say it again. Hey. This goes out to
Well, a 1-1 scoreline. We didn't all think that we'd get here, but Shimmer have put up a serious fight. We spoke a little bit in our pre-show about how they've only managed to win like 2 maps against FlyQuest in the past. Well, today they've made it 3, and maybe, just maybe, they'll make it 4. We're heading into our decider map here in our first map of ESL Impact North America. It is going to be on Vertigo. Freddy, what do you got? Give me your thoughts.
Okay, so immediately right off the bat, don't want to be a Debbie Downer for Shimmer, but the 2 maps they've played this year on HLTV on Vertigo were both against FlyQuest, were both in the finals of those aforementioned Cash Cups we were talking about, and were both losses. One was close, the very start of the year, 13-10. Very, that's a good result.
Respectable.
And the next one's 13-5. So we come a little bit back down to reality, and that's the scare. However, this is exactly what we were saying going into both Mirage and Overpass. Mirage, sure, wasn't a win. Look, okay, I'm not going to sit here and say they won it, but 13-9, it could have gone either way because it was 10-9 at one stage, and Shimmer had a full buy versus an eco and did fluff their lines a little bit. So if that round had gone a different way, look, we could be here on a 2-0. That could have been a reality. But now we're looking at this reverse sweep in a best of 3. 13-10 on Overpass. They had a respectable CT side, but really clinched up on the T side due to Mad's consistency and empathy star fragging towards the end. If that can be continued, well, let's get dizzy.
Honestly, I think that so much of this is going to come down to the knife round, right? Who gets to pick where they start? And I feel like this kind of thing can be overemphasized, but I think it can also tend to get underemphasized. Choosing what side you start on, there's a reason that it is a boon for a lot of teams. So I'll be curious to see where we actually do end up starting, which team starts on which side, and how it does invariably play out. Because I think starting on the CT side here, while most maps in the map pool are fairly CT-sided, for Vertigo in particular, with that verticality, with that ability to really control ramps and lock out Ts for an extended period of time, you can get a lot done on that side. So whichever team gets to pick, more than likely that's where they're going to be taking us first.
Yes, and bringing up the conversation of AWPers, I think we're not going to see much of that in this map. Because firstly, looking at this series, the AWPers have fundamentally struggled. Kaede came into her own a little bit towards the end of Overpass, but it was a little bit too little too late. To be fair, she almost did win the game single-handedly, clutching up an almost twice back-to-back 1 versus 2, and LX did have some impact, but with the Tech 9. Not with the AWP. So, coming into Vertigo, fundamentally a map that's quite hard with AWPers, a lot of close angles and can get very awkward. If you look at the statistics of last time these guys played Vertigo, in the dominant 13-5, LX had the most AWP kills with 3. That's just indicating straight away that AWPers weren't very utilized. There was 6 rounds in a row that one FlyQuest read the game so dominantly on the CT side, and Kaede didn't use an AWP to help them with that. So I'm really expecting them to, like, LX go back on the rifle, and Kaede, to be honest, dueling with the A1S or M4 majority of the time. I think that's something we will be seeing for starters. And then again, I want to bring up that T side for Shimmer, because the first time when it was really close, they won pistol on the T side and won the first gun round and did well. It was a close game. But the second time, they didn't win a single T-side round, and that's going to be something that I'm looking at. If they start on that T-side and have a very slow start, I'm scared.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, this is kind of an obvious statement to make, but it's because it's so true. Starting out, getting that runaway lead, being able to create a deficit so that you have that buffer when the sides swap, is incredibly important. I mean, we saw it on Overpass, right? There was that little bit of a buffer, and FlyQuest, they thought they could close the gap, but off the back of Shimmer winning the pistol, pistols are so much more important in MR12. Like, they were already important in MR15, but now that we're in MR12, they just kind of tip you over the edge. If you're winning both pistols and the Force, if you can then win the upgrade as well, like, or rather the bonus, I mean, that is 6 rounds of the MR12. That is half of what you need to win the entire damn game. So this is going to be really, really important for these two teams, kicking it off to see who's going to bring home that first pistol round, who's going to kick us off in that kind of explosive fashion, and hopefully well, definitely get us to a conclusion. We will find out who is going to go 1-0 in the groups and who unfortunately is going to take that 0-1. But I said this a little bit earlier. For FlyQuest, this is another day at the office to an extent. For Shimmer, this is arguably the most difficult matchup that they are going to have within the group stages. Everything else is downhill from here, depending on how you look at it, right? It's uphill in that it's going to get better, but it's downhill in that there's going to be a lot less resistance. So if they can just push through this, I'm calling it. If they can win against FlyQuest here, there's a very good chance that they go undefeated in the group.
Ooh, yeah,
Bold
I could
statement,
agree with
but-
you. I think it's a bold statement, especially with the upgrades to teams like Karma and etc. But the last time this head-to-head went to a third map was basically this time last year in ESL Impact. Yes, they went head-to-head in a Cash Cup, and that was actually incredibly close. But in ESL Impact, the last time it went head-to-head in a third map was this time last year. It's been nothing but 2-0s for FlyQuest Red. And now they are being tested. K-Day's on the IGL. They've changed some roles. They've changed some players. Mads is out for revenge, and here comes the pistol round. Starting on the T side, the one I mentioned that I'm a little bit scared of. There's a dink coming from Empathy onto her teammate, but the bomb shall be planted. In the meantime, though, Emmy has caught off Phoebe, who's lurking around in middle, and there has been an exchange of damage, but we're going to resort to a 5 versus 4 retake with no kit.
A hard and fast hit onto the site. Bomb gets planted. Bomb gets tapped. Draws out Alex, but that's okay. Trades are good. Abby with 3. And Empathy to close it out.
Oh, wow. That's really clutch, because Alex took the first contact and died, and got the kill and died, which I thought was fine, but the dual Berettas really closed down the gap towards Gap, and I was very scared that when they got to that range, it was just going to be no match for Abby, basically. Like, there was just nothing she could have done. But the fact she's able to eliminate the dual Berettas and then at range with the Glock still acquire 3 frags, this has started Shimmer off perfectly. We saw an overpass. The pistol rounds gave both teams the majority of their boost and rounds on the T side. This could be what the doctor ordered for Shimmer.
A little bit of util being laid down here early towards ramp. Oh man, and it just draws out FlyQuest. That being said, the fact that it trades 2 for 2 is a little absurd. It's going to be a free upgrade for Goose Breeder as well. Galil in hand, unfortunately. Amy gets taken down. Now there's only 2 left for FlyQuest, but they've done almost everything that they would have wanted to accomplish in this round. They've done economic damage. They've taken away 2 guns. They might still be able to take away a 3rd. So even if they don't win the round, that's going to force a reinvest from Shimmer. And FlyQuest themselves are going to be able to buy up in the next round. For all intents and purposes, this round is a win. But how much more can they get done? Close player here, Alex, unfortunately, is going to shut down BB. So Goose is going to try to just hold on to this Galil and make that investment into the next round that little bit less devastating for their pockets. And it looks like she's going to be allowed to do it.
Can she? They are hunting her down. There's blood in the water, and she evades them. What's also very important to note is that Shimmer, yes, they keep 3 players alive, but those 3 players were wielding SMGs. They come to that first gun round a little bit impoverished when it comes to the weaponry. Look over to FlyQuest Red side, it's never going to be good on a 3rd round for a CT side. It never is. But this could be their leg into the round due to those SMGs.
This is exactly what FlyQuest wanted. Plays so well into their hands there. Now, oh man, Shimmer just runs straight through all of the utility. Absolutely not a care in the world here. They'll get that first kill of the round. Numbers advantage firmly in play. Map control in their hands. And now they just have to hold the line. Unfortunately, an over-aggressive push into ramp allows a free kill for Goose Breeder. And that advantage slips away.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, to be honest. Like, there was a really half-assed ramp take, and that was the downfall for Emmy. What's Abby doing? Max 10 dueling the site like that? I think that's really silly. And that could be the nerves potentially getting to a team like Shimmer. However, look at this sell. FlyQuest, they've been sold an absolute marvel. They've been sold a dream. There's no one on the B-bomb site. Immediately, that is. There's Empathy, who's just taken all this space. But what are her team doing? They need to get a move on. Utility's only just coming down now, and that's allowed for the full rotation.
Bomb is at the very least going to get... Never mind, no it's not. BB exists, and she will just stop that in its tracks. However, maybe now. All right, Goose. Yeah, okay. It does actually end up happening. FlyQuest get a little bit overconfident there, but you know what? They can back it up. They don't just walk the walk. Well, they don't just talk the talk, they walk the walk. Now Phoebe has to clutch it out, but it's going to be Vanessa who shuts her out entirely, and it's a round back in favor of FlyQuest. Bonus decimated for Shimmer, which wasn't a full bonus because they did have to reinvest. FlyQuest, happy as can be.
Yeah, bonuses are. I always find a weird line with bonuses because I feel like even no matter what, if you lose the first gun round, you're always in quite a rough position. But they have pulled out 4 AKs. However, in that last round, as I said, as it was going on, Empathy takes all the space. Did not have to peek. The longer she survives, basically the better it gets. She goes a little bit too aggressive. She dies, and her teammates aren't really putting pedal to the metal as quick as I think she would have wanted. Maybe they didn't realize that everyone's rotated off, but when you've been gifted the B bomb site like that, you have to understand that they are scrambling over to try and retake that. And I think that's a big misplay from Shimmer, building on from what Abby did at the very beginning.
Shimmer trying to fight for a little bit of space over towards B at the moment. Empathy's got a pretty advanced position, but she's just gonna get sat down. BB's like, no. This is my house. She'll creep up a little bit further. The suspicion is there that she's pushed up. They're not gonna push this. They've lost that space. Oh, Mads might get cheeky with it. Nah. It's just going to be Goose Breeder on the other side of the map, getting yet another kill here. And what does Shimmer do at this point? Phoebe's now been chunked down to 10 HP. Mads has taken a little bit of damage. She does manage to trade out and get the kill onto Vanessa, but BB is on the close corner. She gets another one for herself. Alex will trade it out, but now Phoebe, with only 10 HP, last player left alive, position well telegraphed at this point. Bomb lost. That's round.
Yeah, I think that's round. Very messy from Shimmer, all things considered. They throw a smoke onto default, so I assume their plan was to get Empathy deeper into the bomb site. But what it does is it just creates a really nasty play for Vanessa. Vanessa got given loads of space to work with, and Empathy was a little bit just like, well, I don't know where she's going to peek from, so I had to take this fire onto BBN. Dies, and then you have Abby getting aggressive over towards the A bomb site. So you have 2 players completely by themselves, ostracized on both extremity, and then just kind of one by one they fall down. I think Maz did really well to hold her nerve. She holds gap peek or the swing onto the railings. She was just holding, she was waiting, catched off Vanessa, but ultimately that round was never going to be lost, especially with the prioritizations from KOD, just so dynamic all around that map. And now Shimmer, that early lead they garnered, winning the bonus round, winning pistol round. Oh, sorry, not winning bonus round, losing the bonus round, the one they should have won. This could be a 4-0 for Shimmer right now, but I feel like FlyQuest have held on really strong so far.
Chunky nade onto Empathy and a little bit of follow through, along with KOD getting... Oh, I thought she was going to get... Oh, KOD! Why is it that as soon as we spectate her, she just can't hit a shot? But she did get a kill earlier, so we won't dog on her too much for that one. It's the nerves. It's the pressure of knowing that you're being watched. With Shimmer down to like 2 players, there's not much more to this round, to be perfectly honest with you. Shimmer would have liked to have done a little bit of damage if they could. But realistically, that's FlyQuest going up to 3. They're going to be feeling really happy with the return on this one. Despite losing pistol, the fact that they didn't allow it to turn into a snowball is huge for them. And it's going to be a massive difference maker going forward as... Oh, KO. We need to just stop spectating her. Oh my god! Look away! Look away!
But they still keep 5 alive. And she has
somehow.
Yeah. I mean, Abby could silence one with a prime headshot, but speaking of prime headshots, Goose Breeder just annihilates her. So very well done. And FlyQuest, they take the lead after losing the first 2 rounds, so mitigating the danger that the pistol round delivered to them and back on the rifles. I'd love to see a bit more decisiveness from Shimmer. I feel like Empathy, even though she's 1-4, has had a good game and has been getting good space. I think they need to be playing more as a team, more as a pact, and just go to bomb sites a little bit earlier. It was an issue that was occurring over on Overpass when they maybe just took a little bit too long on the execute, and that was their downfall. They need to make sure they speed up and pick up the pace.
Instead.
But more in the later rounds, I mean. Like,
yeah.
They have the opportunity, they need to pick up the pace. And, well, speaking of a weird play, Empathy does get the opener of Vanessa, but a quick trade from Bibian.
Ah, that opener could have been magical, unfortunately. It's a great swing to shut her out. A little bit of damage done onto Alex and Abby as well. Kate, this is what I'm saying, man. Whenever we spectate her, she misses. But if we're not on her, she hits that shot. She's clean. Numbers advantage once again, firmly in favor of FlyQuest. And this again is what I was saying about the CT side on Vertigo. I think it's a lot stronger than some people give it credit for. And the AWP starting to put up some numbers here, despite the naysayers. Ready?
Yeah, I mean, she's literally got more kills so far, or matching as most kills than they had in the whole of the last game they played on the AWP. So fair enough, her 3 kills, all with AWP, and Goose Breeder, oh, perfect, anchoring down towards middle. Thou shall not pass, and oh, never mind, Phoebe's passing. They have to understand Bibian though is towards the B bomb site. So even though she's done so well to already strike down 2 opponents, does she have the awareness? No. Bibian, a lovely off angle, catches out the Australian, and now, oh yeah, it's Australian battles, and Bibian comes out on top.
Australian on Australian violence. When will it end?
No, make it end.
Not today, folks. BB has no chill. A little bit more of an expensive round than FlyQuest would have wanted, for sure. Only surviving with 2 at the end of that one. Would have liked it to be a little bit more clean. However, they've dropped Shimmer down onto Tech9s. And we've seen what Tech9s are capable of from this roster in past maps. This time around, however, it looks like they're just going to get chunked away by utility. They'll survive just a little bit longer. No deaths just yet, but Goose Breeder... very advanced angle here, backed up by Emmy, and it's just gonna be a spray down on ramp. Phoebe's the last one left alive. She was so far away from the rest of her team. Bomb is lost, and all she can hope for is a little bit of damage. What?
Fair play. She looks quite disappointed, but honestly, like, fair enough. The fact she gets 1 there is quite impressive, but it is just a little bit unfortunate when, like, from your team when you get the opening kill and then instantly swung. I think that was a really nice play from FlyQuest because they lose Kaode in headshot. So a great deagle snipe from Empathy, to be fair. You know, the hand cannon beating out the cannon. But just great reaction from the rest of the FlyQuest riflers. And also, I didn't want to maybe dumpster Goose Breeder too much, but she's had quite a slow series from my perspective. Only getting 2 kills in the second half of map 1, and overall not having the best of performances in map 2. Here in map 3, she's been farming. I think the 2 rounds to go, anchoring down middle. Lovely. This round, it's against anti-eco, but she does well with a fabulous spray down. Her and Bibian both get 2 kills apiece. She's double digits to stealth already with 122 ADR.
Genuinely a really good start to this map for FlyQuest. I think the loss on Overpass may have been a little bit of a wake-up call for them.
For sure.
The amount of early util damage that FlyQuest is getting so consistently. Shimmer, unfortunately, just always eating that damage, eating those nades, eating those mollies. And it puts them in such a rough start to every round. I mean, Phoebe already down to 22 HP. They have to back out. BB off the board early on is a great boon for them, however. With a numbers advantage here, hopefully they can turn it into a round win. They need a conversion here desperately.
Good chip damage though with the utility. Phoebe down to 22, LX down to 60 with that second nade. And it looks like Shimmer are grouping up towards this B bomb site. However, it's not going to be all clear skies for them. Emmy close on the flank. Kaode Good Molotov onto a position. He does smoke herself off. Difficult with the AWP now, but everyone is here to party. Emmy needs to speed up with this rotation, though, because the bomb site has been quelled. It has been capitulated. A Glock spam through the smoke finds the head of the IGL, and Alex... Stewie 2K who needs vision because she's got 2 kills through the smoke, and as Emmy's just a little bit too late, they're expecting her, and Shimmer with a lovely execute and a lovely third off the back of the opener.
The awesome thing about the molly that lands on KO is that as much as she's able to smoke it off, it's very obvious where the smoke comes from. And she's essentially trapped on an island.
Yeah, with the AWP especially, like playing quad with an AWP already is a bit interesting.
And of course, Shimmer will take full advantage of that. We said, right, they needed that conversion. They needed to bring that back into their control. Alex, open hand. Oh, no. We need to stop spectating the AWPers.
It's just not been a day for AWPing. I can't lie. I really hasn't. And I think Kaede, she's got 3 kills with the AWP so far. Alex has done well with the rifles. So, as I said, maybe they just rifle up. Like, legitimately, maybe that's the case. Oh, never mind. Cheerio. KO Day with a hasty snap of the wrist. But, unfortunately, Emmy goes peeking a little bit too far, and she won't be able to get traded. But in the meantime, Goose Breeder, alongside Vanessa in middle and B, are able to subjugate any sort of attack. Empathy just keeps on going like a rook through the same place, up on wood, and every single time gets caught off guard. She needs to start learning her lesson. And now, 2 remaining attackers trying to converge on this B bomb site. They've been spotted out though. Damage inflicted to Abby, and there's 3 defenders here to hold true. Abby and Mabs, they just have to break through. Mads has 1 kill, and now she has to 1 versus 4. Does at least add 1 more to her tally, but that's all she'll get before she studs to the ground.
Positioning from FlyQuest has just been so good. Round after round. Not completely telegraphed. They change it up a little bit here and there. Sometimes a little bit more aggressive, sometimes a little bit more advanced, sometimes they pull back a little bit. Sometimes they're just in the weirdest angle imaginable. And Shimmer have just really struggled to get them off of their spots. We had 1 really solid round where we had that molly onto Kaede that they're able to capitalize on really well. But other than that, it's just been the FlyQuest show. They've had a full run of this map from start to finish. They've looked incredibly comfortable. Adaptations have been so good. And when I say adaptations, I don't just mean adapting to what Shimmer are doing, but just making sure that they play dynamic, that they're not easily read into. Like, BB hasn't had this position much. Just these small little changes from round to round that make it so difficult for Shimmer to read what they're doing. So now Shimmer, slow down. Again, into a default, trying to get that early information where they can. BB is ready for this 3-stack.
Wait a second, she didn't spot the head, but they've spotted her. Goose Breeder could be in for a very rude awakening. Oh my god, what are these timings? Shimmer out middle, and no one knows. Mads is going to be peeking from heaven, and it's none the wiser. And in unison, Mads strikes down 2, doubles her frags. Phoebe trades out Goose Breeder, and that's round over. The timings completely elude FlyQuest.
And that again comes down to how Shimmer are playing that default. It is so information starved. FlyQuest had no clue what was happening, while 3 players were just casually walking up into mid. So BB gets a bit of an itch. She falls off of her angle. Goose is still, she's still there, but she's not watching as BB falls off. So she has no clue that not only has 1 player completely thread the needle, but there are still 2 players hanging out in mid. When she eventually does peek, she's good for 1, but there's 2 aiming down sights at her. And so she will get traded out very easily. Now Emmy playing for some exits here. Oh my god! That was almost nothing, but she does at least get 1 for herself, and Kaede will get to hold on to the AWP. And that's the best they can hope for in that round, and their economy is a shambles.
That's much better for Shimmer that they go 1 for 1 there. The fact that they, that's a huge success. Like, sure, she gets 1 at the end and is able to trade herself, but that's a big, big success for Shimmer. And Kaede with the AWP, she hasn't been awful. She has got some nice opening frags, but especially in a round like this, she has to be the one that goes nuclear. They have 1,400 loss bonus, so that's definitely a little bit of an issue I'm looking at. I think they have to buy this, but 1,900 in the next round. Goose Breeder can buy, BBN can buy, no one else can. Do they just dub? Like, they're going to have to eco for the last round, I think. But money's still going to be a bit tight even when we go into that final round. And KO Day, if there's any hope in round 11, it's KO Day pops off. And now Shimmer have made them a little bit scared of middle, so that's why the AWP's heading that way instantly.
Glad to see that FlyQuest have opted not to put too much of a spend into this round. BB still with a Zeus. Tucked in towards B stairs. We'll see if we can get anything done there. K-Day with a nice little opener here onto Phoebe. She will obviously have to fall off immediately though. Cannot live on that angle. The Zeus is entirely circumvented. The USPS is not connecting. K-Day with a second kill onto Abby. Is this where everything turns around? Turns on its head? Bomb does get planted. Shots are still being rung through. Alex is down onto 3 HP. Goose Breeder has managed to upgrade to a rifle off of one of the fallen bodies from Shimmer, but time is ticking away and there is no kit available. FlyQuest have to move and they have to do it now. BB pushes forward, catches in the midst of util, but not able to get the connection. The empathy eludes the Zeus entirely, gets a 3k to secure them the round here. There's no way there's time to defuse. The swing comes through. Mads is good for one, will get traded out. But that's it. She's done all that she needed to do, and there's no way on earth that this defuse is going to come through. Emmy's going to have to hightail it away with the AWP. She does make it, but that's a round in favor of Shimmer. What chaos!
Chaos indeed. Abby sniped through the smoke. LX survives on 3 HP as she's planting the bomb. The Molotov comes down just a second too late, and oh, it's just so close. If LX had died to that Molotov, it's round over. It's a 5 versus 2 with the bomb knocked down and no one near enough to plant it. One thing, I know it's gonna suck. They had a Molotov on that retake, and they throw it towards Gap. There was a smoke. The smoke extinguished it. If they'd held onto that Molotov and thrown it towards Gap as they were maybe encroaching close towards the bomb site, I think that actually could have gone in their favor. But we can't look at that. We have to look forward. Shimmer have had a great T side. It's been maybe a little bit scrappy after winning the pistol round, but 6-6 here would be magical, and BBN's going to get tested. First kill goes in her favor. Trapped by a Molotov though, she has to re-swing, and Abby will tear her head off. Vanessa, not the most illustrious of games, but has held down this bomb site when called upon. And while everyone around her is dying, she has to go for this unwinnable 1 versus 4. And it looks like Shimmer will tie up the scoreline 6-6. Third map. It's anyone's game. We're going to have to find out who takes it after the break.
Plenty more hours to go. Ain't got time to mess around. Stand me up
well, a 6-6 half, the closest one we've had yet so far in this series, and it's pretty poetic given that we're in a 1-1 series. It is the final map for North America for day 1. FlyQuest versus Shimmer, the Giants, the epic grudge match. Apologies, chat. Words become difficult at 6:30 a.m. But the finish line is within our sights. Freddy, we are so close to discovering which one of these two teams is going to go 1-0 in the group stage.
Yes, I'm honestly, as I said at the very beginning, I think FlyQuest are going to win, and I will stand by what I said. But I also said I'd love to see Shimmer win. I want to see Shimmer win. I think FlyQuest should, and they really should. But I want to see Shimmer win. And this pistol round is going to kickstart either side with a very nice momentum in the second half. I feel like Shimmer carry everything right now. The fact that we were even on this third map exemplifies that Shimmer have the momentum, because FlyQuest do not want to be here. And then on top of that, they've kind of always maintained, I feel like, a lead this half. Yeah, they did lose it after the first 2 rounds when they won pistol, but if they're able to win both pistol rounds, this should be it.
We spoke about how important those pistol rounds can be, how pivotal and the springboard that it can create. That being said, Shimmer won the pistol round in the first half, and FlyQuest were able to bring things back into their control for a while. Shimmer regained their composure and brought it up to a tied up scoreline. I've loved how back and forth this series has been. I think that this is honestly the perfect way to have kicked off day 1 of Impact. And as exhausted as I think a lot of us here in production are, I don't know that we'd have it any other way. To know that teams have become this close and are fighting tooth and nail with everything they have in them to make it to the top here. I'm loving it. I'm enjoying every minute of this.
Yeah, I mean, like, if this has any... What's the word? Like, if this is foreshadowing the rest of the season, sorry, Hedwig. It's going to be a long few months for you. But I'm excited, because if we keep on getting these close affairs, these close fixtures, I'm all here for it. I think EU has never been as close as it is. I think Pigeons, who are ex-Enigma Galaxy, might not be as dominant as they are because of the IGL change, because of the roster changes. We've already seen Vilga's new team with the X9 Pandas. They're not looking as, they're not super dominant. And Na'Vi Javelins are also not looking completely invincible from 2 reasons. The first is they dropped the map today and got tested. And secondly, in the Trade It finals, I'm pretty sure Ents took a map off them, and it was really close. So no one's looking like a monolith over in EU. In SA, Fluxo have already showed that they can draw blood. And now, speaking of drawing blood, FlyQuest might be gashed open because they could potentially lose their opening game.
We spoke a little bit about shaking off the cobwebs a little bit earlier on after our first map. Perhaps that's the case here, or perhaps Shimmer have really elevated themselves. And again, I mean, we talk about the roster shakeups that have happened in EU, and NA have not been immune to the same symptoms. So a little bit of growing pains here that some of our teams still need to work through. But we zoom back in onto Vertigo. 6-6 here. It's our second pistol round of this map. And we'll find out which one of these two teams is going to walk away having won this one and snagging the lead in the series. FlyQuest going for a very, very slow push in towards long. Inching their way up towards this A site. A little bit of util to come through just to clear some space for themselves. Sandbags cleared as well, checking every possible angle. And Shimmer have now figured it out. They've realized they're reinforcing the site. FlyQuest have to get this bomb down at the absolute minimum. And yes, that is the least they will be able to do.
Look at the flank as well. Phoebe's on the lurk. She's on the very big flank, but Goosebreeder catches her off guard. A great start to the close plant for FlyQuest. There is a Kian Abbey, and that smoke will be planted on the bomb. She's going to stick it. I respect this. Yes, head down on the ground. Her teammates are doing just enough to cover her. No! What? There was like 0.1 seconds in it. No way! What? That was it? Shimmer had it. That should have been theirs. No! That's insane!
Bro, listening to you just absolutely freak out Very entertaining. Freddy is unhinged, chat. Off the back of that round, that really should have been Shimmer's. And BB, look at that smile. Look at that laugh. She knows. That came dangerously close.
0.001. The graph had ended. The graphic had nothing left in it. The bomb was defused.
And yet, no, it wasn't.
Wow. Heartbreaking.
That's truly, I don't know how you recover from that. I don't know how I recover from that. These ladies are far more resilient than I am, but...
Like, a mixture of Phoebe as well, not getting anything on the lurk, and then that was their round to win. They had all the info. They had the rotations. They had the kit. They had the smoke. What else do you need?
Once again, sandbags completely cleared as FlyQuest start moseying their way onto site. Yeah, Goose Breeder. The Mac 10 goes massive. It goes so massive, it's actually nuclear. 4 kills for Goose. She is currently on 19 and 6. We could just take a moment to appreciate the loose goose in our server.
I think I mentioned this when she was like 10 and 2 in like round 6. And I stand by, she's had a pretty slow series, but she's really making up for it now. I was a little bit, like they were talking about how she's been enabled more on the fragging department. And I was looking at that and I was like, has she? I was like, I don't want to be, I don't want to be crude about it. But this is when she has, and this is not a great start for Abby. She's pushed out Gap. She's moved in towards Henny, the pillar behind Gap, and she is a walking wounded warrior. 18 HP. She finally does skulk away, but at what cost?
Cost of a lot of HP and not too much information. The RT's on ramp? Huh, who would have thought? She loses a lot of her HP to find that out. Now, looks like FlyQuest will look to actually take control of that space. Just caught out in the open. The one time they don't clear sandbags. And there is indeed someone waiting in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity. Goose Breeder, however, will bring things back into their control. Now they'll clear sandbags. Now Alex will fall off the map. Oh, dearie me, dearie me.
Mollowed smoke. Is that crucial at the Paris Major playing in the playoffs against Vitality?
Too soon.
Too soon. It was over a year ago. I was there. I was there working for them and just watching that on the screen going, well, I guess it's GG. That's my job done.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah, that's rough though. Like that whole round is really rough. Like you start off with Phoebe getting Phoebe putting down to minimal HP. LX extinguishes the Molotov way too late, and on top of that, a double Mac 10 entry from Goose Breeder. You were hyping her up, and rightfully so. 19 kills to 21 now, and she's not looking to slow down. 11 HP, and she's still going for the kill. Doesn't get it, but helps in that process. Empathy tools. That's the first gun round going in favor of FlyQuest, and that could be it. Like you were talking about how they're going to build up from that crushing pistol round. I don't know if they can, Sam.
This is the problem, right? This is that momentum builder. So the really important round for Shimmer to win was that last round. Because you can lose pistol and force and still claw your way back in if you're able to deny the bonus round win. And unfortunately, Shimmer were not able to do that. And realizing how close they are to the brink, they've taken the timeout now because if they lose this round, it is potentially GG. That is how punishing it is if you're not able to either win the pistol or stop the snowball in its tracks. You have to be pixel perfect, and Shimmer just has not been so far.
Sorry, I've just watched back the pistol round on stream.
Don't do that.
I kid you not, there was like a pixel. A literal pixel. One sliver of a pixel. But god, yeah, that was rough. And also, FlyQuest surviving with 4 players last round, if I'm not mistaken. 2 kills with a Mac 10 as well. Goose has got loads of money. She's also been given back a Mac 10, so she's looking to start seeing more econ. And, well, Emmy, you might be winning, but we're not on Valorant. Yeah, you need to relearn that util. Sorry, that's just unnecessarily flaming.
BB.
Sit down.
To be fair, there was pistols. One of them was like a CZ. Like, it wasn't too much kickback. 3 is probably still a little bit egregious, but anti-eco go burr. They do manage to get the kill onto K-Day, so at least a little bit of econ damage done there, but really, is it going to make any sort of a difference at this point? Now, trying to get a little bit more done. Phoebe will finally take down Bibian, who had so little HP left. If Empathy can get just one more here, unfortunately, she hasn't been able to locate one of those lost guns. They're nowhere near her position. Just one more. She can't make it happen. So close. And unfortunately, that eco just does not net them any workable results.
Lovely anti-eco from here from BB. Like, that is something that legitimately could have got a bit scary, considering that it almost came down to like a 1 versus 2 in the end. But 10-6, FlyQuest red. This is the round. This is the round where X has the AWP. They have full utility. They have nothing scarce. They've sparse of nothing. Starting 4 players towards the B bomb site. FlyQuest aren't beginning with it in a quick progression, and they need to be a little bit careful in middle now, because look at this. FlyQuest have 2 players lurking out. They're going to be matched with no resistance, and Phoebe, when she comes rotating in, she could be in a world of problems. But in the meantime, it's Abby through the smoke onto Goose Breeder.
For a second, I thought that was an Alex no-scope, and then I saw the kill feed. Hopes and dreams shattered. Mine were anyway. But Shimmer going to be feeling good with the start. Yes, they do lose Phoebe. They've managed to give themselves a little bit of a numbers advantage. So at the very least, they can try and pivot off of that. Oh my god, K-Day, she knows. Spidey sense tingled. Down to 10 HP, but it's now 3 versus 3. B-side relatively free and clear. The only one standing in their way currently is Alex with that AWP. A few good smokes will give them just the space that they need to put that bomb down. Punch those numbers in. Now can they hold the line? Mads has the potential here for a lurk, so Vanessa is going to be on lookout for that just in case. K-Day in a really tight spot here, pressed right up against the enemy team. BB, oh my god, KO still gets one. She gets a second with 10 HP. She's just almost single-handedly holding down this bomb site. Bibian is just the distraction so that K-Day can absolutely slay an 11th round for FlyQuest.
And she just slays them, left, right, and center. I want to say, even though K-Day did great there to get 2, BB's kind of the GOAT of that round. You were saying distraction, but it was the flashbang that was more of the GOAT and the distraction. That flashbang at a perfect timing flashes both of the attackers coming from generators, and it allows K-Day a perfect segue onto a double, completing the 3K. Yeah, you can see like they're just fully blind coming around the corner. K-Day dispatches them very easily. And even though they had the opening pick and it was a 3 versus 5 in favor of Shimmer, it is not enough. Mads as well on that retake had the only kit and was taking way too long on the flank. As soon as she was taking that long, I already knew it was time. I already knew they weren't going to be able to make it. She took way too long and they couldn't even get to the bomb site anyways. 11-6, Shimmer throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this round. Empathy's had such a rough game, 6-16. There's ever a time for her to come alive. Their new star rifler. This has to be it.
The gravitas of this round begins to set in. And it's another slow one for FlyQuest. Poking and prodding, getting that early information where they can. Looking for the opening frag that will signal the acceleration. Don't giggle in a gravitas round, Freddy.
No,
how dare
sorry. It was the bold play that Empathy has 6 kills and pushes through her own smoke, but it's Emmy. The awareness, so acutely trained onto the edge of that smoke, snaps off the head, and now it's all down to Alex, and I say that! Not quite. Almost a third with the MP9. Would have put it into a 2 versus 2 at the worst, but now it's the 3 versus 2. Mad still has that kit from the last round. Molotov and nade as well. Can plant it down when the bomb gets planted. But K-Day also reads into that, and with low HP, she evades it. But here comes the grenade. As soon as that bomb gets tabbed, it could be clothesline. But Vanessa, she gets dropped the bomb. That's such a lovely microplay. The nade misses anyway, but K-Day gets dropped. Maz does it all. She's pulling back her power from overpass, and now it's Emmy. the two new players up against each other, and it's Mads with the 1 versus 1 for the 3K. The hat trick keeps Shimmer alive. One more dance.
Ooh, Mads, you absolute mad woman. Still being able to clutch that out to the end there. Emmy, the pressure was on for her there. She just had to play a little bit of time. Wasn't expecting Mads to push out so aggressively after tapping. And unfortunately, Emmy just doesn't win that 1v1. That's what it came down to. A lifeline here for Shimmer that allows them a little bit longer to play, a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more wiggle room.
Hello, Mads. Just ahead of the smoke. Completely isolated.
Man.
Still gets the first and gets traded very nicely by her teammates as well. What? Okay, a lot of smoke shenanigans going on. And Alex survives with 2 HP. Gets still aggressive. 2 HP, and she's pushing that far down. Constant, unrelenting aggression. And Shimmer are in a 2 versus 1.
Well, that's gone belly up very, very quickly, but Vanessa wrestles back a little bit of that control. Brings it down to 1v1. She still has control of the bomb. She's just going to chill for a little bit. Obviously, because her position is known, she wants to try to cut noise. She wants to try and fake out a little bit. Empathy's just chilling. She didn't care. And this could even just be a save call. But with 40 seconds left, there is definitely an opportunity. And I think for FlyQuest, you don't want to give it up here. This is more than winnable. This is so doable on every possible level. Vanessa is going to try to find herself a spot, carve out an opening for herself. She's managed to sneak her way past Empathy. But they're so close. One misstep, one little bit of noise. The smoke comes through there, and that should be the information given away. She'll slip into the smoke. Will Empathy have even an inkling of what's just happened? Moving over towards this A site. The Duke is phenomenal. Empathy thinks that it's going to be a B hit. Completely threads the needle. Vanessa plays this so smart, but now it's down to that 1 versus 1. Mads was able to clutch it out for Shimmer before. Can Empathy replicate that now? Yes, she can! Catches Vanessa on the cross, and with Kit in hand, that's a free and easy defuse for Shimmer.
I'm not gonna lie, I had no faith in Empathy there. She was playing it like she was very unconfident. She's been playing this game still very confidently, even though her scoreline. But in that 1 versus 1, she stays in that B bomb site for so long. Double guessing, triple guessing, like really like awkwardly wanting to realize, and then she gets a perfect timing. If Vanessa had continued to push through to middle and wrapped around CT, that would have been round over. That would have been it. That would have been game over. But Empathy finally soars up to the heavens, finally comes clutch for Shimmer when necessary. Back-to-back 1v1s garnered. Money so down in the dumpster. Orcs on either side, not able to be occupied. But because of that bomb down, FlyQuest still looking rich, and not rich in HP as Shimmer right now, because those Molotovs, well, Shimmer confirms they are indeed hot.
So much early damage, though, from all of that util in towards ramp. No! Caught out in the open. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Goose is still good for 1, but will get traded out. That got a little bit too close for comfort here, and Shimmer, with the player advantage, might just be able to bring themselves back into this one. Empathy with a swing, good for the first, is able to duck back behind covers. Phoebe covers her 6, and they survive this round with 4 left alive.
That's how the round plays out. Also, I want to highlight, Alex is playing like a bat out of hell. I don't know what's happened, but she has gotten some insane confidence. I don't know what's overcome her, but she's swinging, she's killing, she's popping heads, and I kind of got to respect it. Swinging ramp, kills 1 ramp, trades out her teammate. It got a little bit dicey when Goose Breeder peeked up her head and kind of waddled along up gap and actually got through enemy lines. But we're in a position where FlyQuest Red should be taking a hero AK buy with maybe KO'd what do they do here with economy? I mean, they can buy next round regardless. So how do they manage this? It seems like Vanessa's going to drop over another rifle, and they are going to reinvest, and they are going to continue pushing this issue. But Shimmer could still close out in regulation, coming back from the grave, 2 1v1s, and finally they deliver a clean round. They stabilize their economy, but they are not out of the fire right yet. They're thrown right back into the frying pan. And they got to be careful. They got to understand that this is still a full buy.
For FlyQuest, I feel like this is a really important round for them for a lot of reasons. Economically, mentally. There's a few reasons why this one would be an important one for them to win. Losing out on this will put Shimmer on the double digits. It will almost destroy FlyQuest's economy. Yes, they've got a little bit of a loss streak bonus going.
Yeah.
So they, you know, a bit of a force can still come through, but realistically, you want to have that extra bit of cash. And it's a similar situation for Shimmer. If FlyQuest win this round, not only are they on map and series point, but Shimmer's economy is like in the toilet.
A bomb down, I think, for FlyQuest legitimately means they might be able to buy up again, which is ludicrous. And they do have 2,900 going in the next round, so you'd be looking at around 3.7 for each player. So it wouldn't be great, but Coyote could purchase up, so could Goose and Emmy, and Vanessa and BB, I guess, take the Galils. So they can continue forcing the pressure in that regard. But Shimmer, as you said, perfectly, they have to, I mean, every round's a do or die round, and especially this one, because they haven't stabilized their economy just yet. Theoretically, if they lose the next one and keep this clean, at least they have the econ, and my god, what a double grenade. Bye-bye. Shrapnel flying everywhere, and now weathered down, thinned down. The numbers are still going to try and charge onto this bomb site. Goose Breeder finally delivers a trade, but it's still that 4 versus 3. They still have that advantage. Bomb shall be tapped. Not planted just yet. Nade in the smoke. Damage chipped down from Shimmer, and finally the digits tapped in. 50 HP and 33 for Coyote, but Coyote gets dropped through the smoke. Alex, once again, a demon through these smokes. Vanessa, though, they've lined up for her. She covers 3 and continues on for the 4. There you go, the cherry on top. Just what the doctor ordered. FlyQuest, Surge, the match, and series points.
Oh, how have Shimmer let that happen? They all just walked into Vanessa's crosshairs, and all she had to do was hold mouse 1. Just unbelievable scenes. The smokes worked out perfectly in her favor. She takes so much of that space, and a lot of those were CT smokes as well. And despite that, I mean, that is heroics. That purely is heroics and some sheer dumb luck that allowed for Shimmer to just line up in her crosshairs. And it's absolutely heartbreaking. But this is it. Like you said, map and series point here for FlyQuest Red. And Shimmer's economy, as noted before, dire straits. The force is in, 3 MP9s, 2 M4s, and that's it. Okay, they've got some util to play with here. They've got Kevlar, 1 player with a helmet. I don't see it, Freddy. I'd love to see it. You know, make me a believer, Shimmer. But I don't know if I do.
It's just in the manner of how that last round played out, and this could be it. This could be the final charge up ramp. Emmy with the first frag, the first slay, but LX, once again, the hero for me in these last few deciding rounds, continues with the MP9, puts it into that 3 versus 3, and Mad still holds an aggressive position. But Coyote, she's hunting. She smells the blood, but it's going to be Goose Breeder, the old captain, but still firmly the leader for their team. 25 frags, over a 2 KD. And Phoebe, she's next on the chopping block. Her and Empathy playing so segregated. There's no sense of unison right now. There's no sense of trades. Individually, they're going to have to pop off if they have any chance to come back and at least force us to overtime.
Alright, another gravitas round here as KS Soleil will get 1 more. Everything is on Empathy here. No pressure or anything. But she has to be massive. She has to do everything. Full HP. She was the only one to come in with head armor. Okay, she had full HP. Little bit of tickle damage there from the Molotov. Little bit of util to work with here. 1 smoke left to cover something. able to dodge this molly, but she's been spotted. Position known, good for one, but time is ticking away. She does not have the time to play with here. Player's already up onto ramp, taps the bomb, she tries to stick, and of course, it goes the only way that it could have done in that round. FlyQuest Red clutch it out, the 13th round, the third map in their pockets, and they will go up 1-0 in ESL Impact North America. What a performance from these two teams, but ultimately it's FlyQuest who once again prove their dominance in North America.
A big belated sigh of relief. That couldn't have got any closer whatsoever. I really don't feel like anyone's happy about that performance. Because Shimmer, they know they could have won it, and for FlyQuest, they know that they've been drawn, they've drawn blood. They know that they've been dominating so far this year. They've dominated for the past year. They've secured themselves the best team in NA. However, with a little bit of a parentheses over their head now after that very challenging victory, they did not get that for free. But the new recruits seem to stand strong, and even though LX was tormenting them in ramp and back-to-back clutches were awarded into their hands, it's Vanessa that saves them. She's come in, ex-Shimmer player, moved from EG Gold in the last season to now playing for FlyQuest. That 4K, that was it. There was no way they'd win that round without that 4K. And because of that, here we are, 13-9. See, this is it right now. Vanessa, they just line up. 3 kills, she has no idea what's happened. She's confused and clutches up for that 4th. I'm not gonna lie, for me that's player of the day right there because it's just how much it does for the game. But it's a little bit maybe late to add to that. But match statistics, we can take a look, and I don't want to kick her while she's down. But empathy, 9-18, 0.2 KD, a shadow from her past self.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely was not her map, and I think that a lot of that is going to come down to just figuring out where she's playing and how she's playing her role. It might just be that Vertigo really does need a little bit of an overhaul for Shimmer at the moment. But for FlyQuest, I mean, Goose Breeder, right? Like, she was absolutely phenomenal on this map. We kind of called out her lurks a little bit over on Overpass and how she really does kind of lean into that, and sometimes it just isn't quite how you would want it to go. She kind of started to get a little bit telegraphed. She kind of started to get stopped in her tracks, and or either that or, you know, Shimmer would realize they can take a 5v4, and then by the time Goose Breeder is in a position to activate, FlyQuest have already lost the round. On Vertigo, however, the smaller map, the verticality, it really does kind of lend itself to her playstyle, and she absolutely popped off from start to finish. But this does put us in a little bit of a contentious place. Now, before we throw up who our match MVP is, we just need to, you know, point out the fact that there were a lot of contenders. We talk about Goose Breeder in this last map. She was exceptional. Maps 1 and 2 wasn't quite there for us. K-Day has been someone in the past that has really stepped up. It's her first time IGLing. She struggled a little bit. It's not going to be her. Right? We had some other players that really showed up in an exceptional and exciting way. We talk about Vanessa, the new player, the new kid on the block. She had some outstanding performances, and she was fairly consistent from map to map to map. But when it comes down to that match MVP, ladies and gentlemen, it can only be one person. And I'm sure you all know who that is. So we'll get that up on our screens in just a moment. But until then, what's that?
Drum
Ready?
roll?
Drum roll? Do we have a drum roll? Oh, if only we had a drum roll. We don't have a drum roll, but we don't have a drum roll, but we have an MVP, Freddy.
Yes, 89 ADR across a really contentious 3-mapper is really impressive. Like, every single map went the distance. Minimum 9 rounds, maximum 10. Like, 89 ADR across all of that is honestly very impressive. And I will say, I think if Empathy had popped off in that third map, I think I would have put my foot down and be like, I don't care they lost, she has to get it, because of how well she played across the series. But unfortunately, she did drop off in that final map. And I think BB, even though she wasn't the hero and the star of Vertigo, as you said, Goose Breeder kind of popped off with 25 frags, 11 deaths. She still was super consistent. She was up there, still positive, 18 to 16, 100 ADR, and she was just dead consistent across the whole series. Like, she's the star and the queen of rifling in NA, and she's just showed it once again.
Yeah. And obviously some special mentions, right? Obviously our MVP generally goes to the team who won, but we had some great performances from Shimmer as well. Mads and Empathy really stood out, really performed incredibly well. Alex had some shining moments as well. So it really is just the beginning of the season. But with that, we can take a look at our standings so far after day one. We did mention a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, Nouns did win their matchup 2-0. And that puts them at a 1-0 in the standings. FlyQuest 2-1, dropping one map, but ultimately winning out the series. And that will, of course, put them at the top as well. And down towards the bottom, we've still got a lot of games to be played out. It is just day one. But down towards the bottom, Shimmer and WG Bandits having lost their first matches of the series. But as I said, it's not over yet. There's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played.
Yes, there is a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, and I think it's almost a little bit unfortunate that these two teams have faced off against each other at the beginning, because last season they were at the very end and it was super hype, super cool. But what we do have for you is moving maybe away from this NA and moving away from this game is your top 5 plays of the day. And we had so much Counter-Strike, there were so many plays to take from, but we've narrowed it down for your top 5.
That we have. And coming in 5th place, it kicks off with Younger on Nuke. She gets a ladder double kill in the pistol round here, securing a much needed round for her win. And honestly, that felt a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, and coming in next is from America. It's Emmy's lovely triple spray down. Unfortunately, she didn't win the round off it. I think if she did, that would have been number 1, but still lovely nonetheless.
And heading in over to number 3, it's Younger once again with a beautiful AWP 3K here on Nuke as well. Younger can do no wrong.
Well, she's the best player in Brazil for a reason. And next coming in, we head to EU, and I saw this all over Twitter. Hanka, I think she had 18 HP as well, which is something to add. She had barely any HP, swoops in and just tippity-tappity-tap 3K.
And finally, your number 1 play of the day. Poppins, off the back of a bomb plant, pulls out the gun, the rifle in hand, and is able to lock it down in a 1 versus 4. The casting on this must have been absolutely insane. Watching as Poppins, one of the youngest players in the league, stamps her claim as not only one of the youngest, but definitely one of the best. Plays this so smart, plays out the time, so much damage done, and ultimately, right at the end, can't get the final kill, but does enough. And those are your top 5 plays for day 1 of ESL Impact. Freddie, it's your birthday. How are you feeling at 5 a.m.?
I mean, I'm blessed. Like, I couldn't have asked for anything more. I feel like that was a really exciting game. And what's even better is that my flatmates can't get annoyed at me because it's my birthday. Woo! So we're going to take and we're going to run for that. I think it's time for bed for us, but we'll be back tomorrow for some more ESL Impact. And it's going to be another day of bangers. Maybe, hopefully for production, not as banger as today, because I feel like that could be a really long 2 days for them, but you never know. But for everyone from ESL Impact that's cast today and has been on production, we thank you very much. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and make sure to catch us tomorrow.
try.